Chapter 1. The Scumbag and the Cheap Girl. Today marks the third month of the apocalypse. Order has collapsed. The strong can kill, burn, and plunder, while the weak can only hide in fear. In a small clinic in the southernmost part of China, Dr. Su Mo, wearing a white coat, had a smirk on his face as he deftly tied up a pale-faced girl. The girl's clothes were tattered, her exposed skin bruised and battered, and most notably, there were horrifying marks around her neck and a long wound on her arm. She also emitted a strong odor, clearly having not bathed for a long time. After binding the girl, Su Mo clapped his hands together, his face showing disgust. Shen Xinghe, what gives you the right to command Mian to serve you? Do you know? If it weren't for Mian, you would have been kicked out of our little team long ago. After saying this, Su Mo turned and pulled the pitiful-looking girl into his embrace, gently touching her hand and comforting her. Mian, may your pain fly away. If it weren't for Shen Xinghe commanding Mian to serve tea, how could Mian have burned her hand? Shen Xinghe was truly despicable. Shen Xinghe looked at the scumbag and cheap girl in front of her with anger and despair. When did you two get together? She scoffed. The two people in front of her were her boyfriend and her close roommate. Su Mo frowned, his eyes wide open. Shen Xinghe, what do you mean by that? Do you think I betrayed you? And that Mian is the third party? Shen Xinghe let out a cold laugh, non-committal. Su Mo pulled Mian over to sit aside. I am telling you clearly now, Mian and I have known each other for a long time. While I was dating you, I hadn't realized my true feelings. After we started dating, I understood that I love Mian. I already broke up with you a month ago. Mian was also afraid people would think she was the third party. After my countless confessions, she finally agreed to be with me. The hatred in Shen Xinghe's heart was reignited as she stared at the two, embracing. What do you mean you didn't realize your feelings? Have you forgotten the promises you made back then? Although she and Su Mo had only been dating for 8 months, they had gone through a lot together, and Su Mo often made grand promises to her. Her family wasn't wealthy, but they had some money. Su Mo came from a difficult background, especially since he was studying medicine and often worried about money. Not only did she give Su Mo money every month, but she also helped him find a good internship. She even bought him a car and helped buy a house for his family. People around them thought they would get married. Who could have imagined that after the apocalypse, Su Mo's attitude would turn cold, and in the end, he would say he had someone he liked and break up with her a month ago. The pain was heart-wrenching. Shen Xinghe's eyes turned red. She couldn't understand. Wasn't this betrayal? After realizing your feelings, why didn't you break up then? Why wait until the apocalypse? These questions caused Su Mo's body to stiffen for a moment. Why were there grand promises? Because many people pursued Shen Xinghe, and at that time, she had given him many benefits, so naturally, he had to say some sweet words to prevent her from being taken away. Why didn't he break up? Because he had gained too many benefits from Shen Xinghe and was reluctant to end things. Mian held Su Mo's hand. Xinghe, don't blame Su Mo, he can't control his feelings. If you want to blame someone, blame me, it's all my fault. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Su Mo held Mian tightly again, his gaze fixed on Shen Xinghe's chest. Shen Xinghe, you've already been bitten by a zombie, why not utilize your last value? A few days ago, after communicating with a team that came down from the central region, I learned that abilities are divided into 2 types, strength and mental power. Strength abilities can enhance speed and power, while mental power abilities can manipulate objects from a distance and sense the surroundings. After this discussion, I realized that both of us are strength users. He had gained his abilities from the start, while Shen Xinghe only acquired hers a few days ago. That a sense of crisis surged in Shen Xinghe's heart. After being bitten by a zombie, she was locked in a separate room, while Mian even voluntarily came to bring her water and food. She didn't understand why Su Mo thought she was commanding Mian to serve tea, but she knew that what Su Mo had decided was unchangeable, and no matter how she explained, it would be useless. Now the worst part was that after being bitten by a zombie, her body had returned to that of an ordinary person. But I also heard that ability users have crystal cores, mental power users have golden cores in their brains, while strength users have silver cores in their chests. The cores can be extracted from the users before they die and given to an ordinary person to swallow, granting them the corresponding abilities. As Su Mo spoke, his eyes became fervent. He stood up and took out a scalpel from the medical kit. Mian was still an ordinary person and needed this crystal core. While he initially bound Shen Xinghe out of anger for her commanding Mian to serve tea, his true purpose lay here. The sadness and fear in Shen Xinghe's eyes could not be hidden. She already knew what Su Mo intended to do. Chen Mianmian's lips curled into a small smile, but quickly fell. Mianmian, you should go outside. Su Mo gently pushed her out. Don't scream, it might attract zombies. After saying this, he closed the door. Sumo, what are you going to do to Xinghe? Chen Mianmian asked, her voice trembling with concern. However, the only sound coming from inside the room was Shen Xinghe's questioning voice. Sumo, what gave you the right to take my crystal core for Chen Mianmian? I won't let you off even as a ghost. 15 minutes later, Sumo's hands were stained red with blood, and a silver crystal core lay in his palm. Meanwhile, Shen Xinghe on the bed was still unconscious under the effects of the anesthetic, with ugly stitches on her chest. Su Mo glanced at her before opening the door and walking out. As soon as he opened the door, Chen Mianmian, who was sitting on the floor, immediately stood up. Mianmian, go check on her, ill pack up, and we'll leave right away. Su Mo hugged Chen Mianmian briefly before letting her go. I didn't intend to take her life. He knew Chen Mianmian was kind-hearted. Chen Mianmian watched Su Mo's departing figure, her expression of sadness fading. She took out a small star-shaped ornament from her pocket, walked to Shen Xinghe's side, and placed the ornament in her hand. Shen Xinghe, do you know? This was all my design. Your acquaintance with Su Mo breaking up with you after falling in love with me, even extracting your crystal core. Chen Mianmian leaned close to Shen Xinghe's ear and whispered, Chapter 2. You are impressive. And this little ornament, I liked it very much too, but you picked it up first. Later, I stole it, but now I don't like it anymore, it's just trash now, so we'll return it to you. Chen Mianmian smiled smugly, wanting Shen Xinghe to know that whatever Chen Mianmian, wanted, she could surely take from Shen Xinghe, and things she didn't want could only be returned when they became trash. Also, during the apocalypse, your brother called, and I told him you were dead. Shen Xinghe felt groggy, but she could still hear the words by her ear. No wonder everything seemed so coincidental. Chen Mianmian had disguised herself so well. She hadn't even noticed. Endless hatred surrounded her. The zombies are coming. Mianmian, run. What about Xinghe? Don't mind her. There's no time. I'm taking you away. Zombies rushed in, just 1 meter away from Shen Xinghe. At this moment, if she got bitten by a zombie, her body would be torn apart by them. She couldn't move now, only allowing the zombies to approach her step by step. Even if she could move, the zombies had already surrounded her. Hate and despair filled her mind. She couldn't just die like this. She wanted Chen Mianmian and Su Mo to die. The first mission is about to begin. Please prepare yourself, the mechanical voice echoed in her mind. In the next second, she felt dizzy. When she opened her eyes, she was stunned. How did she end up on a ship? A flying ship, no less. And there were more than 20 strange people nearby. Is everyone ready? Below is the destination, and there's no place to dock the spaceship. So we have to land ourselves. A serious woman's voice rang out. Do you remember your mission? If you collect the star sea flower, you will earn 1 million star coins. Shen Xinghe looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman with blue skin and big wavy hair. The 20 or so people around her looked strange because they all resembled humans, but their skin colors were all different shades. Looking down, she realized her skin was red. Ding! Mission to collect the star sea flower received. Complete the mission to earn 100 star points. The mechanical voice in her mind sounded again, and Shen Xinghe frowned. As she crossed over to a strange world, moreover, not only are there star coins, but the system also gives you extra star points. Although this is a virtual world, if you fail to complete the mission here, you will also die. Alright, I wish you all the best. A virtual world? Shen Xinghe held her equipment, pondering the term. She had come to a virtual world, and if she failed this mission, she would die. As of now, she was still alive. With this news, a strong light burst from her eyes. Not being dead was enough. At least she had a chance to survive and seek revenge. The wind whistled past her ears, and the hatred in her eyes could not be concealed. After landing, she realized it was a dense forest filled with many plants she had never seen before. There was no one around her, so she opened the backpack distributed on the spaceship. Inside the backpack was a picture of a flower, yellow and blue intertwined. This must be the target of the mission, the starseed flower. There was also a black dagger, a multicolored handgun, and 7 tubes containing liquids of different colors, each labeled with strange writing. She had never seen this writing, but she could understand what the words meant. Rustling sounds entered her ears. She gripped the gun tightly. Sister, let's team up. A youthful voice rang out, Shen Xinghe looked over to see a boy with orange skin, around the age of her brother, about 17 or 18 years old. The boy only held the black dagger, with his backpack hanging in front of him. His clear eyes stared intently at Shen Xinghe. Why should I team up with you? Shen Xinghe did not relax her guard instead. She asked, teaming up with a child like him wouldn't provide any advantage. The boy smiled slightly, revealing 2 small dimples. I'm very obedient. If I team up with you, sister, I'll give you 70% of the star coins and star points. Although Shen Xinghe didn't know the exact uses of star coins and star points, the fact that people came here to complete missions for these 2 items, risking their lives, proved their importance that I have rich outdoor survival experience. I can handle our daily food, that we only have 7 bottles of nutrient liquid, which is low grade, meaning it will only last for 7 days, but our time limit here is a month. Can you guarantee finding the starseed flower in 7 days? The boy was still smiling at Shen Xinghe. The nutrient liquid was food. They only had 7 days to complete the mission. With this new information, Shen Xinghe smiled, her eyes shining. I also have rich outdoor experience. Sister, the boy's warm voice rang out again, with a hint of a pout. Shen Xinghe was taken aback her brother would also act like this when he wanted something. Suddenly, the boy moved that he charged straight at Shen Xinghe, the dagger aimed at her chest. He was clearly trying to take her life. What speed? A power user. There were also power users among these people. One high kick knocked the dagger out of the boy's hand. Bang! Immediately after, the boy was sent flying. Shen Xinghe coldly watched the boy lying motionless on the ground. She had noticed that her physique and appearance had changed, indicating that the people entering here didn't necessarily look the same as they did in reality. Fortunately, she had learned martial arts since childhood, and she found that if she concentrated, she could see the boy's movements slowing down. That it had been 3 months since the apocalypse began, and she had killed a few people who threatened her life, so she wasn't one to show mercy. She pulled the trigger of the gun in her hand. Without a sound, the boy vanished, and around them burst into tiny fragments. The existence of the boy's dagger and backpack proved that someone had indeed been there. The gun had such power. Shen Xinghe was amazed by the power of the gun in her hand. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause came, and a green-skinned man walked out from behind a large tree. You are very impressive. Which Star Academy are you from? Chapter 3. The greenhouse flower. Shen Xinghe raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the man's words. When had he concealed himself behind the tree? The gun slowly shifted, ultimately aimed at the man's forehead. Lei Ke stared down the dark muzzle, unfazed. A gentle smile graced his lips. I am Lei Ke, and you? He added. By the way, there is but a single bullet in this gun. Did you not review the rules upon entering the trial? A thunderous sound resonated in her ears. What? Only 1 bullet? Shen Xinghe's heart raced in shock. Such a formidable weapon had been squandered, and in this place, countless dangers surely lurked ahead. No wonder that young man had refrained from shooting her immediately. The gun served as a last resort for survival. She gazed at the backpack lying quietly on the ground, suppressing the tumult of emotions rising within her. Shen Xinghe tucked the gun away, took a few steps, and crouched to retrieve the backpack and dagger from the ground. Although a name is merely a label, she dared not reveal her true identity under such uncertain circumstances. Xinghe, how did you execute that high kick just now? Lei Ke inquired, his face alight with excitement as he attempted to mimic Shen Xinghe's earlier movement with both hands and feet. Shen Xinghe opened the boy's backpack, discovering a gun nestled inside, which eased the tension etched on her petite face. Do you wish to learn? Shen Xinghe combined the supplies from both backpacks. Sunlight streamed down, illuminating Lei Ke's eyes with a glimmer of eagerness. Yes, I am absolutely keen to learn. That move was simply too cool. He had not intended to eavesdrop on their conversation, but he had fortuitously landed beneath the great tree upon descending from the spacecraft. It could be said that the 3 of them had arrived in this area simultaneously. However, influenced by his family, he was not one to reveal himself easily. Shen Xinghe lowered her gaze, her voice tinged with allure. Very well, let us form a team. As a newcomer, she was entirely unfamiliar with this place, while the man before her bore no malice and possessed knowledge about the surroundings. Thus, teaming up with him seemed a prudent decision. The man's hands clenched into tight fists, his breath quickening, a slight smile curving his lips as his eyes sparkled with excitement. I accept your offer. This would be his first time teaming up with anyone. Nervousness and exhilaration coursed through him. At long last, someone was willing to join forces with him. Shen Xinghe smiled, finding him rather easy to manipulate. "Young master, you mustn't." A calm voice, laden with dust, approached swiftly. The newcomer arrived before the two in no time. Shen Xinghe's eyes brimmed with caution. This individual was yet another powerful ability user, perhaps the most formidable she had ever encountered. She subtly reached for the gun in her backpack. Should this person approach her, she would not hesitate to draw and fire. "Enough. Little Ke, my grandfather isn't here. I am in charge." An unmistakable fury flickered in Lei Ke's eyes, his tone considerably more forceful. He then cast a furtive glance at Shen Xinghe, fearful that her resolve might waver due to the little one's words. Upon observing the icy vigilance in Shen Xinghe's gaze, he felt a wave of regret wash over him. Had he known, he would have discarded the locator device. "Young master," Xiao Ke stated earnestly, "the family head has decreed that your entry into the trial space is contingent upon your teaming up solely with me. You are forbidden from approaching anyone else." Xiao Ke's demeanor was resolute, entirely unaffected by like ire. The young master, in his innocence, had unwittingly allied himself with an unknown woman. Shen Xinghe regarded the solemn Xiao Ke, who harbored evident hostility towards her, and slowly settled beneath a grand tree. From Xiao Ke's words, it became apparent that like was a sheltered flower. Such delicate blooms are easily deceived, much like her former self, who had been led to her demise. The memory of Chun Yinyan's treachery filled her with a chilling resolve. With an inherently cold disposition and few companions, she had felt touched by the warmth of someone who inquired about her well-being daily. Thus she had deemed Chun Yinyan a true friend. She had treated her with utmost kindness, only to be ultimately betrayed by her. Like, initially disheartened by Shen Xinghe's movement away, felt a flicker of hope upon seeing her merely sit down on the ground. He quickly shifted his focus to resolving the issue with Xiao Ke. The only flaw in Xiao Ke was his excessive obedience to his grandfather. He produced a trinket from around his neck, reasoning that since his grandfather was absent, there was no need to inform him, especially with Xiao Ke watching over him to prevent any mishaps. Observing Xiao Ke's impassive expression, like decided to resort to a devious tactic, threatening, "If you do not comply, I shall shatter the locator and escape while your attention is diverted." Upon witnessing like brandishing a stone with the intent to destroy the locator, Xiao Ke's demeanor shifted. "Young master, this may not be wise. What if the family head finds out?" A glimmer of cunning crossed Like's eyes as he sensed Xiao Ke wavering. He approached Like and whispered, "I will not form a team. I am merely following this elder sister." As the wind rustled a few leaves, they gracefully drifted toward Like. Shen Xinghe glanced up. Like, having been attentive to her, assumed she had overheard him, and a sheepish smile crept onto his face. Ultimately, Xiao Ke acquiesced with a nod, yet he did not lower the dagger in his hand, fixating his gaze on Shen Xinghe, as though he were attempting to bore a hole into her. This woman was indeed fortunate to have caught the young master's attention. It appeared that this trial would bring him considerable trouble. He hoped she possessed enough self-awareness not to presume that the young master's interest in her warranted perpetual protection. As Shen Xinghe and Xiao Ke's eyes met, she discerned the disdain reflected in his gaze. "Shen he. Thank you for your patience. I have resolved the matter," Like exclaimed, his face beaming with delight as he hurried to sit beside Shen Xinghe. "Young master," Xiao Ke rushed toward Like, anxious to keep a distance from others. Like shot a sidelong glance at Xiao Ke, who was positioned between him and Shen Xinghe, and offered an awkward smile. "Shen, please do not take offense. Xiao Ke can be like this, but he is genuinely a good person." Shen Xinghe shook her head, indicating her indifference to the matter. The reason she was waiting here was that Like seemed to be a commendable individual, while Xiao Ke was indeed a formidable ability user. Forming a team together would be ideal. However, she would not impose should it not come to pass. Chapter 4. The three of you. The wind rustled ominously, and in the blink of an eye, the blazing sun had faded, giving way to thick, dark clouds that rolled in. A rainstorm was imminent. We needed to seek shelter. Excitement was palpable in Like's voice. Shen Xinghe shook her head. Encountering rain in the jungle was far from advantageous. Rain would obstruct visibility and could lead to illness. Rising to her feet, she surveyed her surroundings, trees, flowers, and grass. Yet it appeared that no suitable refuge from the rain was nearby. The clouds above loomed ominously, layered and heavy, ready to descend upon them, leaving little room for conversation. The wind continued to howl. "Who goes there? Step forward," Xiao Ke suddenly shouted, startling like. Only he understood Xiao Ke's prowess, an initial level 5-tier ability user, capable of overwhelming adversaries in this trial space. Otherwise, his grandfather would not have sent him in for protection. Yet now, a rare tension graced Xiao Ke's face, signaling that they were about to confront a formidable foe. How could this be? How could there be another ability user as powerful as Xiao Ke here? The safety of her firearm was disengaged, and Shen Xinghe's expression hardened as she scanned the vicinity, feeling no presence of others. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards like from behind. Raindrops began to patter against her skin, and a bullet sliced silently through the air. "You underestimated me. I did not expect you to be a psychic ability user." A chilling voice emerged. Following this, a silhouette appeared before them. Shen Xinghe was initially taken aback by the woman's words, only to feel regret at having wasted a bullet. Like remained blissfully unaware that he had narrowly escaped a perilous situation. Xiao Ke had been vigilantly watching over Like, but by the time he noticed the attack, it was too late. He had been terrified, fearing that the young master had fallen into danger. Little did he know that this woman was a psychic ability user and had just saved Like's life. Xiao Ke turned his gaze towards Shen Xinghe. "Who are you? What are you doing in an initial level trial?" Xiao Ke questioned, positioning himself protectively behind Like. The woman before them had distinct yellow skin. Unlike the typical hue of earthlings, it was a deeper shade. Her curvaceous figure was striking enough to draw anyone's attention. At this moment, Shen Xinghe noticed a luminous watch adorning the woman's wrist. She had already taken several steps back, assessing the situation as grim. Her earlier shot had failed to strike the woman. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that none of you three will leave this trial space alive," the woman said, lightly brushing a lock of hair from her shoulder and speaking with an air of indifference. Shen Xinghe's eyes revealed a deep concern. The phrase "you three" had effectively placed her on the women's death list. She found herself bound to Like and his companions, uncertain if her quiet escape would succeed. "Are you coming for me?" Like, not lacking in wit, inquired from behind Xiao Ke. The woman's expression was mocking as she let out a few sharp whistles. "Our young master from Ukraine is no fool. Oh my, I have seen your photograph. You are quite handsome, what a pity." Ukraine peeked out from behind Xiao Ke, raindrops cascading down his tousled hair, tickling his cheeks uncomfortably. "How do you know what I look like in the trial space?" A traitor had emerged within the family, one of low standing, yet he yearned to uncover the identity of this betrayer. "Dead men need not concern themselves with such matters," the woman said, her crimson lips curling into a flirtatious smile aimed at Ukraine. Subsequently, her wristwatch illuminated, revealing a vibrantly colored sword resembling plastic in her grasp. A laser sword. Fear flickered in Xiao Ke's eyes. This woman was not only stronger than them, but now wielded a weapon. "Take him away." Xiao Ke forcefully shoved Ukraine towards Shen Xinghe. She grasped Ukraine's hand tightly, fleeing. Ukraine glanced back, witnessing Xiao Ke being struck down by the woman. "Xiao Ke," he shouted. Shen Xinghe tightened her grip on Ukraine's hand. It was not merely a burden she wished to carry. Her chance of escape was afforded by Xiao Ke, and should she abandon Ukraine, Xiao Ke would surely make way, leading to their mutual demise. "Hurry, we must go. Only then will Xiao Ke have a chance to escape." Feeling the struggle in her grasp, she hastily declared, her grip intensifying as she switched positions with Ukraine in an instant. The sound of raindrops mingled with the howling wind filled her ears. Ukraine was an extraordinary ability user. She felt numb, realizing that everyone in this trial space possessed powers. At that moment, she felt as heavy as a sandbag, merely being dragged along. A shield appeared before the fallen Xiao Ke, and he consumed something, rising from the ground as though fully revitalized. She watched in astonishment as the colorful sword emitted a beam of light, causing a nearby tree to topple. What kind of world was this, where weapons wielded such formidable power? Time slipped by unmeasured until Ukraine finally halted. Shen Xinghe collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as rainwater flowed from her nose to her mouth. At that moment, it felt as if her legs were no longer her own. Ukraine quietly gazed at the small river before him, his silhouette appearing forlorn. It's all my fault for insisting on entering the trial, he thought, feeling a sudden touch on his hand. He looked down to find Xiao Ke's crimson gaze fixed upon him. Xiao Ke is likely fine. You must take care of yourself first. Shen Xinghe led Ukraine towards a particular direction. Yes, Xiao Ke is so capable. He will be all right. Dense vines intertwined, with rain cascading down their lengths. How did you know there was a cave here? Ukraine exclaimed as he ventured into the cave, astonished. Shen Xinghe gazed at Ukraine, who had regained his composure, and offered a gentle smile. Experience has taught us, she replied. In this post-apocalyptic world, they had spent 2 months in the forest and were well aware of the locations of caves. Xinghe, I'm sorry, I deceived you. My name is not Reich. It is actually Ukraine, came a soft voice. Shen Xinghe was taken aback, not expecting Ukraine to apologize for this. It's all right. I too am not Shen. My name is Shen Xinghe. Xinghe, what a beautiful name. Ukraine exclaimed sincerely. Thank you. Are there many ability users among you? Shen Xinghe inquired. Ukraine stared at her in amazement, his bright eyes widening in the darkness of the cave. From which part of the galaxy are you? Are there still ability users in the entire galaxy? Chapter 5. Investigating the rules. Shen Xinghe's eyes narrowed slightly. So, everyone here possesses abilities. Is this a world of ability users? We are poor and have always lived in the mountains. So I haven't been to any large places and don't know much about this, she offered as an excuse. Indeed, there are impoverished people in this galaxy, Ukraine thought. Recalling the news he had seen, he nodded, then remembered the cave's darkness, and quickly added, Oh, no wonder you seem unfamiliar with the wider world. I'm not implying anything negative, he stammered, scratching his head, unsure of how to clarify. It's fine. I understand your meaning, Shen Xinghe replied with a faint smile. Indeed, she had not experienced the broader aspects of this world. Leaning against the cave wall, she rolled up her pant legs, discomfort washing over her from the aches and the dampness of her clothes. She lacked anything to start a fire, and it was evident that Ukraine had nothing either, as he had stripped off his outer layers, leaving only the innermost garment, clearly uncomfortable from his wet clothing. Is your locator one-way or two-way? Although Shen Xinghe could not see Ukraine's exact appearance, she focused on his voice, observing his neck. Ukraine slapped his hands together, exclaiming, right? My locator. Xinghe, you are incredibly clever. He retrieved the locator, pressed a switch, and it instantly illuminated. Little Ke is on the move. He is truly safe. His excitement was palpable as he sprang to his feet. Shen Xinghe narrowed her eyes, wishing to caution Ukraine that there was another possibility. Little Ke might have been killed and the locator taken by that woman. Yet, looking at Ukraine, who was lost in joy, she swallowed her words. Sharing her concerns would only serve to deepen Ukraine's sorrow without any constructive purpose. However, why is Little Ke moving further away from us? The rain outside intensified. A sudden clap of thunder echoed through the air. Regardless of Little Ke's fate, for now, this distance was perhaps for the best. It seemed that danger was receding from them. What consequences would arise from failing to complete the mission? Shen Xinghe shifted the conversation. You truly seem to disregard the rules entirely. Ukraine glanced once more in the direction of Shen Xinghe, his surprise evident. Without a hint of embarrassment, Shen Xinghe replied, Indeed. I rushed in and neglected to review the rules, as I was in need of a star coin. Ukraine nodded, appearing to understand. It has no consequence, merely a lack of rewards. Shen Xinghe furrowed her brow. Those who entered this place risked death, underscoring the immense value of star coins and star points. Individuals like Ukraine, who entered solely for the trial, were exceedingly rare. I suppose you're unaware of this matter. Ukraine swallowed hard and continued. Star points can be transferred. Currently, yours are at 0, but in the next round, you might accrue star points, and should you be slain, your points would then belong to another. Shen Xinghe felt a deep aversion to such rules. If one encountered individuals who specialized in hunting others for their star points, what merit would remain in the trials? I truly did not know this. What purpose do star points serve? Star points can be exchanged for items in the Star Point Mall. mechs, aircraft, weapons, and more. Generally, only those with corresponding ability levels may access specific trial spaces. However, the initial level is unique, allowing any ability user to enter. This is because newcomers at the first level possess no star points. Upon hearing this, Shen Xinghe secretly sighed with relief, realizing there were indeed numerous rules. Her earlier mention of encountering those who specifically hunt for points was evidently not a common occurrence. It seemed the classification of ability users paralleled that of the trial spaces. The items in the Star Point Mall had piqued her interest after witnessing the weapons today. If she could exchange for them, she would possess something to safeguard her life. Suddenly, she recalled the woman's words. She was a mental energy ability user. In her previous haste to escape, she had not contemplated this deeply. A mental energy ability user. She had never imagined she fit this description. What categories exist for ability users? Shen Xinghe did not linger long on herself, but pressed on with her inquiries. Ukraine, having witnessed Shen Xinghe's lack of knowledge, felt a small surge of pride, relishing the opportunity to appear well-informed. They are divided into willpower ability users and mental energy ability users. Why did this mirror the classifications in her apocalyptic world? Shen Xinghe pondered. Upon entering, her sole thought had been her survival, never considering why she was able to enter this realm. Reflecting now, the only item she possessed was the starry ornament returned to her by Chen Xinghe. A smirk formed on her lips, if that were the case. She owed her a debt of gratitude for returning what had been stolen. If the abilities in the trials stemmed from the real world, did that imply she was a dual ability user? Star, how did you execute such a technique? Ukraine inquired, curiosity piqued. In the realm of stars, mechs were the norm, and he had never witnessed such a maneuver. Shen Xinghe's techniques proved utterly ineffective against the mecha. However, they exuded a certain coolness. Aside from the initial level, none of the higher trials permitted the introduction of external items. Should he master Shen Xinghe's techniques, he could persuade his grandfather to allow him to advance to the next level of trials. He encountered a seasoned master who remarked on his exceptional aptitude and imparted his wisdom. Naturally, Shen Xinghe could not disclose that she had honed her skills at a martial arts school from a young age. Hush, someone's coming, Shen Xinghe whispered. She remained on high alert within the cave, acutely aware as the footsteps drew nearer. This must be the ability of a mental energy user. There's a cave here. A voice filled with excitement rang out. Yuko remained motionless, seated in place. Hurry inside to avoid the rain. We'll get drenched. Another voice, more irritable, chimed in. Shen Xinghe gripped her dagger tightly. Is someone inside? Have they fallen asleep? We merely seek shelter from the rain. The leading voice, belonging to a girl, spoke politely. Shen Xinghe's ears perked up. There were 3 individuals outside, seemingly low-level ability users. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to let them in. Light flooded the cave, the sudden brightness causing both Shen Xinghe and Yuko to squint. Chapter 6. What is this? Do you not have star glow sticks? Inquired the girl at the forefront, who held a glowing stick and gazed curiously at the two within the cave. Star glow sticks. What a marvelous invention. Shen Xinghe's gaze followed the light source upwards, landing on the girl leading the group, a yellow-skinned girl with twin ponytails and faint freckles adorning her cheeks. Thank goodness you stumbled upon us. I have a fire stick as well. The freckled girl opened her backpack and produced a red stick. As she activated it, the cave was enveloped in a warm glow, bathing everyone in a rosy hue. Shen Xinghe discreetly observed the 2 individuals following the freckled girl. One was a burly man with a beard, and the other, a boy with a side-swept fringe. The burly man sported a buzz cut, yet his beard reached down to his neck. The boy bore numerous wounds and appeared quite introverted. He settled to one side and, perhaps fatigued, soon allowed his eyes to droop. The burly man seemed discontent with the boy's demeanor, his gaze frequently drifting in the boy's direction. He furrowed his brow slightly, casting a glance at the freckled girl, his lips moving as if to speak, but ultimately, he held his tongue. Shen Xinghe diverted her gaze, feeling comfortably warm amidst the chill of the rain. Do you all know each other? Yuko, now dressed, asked with a hint of curiosity. The freckled girl shook her head, her ponytails swaying gently. We are merely temporary teammates. Given this revelation, Yukul discreetly glanced at Shen Xinghe and chose to remain silent. Time passed, and the damp clothing began to smoke under the warmth of the fire stick. After a long day, fatigue settled over everyone, their eyes growing heavy. In the dead of night, a cacophony of violent sounds roused everyone from their slumber. The boy lay curled up, a robust hand raining down blows upon his head, yet his reaction was peculiar. He uttered not a single sound. His eyes vacant and devoid of life. His hands rested limply by his sides, showing no intention of shielding his head. Shen Xinghe observed the scene before her with a sense of revulsion, though she remained seated. Ukri seemed poised to speak, but someone beat him to it. The freckled girl furrowed her brows, her eyes igniting with fierce determination as she sprang to her feet. "Stop! Did I not say that you are not to strike him in my presence?" She advanced swiftly, shoving the foul-mouthed, bearded man aside, before crouching down to inspect the boy's injuries. The bearded man took a few steps back, displaying impatience towards the girl's defiant stance. His fists clenched tightly, yet ultimately he relented. "He is my nephew. I merely asked him to fetch me some water," the bearded man explained, glancing around the cave, noting the disdain directed at him by the others. What could I do when he remained utterly still, treating me as though I were air? It was that provocation that incited my anger. The girl remained silent, retrieving an ointment from her backpack. The bearded man immediately approached her, lowering his head, his tone softening. "I apologize. I shall not act in such a manner again. Allow me to apply the ointment." The girl did not refuse. She stood, casually tossing the ointment into his hands. Shen Xinghe stared at the girl's backpack in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by what other items it might contain. The girl so carelessly extracted things from her pack, suggesting either a pure-hearted naivete or some unknown ability that rendered her unafraid of prying eyes. Yet, she could not fathom why someone with a lower ability level than her own could possess anything upon which she could rely. The bearded man opened the ointment, a faint medicinal aroma wafting through the air. The onlookers glanced at the boy on the ground and then gently closed their eyes. After all, in the trial space, achieving a restful sleep was no simple feat. They saw no reason to squander time on someone of little consequence. Finally, the boy stirred, his hollow eyes fixated intently on the ointment. The bearded man crouched down, squeezing some of the ointment onto his fingers, leaning closer to the boy to apply it to his wounds. He was oblivious to whether anyone behind him was watching, shielding their gazes as his fingers deftly worked on the boy's injuries. Gradually, his irritation began to dissipate, replaced by a look of satisfaction. However, he was puzzled as to why the boy remained silent today. When he glanced up, he was met with an unexpected sight. The boy was smiling, staring at him with a curious intensity. Enraged, he prepared to unleash a torrent of insults, only to be interrupted as the boy's hand shot out, seizing his neck. Once more disturbed from their respite, the onlookers revealed their displeasure, reopening their eyes, now glinting with hostility. As they opened their eyes, the sight before them sent chills down the spines of 3 individuals, prompting them to rise abruptly. There stood a youth, his head tilted, mouth agape, stretching to an unimaginable angle. The neck of a bearded man was ensnared within the youth's maw. The upper half of the youth's mouth and nose no longer aligned. As he faced Shen Xinghe, his gaze fixed intently upon her. What manner of creature is this? Despite having faced countless zombies and witnessed numerous gruesome scenes of them biting, the direct stare of such a monster sent a shiver down her spine. Blood streamed from the bearded man's neck. His face contorted in agony as he clutched the youth's body with desperate hands, to no avail. With a sickening crunch, blood splattered the ground as the bearded man's neck was severed, his head tumbling to the floor, rolling to rest at Ukraine's feet. What the hell? Save me. I'm going to die of fright. Ukraine leaped towards Shen Xinghe. She, too, was paralyzed with terror. A sudden decapitation was jarring enough, but Ukraine's panicked voice startled her further, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. As Ukraine grasped her hand, her blood began to flow once more. She turned her gaze back to the youth, who, after biting, became rigid. In moments, his form began to transform. His side-swept bangs shortened, revealing a crew cut. His appearance morphed into that of the bearded man he had just bitten. Chapter 7. Becoming a disciple, Ukraine rubbed his eyes in disbelief, releasing Shen Xinghe's hand and stepping forward. What kind of entity is this? So familiar. Yet, he could not quite recall. The bizarre scene shifted in an instant. Before anyone could react, the bearded man, now transformed, lunged lightning fast toward Ukraine. At that moment, excitement flickered in Ukraine's eyes, completely oblivious to the imminent threat. He finally recognized the nature of this creature. However, by the time he noticed, the bearded man was mere inches away. Ukraine's pupils constricted sharply. He attempted to evade, but his limbs felt unresponsive. Although he understood what this creature was, he was about to be bitten. Could it be? Am I truly going to be bitten? Thoughts raced through his mind. Suddenly, Shen Xinghe soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the charging bearded man. He was sent crashing against the cave wall, slowly sliding down to the ground. Shen Xinghe landed gracefully, seizing Ukraine's hand and dashing toward the cave's exit. Illusionary entity, a second-tier, initial-grade creature. Instinctively, Ukraine was pulled forward, yet he could not help but exclaim, though not particularly formidable, it can release a paralyzing agent, rendering one immobile for a moment, and it can transform into the guise of whatever it consumes. He had seen such creatures on the intelligence screen. Most were of lower ranks, but the emergence of a high-level illusionary creature could spell disaster. Can you handle it? Shen Xinghe released Ukraine. What kind of creature is this? An illusionary entity? The new terminology entered her ears only to swiftly escape. Ucker nodded, asserting that as a novice level 3 psychic, he was indeed capable of besting his opponent. Moments ago, he had been easily incapacitated by a spray of a tranquilizing agent. The two conversed outside, oblivious to the presence of another living being within the cave. As Ucker prepared to enter, silence prevailed inside the cavern. A freckled girl emerged, her backpack slung over her shoulder, her face etched with mild anger as she glared at Shen Xinghe and Ucker. You abandoned me. The fury in her words was palpable. Shen Xinghe remained expressionless, devoid of any guilt. They were neither friends nor allies. At a critical moment, she had departed without a word. Could she be blamed for that? A faint blush touched Ucker's cheeks as he stammered an apology. We didn't abandon you. It was an instinct for survival. Besides, he could only take me along, leaving you behind. However, given her evident prowess, he presumed she had dealt with the phantom. The warmth gradually returned to the freckled girl's eyes, a smile breaking through her initial ire. I forgive you. You're right. I have dealt with the phantom and saved your lives. Remember to repay me. Ucker's look of contrition vanished as he treated the girl with courtesy, influenced by the fact that she had produced a flare, indirectly bestowing them with a boon. Yet, this did not obligate them to owe her a substantial debt of gratitude. I cannot concur with that. Without you, I would have dealt with the phantom just the same. With that, he charged toward the freckled girl. She sensed a gust of wind approaching, blinking in surprise as Ucker appeared beside her. My apologies, little novice. I'm a level 3 psychic. Ucker raised his chin slightly, nostrils flaring in defiance. The girl's expression darkened as she cast a cold glance at him. Shen Xinghe noted her chilliness and regarded the girl warily, still puzzled as to how she had effortlessly slain the creature within the cave, despite Ucker's assertion that it was not formidable. I shan't hold it against you. Acknowledge it if you wish, or dismiss it if you prefer. The freckled girl flicked her hair and began to walk in a particular direction. The rain had ceased for some time, and the moon hung in the sky, intermittently accompanied by the calls of unknown creatures. The girl stepped on decaying branches, the crackling sound echoing in the ears of her two companions. For a brief moment, the branches stilled. Ucker kept a keen eye on the girl, and upon detecting something amiss, he swiftly pulled Shen Xinghe aside. Just as they vacated their original position, an explosion erupted behind them. Thunderbolt! Ucker shouted. The freckled girl, realizing her strike had failed and hearing Ucker name her weapon, pressed two buttons located on her thighs. Shen Xinghe gazed at the two wheels that had appeared beneath the girl's feet, gently squeezing the palm of Ukraine's hand. Whoosh! Before Ukraine could utter a word, the girl vanished before their eyes. The time wheel. Ukraine sensed the peculiarity emanating from his palm, realizing that Shen Xinghe had never encountered such an object before. Why were so many advanced pieces of equipment appearing in this trial, which was supposed to be the most basic one? Had he known, He would have brought some weapons along. He smacked his forehead in regret. As you can see, its purpose is speed, equivalent to that of a beginner level 5 spirit ability user. Shen Xinghe's eyes sparkled. She too desired such an apparatus, a splendid tool for escape. Do you want one? Although this item is not inexpensive, I have plenty at home. I'll grab one for you once I'm out. Ukraine puffed his chest out. Where are you currently residing in the stars? I'll come find you. Shen Xinghe patted Ukraine's chest, saying, no need. I'll earn the money myself to buy it. Things purchased with my own effort are far more satisfying. This statement was, of course, a disingenuous one, but she could not reveal that she was not even in the stars. Master. Ukraine looked at Shen Xinghe, bowing his head toward her hand. What master? I wish to take you as my teacher. Your words are quite insightful. You are a self-reliant person, and your techniques are formidable. I wish to learn from you. You truly deserve the title of my master, Ukraine declared earnestly. Shen Xinghe's eyes twinkled with amusement as she appraised Ukraine from head to toe, realizing he was serious. And thus, she subdued her smile. A broad grin spread across Ukraine's face as he nodded vigorously. Master, I will certainly study diligently. Chapter 8. Rapid Recovery from Fever. Shen Xinghe shook her head helplessly. It was merely a title, and she chose not to dwell on it. Neither of them had any source of light, so they did not consider returning to the cave. When the freckled girl emerged, her previously shriveled backpack had become bulging, clearly filled with the items taken from the two deceased backpacks. Ukraine once again retrieved the locator from around his neck, carefully observing the red dot. Little Ko has gone still. I don't know if he is injured. I must go find him. Concern flickered in his dark eyes as he glanced at Shen Xinghe. Let us go. Shen Xinghe opened her mouth to utter these two words, but then fell silent. The identity of the other end of the locator remained unknown. She had not intended to accompany Ukraine on this venture. That woman was exceedingly formidable. Encountering her would be akin to delivering oneself to certain doom. Ukraine's concern was somewhat alleviated by the light. He moved closer to Shen Xinghe. Master, I knew you would be the best. As their bodies brushed against the treetops, raindrops cascaded down. Instantly, the fabric of their shoulders became drenched. The other end of the locator might not be Little Ko. Shen Xinghe's gentle voice resonated through the forest. Through the moonlight, she could discern Ukraine's tension, prompting her to utter this remark. I understand. I'm sorry for pulling you into danger. Ukraine hung his head, drawing in his neck, unwilling to meet Shen Xinghe's gaze. Before Shen Xinghe unveiled the truth behind his words, he managed to feign strength. Now, he comprehended that, in reality, he was a coward. He dreaded confronting the impending emotions alone. How could he not grasp that Xiao Ke might already be dead, with the locator attached to the woman? Yet, he could not face this reality. If Xiao Ke perished because of him, he would carry a burden of guilt for a lifetime. Shen Xinghe slowly raised his hand, resting it on his shoulder, reassuring him, it's merely a possibility, just to instill a sense of caution within you. We must hurry. Xiao Ke may be gravely injured and in need of our assistance. As they journeyed, Shen Xinghe took the rare opportunity to observe the flora around them, which, while vastly different from Earth's vegetation, still bore some resemblance. Noticing the locator's position drawing nearer to them, Shen Xinghe proposed they place the device here. Akrai had no objections to this suggestion. When they were merely 200 meters from Xiao Ke's location, Akrai halted. I will investigate. You stay here, he instructed before dashing forward. Ahead lay a dense thicket, obscuring the situation within. Shen Xinghe held Akrai's firearm, her gaze intense and her muscles taut. Master, come here. Xiao Ke is over here. Akrai's voice trembled. Shen Xinghe rushed over to find Xiao Ke lying in a saddle, covered by an unfamiliar large leaf, soaking in accumulated water. His face bore several wounds. His complexion pale, lips as white as death, and his eyes tightly shut, resembling a corpse. He has a fever. What do we do? Akrai's forehead glistened with sweat as he reached for Xiao Ke's brow. There were no medicinal supplies on his person. Shen Xinghe approached, seizing Xiao Ke's right wrist. Akrai did not intervene. Although he was uncertain of her intentions, he trusted that Shen Xinghe would not harm Xiao Ke. She proceeded to apply pressure to Xiao Ke's right wrist numerous times, then grasped his left arm pressing on the side of his little finger and, subsequently, on his ring finger. This was a traditional Chinese medicine technique she had observed Su Mo using after the apocalypse. He had claimed it was an effective method to reduce fevers. Thoughts of that scoundrel made her grip a touch firmer. Tears glimmered in Akrai's eyes as he watched Shen Xinghe's actions with confusion. Will he really recover from the fever? He pondered, his gaze lingering on Shen Xinghe as she departed. He trusted her implicitly, yet feared her potential departure. Relying on her memory, Shen Xinghe navigated through the jungle. On her way, she spotted dandelions. Books on herbal medicine and wild vegetables had become sought-after treasures among people. Not long after Shen Xinghe left, Akrai was astonished to discover that the fever scorching Xiao Ke's body had vanished. Joyously, he lifted him from the water, standing in excitement, only to find Shen Xinghe holding several blades of grass in her hand. It is merely a temporary situation. We must hasten our departure. Shen Xinghe nodded, proceeding to remove the garments from his body. Ukraine glanced at the small figure lying upon the large leaves, then at Shen Xinghe approaching him. To disrobe? Despite the openness of interstellar culture, shedding one's clothing in the presence of the opposite sex was still a daunting task. Even for someone as extroverted as he could only dare to undress when unseen. Would the small one blame him upon awakening? He murmured softly, yet his hands began to remove the small one's clothes. Beneath the fabric lay distressing, pale wounds. Ukraine's eyes, which had just dried, immediately welled with tears once more. Little one, oh dear, you must be in so much pain. Once I am outside, I will ensure my grandfather investigates this matter thoroughly. I shall avenge you. Save your strength, for you will assist us shortly. As Shen Xinghe approached, she placed a dandelion into her mouth and began to chew it. Subsequently, she spat it out, applying the remnants to the small one's wounds. Ukraine was captivated by Shen Xinghe's actions, wiping his tears away. Master, what is this? He realized he had been sheltered from many experiences. He had never witnessed such things before. Dandelion, it has anti-inflammatory properties. For now, this is the simplest remedy. Shen Xinghe spoke as she continued to chew the dandelion. Ukraine's eyes sparkled with admiration as he exclaimed, Master, you are truly remarkable. Have you ever interacted with a herbalist? Herbalist? He guessed it was a term akin to a doctor. Shen Xinghe noted the new word that escaped Ukraine's lips. In a sense, as daylight broke, the birds began to sing joyfully. Little one, you are awake, Ukraine exclaimed, embracing the small figure. Chapter 9. On-site instruction, the blinding sunlight, the chirping of birds, and the warmth enveloping him. He was alive. The small one opened his eyes wide in disbelief, the pain in his body affirming that he was not dreaming. He truly lived. Young master, I am still alive. Despite the searing agony in his throat, he yearned to scream. He understood he had narrowly escaped death. A broad smile spread across Ukraine's face as he stood up, pulling Shen Xinghe beside him. She shot him a glance, but allowed herself to be drawn along. Little one, this is your savior. Your savior is my master. He extended his neck, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile. He had not anticipated Shen Xinghe's prowess. She had saved the small one. His master was formidable, and by extension, so was he. Her? The small one regarded Shen Xinghe with skepticism. Although he was surprised to learn the woman possessed psychic abilities, she was merely a beginner-level psychic. How could she have saved him? And crucially, what qualified her to be the young master's mentor? The young master was already a level 3 spirit ability wielder. Not only was her ability inferior to that of the young master, but their powers were also distinctly different. How could she ever be deemed the young master's teacher? Could it be that the young master is too naive? What methods has this woman employed to captivate him? Ah, indeed, she spoke of saving her own life, which must surely be the young master's attempt to speak favorably of her in order to gain her acceptance. Hey, Xiao Ke, what expression is that? Uckley expressed his dissatisfaction with Xiao Ke's demeanor towards Shen Xinghe, pouting and shouting. Can anyone truly question my master's abilities? Certainly not you, Xiao Ke. The young master helplessly called out. His young master remains too innocent. Alas, without his presence, how will he manage? It has only been a brief time, yet he has already been deceived. Uckley understood that Xiao Ke still did not believe him. He pointed out the green residue scattered across Xiao Ke's body. Look at these medicinal remnants on you. They were chewed and applied by my master. As soon as Uckley's words left his mouth, Xiao Ke's face contorted in shock. What? This woman's chewed concoction has been smeared on me. He struggled to lift his head to inspect the substances on his body. Upon discovering that he was only covered from the waist up while the lower half was entirely bare, his mind went blank. Young master, my clothes. Oh no. Uckley covered his face. I knew Xiao Ke would be concerned about this matter. Oh dear. Xiao Ke, your clothes are wet and require medication. They must be removed. Shen Xinghe glanced at Xiao Ke, who instinctively covered himself with his hands, his eyes darting, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Are the people here so conservative? Noticing Xiao Ke's disdain and skepticism towards her, she suddenly entertained a wicked thought. What are you hiding? I saw everything when I was administering the medicine to you. Indeed, as soon as Shen Xinghe uttered these words, Xiao Ke turned his face away in mortification. Ha ha ha. Shen Xinghe laughed heartily. Before the apocalypse, she could count the number of times she laughed so joyfully, and even more so after. She had not anticipated such mirth in this virtual space. You wretched woman. Xiao Ke gritted his teeth, managing to utter this phrase. He was quite particular about the medicine application and being seen. Although Uckley could empathize, he merely watched the unfolding drama with amusement, given Xiao Ke's disrespectful gaze towards his master. Yes, Xiao Ke, just lower your hands. My master has seen everything. He added this remark for good measure. Xiao Ke's face resembled a boiled crab, glaring angrily at Uckley. Uckley smirked mischievously, turning away from Xiao Ke. Master, are you from the north of the galaxy? Shen Xinghe suppressed her laughter, pulling at the corners of her mouth. Guess. I wager you are. I've heard that people from the north of the galaxy are the poorest, yet the most open-minded. Xiao Ke turned his head, curiously looking at Shen Xinghe. Where's the north of the galaxy? I'll seek you out once I'm outside. Uckley gazed at Shen Xinghe with hopeful eyes. Shen Xinghe declined, leisurely shifting the topic. I shall now teach you a few techniques. Pay close attention. Noting Shen Xinghe's refusal, he recalled their prior agreement and focused intently as she demonstrated the moves in the clearing. Once he manages to step outside and allows his grandfather to investigate, he is certain he will find someone. Xiao Ke too was captivated by Shen Xinghe's actions, watching her intently without blinking. With each punch and kick, the air crackled with energy. The eyes of the two individuals sparkled with increasing intensity. Once Shen Xinghe ceased her movements, she noticed their unwavering gazes fixed upon her. Have you grasped it? Shen Xinghe inquired with an air of calmness. They both shook their heads in unison. Upon realizing that he too had mirrored their action, Xiao Ke awkwardly diverted his gaze. Master, this is rather complex. I doubt I can learn it in a short time, Ukraine remarked, scratching his head. Shen Xinghe nodded, understanding that in order to teach effectively, she needed to address a pressing concern weighing on her mind. What that woman? She directed her attention to Xiao Ke. In the aftermath of her awakening, the mix of exhilaration at being alive and the disarray caused by the substances and her state of undress had caused him to forget to report back. Xiao Ke immediately adopted a serious demeanor. I killed her. Wow. Xiao Ke, you're amazing. Ukraine praised without reservation, fully aware that the woman possessed abilities superior to Xiao Ke's. Not quite. She was merely one level above me. My abilities upgraded during our confrontation. A smile graced Xiao Ke's face. You've reached the 6th level of the initial stage. Ukraine exclaimed, pacing with excitement. Shen Xinghe relaxed, sensing that the immediate danger had finally subsided. She began to instruct Ukraine step by step, while Ukraine immersed himself in learning. Shen Xinghe took a seat nearby. Xiao Ke could not help but ask, what effect does the residue on me have? Anti-inflammatory, Shen Xinghe replied, leaning languidly against a tree. He began to accept the reality of Shen Xinghe's intervention after witnessing the effects of the residue. Thank you, he expressed with genuine gratitude. The woman's strength was formidable, and considering his recent upgrade, their battle had resulted in a mutual downfall. Also, I apologize for harboring prejudiced thoughts towards you, he said, lowering his head in embarrassment over his previous notions. Shen Xinghe responded nonchalantly. She had merely helped him reduce his fever. She hadn't anticipated his robust constitution would keep it at bay thereafter. As for Xiao Ke's thoughts, they held no real harm for her. sighing in relief. Xiao Ke noted that the woman was not angry. Shen Xinghe nodded, indicating that there were no issues, and there was no need to conceal these techniques. Chapter 10. The fisherman gains. Although Xiao Ke now appeared to be out of immediate danger, his injuries were severe, and he could not afford any abrupt movements. Shen Xinghe contemplated completing her mission, despite never having encountered the weapons of the Star Division Mall. The multitude of weapons she had seen just a few hours had left her yearning for the treasures of the Star Division Mall. Thus, Ukraine was left to guard Xiao Ke. Though Ukraine was reluctant to part ways with Shen Xinghe, he could conceive of no better alternative. However, Shen Xinghe did not look back at him. "Master, please be careful," Ukraine urged anxiously. Only then did Shen Xinghe wave her hand in farewell. Ukraine watched her with a lingering gaze. Xiao Ke handed Shen Xinghe the laser sword he had hastily acquired from the woman for her protection. Shen Xinghe was taken aback that Xiao Ke would offer her such a weapon, and she couldn't help but observe him a moment longer. Xiao Ke turned his head unnaturally, his face devoid of expression, and said, "Consider it the interest on the tuition for learning your techniques." Shen Xinghe felt an inexplicable delight. This awkward individual was rather intriguing. "Xiao Ke, why do you think Master won't disclose her true address to me? I told her my family is quite affluent, and I could offer her some money after I leave. She seems to be in dire need of funds, yet she refuses my offer." Ukraine propped his chin on his hand, looking bewildered. Isn't she on a mission now? After all, for the sake of money? He turned to Xiao Ke, hoping for some insight. Indeed, how could a master as incorruptible as hers accept anything from her disciple? Shen Xinghe, who had already departed, remained unaware that Ukraine had labeled her master as a paragon of integrity. As she traversed the overgrown path, she recalled Ukraine's words. Although the star sea flower lacks a fixed location, it prefers to dwell alongside snakes. Along her journey, she encountered several snakes, yet the flowers eluded her. A tinge of discouragement washed over her. After wandering for half a day, she had yielded no results. However, she soon reminded herself that if the star sea flower were so easily found, there would be no need for such trials. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from ahead, prompting her to conceal herself behind a large, obscure tree. She gripped her laser sword tightly. Even in the absence of the star sea flower, she had no desire for encounters with others. The variety of weaponry wielded by the locals was daunting, and she was unfamiliar with their functions. She was particularly averse to confronting anyone armed. "Sister, how about you let me have the star sea flower?" The soft voice sent shivers down Shen Xinghe's spine. "Sister, my dear sister, have you forgotten? I just saved you. The star sea flower should rightly belong to me." The familiar voice. Shen Xinghe perked up her ears. Wasn't he that the freckled girl? What was she doing here? Moreover, had they located the star sea flower? Shen Xinghe glanced forward in disbelief, fearful of being discovered, lowering her head closer to the ground. Although the freckled girl was of a lower level, she wielded formidable weaponry, and Shen Xinghe had no wish to confront her directly. Moreover, with the addition of the freckled girl's sister, she had to be even more cautious. While she longed for the star sea flower, it must be obtained under the premise of safeguarding her own life. Given the freckled girl's temperament, upon spotting her, it was likely that she would want to put her in peril. "Little Freckle, don't overestimate your worth. Who brought these killers upon me? Wasn't it you who stirred up trouble? I'm merely shielding you from disaster." The previously soft voice shifted dramatically to a menacing tone. It was then that Shen Xinghe realized the two were not sisters. A weight lifted from her heart. Evidently, their relationship was not amicable. "Did you just call me Little Freckle?" The freckled girl smiled sweetly, yet her tone was laced with cold malice. "Less chatter. The star sea flower is mine. Now begone." With a resounding thud, dirt flew in all directions, and stray grasses landed atop Shen Xinghe's head. Despite the itchiness, she dared not move an inch. "Freckled girl, is your only weapon the thunder gun? Allow me to reveal my arsenal." The delicate girl, seemingly unfazed by the freckled girl's thunder gun, drew forth a lightsaber. With a flash of light, the sound of someone rolling on the ground echoed. "An advanced lightsaber? You certainly mean business. I no longer desire the star sea flower." "An advanced lightsaber?" Shen Xinghe pondered, gazing at the lightsaber in her hand, wondering what tier her own weapon might be. The freckled girl took a few steps back, feigning an attempt to retreat. Although her legs moved backward, her right hand stealthily stretched forward. You think you can leave? Not a chance. In the next instant, the lightsaber ignited, and from her vantage point, Shen Xinghe could see the obstruction before her being significantly diminished. Fortunately, she had kept her head low enough to evade disaster. The sounds of battle crackled around her. Seizing the moment while the two engaged in combat, Shen Xinghe cautiously surveyed their vicinity for the star-sea flower they had mentioned. The star-sea flower. At last, she spotted her mission objective. Her heart raced, as if it might leap from her chest at any moment. The star-sea flower lay approximately 50 meters away, its petals twinkling like stars, enticing Shen Xinghe. She swallowed hard. If she were still a formidable ability user, she would have dashed forward to pluck the star-sea flower. Alas, she was not. The intensity of the skirmish between the two escalated, as they brandished an increasing array of weapons. Yet, they seemed to instinctively avoid the vicinity of the star-sea flower. In this apocalyptic world, the timid are destined to starve. After a moment as contemplation, Shen Xinghe began to crawl toward the location of the star-sea flower. For now, the safest place was indeed where the flower resided. 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. As she drew nearer, her heart felt as though it were lodged in her throat. She glanced again at the combatants. Both were battered and bruised, their eyes reddened, and their expletives growing more colorful. Yet neither could claim victory. No one was paying attention to her. What a perfect opportunity. Shen Xinghe's eyes lit up. She rose to her feet and summoned all her strength to rush toward the star-sea flower. Ding! Congratulations to the trial participant for completing the task. This trial has concluded. We welcome everyone to register for the next trial. The mechanical voice caught both fighters off guard. In the next moment, their consciousness was all transported away. Chapter 11. Back to reality. Ding. Congratulations to the trial participant for completing the task. You have earned 100 star points and 1,000,000 star coins. Ding. The star points door is now open. As 3 mechanical notifications resonated in her mind, Shen Xinghe realized she was no longer in the trial arena. Where am I? She could only see a prompt before her. Would you like to exchange for goods? Shen Xinghe steadied her racing heart and selected yes. Instantly, a page displaying 6 items appeared before her eyes. In the upper left corner lay her star points, while the lower right featured a line of small text. Refresh goods once for 20 star points. Among the 6 items displayed, only one was familiar to her, the thunder gun. Priced at 100 star points. Merely acquiring this thunder gun would exhaust her entire allocation of star points. The cheapest item available was the thunder bullet, costing 20 star points. Shen Xinghe's brows furrowed in dismay. To her surprise, the thunder gun, which cost 100 star points, came without bullets. Initially intrigued by the thunder gun, she now had to abandon the notion. A weapon without ammunition was utterly futile. As she scanned further, she encountered items priced in the hundreds or thousands of star points, far beyond her means. At this realization, a profound sense of disappointment washed over her. She had not anticipated that the coveted 100 star points would only afford such limited options. However, there was one last item within her reach. Though its nature remained a mystery, a random item for 50 star points. Without hesitation, Shen Xinghe decided to redeem a random item. She could not simply hoard her star points for a future occasion. The current circumstances outside were uncertain, and should she fail to utilize her star points before her demise, it would be a regrettable loss. Ding! You have exchanged for one random item. Would you like to open it? Shen Xinghe confirmed with a nod. Before her materialized a gift box, which gradually opened. Ding! Congratulations, trial taker. You have received an invisible storage ring. The mechanical voice soon transformed into the terrifying growls of zombies. Shen Xinghe abruptly opened her eyes, the stark white ceiling coming into focus. A rancid odor assaulted her nostrils almost immediately. The distant sounds of zombies and the imminent threat of one lunging toward her left her in a daze. It seemed as though the trial within the Star Sea had merely been a dream. Time, it appeared, had held no meaning within that space. She had entered and exited simultaneously. As a zombie prepared to bite down on her, her heart instinctively tightened. However, the tangible sensation of the object in her hand eased her anxious state somewhat. She activated the device and a laser beam shot forth. To her astonishment, the laser sword gifted by Xiao Ke had followed her into this realm. Yet her backpack had not. The realization struck her like a thunderbolt. She felt as though she had lost a fortune. She should have inquired further about any surplus weapons Xiao Ke might possess. What they deemed ordinary could very well be life-saving for her. Shen Xinghe shook her head, dismissing those thoughts. Nevertheless, the upper half of the zombie continued to writhe and howl in her presence. She traced the starry pattern on her arm. Ding! Would you like to retrieve the invisible storage ring? Shen Xinghe gazed at the starry design in her hand, pondering whether the trial still had a waiting period for activation. She had assumed she could enter the trial at any moment. Remembering the ring she had just exchanged her star points for, she confirmed her choice. The invisible storage ring, as its name implied, was indeed a storage device, potentially imbued with stealth capabilities. A blue ring appeared within her palm. She examined it closely, finding nothing particularly remarkable about it. This brought to her mind the woman who had killed Ukri, who also possessed an object that resembled a watch. She recalled that the woman's laser sword had emerged from that very watch. Perhaps it was a storage device. Shen Xinghe adorned her wrist with the bracelet. Instantly, the bracelet melded seamlessly with her skin. Had she not sensed its presence, she might have doubted its authenticity, thinking it a mere illusion. How does one activate its storage function? Shen Xinghe gazed at her wrist. Surely, it could not merely be an extraordinary bracelet, or perhaps its very name suggested that no storage capability existed. She caressed the bracelet, and in an instant, her laser sword vanished. A suspended screen appeared on her bracelet, displaying her laser sword. When she tapped on the sword depicted on the screen, it reappeared in her hand. Truly, it was a storage device. Shen Xinghe felt her adrenaline surge. She was eager to run a few laps. How could she remain composed? A storage device. This was something that everyone had dreamt of in apocalyptic tales. Due to the proliferation of such narratives, when the apocalypse first unfolded, many had pleaded online for storage space. Now aware of its true nature, she pondered how she had managed to stow her laser sword away. She touched the bracelet again, and the laser sword vanished once more. Enlightenment dawned upon her. She retrieved the laser sword again, placing it beside her. This time, when she touched the bracelet, the sword did not disappear. It remained by her side. It seemed she needed to hold the item for it to be stored. Shen Xinghe descended from her bed. The zombies on the floor crawled toward her, only to be crushed underfoot. Although her spirit crystal had been taken, her heart brimmed with resentment toward those despicable individuals, Chen Mian and Su Mo. She surveyed her surroundings, her eyes radiating a chilling resolve. Chen Mian, Sumo, I bet you never expected me to be alive. She stepped over the corpses of the zombies and exited the room. Outside, there were no humans, but a dozen zombies were approaching her at a brisk pace. She knew Su Mo, a spirit-powered individual, would have fled the moment the zombies appeared and was likely now 10 kilometers away. Shen Xinghe harnessed her mental energy, perceiving the zombies' speed as if the apocalypse had only just begun. She sheathed her laser sword and grasped a baseball bat from the entrance. One by one, the zombies met their demise as she smashed their heads, falling beside her. Utilizing her mental abilities made these creatures easy to dispatch. After eliminating the last zombie, a warmth enveloped her head. She quickly sought a relatively secure spot to rest. Moments later, she opened her eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. Her mental energy had upgraded. She focused her attention, sensing that her range of perception had expanded. Chapter 12. Entering the building, the streets were overrun with zombies. Abandoned vehicles littered the road, and fallen leaves blanketed the desolate thoroughfare, rendering it eerily silent. A towering edifice emerged within her line of sight, its exterior plastered with a myriad of corporate advertisements. Shen Xinghe stood atop a small clinic, her hands gripping a pair of binoculars. Her thoughts were consumed by two singular objectives: to locate her brother and to find the unscrupulous duo. However, the immediate priority was to gather supplies, as the whereabouts of her targets remained shrouded in uncertainty. Since the onset of the cataclysm in June, 3 months had elapsed, and it was now September. Although the food that could be acquired had dwindled to nearly nothing, perilous locations had yet to be explored. Furthermore, She required items beyond mere sustenance. Previously lacking a storage wristband, her scavenging had been limited to easily transportable food items. Her current focus was a commercial building housing various small to medium enterprises, including a newly established, fast-moving consumer goods company. This company specialized in rapid delivery and operated solely through online orders, eschewing traditional storefronts. With numerous employees and the hallways teeming with zombies, the surrounding populace was unaware that this building housed a warehouse filled with supplies, believing it merely a collection of offices. Shen Xinghe was convinced that the warehouse's contents remained intact, a knowledge gleaned from her freshly graduated brother, who had secured a summer job there, packing items in the warehouse. She had previously scouted the company, uncertain of its legitimacy given its recent establishment. The clinic was devoid of resources, and even her former backpack, filled with food and water, had vanished. It was evident that Su Mo and Chen Mianmian had taken it. Fortunately, she was neither hungry nor thirsty at present. Grasping a baseball bat, she set forth towards the building. Navigating along a narrow path, she strategically evaded the zombies. Although her laser sword could dispatch any approaching undead, she was wary of depleting its energy and refrained from drawing it unless absolutely necessary. Everything has its limits, and she believed the laser sword was no exception. A multitude of zombies lingered at the entrance, aimlessly meandering in close proximity. Shen Xinghe approached a side entrance, where the number of zombies was significantly reduced. The few that remained fell one by one beneath her baseball bat. The 5th floor was her target area. Ascending the staircase, her footsteps echoed softly in the dimly lit corridor, the walls marred with remnants of blood and the low growls of the undead sending a chill down her spine. Suddenly, a zombie burst forth from a side room. With swift reflexes, Shen Xinghe swung her bat, delivering a decisive blow that sent the creature crashing to the ground, silenced. The entrance of the fast-moving consumer goods company was locked tight, with a narrow crack in the glass door barely wide enough for a finger to slip through. Through this translucent barrier, remnants of dismembered limbs and scattered office supplies lay in disarray, while a few zombies pressed against the glass, gazing at Shen Xinghe. A green lock, stained with vivid red blood, hung behind the door. Shen Xinghe drew forth her laser sword, swiftly severing the lock, and the door swung open instantly. Several zombies, flailing their arms, charged toward her. Shen Xinghe maintained her distance, noting that these zombies were slower than those she had encountered in the clinic. Before long, she dispatched them with ease and proceeded toward the warehouse. The warehouse was also enclosed by glass doors, revealing tantalizing boxes of goods within. Suddenly, a man dashed from the corner toward the glass door, his appearance immaculate with short hair and freshly shaven facial hair, though his demeanor was one of despondency. Finally, a living person, he exclaimed, pressing his hands against the glass, his eyes filled with longing as he regarded Shen Xinghe. Despite her youthful beauty, she exuded an undeniable prowess. The man had been watching the office area, and the moment he spotted her, he was taken aback by her ability to fell the grotesque zombies with her baseball bat. "The supplies inside are yours. Just get me out of here," he implored. Shen Xinghe's expression remained impassive. The man's existence represented the very life that countless survivors yearned for, one filled with sustenance and security. Observing his appearance, it was clear he possessed even grooming tools. "I will only be responsible for escorting you out of this building," she replied coolly. "Please, take me to a safe place," he begged. Shen Xinghe nodded, and a glass door opened. "Why venture out if you fear the zombies?" she inquired as she opened a cardboard box filled with instant noodles. The man lowered his head, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "I am nothing but a waste." He had long been a solitary figure, letting his life languish, never anticipating the apocalypse. Faced with the flesh-tearing zombies, he lacked the courage to look or step outside. He had contemplated remaining with the supplies until they ran out, and then ending his own life. However, witnessing the zombies roaming freely below and reflecting on his monotonous existence filled with eating and sleeping, he realized that this was more agonizing than death itself. His mental state was utterly depleted. He had considered an early exit from life, but lacked the resolve to act. Shen Xinghe was taken aback by his self-deprecation. "I cannot go out. Take me to a safe place. I cannot bear to stay here any longer." As she placed the instant noodles into her storage bracelet, a sense of satisfaction washed over her. With someone by her side, she could not simply stash the entire box. She had to handle each item individually, which felt like a waste of time. Rest assured, I have cleared the zombies from the corridor. You may check for yourself, she assured him without a hint of hesitation. To speak candidly, she had no obligation to acquiesce to the man's demands. She could have simply ended his life. However, she pondered, if she were to completely forsake her humanity, how would that differ from being a zombie? The man, in a frenzy, shook his head vehemently, proclaiming, "No, no, I cannot face this alone. Allow me to assist you. What you seek, I shall help you find it." Shen Xinghe rose to her feet and approached the man. "Then you may rest well," she declared, and with deft movement, struck towards his neck. Chapter 13. I am worthless. Shen Xinghe had gathered all the supplies from the warehouse. The assortment of goods was diverse and quite to her liking. Ham, chocolate, mineral water, clothing, shoes, bags, razors, large pots, cutting boards, and more. Essentially, a miniature supermarket. To her surprise, she discovered large quilts and thick winter coats among the items. During this storage endeavor, she learned that supplies could be accessed through her storage ring via her thoughts. In truth, she had not stored all the supplies in the ring. She left 2 backpacks filled with essential food, one for herself and the other for the man she had knocked unconscious. Gazing at the abundant supplies within her storage ring, Shen Xinghe felt a wave of delight wash over her as she looked out the window. However, the sight that met her eyes startled her profoundly. A vast horde of zombies was amassed below, with only their upper bodies writhing. Shen Xinghe widened her eyes in astonishment. Such a method of exterminating zombies. A lightsaber? How could a lightsaber possibly be here? Was there someone else, like her, who had entered the trial space? Had this individual entered the trial space even before she did? The direction indicated the main entrance, and when she had arrived, the zombies there had been intact, which meant this person had come shortly after her. Yet, she could not fathom why this individual would employ such a precious lightsaber against the zombies. Did they possess an abundance of star points to squander? Shen Xinghe dismissed these thoughts. Regardless, she wished to avoid such a person. If they had entered the trial space before her, their abilities might vastly surpass her own. The immediate priority was to evade this individual and hasten her departure from the building. She conducted a thorough examination of the office, ensuring that no items of necessity were overlooked before finally rousing the man she had left there. Upon awakening, he gingerly touched the still sore back of his neck. He surveyed the young woman standing before him, then glanced around. An office? How had he ended up in an office? After several seconds, he remained perplexed about how he had arrived there. Had he truly lost consciousness? But why had that occurred? He gazed at Shen Xinghe, seeking answers from her. A realization struck him. He recalled her words urging him to rest, followed by the moment he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Young Fan, now understanding how he had come to be in the office, felt not fear towards Shen Xinghe, but an instant admiration for her. However, Shen Xinghe did not spare him a glance as she walked away. She tossed a backpack to the man, who instinctively caught it. "I am Yang Fan, and you?" he inquired, showing no interest in the contents of the bag as he slung it over his shoulder. "Shen Xinghe," she replied, observing the man's expression closely. She noted that he displayed no reaction to her name. Her name differed from her brother's by just one character, and she bore a striking resemblance to him. She had hoped to see some flicker of recognition on the man's face upon hearing her name, but to her disappointment, he seemed unfamiliar with her brother. Naturally, it was understandable. Her brother had only come for an interview and had yet to start working there. As Shen Xinghe made her way outside, Yang Fan followed closely behind. She felt quite satisfied with the man's demeanor. Those who listened intently and behaved earnestly often garnered the favor of others. Yet, with each step they took into the open, Yang Fan's heart grew increasingly anxious. He questioned whether his impulsive decision to follow her was indeed the right one, but remaining cooped up indoors would have driven him mad. He gazed at Shen Xinghe's back, admiring her bravery. If she could boldly venture into the building alone to confront the apocalypse, what was there for him, a grown man, to fear? With this thought, he bolstered his resolve. He could certainly do it too. Suddenly, the girl came to a halt and lost in thought. Yang Fanfan nearly collided with her. "What's wrong?" he asked, puzzled. Shen Xinghe had just utilized her psychic abilities and discovered that there were 3 men and 5 women upstairs. The 3 men were armed with guns, and their room contained a dozen more weapons. This revelation piqued Shen Xinghe's interest. Firearms. Such items were exceedingly valuable in a post-apocalyptic world. One firearm could be exchanged for several days' worth of food, and here were more than a dozen, although there were 8 individuals in total. She noticed that all 5 women were completely naked, their bodies marred with bruises. Despite the men's weapons, none of them exuded any supernatural abilities, which presented an opportunity. Suddenly, a man with a beard burst into laughter, brandishing a belt as he began to strike one of the women. Instead of showing despair, the woman smiled and appeared to comply with his actions. Shen Xinghe narrowed her eyes. She recognized this woman, Mo Xiaoyu, a classmate. Though they had little interaction, she was familiar with Mo Xiaoyu, who was often bullied, albeit in subtle ways. Mo Xiaoyu was submissive, never resisting, which only encouraged more mistreatment from others in secret. "What kind of place is upstairs?" Shen Xinghe inquired. Yang Fanfan could detect the chill in her tone. "It's a travel agency. I've heard the owner has ties to the underworld and some connections in respectable circles," he replied. Shen Xinghe nodded. "No wonder there are so many firearms upstairs. Will you wait for me here, or shall we ascend together?" At long last, the door to the stairwell swung open, allowing a sliver of light to penetrate the dimness. Yang Fanfan exhaled in relief. Seizing the opportunity before Shen Xinghe could close the door, he hurried a few steps forward. Upon entering, he was confronted by several zombies lunging towards him, and his face turned a ghastly white. "What are you dawdling for? Can't you fight or at least evade?" A chilling voice pierced his ears, and Yang Fanfan's vacant gaze finally sharpened. Another zombie charged at him, but Shen Xinghe swiftly struck it down, its brain matter exploding. Chapter 14. No grudge, no enmity. Yang Fanfan's hands trembled incessantly. He was on the verge of losing control of his bladder. Although he occasionally glanced outside through the window, the reality of the zombies appearing before him, devoid of any protective barrier, was utterly unbearable. "Are you frightened?" Shen Xinghe inquired coolly. The mere presence of the zombies had prevented Yang Fanfan from screaming, earning him a modicum of favor in Shen Xinghe's eyes. While timid, at least he was not a troublemaker. Unfortunately, she had no weapons suitable for him. Otherwise, she would have instructed him on how to slay the undead. His quivering voice betrayed the turmoil within him. Simultaneously, he could not help but feel a growing admiration for Shen Xinghe. She dispatched the zombies with an ease that resembled play. No matter the speed of the undead, they were inconsequential in her eyes. He covered his head and closed his eyes. This was the only way he would live his life, like a coward. Shen Xinghe offered a word of comfort to the despondent man. "Everyone goes through an adjustment period. Take your time." It was uncertain whether Yang Fanfan found solace in her words, but at least the desolation on his face had somewhat faded. Subsequently, Shen Xinghe chose not to elaborate further and proceeded directly towards the travel agency. Upon hearing the sound of departing footsteps, Yang Fanfan hastily followed. Shen Xinghe looked up, noting that the entrance of the travel agency resembled an unseemly establishment, adorned with numerous photographs of alluring beauties. The sign read, "Xingyu Travel Agency Company, Limited. Heartfelt experiences await you amongst the cosmos." The left side bore the company name, while the right indirectly conveyed its essence. The images displayed were of the agency as staff, and it was rumored that the hiring criterion was to submit a provocative photograph. Yang Fanfan, noticing Shen Xinghe's prolonged gaze on the pictures, interjected with an explanation. This company often faced complaints, yet their boss had influential connections. "Step aside. The people inside are armed," Shen Xinghe remarked. Yang Fanfan, perplexed by how the young woman knew about the firearms within, obediently moved to the side. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking startled the revelers inside the room. Could be that zombies could knock on doors. Knock, knock, knock. Shen Xinghe activated her abilities once more, and the youngest man inside approached the door. The elder peer, peering through the peephole, was met with the sight of a stunning beauty, causing his mouth to water as he swallowed several times. The girl outside was precisely to his taste. However, the beautiful woman bore numerous injuries, and the scars on her neck were truly heart-wrenching. He hastily opened the door, fearing that such a beauty might be bitten by a zombie at any moment. "Hello, beauty, is there anything I can assist you with?" Yin Laosan's eyes roamed over Shen Xinghe, revealing the wickedness that lurked within him. Shen Xinghe offered a faint smile, which left Yin Laosan utterly spellbound. He found himself irresistibly drawn toward the enchanting figure before him. "So stunning, my dear, you shall accompany me from now on." He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, presenting what he believed to be an alluring grin. "How about you help me with something first?" Shen Xinghe said slowly, inching closer to the man. Upon sensing her invitation, Yin Laosan eagerly opened his arms. "What do you need?" "Anything I can do is no trouble at all." His eyes squinted in delight, believing that in this apocalypse, women could only survive under the protection of men. "Please send my regards to the King of Hell." The chilling tone reached Yin Laosan's ears, and before he comprehended the meaning behind her words, he collapsed to the ground. A fruit knife was plunged firmly into the spot where his heart once beat. The man on the ground retained a smile in his half-closed eyes, yet he would never again open them. Shen Xinghe picked up the man's gun from the floor. "Yin Laosan, what are you doing? I called you several times." A voice, laced with drunkenness, echoed. Following that was the sound of a body colliding with the cabinet. Upon seeing the corpse sprawled on the ground and Shen Xinghe approaching, the man's intoxication evaporated, replaced by an acute sense of danger. "Boss, we are under attack," he shouted, attempting to retreat. Bullets flew through the air, aimed directly at the man's head. Thus, another body joined the fallen on the ground. Shen Xinghe was pleasantly surprised at how easily she had dispatched the two men. The one referred to as boss, currently gripping a woman, heard the warning and immediately shoved the woman aside, seizing a nearby gun. He concealed himself behind the right side of the sofa, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance. The entryway was shrouded by cabinet doors, enveloped in silence. The 5 women present dared not move. Shen Xinghe smiled slyly. She seized a corpse from the ground and hurled it into the inner room. The sound of bullets entering flesh resounded. The thrown body instantly transformed into a beehive of chaos. The women's screams echoed, piercing the air. As the man reloaded his weapon, Shen Xinghe suddenly emerged, firing a shot at the man beside the sofa. The bullet struck his arm, causing him to cry out in pain, and the gun slipped from his grasp. In a swift motion, Shen Xinghe lunged forward and delivered a kick, sending the man sprawling to the ground. His eyes burned with rage as he glared at Shen Xinghe. "We have no grievances against you. Why do you seek to kill us?" He was certain he had never wronged a woman like her, not even before the apocalypse. Suddenly, a woman, her body marred with scars, snatched the gun that had fallen from the man's hands and pulled the trigger. "Ah, you wretched creature." Blood gushed from the man's inner thigh. "Ha ha ha. At long last, I have discovered the opportunity for vengeance. You shall not meet a good end." The woman glared with wild eyes, resembling someone deranged. Why, you scoundrel, must you treat me so?" The woman, brandishing a gun, lunged at the man, striking him repeatedly with the weapon. The man, in pain, raised his hands to shield his head. Little did he anticipate that the woman before him had yet to be tamed. He screamed in agony, begging for mercy. I'm sorry. Spare me." "Sorry?" The deranged woman laughed hysterically, tears streaming down her cheeks. "What did you say when I pleaded for mercy? Dream on?" The woman, recalling past grievances, continued to strike the man. Shen Xinghe paid no mind to the women, whether fearful, deranged, or quietly seated. She walked towards a room where the weapons were kept. After opening the door, she closed it behind her. When she emerged, the man lay lifeless, a gruesome sight, while the mad woman wept beside him. Chapter 15. Accusation. The remaining 4 women sobbed quietly, fear etched across their faces. Shen Xinghe, the class beauty, who typically exuded an air of aloofness. She had slain all 3 men. How could she be so formidable? Mo Xiaoyu thought of her own exposed body and instinctively lowered her gaze, crawling slowly towards her discarded clothing. Meanwhile, after collecting the weapons, Shen Xinghe intended to leave this place, not wanting to encounter any unknown dangers. However, the deranged woman obstructed her path. Benefactor, grant me the chance to repay you. Though I may not be as powerful as you, I am at your service for any minor tasks. The woman's sincere eyes sparkled with hope. Shen Xinghe, holding a sniper rifle, caressed it lightly and replied, "No need." Those two simple words seemed to sever the last thread of hope for the woman, who collapsed onto the ground. Some of the women on the floor heard Shen Xinghe's words and began to weep anew. After donning her clothes, Mo Xiaoyu looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. "Shen Xinghe, how can you be so cold-blooded? Why save us only to abandon us?" Mo Xiaoyu lamented. She had believed that Shen Xinghe would come to their rescue, thinking her to be inherently kind, and that a little pressure would compel her to take them along. The soft cries seemed to echo Mo Xiaoyu's sentiments. Shen Xinghe raised an eyebrow. Her purpose was never to save these women. Though she understood her intentions, she chose to remain silent and was about to step outside. "Shen Xinghe, you shall not leave. It is you who killed these men, leaving us unprotected." Mo Xiaoyu stood up, pointing at Shen Xinghe, who was on the verge of departure. Mo Xiaoyu's words halted Shen Xinghe in her tracks. She turned around, a half-smile playing on her lips as she regarded Mo Xiaoyu. "Alternatively, I could kill you, and upon descending, you would gain their protection." A chilling voice reached the ears of the crowd, sending shivers down their spines. Mo Xiaoyu instinctively shrank her neck, her feet involuntarily retreating half a step. Bang! Mo Xiaoyu was violently pushed to the ground by the deranged woman. "Have you lost your mind, Mo Xiaoyu? It's your own affair to seek protection from these scoundrels. Do not involve me," the woman exclaimed with anger. Turning her gaze, she offered an apologetic smile to Shen Xinghe. "You need not concern yourself with her. Her desire to be trampled by men is her own business." With that, she struck Mo Xiaoyu's face with a heavy slap. "This is all your fault. Why did you help those wretches lure me out of the room?" Mo Xiaoyu covered her face, tears streaming down her cheeks in torrents. "They pointed guns at me. What was I to do?" Her expression was one of grievance. Yet she dared not meet the deranged woman's gaze. "Moreover, had you not followed them these past 2 months, you would have been bitten by a zombie long ago. It was I who saved your life, and now you show no gratitude and strike me instead." Her sobs grew louder, seemingly intent on crying out all her injustices. The deranged woman landed several more slaps on Mo Xiaoyu's face. "Gratitude? I would rather kill you, you wretched creature." Shen Xinghe, who had never interacted with Mo Xiaoyu, had initially thought her to be a shy and timid person, unaware of how to resist. She was taken aback by this display. Mo Xiaoyu began to wail uncontrollably, offering no resistance as the deranged woman continued to strike her. "Let them put on their clothes," Shen Xinghe said, her gaze fixed on the window, addressing the deranged woman. Standing before a window, she noticed the previously severed zombie still lingered, while new zombies drifted closer. This sniper rifle is equipped with a silencer. She placed the rifle on a high platform, aiming at one of the zombies. In the next moment, the zombie collapsed to the ground. "Yang Fan, Shen Xinghe's cold voice resonated. Outside the door, Yang Fan, tense with anticipation, seemed to hear the sweetest sound, and his rigid body instantly relaxed. He promptly responded, "I'm here." Rushing into the room, he squinted upon seeing the corpse on the floor, only opening his eyes wide when it was no longer visible. The room contained another gruesome corpse and 5 women with troubled expressions. When these women saw Yang Fan enter, they all took a few steps back, distancing themselves from him. The deranged woman clutched a gun in her hand, cowering in the corner, her gaze fixed intently on Yang Fan. Shen Xinghe adjusted her grip on her weapon. Although the deranged woman was armed, she remained vigilant, not fearing a sudden shot from her. "Take this." Shen Xinghe handed the sniper rifle to Yang Fan. He received it with trepidation, nearly stumbling as the weight of the gun almost caused it to slip from his grasp. "So heavy. Is this really a gun?" "Aim it at a zombie like this," Shen Xinghe instructed, demonstrating with the sniper rifle, for those she felt favorably towards. She would not hesitate to impart knowledge on survival in this apocalyptic world. Yang Fan's several commendable actions had indeed garnered her considerable goodwill. Yang Fanfan's hands trembled as he followed Shen Xinghe's instructions, aiming his firearm at the zombie that stood motionless before the camera. The bullet grazed the creature's ear, yet it exhibited no response. His inaugural shot was successful. With a few more attempts, he could surely improve. Encouraged by the cool voice of reassurance that echoed in his ears, Yang Fanfan regained his confidence. He had always enjoyed playing shooting games, and, after calming his nerves, he took another shot at the zombie outside. This time, the undead finally crumpled to the ground. A wave of joy blossomed within him, prompting an involuntary exclamation. In that instant, he began to relish this method of exterminating zombies. No need for close encounters, nor the haunting sounds of their growls. He fired several more shots, systematically bringing each zombie down. Shen Xinghe had not anticipated that Yang Fanfan possessed such a talent. Initially, she lacked any suitable weapons for him, but upon acquiring a gun, she allowed him to attempt using the sniper rifle first, believing that engaging zombies from a distance would alleviate his fears. This revelation prompted her to observe him closely. He was, indeed, a natural marksman. Chapter 16. The aliens, the 5 women nearby watched with bated breath as Yang Fanfan struck every target with precision. Although he had not harmed them upon entering, their hearts were clouded with trepidation, fearing that he might turn the barrel of his weapon upon them at any moment. Mo Xiaoyu, having suffered greatly, lay on the floor, unable to rise. "You carry this sniper rifle and also take this handgun," Shen Xinghe said, noting that Yang Fanfan had nearly mastered the sniper. She retrieved a handgun from her backpack. The lethargy that once plagued Yang Fanfan had dissipated. He had discovered a means to safeguard himself in this apocalyptic world. With genuine gratitude, he accepted the handgun. Suddenly, Shen Xinghe felt a jolt of alarm. She swiftly activated her psychic abilities, simultaneously disengaging the safety on her handgun and chambering around. The onlookers were acutely aware of her movements, and as they noticed her gaze fixed on the entrance, tension gripped the atmosphere. Yang Fanfan, too, readied his newly acquired handgun, disengaging the safety. A harsh cutting sound resonated from outside the door, heightening the anxiety among the group as they fixated on the entrance. What lay beyond? What was the source of that noise? Except for Shen Xinghe, everyone shared the same question. The door crashed to the ground, leaving the assembled individuals in stunned silence. 2 figures with green skin entered, one a rotund man with wavy hair, the other a slender man with a buzz cut. Was this a genetic mutation, or was something else entirely? The women screamed in unison, huddling together in fright. Yang Fanfan's gun quivered in his grasp. What manner of beings were these, and why did they possess green skin? Fortunately, these 2 individuals did not bear the grotesque appearance of zombies. Shen Xinghe, while using her abilities, had glimpsed these figures and experienced a moment of confusion. How could beings with such diverse appearances from the trial space manifest in the real world? However, when she beheld the 2 individuals with verdant skin wielding laser swords, her mind suddenly cleared. The zombies at the entrance of the building had been slain by these 2 green-skinned beings, now armed with laser swords and forcefully breaching the door. Their intentions appeared malevolent. Regardless of how these 2 had materialized in the realm of reality, Shen Xinghe recognized them as adversaries. "Ugh, damn earthlings, so noisy," the slender green figure complained, covering his ears in evident irritation. The familiar yet foreign language reached Shen Xinghe's ears, causing her gaze to flicker. This was not earthling speech. It was the very language she had encountered during her trials. Strangely, she comprehended it, though she was unable to articulate a response. "Brother, remain calm. Earthlings are always so excitable. Of course, they would scream upon seeing us aliens," the portly green figure said, patting the slender one's shoulder. These 2 were not of Earth. Aliens? Indeed, aliens. Shen Xinghe had not anticipated that they were extraterrestrial beings. Did this imply that her trial grounds were situated in an alien environment? The rotund green one turned to Shen Xinghe, remarking, "Look, there is someone who isn't startled by our presence. But what is it she holds?" Regrettably, upon arriving on Earth, they had been dispatched for a mission before fully assimilating the local customs. The slender green figure followed the direction indicated by his companion. lowering his hands from his ears, his expression surprisingly calming. It resembles our thunder guns and explosive firearms. Yet the master has declared that Earth's weapons are rather inferior. We should exercise caution. This Earth woman is quite commendable. She regards us as though we were ordinary Earthlings. I am pleased with her demeanor. We might grant her a swift demise, the slender one remarked with a smile. Shen Xinghe maintained a tranquil facade, yet her heart raced. While she had initially concluded that these extraterrestrials were foes, hearing them explicitly express their intent to kill her stirred a different emotion within her. The rotund one shook his head, disagreeing with the slender one's sentiment. In our vast interstellar domain, there are countless beautiful women. Do not let your imagination run wild. Offspring would bear mixed traits. Will your parents forgive you? Shen Xinghe raised an eyebrow. The two aliens had ceased discussing anything beyond jesting about her. Knowing their purpose was to kill, there was little reason to allow them to remain. Enough of this. We detected the presence of a laser sword. Why has it vanished? The slender one pondered aloud. The lock downstairs was compromised by the laser sword. The detector must be functioning properly. Perhaps it has hidden itself. The master indicated that only we two were meant to be in this vicinity. Could it be that another family has also discovered Earth? Have they come here? They were searching for her. These extraterrestrials were merely representatives of a singular alien family. Mo Xiaoyu's earlier panic had dissipated, and she gazed with envy at the two green-skinned beings who were laughing and conversing while looking at Shen Xinghe. Why was it that Shen Xinghe could still garner attention amidst the apocalypse? She brushed aside the wisps of hair from her forehead and smiled at the two green-skinned beings. Although the reason for their verdant complexion eluded her, their ability to slice through the door suggested they were quite adept at navigating the apocalypse. If they were willing to take her along, she would not find herself in a state of trepidation again. Crack! How dare this Earth woman mock us? The green rotund figure inadvertently caught sight of Mo Xiaoyu's smile. Upon realizing someone had finally acknowledged her, anticipation surged within her, and she nodded at the two, her smile widening. The slender green figure turned, encountering Mo Xiaoyu's grin just as the stout one raised his laser sword, exclaiming, "Damn, Earth woman." The lean green being also fixed his gaze upon Mo Xiaoyu, a peculiar grin spreading across his face. What foolish Earthlings! Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed. The stout figure, still yet to activate his laser sword, felt a sudden pain from behind and collapsed in disbelief. Yang Fanfan, witnessing Shen Xinghe's bullet take flight, followed suit and fired his own. Though his bullet struck the lean green being, it failed to penetrate, merely falling to the ground. The slender figure immediately pivoted, brandishing a shield that Shen Xinghe recognized from when Xiao Ke had battled that woman. The shield's purpose was clear: defense. You have killed my comrade. Damn Earth woman. Shen Xinghe regarded the enraged man with wariness. Chapitre 17, à plaisante surprise. The slender green being, oblivious to the nature of his attire, had previously withstood her gunfire. His bullets thwarted. In a flash, he brandished a blaster and charged towards Shen Xinghe with alarming speed. In that perilous moment, Shen Xinghe discovered another application of her mental prowess. The blaster's muzzle pressed ominously against her temple, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to unleash death. Shen Xinghe's pupils dilated. You possess mental power. The alien shrieked in terror. Just moments ago, his psyche had been disrupted, causing a brief paralysis. In the next instant, a hole appeared in his head, and he collapsed to the ground. Before anyone could comprehend the alien's intended words, they were met with the sound of his body hitting the earth. Ding! Congratulations, you have earned 100 star credits. The unexpected mechanical voice startled Shen Xinghe, who was already on high alert. Upon noticing her star credits had increased, joy surged within her. She had not anticipated such a reward. Could one earn star credits by taking lives in the real world? Ding! Ranking has risen, currently unranked. There's a ranking? For a fleeting moment, Shen Xinghe pondered the significance of this ranking. The demise of the two extraterrestrials transpired in an instant, and as the crowd processed the event, they beheld two lifeless green bodies. Mo Xiaoyu wore a smile on her face, but in an instant, it transformed into a look of terror, which then morphed into fury. She forced herself to stand, the swelling on her face rendering her appearance particularly tragic. Shen Xinghe, how could you, out of jealousy for the attention I received, take our lives? She exclaimed, pointing at the two green corpses on the ground, her expression one of profound indignation. She had successfully captured the attention of the two individuals. Just a moment more, and she would have been whisked away, gaining a powerful ally. Yet it was Shen Xinghe who thwarted her. What grievance do I harbor against you? Why do you repeatedly obstruct my happiness? Her eyes reddened, tears beginning to fall once more. The surrounding women, aside from the deranged one, all turned their gazes toward Shen Xinghe in unison. Mo Xiaoyu's words were not entirely unfounded. Those peculiar green-skinned beings had indeed shifted their focus from discussing Shen Xinghe to advancing toward Mo Xiaoyu. Indeed, if Shen Xinghe refused to accompany them, couldn't they seek others? Shen Xinghe scoffed, offering no further explanation. Mo Xiaoyu should consider herself fortunate that she had fired that shot. Otherwise, she might have been rendered speechless by now. She approached the two extraterrestrials, retrieving the laser sword from the ground, and began to inspect their belongings. My dear lady, perhaps there is a misunderstanding. Yang Fanfan stepped forward courteously. He had discerned that the two green-skinned beings harbored no intentions as Mo Xiaoyu had claimed. Rather, they seemed to bear malice towards them. What business is it of yours? Mo Xiaoyu snapped, her temper flaring inexplicably. My dear, I assure you, these strange individuals intend to harm you, Yang Fanfan persisted, undeterred by her irritation. Mo Xiaoyu, of course, dismissed his words outright. Shen Xinghe activated the laser sword, slicing through the thin man's corpse, which immediately split in two. She fired her weapon again at the cadaver, but the bullet was repelled. Is it only capable of deflecting bullets? She began to strip the thin man of his clothing. Shen Xinghe, you pervert. Suddenly, the deranged woman's vacant expression returned to normal, and she slapped Mo Xiaoyu once more. Enough noise. Is this how you address your benefactor? Mo Xiaoyu covered her face, finally quieting down. Shen Xinghe cast a fleeting glance at Mo Xiaoyu before resuming her task. There's often something detestable about those who are pitiable. She continued to examine the man's hands, discovering that he bore no invisible wristband. It is impossible for him to lack a storage device. If he had none, how did he produce the shield? Then, she felt along the thin man's neck and discovered an ornament that served as a storage device. She had not anticipated that storage devices could take on various forms. Finding nothing else on the thin man, she began to search the fat man's belongings, only to find him even poorer, devoid of any items. These two are extraterrestrials, Shen Xinghe stated with unwavering composure. However, they are not as amicable as you might presume. The revelation struck the crowd like a thunderclap, leaving them in a state of astonishment. Extraterrestrials. The two individuals, apart from their green skin, bore an uncanny resemblance to humans, indistinguishable from Earthlings. Could it be that extraterrestrials truly exist in this world? Yang Fanfan's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. Why would aliens appear on Earth? In disbelief, he queried, could the apocalypse be the result of their actions? Yet, the two aliens he encountered seemed exceedingly feeble, easily dispatched by Shen Xinghe. How could such aliens bring about the end of the world? It was indeed a possibility, Shen Xinghe replied coolly. She too was unaware of the reason behind the aliens' presence during the apocalypse. Had they been on Earth before the cataclysm, or had they arrived only after? Enraged, Yang Fanfan aimed his gun at the two aliens lying on the ground. If they were indeed responsible for the apocalypse, then they truly deserved their fate. Let me not encounter any more aliens. If I do, I shall slay each one. Although he had succumbed to despair before the end, harboring little hope for life, he did not wish to witness the disintegration of families. After the apocalypse, he had seen through the window countless individuals who had perished from zombie bites. It was clear to him how much sorrow this apocalypse had inflicted upon families. Mo Xiaoyu regarded Shen Xinghe with skepticism. She wished to hurl a few retorts at her, but the deranged woman was fixated on her, rendering her speechless. Extraterrestrials? I refuse to believe it. This must be yet another excuse concocted by Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe remained silent. During her school days, She had believed in the vastness of the universe and the existence of extraterrestrial life, yet witnessing it firsthand was still astonishing. This also elucidated why she had entered the alien trial space. The starry ornament she had encountered was a lost possession of some alien. She glanced once more at the emaciated individual's hand, where a small starry ornament pattern appeared on his right palm, resembling a tiny mole. Chapter 18. Snowflakes fall. Yang Fanfan's fury lingered as he morosely approached the window. Is it snowing? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This was a small city in the south, where snow had never been reported. Yet, here it was, falling gracefully. Had even the weather turned strange? The crowd stood, moving toward the window. White snowflakes drifted down, and the temperature began to plummet. Snow in September? The deranged woman murmured. So cold, a woman exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself. It dawned on the crowd, as if awakening from a dream. Clothing. Just a moment had passed, and the women's faces had begun to turn purple. They rushed to their rooms, where blankets awaited. Shen Xinghe gazed at the softly falling snow and realized that the true apocalypse was only just commencing. While the undead could be fought, how could humanity contend with the forces of nature? Yang Fanfan trembled. There are thick cotton clothes and blankets downstairs. Shen Xinghe shivered, but maintained a steadier demeanor than the others. I'll go fetch them, she declared. You look for any food here and gather it together. We must relocate. Within the room, she was acutely aware of the food present. Regrettably, the door where it was stored stood ajar. The women here were well aware of the provisions available, or else she could have conveniently stored the food within her storage wristband. Contemplating Yang Fanfan's eagerness to accompany her downstairs, she pondered whether to send a few zombies down to deter Yang Fanfan from rushing down alone for supplies. The sudden change in weather outside forced Shen Xinghe to temporarily set aside her plans. Upon descending, she first adorned herself in clothing, then retrieved several blankets and warm garments from her storage wristband. The 5 women huddled together under the blankets on the sofa. As Shen Xinghe entered, they turned their gazes toward the attire she held. She tossed a warm coat to Yang Fanfan. The 5 women looked at Shen Xinghe with eager anticipation. Put it on and move the supplies to the neighboring area. This place is overrun with corpses and has become uninhabitable. Her voice remained cool, yet it imparted a warmth that flowed through the group. They hurriedly accepted the garments, donning them in haste. The arrival of the warm clothing notably brightened their complexions. The travel agency's provisions were abundant. An entire room was filled with barrels of water, while another brimmed with chocolate, instant noodles, and sausages. Yang Fanfan was astonished by the sheer volume of supplies from the company. Should we move all the supplies from downstairs up here? Yang Fanfan inquired softly, recalling his previous suggestion to provide all the company's resources to Shen Xinghe. He now worried that if she sought assistance later, the supplies might already be gone. No need. I just checked. The supplies are nearly depleted, likely taken by those 2 extraterrestrials. Shen Xinghe replied. Moreover, there are now even more zombies below. It's best if you refrain from going down carelessly. The zombies below had not been attracted by Shen Xinghe. Upon her descent, she had discovered several had wandered up. Despite his astonishment at the rapid disappearance of the supplies, Yang Fanfan understood that with the appearance of extraterrestrials, anything seemed possible. He quickly nodded. I will certainly not wander off alone. Although he had become proficient with firearms, he still felt trepidation when confronted closely by zombies. Adjacent to them was a large external accounts company. After toiling for a considerable time, they finally managed to transport all the food. Shen Xinghe also gathered some firewood, salvaged from dismantled furniture. After half a day's effort, everyone was fatigued. They casually dined on whatever was available at noon, and each sought a secure, comfortable spot. Shen Xinghe proceeded to the balcony. As she opened the window, a cold gust surged inside. The temperature outside was significantly lower than within. A vast expanse of white blanketed the surroundings, and the movements of the zombies had become sluggish. The unexpected snowfall left her wondering how many would survive. She discovered a room filled with various ledgers. In one corner stood a folding bed, while beneath a cabinet of receipts lay a thin blanket. After securing the door, she retrieved the slender storage necklace from her pocket. She had yet to explore the contents within. Nutritional solutions, a time wool, alongside some clothing and trinkets. Aside from the time wheel, there was nothing that truly captivated Shen Xinghe's heart. Boss, I need to stoke the fire. The weather is growing increasingly frigid, and I can no longer endure it. Yang Fanfan's voice echoed from outside, his teeth chattering together. Do as you wish. Shen Xinghe tucked away her storage necklace. She reclined on her bed, closing her eyes. The temperature continued to plummet. Eventually, she was jolted awake from her slumber by the chill. The room was enveloped in darkness. It was now night. Rubbing her hands together for warmth, she opened the door. Instantly, a tantalizing aroma of food wafted into her nostrils. The fierce flames illuminated the entire room, gradually tearing apart the darkness, accompanied by waves of smoke. The smoke enveloped her eyes, causing Shen Xinghe to squint. 5 women and 1 man were huddled around the fire. 2 of the women appeared unwell, their heads drooping, looking fatigued, seemingly suffering from colds as they frequently sniffled. Benefactor, come quickly and have some soup to warm yourself. A frantic woman approached, cradling a small bowl in her hands. Shen Xinghe expressed her gratitude, but declined the woman's kind offer. In this apocalyptic world, she was wary of consuming food offered by others. Outside, the accumulated snow was already quite thick, rendering it impossible for anyone to walk upon it. The zombies moved sluggishly. Yang Fanfan observed Shen Xinghe, who had settled down to warm herself by the fire, and remarked at present, the zombies pose no threat. However, I wonder how long this snow will last. Humanity, already scarce in the wake of the apocalypse, faces even graver challenges with this sudden, heavy snowfall. How many will survive? In the past few days, they had gathered wooden furniture from the building. Shen Xinghe retrieved a small pot from her backpack and placed it over the fire to boil water. Before long, the water reached a rolling boil. With a sip of the steaming water, warmth surged through her. Chapter 19. The rise of the small-minded. After everyone had cautiously sipped some water, they began to search the room for wooden materials. Though they had already thoroughly inspected the area for zombies, a lingering fear remained that one might unexpectedly emerge from a corner they had overlooked. There was an abundance of paper here, making it easy to ignite. They collected the sheets together. By 9 o'clock that evening, the snow continued to fall outside. Although the temperature had stabilized, it was still cold enough to freeze a person who spent the night outdoors. The number of those succumbing to colds within the room had increased. Mo Xiaoyu simply lay down on the floor, which was covered with cardboard boxes. Although they had sufficient food for the time being, they were in dire need of medicine. In this apocalypse, medication was more precious than sustenance. Every pharmacy had been ransacked. The flames continued to leap, and several of them laid down beside the fire to sleep. The 4 women huddled closely together, deliberately distancing themselves from the frantic woman. The deranged woman paid no heed as she stealthily approached Shen Xinghe. In the early hours of dawn, 2 piercing screams jolted everyone awake. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air. Illuminated by the flickering flames, they beheld a woman with her neck viciously clamped by another. The aggressor moved with astonishing speed. By the time they looked over, the victim's neck was nearly non-existent. Yang Fanfan swiftly drew his firearm, trembling as he fired 2 shots, each aimed at the 2 women. Another scream echoed, belonging to Mo Xiaoyu, yet she emerged unscathed. Ironically, the one in peril was the woman whom she had kicked away. The woman collapsed to the ground, only to rise again in a disturbingly unnatural manner. Hiss! Yang Fanfan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The woman before him had a face that had sunken in, her features obscured, with her bones starkly protruding. The flickering firelight cast an eerie glow upon her visage, rendering her all the more terrifying. She dashed towards them with extraordinary speed, with Mo Xiaoyu positioned closest. At that moment, Mo Xiaoyu wielded a watermelon knife, the origin of which remained a mystery. The elongated blade mirrored her anxious demeanor. As the woman charged, Mo Xiaoyu screamed, wildly swinging the knife. Blood splattered across her. Once silence fell, she dared to open her eyes. Lying on the ground was the woman, now unrecognizable from the onslaught. The watermelon knife clattered to the earth as Mo Xiaoyu sank to the ground, her face a mask of horror. Did I kill someone? Have I gained powers? Why did they suddenly turn into zombies? Yang Fanfan stammered, dread etched across his features. The sudden transformation into zombies perplexed him. Would he too become a zombie like those two women? Or would his teammates seize the opportunity to turn into zombies while he lay vulnerable in slumber? Shen Xinghe's gaze darkened. During the day, the two women had appeared lethargic, even Mo Xiaoyu. It had not dawned on her that this was a precursor to their transformation. Though Mo Xiaoyu had become an empowered individual, they caught a cold during the day. The deranged woman exclaimed in terror. Yang Fanfan recalled the two women's earlier demeanor and instinctively approached the fire, zipping his jacket all the way up. He was now prepared to confront zombies. He refused to become one. Shen Xinghe observed the anxious, deranged woman, her voice hoarse, possibly from the heart-wrenching crying earlier. Sensing the gazes upon her, she instinctively clutched her neck. Meeting Shen Xinghe's eyes, both were filled with trepidation. I haven't caught a cold. My throat simply feels uncomfortable. Shen Xinghe nodded, his voice soothing. Do not panic. Having a cold does not necessarily lead to becoming a zombie. His words seemed to possess a calming influence, gradually easing the deranged woman's expression. You might even become an empowered individual. Shen Xinghe turned her gaze towards the dazed Mo Xiaoyu, continuing, just like Mo Xiaoyu, she too has caught a cold. Yet instead of becoming a zombie, she has transformed into a superhuman. The deranged woman and Yang Fanfan cast their eyes upon Mo Xiaoyu. Indeed, Mo Xiaoyu possessed such strength to kick the zombie woman away and brutally slay her. It turned out she had acquired supernatural abilities. Superpowers. The two exchanged glances, their previous trepidation replaced by fervent admiration for Mo Xiaoyu. Mo Xiaoyu, having overheard Shen Xinghe's words, shook off her stupor. The curve of her lips and the sparkle in her eyes betrayed her inner joy. I have gained superpowers. I truly possess superpowers. She leapt into the air, the flames dancing in tandem with her exuberance. After a few jubilant circles, she composed herself. Her gaze transformed, reflecting the flickering flames. Yang Fanfan and the deranged woman also broke into smiles. Superpowers. They too might possess them. The deranged woman especially beamed with delight, feeling that she was close to recovery from her cold. Shen Xinghe placed her hand on the fire, warming it while quietly observing the expressions of those around her. At that moment, Mo Xiaoyu straightened her back and pointed at the three corpses on the ground. You three need to clean this place up. It would be best to drag the bodies far away. The deranged woman regarded Mo Xiaoyu's smug expression with disdain. And what will you do? She retorted. Mo Xiaoyu picked up a sausage and began to eat. Now that I possess superpowers, how can I bother with such trivial tasks? From now on, as long as you three obey me, I shall take care of you. Forget it. You two are too timid. You can stay and clean this place. Shen Xinghe, you are bold enough. You will be in charge of dragging these three bodies away. Her eyes flicked towards Shen Xinghe, who sat quietly. The firelight illuminated Shen Xinghe's exquisite profile, sparking an inexplicable jealousy within Mo Xiaoyu. She thought that she could overlook Shen Xinghe's past behavior toward her, and that Shen Xinghe would gratefully carry out these tasks. The deranged woman scoffed. Mo Xiaoyu, don't push your luck. Have you forgotten that we are three, and you are but one? What does it matter if you're a superhuman? Having witnessed Shen Xinghe's abilities, she felt no fear of Mo Xiaoyu's newfound powers. However, Mo Xiaoyu dashed towards the deranged woman, forcefully knocking her to the ground. Do you see? I'm a superhuman. Can any of you match my speed? Having observed superhumans before, she knew that aside from great strength, speed was also a defining characteristic, and after a brief trial, she had grasped how to harness her own abilities. Chapter 20. No more saintly woman, the deranged woman lay on the ground, her eyes flashing with fury as she glared at Mo Xiaoyu. Mo Xiaoyu, how dare you push me? She pushed herself up with both hands. The deranged woman's loud voice made Mo Xiaoyu flinch slightly, but then she remembered that she was no longer the person she used to be and straightened her neck defiantly. Now that she had superpowers, why should she be afraid? She was the leader here and should assert herself. I pushed you, so what? Do you think you don't need my protection? Mo Xiaoyu stretched her neck forward and spoke loudly. The deranged woman, fuming with anger, retorted, I do not require your care, you wretched being. She reached out her hand, aiming to strike Mo Xiaoyu's face. However, unlike in previous encounters, Mo Xiaoyu did not allow herself to be struck. She seized the deranged woman's hand and declared, "Since you do not need my assistance, you are no longer my ally." With that, she retaliated with a sharp slap across the deranged woman's face, the sound echoing throughout the room. "I am now the leader here. You will either follow my commands or leave this place," Mo Xiaoyu proclaimed confidently, her chest swelling with pride as she surveyed the room with her piercing gaze. The silence from the deranged woman only served to embolden Mo Xiaoyu further, who began to pace around the room, darting from one person to another. "Shen Xinghe, do you submit to my orders?" she taunted, fixing her gaze on Shen Xinghe. In response, Shen Xinghe merely cast a cool glance at Mo Xiaoyu. Her primary concern lay with the zombie threat, not with the capricious Mo Xiaoyu. Her brows knitted tightly, sensing unusual movements among the zombies. They were speeding up, rampaging through both levels of the building. Mo Xiaoyu's restless movements mirrored those of the zombies, though the latter lacked the ability to speak. "It seems you refused to comply. Considering we were once classmates, I suggest you vacate this place," Mo Xiaoyu proclaimed arrogantly, noticing Shen Xinghe's silence. Shen Xinghe stepped onto the balcony, where a thick layer of snow lay outside, rendering the door impassable. "What brings you here? Are you planning to jump?" Mo Xiaoyu swiftly appeared beside Shen Xinghe, having fully harnessed her powers. It was exhilarating to wield such abilities. Shen Xinghe's brow twitched, her voice icy. "You are insufferable." "What did you say? Am I insufferable?" Mo Xiaoyu exclaimed, her frustration mounting as she pointed at Yang Fanfan. "You throw her out." As long as Yang Fanfan chose to follow her, he would heed her commands. She was determined to have Yang Fanfan, who was typically obedient to Shen Xinghe, drive her away. A sly smile crept onto her face as she anticipated Shen Xinghe's expression when Yang Fanfan cast her out. Would it be disappointment, sorrow, or despair? After all, the man she had relied on had suddenly turned against her. "I want to do it, I want to." Yang Fanfan shook his head vigorously. How could he expel Shen Xinghe? If she were to leave, he would follow her as well. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. Why was Yang Fanfan refusing to oust Shen Xinghe? Mo Xiaoyu's smug expression faltered. What was Yang Fanfan, that he dared to defy her? "Continue your antics, and I shall end you," came a frosty voice from Shen Xinghe. Frustration coursed through Shen Xinghe as the zombies accelerated their movements. She speculated that they might have evolved. Yet she remained uncertain if these upgraded zombies posed additional dangers. "You call me a clown?" Mo Xiaoyu shot a glance at Shen Xinghe. "You still wish to kill me? What do you intend to use to accomplish that?" Mo Xiaoyu gradually picked up the watermelon knife from the ground. "Yes, others say that in the face of an apocalypse, one should not play the role of a saint. Thus, I should not spare your lives." As she spoke, she charged towards Shen Xinghe with the knife in hand. The speed was so swift that Yang Fanfan and the deranged woman were caught off guard. Just as the knife was about to strike Shen Xinghe's head, both of them gasped, their eyes widening in horror. However, the subsequent scene rendered them utterly helpless. The watermelon knife halted just above Shen Xinghe's head, and in the next moment, she reached out and seized it. With a swift motion, she swung the knife forward, leaving a crimson gash across Mo Xiaoyu's neck, blood gushing forth instantaneously. "In this world, you are not the only one with extraordinary abilities." The chilling words drifted softly into Mo Xiaoyu's ears. She heard them, her eyes widening in regret and resentment. Why hadn't Shen Xinghe revealed her abilities sooner? Had she disclosed her powers, Mo Xiaoyu would never have dared to provoke her. With wide eyes, she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yang Fanfan and the deranged woman regarded Shen Xinghe with trepidation. What she had just implied, did it mean she possessed abilities as well? Yet, why had there been no indication of them? Fear crept onto the deranged woman's face. But soon, delight surged within her, and she leaped up in joy. Deservedly so. Does she still wish to kill us? She rushed to Mo Xiaoyu's lifeless body and spat on it. "Benefactor, you are simply remarkable," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with a hoarse excitement that compelled others to concern for her well-being. This time, she refrained from uttering any more words about following Shen Xinghe and instead turned her attention to the bodies on the ground. Yang Fanfan holstered his gun, swallowing hard. He had witnessed Mo Xiaoyu's speed and had not anticipated that Shen Xinghe could counter and retaliate. Despite his fear of the corpses strewn about, he crouched down to wipe the blood off the supplies. Shen Xinghe interrupted their task. No need to tidy up. Let us proceed to the adjacent room. Both paused, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, cleaning this place presented challenges, yet outside, in the pitch-black darkness, what if a zombie were to suddenly emerge? Compared to traversing the dark corridor outside, they were far more inclined to remain and clear the bodies. A sudden chill swept through the room, the fire flickering wildly before being extinguished. Thick smoke quickly enveloping the space. Instantly, darkness fell, and the two dared not entertain any further thoughts. Each gathered a few supplies and followed in Shen Xinghe's wake. It was only upon entering the new room that their racing hearts began to calm. Shen Xinghe skillfully dismantled a wooden table and started a fire. Under the flickering light, Yang Fanfan and the deranged woman realized they were in an entirely empty new house. Chapter 21. I am dying. My name is Wang Ping, the deranged woman said, sitting beside the fire. Her voice remained harsh and grating. She could sense her deteriorating condition, and despite their acquaintance, she had not yet revealed her name to the two. The firelight illuminated her face, and a gentle smile began to blossom. From your previous conversation, I have learned both of your names. It has been quite a while since I introduced myself. Yang Fanfan lifted her gaze to her. I apologize for deceiving you earlier out of fear. I have caught a cold, and I wonder if it will transform me into a zombie. Yet, I feel my life slipping away. Wang Ping, dismissing her earlier dread of the cold, spoke lightly. She was frightened as well, but Shen Xinghe had been caring for her, and she did not wish to burden her benefactor even in death. Although Shen Xinghe appeared cold and distant, Wang Ping recognized that she was warmer than anyone else she had encountered in this apocalyptic world. Shen Xinghe continued to dismantle the wooden table, her expression unreadable. Benefactor, thank you for rescuing me from those three scoundrels, allowing me to retain some dignity before my end. Wang Ping gazed at Shen Xinghe, her eyes brimming with deep gratitude. Shen Xinghe paused her actions. Yang Fanfan looked into Wang Ping's eyes and reassured her, a cold does not necessarily mean one will become a zombie. Stop speaking of death. Look at Mo Xiaoyu, who is an ability user. Do not lose hope. It was unclear how much time had passed before she continued. Since birth, I have never been a fortunate person. I truly fear I will become a zombie. Her throat tightened, tears glistening in her eyes. Yang Fanfan lowered his head, uncertain how to comfort this woman, as he too feared the same fate. If he sensed that he would become a zombie at that moment, any words of comfort would surely be in vain. Shen Xinghe stood up. I will fetch more firewood. The two immediately rose, and the suffocating atmosphere dissipated into the flames. You should lie down and rest. There is little you can do while unwell, Shen Xinghe remarked, turning to the standing Wang Ping. Wang Ping shook her head, her eyes reflecting desire. Benefactor, allow me to assist you with this final task. I beg you. Shen Xinghe's gaze darkened slightly. She said nothing and turned to exit. The others resumed bringing in supplies. Dawn gradually broke and the snowfall lightened. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Ping's condition was dire. She leaned against the sofa, her body limp and weak. Yang Fanfan poured her a cup of hot water. Thank you, Wang Ping managed to utter, her voice barely discernible. Those two words seemed to exhaust her every ounce of strength. After speaking, she slowly closed her eyes. The rise and fall of her chest, wrapped in thick clothing, was imperceptible. Yang Fanfan could not accept that the person he had just spoken with moments ago might die. In his heart, he silently prayed to the deities he had never believed in, pleading for Wang Ping to survive, hoping for her to awaken healthy. No. Shen Xinghe sipped the hot water. Wang Ping still had a faint breath. Shen Xinghe's focus shifted from the woman as she turned her attention to the surrounding zombies. The zombies in the building had vanished, and those on the upper and lower floors, though swift, merely roamed within those levels. Yang Fanfan finally felt a sense of relief and stealthily approached the woman. Subsequently, she lifted the cup of hot water from the ground and fed it to the woman. As the woman sipped the water, her breathing intensified, prompting Yang Fanfan to smile brightly. Shen Xinghe also noticed the woman's transformation. having consumed the water in one gulp. She felt reassured that the woman would likely be fine for the time being. Observing the woman crack her eyes open slightly, Yang Fanfan stood up, a smile lingering on his face. Shen Xinghe began to ponder the nature of the zombies. Was their enhanced speed a result of the snowfall? Or had the passage of time naturally led to their evolution? Unbeknownst to them, the woman behind Yang Fanfan was opening her eyes, which rapidly turned a sinister shade of purple. The bags beneath her eyes swelled, and her mouth split grotesquely in two, drooling ominously. Her nails elongated, glistening with a sharp brilliance in the firelight. The sound of her heavy breathing echoed painfully in the stillness of the space. The woman slowly rose, casting a shadow in the flickering light. Yang Fanfan, witnessing the shadow grow larger on the ground, felt a surge of joy. The woman was fine. His prayers had been answered. However, the words "you're okay" vanished from his lips the moment he turned around. The woman's unblinking gaze fixed upon him, while her hands lunged towards his head with terrifying speed, her sharp nails poised to pierce his skull. Yang Fanfan was paralyzed, as if struck by a jolt of electricity. An overwhelming sensation coursed from his feet to his scalp. His face drained of color, his pale lips trembled as he yearned to scream, yet no sound emerged. He attempted to flee, but his body remained immobile. In a fleeting moment, Shen Xinghe sensed the danger and quickly raised her gaze. The sight sent chills down her spine. The woman's eerie eyes and horrific mouth were enough to haunt one's nightmares. Suddenly, Yang Fanfan was kicked away, pain radiating through his body as he struggled to rise. Once on his feet, he realized that Shen Xinghe had saved him with that kick. Despite the agony coursing through him, he felt an immense gratitude towards her. Had it not been for her timely intervention, his skull would surely have been punctured by the woman's lethal claws. He turned to look behind him, only to find Shen Xinghe's coat torn, blood staining the fabric. "You're hurt," Yang Fanfan exclaimed, quickly drawing his gun. A wave of guilt washed over him. It was all because of her selfless act of saving him that she was injured. He couldn't help but wonder if being caught by a zombie would lead to a transformation into one. If she became a zombie, he would be haunted by guilt for the rest of his life. Roaring, the zombie moved with alarming speed, its figure barely discernible to Yang Fanfan. Shen Xinghe realized that her psychic abilities had little effect on this creature. Although its speed appeared slower to her, it was still formidable. Even more troubling was the awareness that, under her powers, she sensed zombies gathering from both upstairs and downstairs, converging upon her location. Chapter 22. Re-entering the trial, a peculiar sword was drawn from Shen Xinghe's grasp. Yang Fanfan suddenly recalled that the two green-skinned individuals had entered the room wielding this very sword. Amidst the chaos of the incident, he had failed to notice where the sword had vanished. It had indeed been taken by Shen Xinghe. But how did the sword suddenly reappear from her grasp? Although the laser sword was formidable, the zombie before them seemed to possess an instinct for danger, dodging away whenever the blade neared its form. This was the first truly troublesome encounter with a zombie since emerging from the trial space. At that moment, Shen Xinghe had already discarded the cumbersome cotton jacket that hindered her movements. Yet, this particular zombie appeared almost sentient, deliberately avoiding proximity to Shen Xinghe's sword, occasionally launching sneak attacks against her. Yang Fanfan could only sporadically fire bullets at the zombie, managing to graze her neck and ear, which felt like mere tickles to the creature named Wang Ping. The Wang Ping zombie also attempted to assault Yang Fanfan, but each time, Shen Xinghe intervened, ensuring he remained unscathed, save for the kick she had delivered. Outside, the glass door was now teeming with zombies. The low, guttural growls seeped into the ears of the two individuals inside. Yang Fanfan, overwhelmed by anxiety and fear, was drenched in sweat. Why were there so many zombies outside? What could they do? Was there truly no escape? The bloodstains on Shen Xinghe's shoulder were a vivid crimson, piercing Yang Fanfan's vision. "You must flee. I'll distract them," he urged through gritted teeth, determined to carve out a path, even if it meant facing certain death, in order to afford Shen Xinghe a chance to escape. If the horde of zombies were to breach the room, both their lives would be forfeit. Shen Xinghe detected the tremor of fear and resolve in Yang Fanfan's voice. But she did not run. Where could she go? The zombies blocked the way outside, and the balcony window had frozen shut. With a crack, the glass began to shatter. The struggle between Shen Xinghe and the Wangping zombie was evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand, while the zombie's body remained impervious to injury. The same could not be said for a human. At that moment, Shen Xinghe was already adorned with wounds. Before long, the zombie horde surged in, and Yang Fanfan, beads of sweat dotting his face, brandished his gun and unleashed a flurry of shots at the encroaching zombies. "Get back! Move away!" Shen Xinghe brandished a thunderous gun, firing at the incoming zombies, sending them sprawling in opposite directions. However, as Shen Xinghe diverted her attention to combat the zombies outside, the Wangping zombie seized the opportunity, reaching out with clawed hands towards her. Yang Fanfan, having taken cover, widened his eyes in alarm and shouted, but his body reacted more swiftly than his voice. The claws pierced through him. He had never imagined he could be so brave that he would leap into action. With his pale face turned toward Shen Xinghe, he managed a final smile. Pain, excruciating pain. Yet, he held no regrets. To do something he had longed for at the end of his life was a beautiful thing. He finally understood why Wang Ping had chosen to help others even when her own body was failing. Regrettably, the heavens were unkind. Wang Ping, until her last breath, never wished to harm Shen Xinghe. However, she never anticipated that after becoming a zombie, she would repeatedly inflict harm upon her. If at this moment, Wang Ping possessed a soul, witnessing this scene would surely elicit a cry of despair from her. Yang Fanfan slowly closed his eyes. Shen Xinghe's gaze was filled with astonishment and an array of incomprehensible emotions. She had never expected that a timid individual would willingly confront the peril of losing his life for her, a mere outsider. Yang Fanfan was evidently terrified of close proximity to the zombie. He feared becoming one himself, yet without the slightest hesitation, he charged forward. At this moment, Shen Xinghe could not fathom the source of Yang Fanfan's courage that compelled him to leap into action. No, Yang Fanfan must not perish. She had promised to ensure his safe exit from the building. Unbeknownst to her, her once icy gaze began to glisten with unshed tears. Ding! The trial time has concluded. Would you like to enter the trial space? Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Xinghe selected yes. Given the current circumstances, she had no means of safely exiting the building. She needed to access the trial space to seek out a more formidable weapon. In the blink of an eye, her surroundings transformed. The sky was clear, with various flying objects darting among the clouds. Shen Xinghe surveyed her vicinity and noticed that there were not many people nearby, only 8 in total, for men and 4 women. They found themselves in what resembled a residential community, specifically in a small square within it. Ding! Please complete the task of retrieving clothing from the 3rd floor. Successful completion of the task will reward the trial participants with 500 star points and 5 million star coins. It was evident that everyone had received this message. As the individuals present momentarily paused, this time, the task was not announced aloud, but communicated directly within each person's mind. However, upon hearing the task, the 9 individuals were filled with confusion. Clothing from the 3rd floor? What did this task entail? Were they to locate clothing from the 3rd floor? But which building and unit's 3rd floor were they referring to? And what kind of clothing was required? Despite the ambiguity of the task, it sounded relatively straightforward. Only the retrieval of clothing was necessary, and the location had been specified. The expressions of several individuals lightened considerably. They had previously participated in the intra-level trials, and this task seemed rather trivial. Shall we first acquire a map from the Property Management Center? Proposed a man with blue skin, approximately 30 years of age, adorned in fashionable attire, with sparkling ear studs catching the light. The remaining 8 individuals voiced no objections to his suggestion. After inquiring about the location of the Property Management Center, they made their way there. Meanwhile, Shen Xinghe discreetly observed her surroundings. Various types of robots wandered about the community, some carrying packages, others holding food, and some even walking various animals. The buildings towered impressively, reaching heights of 50 to 60 stories. The community boasted a pleasant environment, with large trees surrounding the buildings. allowing people to engage in activities under the blazing sun without the need for umbrellas. Shall we consider forming a team to search? Inquired a short-haired girl. No, I prefer to undertake the task alone. The voluptuous woman with cascading waves swiftly countered the short-haired girl. All right, sis, I'm on your team. How about that? A youthful, handsome lad emerged, running his fingers through his hair, addressing the short-haired girl. Her cheeks flushed, and she nodded in acquiescence. The onlookers couldn't help but ponder the naivety of the short-haired girl. How could she trustingly pair up with a man? The task reward was designated for only one person. If both were to locate the task objective together, would the girl not risk having her achievement snatched away by the man? Chapter 23. Forming alliances upon inquiry at the property management office. They learned that there were 9 buildings, each comprising 2 units. The map revealed that these 9 structures encircled a vast greenbelt, which housed a small plaza, a swimming pool, and recreational areas. With precisely 9 individuals present, they decided that each person would be assigned to a different building. To ensure fairness, they opted for a lottery system. Shen Xinghe drew number 4. The first building was assigned to the short-haired girl, the second to a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, the third to a trendy man with ear piercings, the fifth to the voluptuous woman, the sixth to the handsome lad, the seventh to a woman with long straight hair, the eighth to a ponytailed student, and the last, the 9th building, to a diminutive man. At the property office's mirror, Shen Xinghe caught a glimpse of her reflection, revealing a striking girl with azure skin. Although they were all aware of their respective destinations, no one departed from the property center just yet. They sought any glimmer of clues within its confines. The short-haired girl sat on a chair, her sweet smile unveiling 2 delightful dimples. Sister, have there been any complaints from the clients on the 3rd floor? She inquired. The property lady smiled politely, responding, of course not. We are the premier property management. Any issues will be resolved, and complaints are simply unheard of. The handsome lad stepped forward to clarify. What you mean is, does the 3rd floor require your assistance? The short-haired girl expressed her gratitude with a warm smile towards him. That's confidential. I cannot disclose that information. The property lady maintained her professional demeanor. However, Shen Xinghe noticed a suggestion book on the table. The trendy man had evidently spotted it too. He pointed to it and asked, "May we take a look at this book?" This time, the property lady did not refuse and handed it over to him. Once the trendy man received the book, the others gathered around him, compelling him to open it. The entries within were sparse. Suggestions included: hire a more attractive lady for the property management, purchase windshields. Whenever it's windy, I can always hear the glass rattling upstairs, and establish a clothing donation station. I want to donate clothes to warm the children in the mountainous regions. These scattered suggestions totaled no more than 10. Realizing they could glean no further clues from this source, the group dispersed, each heading to their assigned buildings. The short-haired girl indeed paired up with the handsome lad from the 6th building, while the gazes of the others tracked their progress towards the 1st building. The property here is indeed remarkable. The building's grandeur radiates with its opulent decor, with walls and floors polished to a gleam. As Shen Xinghe stepped onto the floor, an imprint of her foot momentarily appeared. "Greetings, I am your robotic butler. How may I assist you today?" A robot emerged from around the corner, wearing a professional smile. Shen Xinghe softly replied, "No, thank you." Had she not utilized her psychic abilities upon entering the building and perceived the robot around the bend, she would have been startled. Although robots existed even before the apocalypse, the robotic butler took its leave, wishing her a pleasant day. Watching the robot retreat, Shen Xinghe continued her journey to the elevator. As the doors slowly closed, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Inside the elevator, the number 3 illuminated. "Hello, beauty." A man's voice greeted her as the elevator doors opened on the 3rd floor. It was a fashionable man. She had noticed his approach while she was downstairs. He must have arrived earlier and taken the elevator. Based on the previously gathered rules, this man's ability level was also at the initial 2nd tier. Following this encounter, she discerned that he was a formidable ability user. Crossing her arms, with an arched eyebrow, Shen Xinghe inquired, "What? Do you wish to exchange 4 numbers with me?" Her aloof demeanor prompted the fashionable man to soften his tone. No, buildings 1 and 6 are collaborating, and our buildings 3 and 4 are conveniently connected. Why not join forces? He fiddled with the earring on his ear. After speaking, he proceeded towards the staircase. A chill emanated from Shen Xinghe's gaze. Did aliens possess such inclinations? No need to be so tense. The fashionable man turned upon noticing Shen Xinghe brandishing her thunder gun. This is a sour fruit made by my grandmother. Do give it a try. He opened a small jar, and one should not underestimate this modest container of sour fruit. For it was the fruit of the star sea flower, possessing effects akin to a potent reagent. A tangy aroma wafted through the air, instantly igniting her taste buds. Shen Xinghe found herself swallowing involuntarily. She was unaware of the star sea flower's properties, let alone its fruit. As for the potent reagent, she knew of its existence from the previous trial, but what exactly it entailed remained a mystery. The man did not elaborate on the reagent's effects, presumably a matter well known to the aliens present. Shen Xinghe dared not inquire further. The fashionable man extended the jar towards her, his expression earnest. While I was indeed about to leave, I thought it prudent to persuade you now that I learned the second building is managed by a Mediterranean man, lest you ally with Building 5. I merely seek a teammate. I would rather not be the sole fighter while others have allies. His reasoning was not without merit. Having an ally was undoubtedly preferable to acquiring another adversary. At this moment, Shen Xinghe expressed her gratitude and accepted the jar, although she was uncertain of its contents. The man's solemn demeanor indicated its value. Shen Xinghe's action of taking the jar indirectly acknowledged the ally of the trendy man. Although the group had ostensibly divided the building numbers, once individuals completed their inspections without discovering anything amiss, they would inevitably check other units, leading to potential conflicts. Indeed, after Shen Xinghe accepted the small jar, the smile on the trendy man's face became genuinely warm. After we each inspect our respective buildings, we may exchange units for further examination, Shen Xinghe proposed. The man's smile widened as he readily nodded in agreement. Chapter 24. Public service in the room. A robot promptly reported as the doorbell rang. Master, there's a visitor. An elderly lady in a wheelchair lifted her drooping head, her eyes vacant. A beautiful girl, whom she did not recognize, stood before her. The robot glided on its wheels across the floor, holding a glass of water. The elderly woman accepted the water and inquired about the girl's purpose. Standing at the entrance of Unit 301 in Building 4, Shen Xinghe heard the mechanical voice and, lowering her tone, politely said, "Hello, I'm here to promote our services." This place was peculiar. Her psychic abilities could not penetrate the residence rooms. Yet the common areas of the building were accessible. Shen Xinghe speculated that each residence room contained an object preventing mentalists from intruding. Moments later, a voice from inside responded, "Do you offer all kinds of services?" After Shen Xinghe affirmed with a simple yes, the door opened. The yellow floor and white walls reflected the typical decor of many homes. A framed photograph hung on the wall, depicting a handsome young man and a stunning young woman, both smiling while holding a piece of red cloth inscribed with an unknown symbol. At the bottom of the entryway cabinet lay several pairs of shoes, including a pair of red high heels and several pairs of canvas shoes for the elderly. As Shen Xinghe ventured further into the room, she noticed an array of seemingly newly purchased items. A 70-something-year-old woman with graying hair and reading glasses turned her dulled gaze toward Shen Xinghe upon her entry. "Hello, grandmother. We offer a variety of services. What do you require?" Shen Xinghe inquired with a smile. Having practiced her cheerful demeanor several times at the entrance to embody her chosen role, the elderly woman glanced at the robot and then hoarsely said, "Help me find my daughter. She's in Unit 9-1304. It has been a long time since she last visited me." Shen Xinghe felt a sense of confusion at the request, while it was not difficult to fulfill. She wondered why the elderly woman would seek the help of an outsider for such a task. After agreeing, Shen Xinghe asked, "Grandmother, we have another task. Could you assist me with it?" "What?" The elderly woman stared at Shen Xinghe, her eyes clouded. "May I first check the balcony where the clothes are hung?" Shen Xinghe smiled again at the elderly woman. The woman shifted her wheelchair, her gaze landing on the balcony. "Go ahead." Shen Xinghe then made her way to the balcony. which extended into a spacious terrace adorned with several pots of ornamental flowers. Below, a road lay without any particular distinction. Inside the balcony, a few garments belonging to the elderly hung to dry, alongside a youthful woman's attire. This ensemble, of vibrant red, appeared quite ordinary at first glance. Yet the intricate star-seed flower pattern between the sleeves came to life, complemented by a unique symbol beneath it. Shen Xinghe cast a fleeting glance at the frame visible upon entering, noting that the design mirrored the one on the red cloth held by the couple within the picture. Pretending to casually touch the garments, her mind was enveloped in silence, and a momentary pang of disappointment washed over her. "Grandma, is this your daughter's clothing?" Shen Xinghe inquired, her gaze lingering on the attire. The elderly woman nodded in response. Shen Xinghe then directed her attention back to the elder, contemplating her investigative task to inquire about the kind of clothing preferred by seniors. This inquiry merely served as a pretext for her to explore the garments on the balcony. Although there were many residents' clothes, she needed to start with what was accessible. "Oh, I favor these dark, somber garments. After all, I'm an elder unlike my daughter, who adores red," the grandmother remarked. "Thank you, Grandma. I shall now check on your daughter." Shen Xinghe bade farewell to the elder, ensuring the door was securely closed behind her. Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing a woman clad in a floral uniform. As she stepped onto the floor, her gaze instinctively fell upon Shen Xinghe, who had just exited. "Are you the daughter of the elderly resident in room 301? The woman queried. For a brief moment, Shen Xinghe was taken aback, but it was merely a fleeting hesitation. "No, I'm a service worker. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Shen Xinghe replied. "Oh no, what service would I need?" The woman waved her hand dismissively, muttering to herself, "I thought I had never seen her daughter before. How curious she suddenly appears." "Hey, young lady, did she ask you for any services?" The woman leaned closer, her voice lowered in a conspiratorial tone. "Ma'am, I cannot divulge the client's privacy." Shen Xinghe smiled, although a closer inspection would reveal the smile to be somewhat strained. "However, we are a charitable organization with tasks to complete. If you require any services at your home, I could share a secret about a celebrity," she added, seeing the woman's expression brighten once more. Well, young lady, you say you're involved in charity work. What could I possibly do to assist you?" "I didn't mean to trouble you earlier," the woman exclaimed, seizing Shen Xinghe's hand with an eager and warm smile. The woman eventually halted at the door of room 304. Shen Xinghe followed her into the home, which appeared disheveled, with toys scattered haphazardly about. Upon entering, Shen Xinghe's gaze was drawn to the balcony, which displayed clothing belonging to a family of 4. "Feel free to browse and do whatever you like." The woman gestured towards a room. Shen Xinghe approached the balcony. The layout of this residence mirrors that of the elderly individual's home, albeit the flora cultivated by the woman is in a state of decline. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Xinghe discreetly touched all the garments on the balcony. However, no mechanical sound were triggered. A trace of irritation flickered in her eyes as she recalled young Fan's final smile. Although 500 star points may not be substantial, they could procure some weaponry. She was resolute in her determination to accomplish this task. "Who is the celebrity you mentioned? What has transpired with them?" A woman's voice emanated from the small room. Shen Xinghe poured a little water, tending to the potted plants on the balcony. She fabricated a piece of gossip to distract the woman, encouraging her to guess the name. Chapter 25. The line between truth and deception. There were no inhabitants in the other 2 neighboring homes, so there was no need to visit them. The woman emerged from the small room, holding a test tube. "I have not encountered anyone in these 2 households since my arrival. It is said that they were purchased by the same individual." Shen Xinghe lowered her gaze. The gossiping woman was indeed beneficial, as she had gleaned information about the remaining 2 households. "Thank you, elder sister. Otherwise, I would have had to wait and knock on each door." Shen Xinghe raised her eyes, her expression filled with gratitude. The woman beamed with a bright smile, graciously responding, "No need for thanks. It's merely a small matter. Here, why don't you try the nutrient solution I prepared?" The woman eagerly extended the test tube towards Shen Xinghe. With a smile, Shen Xinghe accepted it. Each smile that graced her face seemed to become more fitting. "I'm not hungry at the moment. I'll save it for later, she solemnly stated as she carefully stored the nutrient solution. The excuse of not being hungry was merely a pretext, as she typically refrained from consuming food offered by strangers. Seeing Shen Xinghe treat her nutrient solution with such seriousness, the woman's smile widened. Well then, come find me when you're hungry. Thank you, elder sister. Has anyone here mentioned anything about clothing? Shen Xinghe busied herself tidying up the woman's home. The woman paused, then replied, what clothing? No one has discussed any clothing. However, someone in our community has been secretly selling garments. She had not registered for a sales permit with the Interstellar Alliance and was selling privately. Shen Xinghe feigned great interest. Observing her demeanor, the woman continued, the tenant of 91,304 is a beautiful girl, quite skilled with her hands, and her clothing is often praised. However, she lacks funds to pay the deposit for a sales permit, which is why she sells privately. I assure you, if she sold openly, her business would flourish. A barely perceptible tension creased Shen Xinghe's brow. 91,304? Is that not the residence of the elderly woman's daughter? Does this woman before me truly not know? The woman's gossiping nature was puzzling. How could she be unaware of such a connection? Did the girl have no relatives? Surely, she could borrow some money to ease her burdens. It was a precarious way to earn a living, and she was losing out on so much income. Shen Xinghe inquired nonchalantly. No, she claims to be an orphan with no family. The woman replied, making her way towards a bedroom as she spoke. Shen Xinghe's gaze darkened slightly. Before long, the woman emerged from the room, holding a piece of clothing in her hands. Look, this red dress is what she made for me. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? Shen Xinghe glanced at the garment the woman held, nodding in agreement. It's lovely. The woman, encouraged by Shen Xinghe's affirmation, turned the dress inside out. Shen Xinghe stood up and approached the fabric. The pattern on the front depicted an unknown plant, yet beneath it lay a design reminiscent of the photographs in the old lady's album. The very pattern of her daughter's red dress. The woman claimed she purchased this dress from the resident of Unit 91304, while the elder had stated that it belonged to 91,304's daughter. The inconsistency in their accounts regarding the identity of the 91,304 resident raised questions about the truth. Thus, it seemed imperative for her to visit 91304. Hello, I'm Xinghe. I've watered your plants. If anyone inquires, just say I provided volunteer service here. Shen Xinghe remarked while the woman busied herself with the dress. Thank you, dear. I won't keep you any longer. I must visit more homes. Shen Xinghe said as she stood up. The woman accompanied her to the door. After stepping outside, Shen Xinghe glanced at room 301 before pressing the elevator button and heading downstairs. She had smiled so much that her cheeks felt sore. Ding! A mechanical voice echoed in her mind. A challenger has killed a resident of this trial ground and was subsequently slain. Shen Xinghe was startled by this notification. Residents could also be deadly? She had initially believed her only concern was the other 8 challengers, not realizing that the local inhabitants posed a threat as well. Upon reaching the entrance of Unit 1 in Building 4, she chanced upon a fashionable man exiting from Building 3. The moment he spotted her, he rushed over, as swift as a gust of wind, arriving before Shen Xinghe in an instant. Did you hear? A challenger has died, he exclaimed upon his arrival. Shen Xinghe nodded, her expression softening as she recalled their current alliance. It was unexpected that a challenger had perished so soon after entering the trial area. She wondered which resident had met their demise. We remain unaware of the residents' ability levels. It would be prudent to refrain from resorting to violence, the fashionable man commented. Shen Xinghe replied, we'll find out tonight. That evening, they had agreed to gather and exchange information. The duration of their stay in this neighborhood was uncertain. Although each individual desired to complete the task independently, the lack of clarity regarding the mission led them to decide on a collective meeting for intelligence sharing. Have you made any discoveries? The fashionable man inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Xinghe shook her head. Alas, I have not found anything either, he said, rubbing his nose and glancing aside. Shen Xinghe's eyes flickered momentarily. She sensed he was lying. Yet, she too was not entirely truthful, indifferent to his deception. Everyone aspires to complete their tasks, yet no one readily divulges their intelligence. Thus, the evening rendezvous relies solely on extracting genuine information from others' conversations. Partnering with you is indeed a wise decision. Behold what I have discovered. The fashionable man extended both hands into his pockets. Meanwhile, Shen Xinghe cautiously shifted her toes, having already prepared to evade. Take a wild guess, he continued, seemingly oblivious to her movements. The fashionable man was delighted by Shen Xinghe's words. Confident that she would fail to guess correctly, he retrieved items from both pockets. Wrong guess. It's a smartwatch. Chapter 26. The man next door's smartwatch? In his hands, the fashionable man held two transparent devices, each connected by a string. With these two items, as long as we remain within this community, we can stay in contact. Upon finishing his statement, he handed one smartwatch to Shen Xinghe. She accepted it and mimicked his actions to activate the device. The transparent glass displayed a string of code. Someone nearby wishes to establish a shared domain. Do you agree? Suddenly, the code morphed into a series of numbers. The fashionable man chuckled, gesturing towards his smartwatch, encouraging her to consent. Shen Xinghe clicked agree, and her device then indicated that a friend was located 6 meters away. Curious, she opened the message to discover features for video calls, messaging, and photo sharing. For any matters, contact me through the smartwatch, the fashionable man advised, shaking the device he had just donned. As Shen Xinghe watched the man's figure fade into the distance, she turned and entered Building 4, Unit 2. At the door of room 2301, numerous notices were plastered, some old and others relatively new. Lowering her gaze, she examined the contents, which consisted of debt collection notices and advertisements. The area around the door was coated in dust, indicating a prolonged absence of residents. She pressed the doorbell for room 2302. The moment the bell rang, the door swung open with remarkable speed, catching Shen Xinghe off guard. You're not Xiao Ke. What do you want from me? The elderly woman's expression shifted from warmth to guardedness as she scrutinized Shen Xinghe. Hello, I'm here for a community service initiative. How may I assist you? Shen Xinghe offered, but the elderly woman merely glanced at her before shutting the door. Shen Xinghe maintained her smile, only casting a brief glance at the door before quietly moving aside. The elderly woman remained behind the door, observing Shen Xinghe as she pressed the doorbell of the adjacent unit. A portly man emerged from the opposite door, and upon hearing Shen Xinghe's inquiry, he promptly invited her inside. The elderly woman's eyes darted to the peephole, and its sking sound escaped her lips. Only when the door across closed did she return her seat on the sofa. Upon entering the man's home, Shen Xinghe was met with an unpleasant odor, prompting her to slow her breathing as she surveyed her surroundings. The disarray within the man's abode was evident, with clothing and refuse strewn haphazardly across the dark floor. After the man led Shen Xinghe into the room, he casually kicked aside some clothing strewn on the floor, then tugged at his collar. Charitable service? Just what I need, he said, a wicked glint flickering in his eyes as he unabashedly gazed at Shen Xinghe's lovely face. Upon finishing his words, his hands trembled slightly as he began to remove his clothing. Shen Xinghe's expression shifted, yet remained composed. She gently caressed her smartwatch, which still had the capability to capture photos and videos. Sir, we are here for legitimate charitable service. The man swiftly shed his garments, revealing his pale, protruding belly, and his hands began to move towards his trousers. What legitimate charity? As long as it's a service, isn't that sufficient? Rest assured, I will definitely give you a 5-star review. He leered. He had heard from his friends that these university students pretended to offer charitable services merely for star currency. I apologize, but since you do not wish to receive service, I must take my leave, Shen Xinghe replied in a steady, formal tone. As the man watched Shen Xinghe lift her foot to leave, his hands, which had rested on his trousers, shot out towards her. You think you can come and go as you please? He leered. I know this is just a ruse to earn star currency under the guise of charity. Are you trying to up the ante now? Well, let me tell you, I'm out of star currency. Let us settle for the market rate. Moreover, I have connections in the Star Education Bureau. I can easily have my associates discuss matters with your teachers. Do you really want to jeopardize your graduation for a few star coins? He threatened as his hand reached for Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe narrowed her eyes and swiftly kicked the overweight man in the belly. With a crash, he collided with the table, sending its contents crashing to the ground. Which school do you attend? I will certainly report this to your teachers. The man scrambled to his feet and charged at Shen Xinghe, a novice-level ability user. Shen Xinghe quickly incapacitated him. He covered his head and pleaded for mercy. Stop, please. Just show me your star currency code, and I will give you the coins. After delivering 2 more kicks, Shen Xinghe silenced him. Only then did she relax her fists and cast her gaze toward the balcony. The lazy man indeed had no clothes on the balcony. She glanced back at the still cowering man and asked, Is there anything unusual about the clothing here? The overweight man looked down at the disheveled garments littering the floor and replied in a small voice, I haven't washed my clothes in a month. A faint twitch appeared at the corner of Shen Xinghe's mouth. He stole a glance at her, his eyes devoid of any lascivious thoughts. He anticipated that such a seemingly fragile girl could strike so fiercely. However, he was left puzzled since she had not revealed her star currency code. Is there anything else? Shen Xinghe's gaze remained fixed upon him as he gingerly touched his bruised wounds and continued. If you want to talk about abnormalities, it's the clothing from room 304 next door that's truly peculiar. This time, Shen Xinghe's interest was piqued. The man went on. Clothes from there have floated into my home several times. The rotund man gradually rose from the ground, retrieving the clothing that lay scattered about and donning it. Shen Xinghe refrained from urging him to hasten, allowing him the time to dress before her gaze settled upon him. He resided alone, a solitary man, yet he washed an abundance of garments each day, their hues a vibrant array. Strangely, his attire catered to all ages and genders. The corpulent figure lifted a glass of water from the table, its presence a mystery as to how long it had lingered there, and began to sip from it. Shen Xinghe stepped onto the balcony, where several poles on the adjacent terrace were adorned with clothing. As the wind swept by, the garments danced in its embrace. Chapter 27. The eccentric man, whenever the wind howls, a piece or two of clothing invariably wafts into my home, the rotund man remarked, following Shen Xinghe to the balcony. She remained fixated on the garments on the neighboring poles, hoping that Unit 2304 was the target of her current mission. This individual is quite peculiar. He has even installed surveillance. When clothing drifts away, he can discern that it has found its way to my residence. He always comes to retrieve it, yet offers me not a single benefit. The man grumbled, pursing his lips in irritation. At that moment, a long-haired man emerged from the adjacent terrace. Someone is in 3204. The rotund man exclaimed, pointing at the newly appeared figure. Look at him, this eccentric. It is one thing for him to hang so many clothes, but to come here and chastise me as well is truly lamentable. Alas, I cannot contend with him and must silently endure his reproaches. What abilities does he possess? What is his power level? Shen Xinghe inquired. The rotund man responded candidly. He wields a basic second-level power of spirit. He merely exceeds me by 1 level. He observed Shen Xinghe as she abruptly departed, feeling no inclination to complain about her lack of courtesy. Gazing at the closed door, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. At last, he had managed to send her away. He pondered what this girl was investigating regarding the clothing. As the wind outside picked up, the rotund man hastily gathered the clothes strewn upon the ground. Meanwhile, Shen Xinghe, having exited room 2303, did not leave the floor, but instead rang the doorbell of room 2304. From outside, there was no response, the occupants within choosing silence over acknowledgement. Shen Xinghe's eyes glimmered with insight. The residents of this unit were not particularly amiable. The rotund man had barely settled comfortably on his sofa when the doorbell rang once more. This time, he chose not to rush to the door. Instead, he engaged in conversation with Shen Xinghe through the display screen by the entrance. I need to ask you something, he began. Shen Xinghe, her left hand brushing against her right fist, revealed the smartwatch adorning her wrist. What more is there to discuss? I have already divulged all that I know. If you persist, I shall report you to the stellar police for harassment, she retorted. Upon witnessing Shen Xinghe's demeanor, the man felt a familiar ache at the wound upon his forehead. He concealed himself behind the door and proclaimed, "As long as I do not open the door, you cannot reach me. No matter what actions you take or words you utter at the threshold, I shall not yield." He had steeled his resolve. Shen Xinghe's smartwatch emitted a luminescent projection, startling the man concealed behind the peephole, causing him to squint. Upon witnessing the image of her disrobing, beads of perspiration formed on his brow. He could not fathom when Shen Xinghe had commenced recording. Such treachery was unbecoming of her. How had he only perceived her beautiful visage? The corpulent man regretted his former complacency. "You should report to the Star Police. Coincidentally, I have footage to share with them as well," Shen Xinghe remarked coolly at the doorway. The man opened the door, his expression one of despair. "What is the matter?" he inquired, his countenance downtrodden. "Is there no one in room 2301? Shen Xinghe asked. Entering the dwelling, she caught sight of a man on the adjacent balcony, hanging clothes. A small pink garment for a child in his grasp. Shen Xinghe scrutinized the wall netting that separated their balconies. "When is the man across typically absent?" she inquired. "I am not precisely certain, but I have not seen him at all in the afternoons," the corpulent man replied, inching closer to the balcony, secretly observing Shen Xinghe, perplexed by her interest in the long-haired man next door. Gazing at the time displayed on her smartwatch, she noted that only half an hour remained until noon. After a span of 30 minutes, the long-haired man from room 304 finally emerged, peering cautiously before making his way to the elevator. A few minutes after his departure, Shen Xinghe approached the corpulent man's balcony. "What do you intend to do?" he asked, bewildered. In response, Shen Xinghe executed a daring leap. The corpulent man stared in astonishment as she landed deftly on the opposite balcony. "Are you mad? He has surveillance. Just wait to be apprehended by the Star Police," he exclaimed in a state of disarray, cradling his head in despair. What a misfortune it was to encounter such a girl. Should she be caught by the Star Police? Having jumped from his premises, would he be implicated as her accomplice? Shen Xinghe entered the long-haired man's room, and a cacophony erupted from his small bedroom. Moving cautiously, she recalled the corpulent man's assertion that the long-haired man lived alone. What could possibly be making that noise? Although she had entered the room, her psychic scanning abilities remained ineffective here. Carefully, she approached the door from whence the sound emanated. Pressing her ear against the door, she discerned creaking noises within, yet could not ascertain what lay beyond. Her hand rested on the doorknob. To her surprise, the door was unlocked. With a twist, it swung open. A plump little girl came into view. Her mouth was silenced with a piece of green cloth, and her hands and feet were bound to a chair, a chain encircling her waist. The girl wore neither a top nor pants. This chain was peculiar, silver in hue and adorned with numerous small black dots. Upon seeing Shen Xinghe enter, the girl struggled desperately, her large eyes glistening red. Shen Xinghe scanned the room. It was devoid of any other objects. "Sure, I shall assist you in tearing away the cloth that covers your mouth, but you must not scream," whispered Shen Xinghe into the little girl's ear. The child squeezed out a few tears and nodded obediently. "Sister, I am frightened. Please do not harm me," the little girl lamented as soon as her lips were freed. Shen Xinghe gently inquired, "Who are you to him? Why has he bound you here?" "I am Xiao Ke, his neighbor," the girl timidly replied, her voice trembling. "I do not know why he has tied me up. Boo. He started to remove my clothes." She sobbed uncontrollably. Shen Xinghe examined the girl's body, noting that there were no visible marks of harm. "Did he merely remove your clothing?" she asked, patting the girl's shoulder and loosening the ropes around her. The little girl nodded through her tears. Once freed, she discarded the chain around her waist. Shen Xinghe, unsure of the chain's purpose, nonetheless picked it up and placed it into her storage ring. Confronted by the man's ferocity, Shen Xinghe maintained a stoic expression as she observed his every move. He held a lifelike doll in his hands. "Xiao Ke, have you been harmed?" the long-haired man inquired anxiously as he approached the girl. Was this man mentally unstable? The child had already suffered when he was undressing her, yet he questioned whether she had been harmed. Shen Xinghe's gaze remained fixed on the man's every action. In response to the man's concern, the little girl quickly hid behind Shen Xinghe, clutching the hem of her clothing tightly. "What do you intend to do?" Shen Xinghe asked coldly. The long-haired man halted his advance. The girl gripped Shen Xinghe's garment even more tightly, her face completely obscured behind her protector. "Sister, please report to the Star Police." Shen Xinghe, uncertain about how to contact the authorities, instinctively reached back to comfort the trembling child. Upon hearing the little girl's words, the man's demeanor shifted to one of panic. He waved his hands frantically. "Xiao Ke, why do you not heed your uncle's words? Did I not say that I merely wished to have your clothes? I only went out to buy this doll for you. Do you like it?" He lifted the doll, shaking it gently. Noticing that the child remained hidden, he continued to plead, "I truly mean you no harm. I only wanted your clothing. It was because you screamed that I had to tie you up." The man began to sweat, his tone urgent. He was a peculiar man with an obsession for collecting clothing. Shen Xinghe observed the perspiring man with an unyielding expression. After he finished speaking, he brought the doll closer to his chest, taking a few hurried steps forward, apologizing fervently. "I am sorry, Xiao Ke. You must forgive your uncle this time. If you do not like this doll, I will buy you something else." The little girl did not acquiesce. She continued to tug at Shen Xinghe's clothing. I'm sorry, she uttered repeatedly. Observing the approaching man, the little girl retreated a few paces while clinging to Shen Xinghe. The beads of sweat on the man's forehead grew increasingly large, eventually swelling to the size of a fingernail, leaving Shen Xinghe astonished at how one person's perspiration could expand so dramatically. Plop, plop. The massive droplets fell to the ground, producing a jarring sound. In that instant, the man's long hair began to elongate down to the floor. His eyes turned a sinister shade of crimson, and his mouth split grotesquely. The little girl could no longer hear the man's voice and began to peek out cautiously. Shen Xinghe displayed no signs of terror at the man's sudden transformation. For this familiar horrific visage was one she had encountered amidst the apocalypse. Wang Ping a zombie. What connection could there be between the two? Sister, run. He has turned into a monster. The little girl quivered. Monster. The phantasm is a monster. The man transforming into a zombie is also a monster. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Xinghe took the little girl and prepared to charge out. However, at that moment, clothing from the balcony suddenly flew into the room, encircling Shen Xinghe and the little girl. Some garments enveloped the man as well. The sudden peril did not instill fear in Shen Xinghe. Instead, she secretly reveled in the possibility of having triggered the third-floor clothing quest. A laser sword materialized in her hand, and she directed it toward the encroaching fabric, unleashing a beam of light. Wherever the laser struck, the clothing was severed in twain and fell to the ground. Shen Xinghe aimed to strike at the long-haired man ensnared in the garments, but in an instant, the fallen halves of clothing reassembled into intact pieces. They swiftly drifted toward Shen Xinghe. This time, when she wielded the laser sword again, it proved challenging to sever the garments, as if the blade had dulled from repeated use. At that moment, the long-haired man underwent a further transformation. His appearance became unrecognizable, his body tightly enveloped by a kaleidoscope of fabric, making him resemble a colossal garment. With a sweep of his hands, several illusory garments materialized in the surrounding space. Unlike real clothing, these phantasmal fabrics swiftly aimed to strike Shen Xinghe. The most distressing part was that the laser sword in her hand could not dispel these virtual garments. In that dire moment, Shen Xinghe grasped another application of her mental power. It manifested as a tangible blade, and wherever it reached, the illusory clothing fell away in pieces. Beads of sweat broke out on Shen Xinghe's forehead. This was her first experience wielding her mental power in such a manner, leaving her head feeling dizzy and swollen. It turned out that mental energy could indeed grasp objects from a distance. She simply had yet to master the skill. She continued without pause, seizing the opportunity as the garments surrounding the long-haired man were torn asunder, seeking to comprehend his fate. A thunderous gun materialized in her grasp, and she fired a shot towards him. Chapter 29, Power Upgrade. Instantly, the man's attire intervened, enveloping the bullet before it could explode. Nearby garments began to launch an assault, targeting the little girl. Terrified, she cowered behind Shen Xinghe. Beads of sweat multiplied on Shen Xinghe's forehead. The armored form of the long-haired man exhibited formidable strength. The little girl sensed Shen Xinghe's struggle to fend off the armor while also protecting herself. Clutching the necklace around her neck, torn between hesitation and resolve. Ultimately, after Shen Xinghe was thrown aside, she tore the necklace from her neck with determination. From within the necklace emerged a weapon resembling a fork. Gripping the fork weapon, the little girl aimed its 3 prongs at the long-haired man, unleashing 3 beams of light that struck him down. He collapsed to the ground. Shen Xinghe clutched her chest, turning to gaze at the object in the little girl's hands. What manner of weapon was this, capable of bringing the man down in an instant? "Run, sister," the little girl cried out in a trembling voice. Yet her body remained frozen in place. Shen Xinghe sprang to her feet, seizing the girl's hand as they raced toward the exit. However, just 50 centimeters from the doorknob, the man slowly rose, his body fragmented into shards of fabric. These fragments lunged once more at the little girl, and as Shen Xinghe attempted to shield her, the clothing morphed into a massive mouth that clamped down on Shen Xinghe's arm. A substantial portion of flesh was bitten away, and the room was instantly filled with the stench of blood. The clothing transformed again, this time into a gigantic hand that seized Shen Xinghe and slammed her violently against the wall. "Sister," the little girl's tears streamed down her face anew. "Fire again," Shen Xinghe cried out, her body racked with pain. Yet the little girl shook her head vehemently, her face smeared with tears and snot, knowing she could only use the weapon once. The massive hand reached skyward, expanding to an enormous size as it began to descend upon the little girl. Trembling, she turned pale as the shadow loomed over her, her gaze fixed on the gigantic palm. She was about to perish. The enormous hand grazed the tips of her hair. Just then, the gigantic palm halted abruptly, revealing a hole in its center through which a glimmer of light shone. The little girl blinked her red-rimmed eyes, bewildered by the sudden cessation of movement and the emergence of the hole. In an instant, the gigantic hand began to disintegrate, fragments of fabric swirling throughout the room. The armored form of the long-haired man lay defeated at last. Ding! Congratulations to the trial taker for completing half of the task. The trial continues. Ding! Congratulations to the trial taker for completing half of the task. A reward of 250 star points and 500,000 star coins has been granted. 2 mechanical voices echoed in Shen Xinghe's dizzy mind. Task. Indeed, the man with long hair is a target of the mission, yet it is not a complete objective. Merely half of the task. It was unexpected that this assignment would be divided into 2 parts. The large wound on her shoulder made the little girl's nose tingle with emotion. "Sister, are you all right? Please don't die." The icy little hand brought Shen Xinghe's focus back, and she turned her gaze to the small hand grasping her wrist. At that moment, the joy in her heart overshadowed the pain in her body. Although she had only completed half of the task, she had also received half of the reward. "I'm fine." Upon hearing Shen Xinghe's words, the little girl sniffled and hurried to open the door. "Sister, come out quickly. I asked Grandma to bring you the A-grade reagent." A-grade reagent. Upon hearing this term again, Shen Xinghe could not help but feel intrigued. After the little girl spoke, she knocked on the door of room 2302. The elderly woman opened the door with surprising speed. Upon seeing the little girl without clothes, a look of concern crossed her aged face. "My dear, what is wrong? Where are your clothes? Were you bullied?" "Grandma." The little girl rushed into the old woman's embrace. "I'll explain later, but please hurry and get the A-grade reagent. Sister was bitten by one." The elderly woman seemed startled by the mention of the A-grade reagent. She spun the little girl around, examining her body from head to toe. Upon seeing that the girl bore no marks of being bitten or harmed, she finally relaxed. "Hurry," the little girl urged, stamping her feet in impatience. "If you don't give Sister the A-grade reagent soon, she'll turn into one." From the little girl's words, Shen Xinghe understood the purpose of the A-grade reagent and recognized the value of the sour fruit given to her by the trendy man. The elderly woman then turned her gaze toward Shen Xinghe. Upon recognizing her face from a previous encounter, a flicker of doubt passed through her eyes. However, when she noticed the wound on Shen Xinghe's shoulder, she refrained from asking further questions and turned to walk back into the room. Shen Xinghe observed that the elderly woman's pace was swift, unlike that of an ordinary elderly person on Earth. After all, everyone here was an extraordinary being, incomparable to the rest. Shortly thereafter, the elderly woman emerged holding a small vial, which she promptly handed to Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe hesitated to take it, unsure whether the substance was meant to be applied or ingested. The locals evidently knew how to use it, and she pondered what the elderly woman might think if she used it incorrectly. "Sister, can't you move your hand?" Fortunately, the little girl spoke up at that moment. She took the vial from the elderly woman's hand. "Sister, lean down, and I'll feed it to you." The little girl gently touched Shen Xinghe's pinky finger. Shen Xinghe let out a quiet sigh of relief, feeling joy at the girl's words, and bowed her head. The liquid entered her mouth, flavorless and imperceptible to her senses. Shen Xinghe slightly bent at the waist. Why? Because her extraordinary ability had been upgraded. Her extraordinary abilities unexpectedly upgraded at a critical moment. She is now a level 3 psychic. The elderly woman gazed curiously at Shen Xinghe, realizing the significance of this upgrade. "Come in, let us discuss this inside," the old woman said, taking the little girl's hand. Chapter 30. Touching the truth, the elderly woman and the little girl walked ahead, while Shen Xinghe followed closely behind. Upon entering the room, she was immediately captivated by a magnificent painting adorning the wall. The artwork depicted a striking couple. The man was the same handsome figure she had seen in a photograph at 41301, but the woman was different. Indeed, the man in the painting was the same as the one in the earlier photo, while the woman bore a striking resemblance to the elderly woman, suggesting this was her youthful visage. Though the little girl seemed unscathed, the elderly woman was anxious to understand what had transpired. The little girl poured a glass of water for Shen Xinghe and recounted the events to the elderly woman. With each detail, the old woman's brow furrowed deeper, and upon hearing the entire account, she turned her inquisitive gaze towards Shen Xinghe. Was someone like her merely a philanthropist? With such talent, she could easily attend a prestigious star academy. Shen Xinghe reclined on the sofa, closing her eyes, oblivious to the elderly woman's scrutiny. Fatigue enveloped her. The battles ahead would be numerous, necessitating a brief respite now. "Hello, this is the Interstellar Police Center," a stern male voice emanated from a crimson shell. Shen Xinghe half opened her eyes. "My neighbor has transformed into a creature and has already been slain. The address is..." The elderly woman spoke slowly. Surprised that such matters required reporting, Shen Xinghe's eyes fluttered shut once more. She had presumed that creatures were commonplace in this world and that she could manage them independently. "By the way, my supply of creature serum has been exhausted. Please bring me a bottle," the elderly woman added after discussing the creature incident. Shen Xinghe heard an acknowledgement from the other end of the line. She had not anticipated that the serum would be so precious. Was there only one bottle per household? And did the government indeed distribute such serums? "Grandma, the people in the painting are quite beautiful together," Shen Xinghe remarked, narrowing her eyes. The elderly woman smiled faintly in response. "Huh? Is it your grandfather? Does he have a twin brother?" Shen Xinghe feigned surprise, opening her eyes wide. The elderly woman's face instantly fell, and she replied, "Did you see a photograph of my husband at 41,301? Shen Xinghe turned to look at the elderly woman. "Wanwan's. Stay with the little one," the elderly woman instructed the robot standing nearby. Shen Xinghe nodded, understanding that the elderly woman wished to shield the girl from certain revelations. The old woman's expression turned stern, her wrinkles tightening as a fiery spark ignited in her eyes, and her mouth curled downward. "After my husband passed away, she came knocking on my door, claiming to be my husband's unregistered wife. At that moment, she even showed me photographs of the two of them." As the elderly woman recounted this, her chest heaved with emotion. "I was furious and expelled her from my home. However, upon reflection, I recalled my husband mentioning a first love, though he never spoke of any marriage. I presumed that the old woman had lost her sanity in her twilight years. To my surprise, she took up residence in the adjacent unit. I knew she displayed those photographs prominently by her entrance. What an audacious act! How shameless of her, at such an advanced age, to vie for a man with me. I never saw her before my husband's death. The most infuriating part was her claim of having had a child with him." Just then, the doorbell rang, interrupting the elderly woman's tirade. On the screen beside the door, two officers in formal attire appeared. I stepped forward to offer an explanation, urging her to rest. The woman stood and went to open the door. The door closed gently behind her as she followed the officers to room 42304. The echoes of her words lingered in my ears. The elderly resident of 41,301 indeed had a child. I just didn't know if that child truly resided in 91304. Not long after the old woman departed, Shen Xinghe, after a moment of contemplation, relaxed her body and closed her eyes. It was unclear how much time had passed when the front door swung open. Shen Xinghe immediately opened her eyes. "Did I disturb you?" the elderly woman inquired. "No," Shen Xinghe replied, rising from the sofa. "Is there a girl in Unit 91304 who is skilled at sewing? I wish to commission some outfits." The elderly woman responded negatively. Initially, I thought the discrepancies in the accounts of the residents were merely inconsistencies. Now it appeared that everyone had a different description of the occupants of Unit 91304. Observing Shen Xinghe's disbelief, the elderly woman continued, "My daughter lives on that floor. No one knows the residents there better than I do. Indeed, there is a young girl in 91304, but she does not possess any sewing skills. I have encountered her a few times. She is quite shy, always greeting me with her head bowed before walking away." Shen Xinghe's expression reflected disappointment. It was such a pity, as she had hoped to find a skilled artisan. Nowadays, few people sew their own clothes. In our community, there's hardly anyone who does. The elderly woman reiterated. The garments made by hand are no different from those produced by machines. As long as they are wearable, that suffices. "I apologize for taking up your time," Shen Xinghe said, rising. "As for who speaks the truth and who does not, it matters little now. For I possess a strong intuition that the remaining part of the task undoubtedly lies within 91304. Given the time that has elapsed without any task-related news surfacing in my mind, it suggests that the residents of Building 9 are still unaware that the task is indeed with them. This is, in itself, a positive sign. There's also a possibility that the challenger slain by the residents here today was that diminutive man from Building 9. The first place the challenger would have gone is certainly the third floor, where he was most likely killed by the residents there. If that is the case, I must tread carefully around those inhabitants. Chapter 31. Supremacy of Strength. As the old woman stepped out, she cast a glance at Shen Xinghe's tattered garments and insisted that she change into a different outfit. Upon reaching the first floor, Shen Xinghe discovered that the wound on her shoulder had miraculously healed. She was astonished by the efficacy of the armor serum, which she had not anticipated would possess such restorative properties. The sky outside was a breathtaking spectacle, adorned with vibrant clouds drifting gracefully, while birds soared freely above. Various aerial objects zipped through the air, igniting Shen Xinghe's curiosity about this alien world. She yearned to linger in the trial space a bit longer to explore this realm before venturing out. However, she understood that her movements were confined to this particular community, with all other areas leading to the outside world. At the entrance on the first floor, she noticed the absence of the trendy man and remembered to check the smartwatch on her wrist. It bore no signs of the recent battle she had endured, yet several messages had appeared on the display. "Are you ready over there? Only one household remains in Unit 2. Who has completed the task? It's already 600. We can head to the assembly point." Since the assembly point was located in a small plaza, she was required to traverse a patch of greenery. As she walked alongside towering plants, the surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. She attempted to extend her mental awareness, sensing the tranquil environment filled with gentle hills and flowing streams. "Little girl, how did you get hurt? Did you have any gains today?" A middle-aged man's voice echoed. Shen Xinghe immediately halted her steps. "Uncle, this is none of your business," came the alert voice of a young girl. Shen Xinghe's mental energy was still radiating, allowing her to discern the identities of the speakers. It was the Mediterranean man from Building 2 and a student girl from Building 8. The student girl, clad in a pristine white uniform, was now stained with blood, though no visible injuries were apparent on her. It was unclear whether the blood belonged to her or someone else. The Mediterranean man maintained his distance from the girl, refraining from approaching her. "I have no interest in your information, nor do I wish to engage in conversation with you," the student girl asserted, attempting to bypass him towards the assembly point. However, the previously motionless Mediterranean man suddenly moved, swiftly blocking her path. With arms crossed over his chest, he remarked, "Don't be so heartless. While you may not wish to speak with me, I have matters I would like to discuss with you." Despite the blockade, the student girl retained a calm demeanor. "I will not divulge anything about you," she replied softly, her eyes brimming with sincerity. The expression on the Mediterranean man's face shifted as he realized, "You have indeed seen something. Then you cannot be allowed to leave. Remember, the mouths of the dead are the most trustworthy." With that, a laser sword materialized in his hand, and he unleashed a beam of light directly towards the student girl. Her face paled, and in an instant, a shield emerged around her. "You are a psychic ability user." The Mediterranean man gazed at his lightsaber, astonished that he could not approach the student girl. "What a pity. You are injured," he remarked. The girl did not react to his initial statement, but his subsequent comment elicited a wary expression on her face. The man then produced a peculiar item and aimed it at the student girl, firing it off. Although she did not perish instantly, she collapsed to the ground, coughing up a significant amount of blood. The Mediterranean man contemplated another strike. However, the student girl glanced around and weakly uttered, "Aren't you coming out?" Startled, the man scanned his surroundings with heightened vigilance. How had he failed to sense anyone nearby? Yet, he was aware that the sensitivity of a psychic ability user surpassed that of a physical power user, and the girl would not have made such a statement without reason. Then, Shen Xinghe emerged, her expression devoid of any embarrassment from being caught. Upon seeing her, the Mediterranean man's demeanor shifted to one of immediate tension. He could not fathom the strength of this woman before him. It was evident that she possessed greater power than he did. How could this be? Had she upgraded her abilities in the trial space? "This is none of your concern. You may leave," the Mediterranean man said, distancing himself from Shen Xinghe while striving to suppress his anxiety. He had the psychic ability fruit. The student girl rose from the ground and directed a gaze filled with deep hatred toward him as she spoke to Shen Xinghe. The Mediterranean man's expression darkened. "What are you talking about? What psychic ability fruit? I possess physical power. How could I have such a thing? You are the one with psychic abilities. It must be you who possesses that fruit." Psychic ability fruit? Shen Xinghe remained unfazed. Perhaps the Mediterranean man was unaware that he had been there for quite some time, which explained his attempts at concealment. She had already sensed the presence of something on him. "Huh, why are you so anxious? I have the psychic ability fruit. Are you attempting to seize my fruit by incapacitating me?" The student girl had finally regained her composure, her complexion gradually returning to normal. "Your psychic ability fruit must have been exchanged in the marketplace, correct?" she continued. The Mediterranean man fixated on her, his eyes filled with malice, clearly indicating that she had struck a nerve. Shen Xinghe, however, chose not to elaborate further. Instead, she drew her lightsaber. The Mediterranean man realized that she had arrived and overheard his entire conversation with the student girl. He quickly brandished his own lightsaber in response. Yet, before two exchanges could occur, Shen Xinghe decisively ended his life. Ding! A trial participant has perished. Ding! A trial participant has perished. Simultaneously, two mechanical voices echoed in their minds. Two participants dead? Shen Xinghe understood that the two messages signified two individuals, as the trial space never repeated its announcements. The student girl expressed her astonishment, then directly inquired, "One is the Mediterranean man who just died, but who is the other?" Shen Xinghe crouched down, seizing the necklace from the neck of the Mediterranean man, and taking the laser sword from his grasp. The student girl bore no objections to Shen Xinghe's actions. "Go change into another outfit," Shen Xinghe remarked, casting a glance at the student girl. Chapter 32. Deceived when Shen Xinghe and the student girl arrived at the small square. Several idle residents were already meandering about. These residents were of considerable age, casting curious glances at the two young ladies. Gradually, other challengers began to gather in the square, prompting the elderly to divert their gazes. The trendy man from Building 3 and the long-haired woman from Building 7 entered the square together, albeit through different entrances. The long-haired woman wore a bright smile, evidently having encountered some good fortune, while the trendy man's expression was one of discontent. The onlookers' attention turned toward the long-haired woman. who remained unfazed by their scrutiny, her demeanor calm and her steps light. Upon entering the square, the trendy man did not approach Shen Xinghe to greet her, nor did he offer her a glance, as if their previous alliance had never existed. The long-haired woman from Building 7, however, made her way towards Shen Xinghe and the student girl. She produced several cards from her pocket. Today is my lucky day. I've acquired a few room cards. Would you two lovely sisters be interested in finding a comfortable place to stay tonight? She waved the cards enticingly. I have accommodations available, but they come at a cost. If you have anything unnecessary on you, you may exchange it for a card. Sister, I need some nutrient solution. Would that be acceptable? A short-haired girl from Building 1 approached slowly. All eyes instantly fell upon her, her sweet dimples contrasting with her strained smile, her skin marred and battered, clearly a testament to a recent skirmish. Notably, the charming young man from Building 6 was absent from her side. Little sister, nutrient solution is indeed an option. The long-haired woman replied with a gentle laugh, handing a card to the short-haired girl. The trendy man, noticing the absence of a young man from Building 6, felt a twinge of resentment towards the short-haired girl, scrutinizing her with subtle disdain. Subsequently, the trendy man, Shen Xinghe, and the student girl each presented their unwanted items in exchange for the long-haired woman's cards. Shen Xinghe naturally opted for the nutrient solution offered by the woman. Her storage bracelet still contained the nutrient solutions from the two extraterrestrials she had previously vanquished. Thus, she refrained from consuming any solutions provided by others unless she was particularly confident in their safety. It is indeed advantageous to reside together, should anything arise in the night. We can look out for one another, the long-haired woman remarked. Look out for one another? I suppose a mutual battle would suffice, the others thought, finding the long-haired woman's words somewhat disingenuous, yet they refrained from voicing any rebuttals. While each individual remained wary of the others, they engaged in conversation, seeking to glean what knowledge they could from one another. They pondered silently in their hearts, speculating about the identities of the three deceased. The individuals yet to make an appearance included the Mediterranean man from Building 2, the voluptuous woman from Building 5, the handsome youth from Building 6, and the diminutive man from Building 9. No one inquired about the absence of the handsome youth from Building 6, nor did the short-haired girl from Building 1 volunteer any information. However, the absence of the handsome young man, who had previously been seen alongside the girl from Building 1, led to speculation that he might be among the deceased, with the short-haired girl being a potential suspect. The group instinctively distanced themselves from the short-haired girl, while also discreetly searching for the whereabouts of her storage device. After a brief exchange of idle chatter, the voluptuous woman slowly approached. At the moment she appeared, it became evident to all present who the deceased were. To their astonishment, it turned out that all three dead were men. Among the four men, only one remained alive, and the trendy man's demeanor shifted from calm to perturbed. He took a step back from the women, casting a lingering glance at Shen Xinghe and the student girl. Shen Xinghe, noticing the trendy man's gaze, recalled that he had initially refrained from greeting her, likely to keep their collaboration hidden from others. Consequently, she chose to ignore his look. The voluptuous woman brushed aside the strands of hair cascading over her shoulder and inquired, "Where's your handsome young man?" The short-haired girl, as cheerful dimples vanished, replaced by a visage of sorrow. "I do not wish to discuss this matter," she murmured, reflecting on the fear and sadness that flooded her thoughts. Her head hung low, concealing her expression from view. Although the long-haired woman did not approach the short-haired girl, she offered words of consolation. The short-haired girl seemed to draw some comfort from her, lifting her gaze at last. It was then that the group noticed her eyes brimming with tears. "But I believe you all wish to know," she began. "We encountered the entity, and we have completed half of the task, which was discovered by the two of us. Regrettably, during our confrontation with entity, he was killed." The short-haired girl lowered her head once more, avoiding the eyes of the others. "I too exerted every ounce of my strength to vanquish entity and escape." The group's scrutiny of the short-haired girl intensified. They could no longer underestimate her. To have slain entity and emerged alive suggested she possessed something remarkable. Yet, within Shen Xinghe's eyes flickered no emotion. She could not comprehend why the girl claimed the completion of the task was solely hers. Undoubtedly, The handsome youth had fallen at the hands of the short-haired girl. What could possibly motivate her to impersonate the task's victor? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Xinghe reached a conclusion. After killing the handsome young man, the girl had likely sustained significant injuries herself, though she now took credit for the task. There were those who might covet her star points. However, by presenting herself in this light, she ensured that others would regard her with caution, aware of the formidable weapon she might wield. Moreover, she was undoubtedly aware that the actual task completer would not expose her deception. If she had not spoken this way, people would have perceived her as someone who could even murder her partners. The handsome young man's misfortunes would inevitably befall her, attracting many to cast their eyes upon her. The short-haired girl covertly observed the expressions of those around her, only to find herself disheartened, as she failed to capture the reactions she desired on their faces. It turned out that the other half of the task had been accomplished by you, the woman with long straight hair inquired. The short-haired girl wiped away her tears, apologizing. "I'm sorry, dear sister, but I cannot disclose that information, as I still wish to fulfill the remaining half of the task." She cast an apologetic glance at everyone. Given her response, the group refrained from pressing further. Noticing that the hour was getting late, they all headed towards the address indicated on the card issued by the woman with long straight hair. Chapter 33. Surrender it. As the petals of blue and yellow intertwined illuminated the room, a constellation of lights instantly brightened the entire space. Shen Xinghe's mental energy swept across the area, yet she found it impossible to discern the contents of the room. Its privacy measures were remarkably effective. Although she was unaware of how the woman with long straight hair had acquired the card, she assured them that it had been obtained through legitimate channels. Ensuring a safe stay, the group chose not to pursue the matter any further. The room was a spacious studio, equipped with a bathroom, a balcony, a bed, and 2 stools. Shen Xinghe first retrieved the spiritual fruit she had obtained from the Mediterranean man, aware that one of its effects was to enhance the abilities of those endowed with mental powers. She examined it briefly before consuming it in one bite. A wave of comfort washed over her head, and beyond that, she felt nothing more. After finishing the spiritual fruit, Shen Xinghe reclined on the bed. The death of the man from Building 9 would greatly benefit her, as she prepared to venture there the following day. As for the student girl from Building 8 next door, today's events would serve as a deterrent. Should she find herself in Building 9, the girl would likely refrain from approaching her openly. A voice emanated from a screen inside the door. The trendy man outside held a can of sour fruit. Given their alliance, Shen Xinghe did not hesitate to open the door. "Is there something you need?" she inquired. "Nothing much. I just thought to bring you another can of sour fruit," the trendy man replied, a gentle smile gracing his face as he opened the can, releasing a tangy aroma into the room. Shen Xinghe regarded him with curiosity. Why would he, without any apparent reason, offer her sour fruit again? "You got close to the object today. In truth, it was you who completed the task." His words caused Shen Xinghe, who had been blinking in surprise, to pause momentarily. "Oh, what leads you to believe that?" she asked, her brows slightly raised. The short-haired girl had already acknowledged that she was the one who completed the task. Why was the trendy man so certain that it was her? "Isn't that so?" he queried. Shen Xinghe pulled out a stool and sat down, perplexed by the rapid shifts in his conversation. "What do you mean by that?" She truly could not grasp the meaning behind the trendy man's words. Their alliance had long been established, and now he was reiterating their partnership. What could this possibly signify? "The student's sister shares a commendable rapport with you, does she not?" The trendy man did not explicitly state his inquiry, yet it was evident he was referring to this matter. It dawned on Shen Xinghe that this was indeed the crux of the issue. Their connection was not particularly profound. They merely happened to cross paths at the small square. The trendy man displayed a clear skepticism towards Shen Xinghe's words. She chose not to elaborate further, as belief was not hers to dictate. It depended on the trendy man's perception. The image of the student's sister's respect for Shen Xinghe lingered in his mind, and he found it hard to believe that the two were not allied in some way. Presently, he stood as the sole man among them, and Shen Xinghe was the one tasked with completing the mission. Prior to arriving here, he had prepared himself thoroughly. Suddenly, A fierce glint appeared in the trendy man's eyes as he reached for Shen Xinghe's slender neck. Rather than allowing these women to conspire against him, he resolved to take the initiative and methodically dismantle their resolve, beginning with the seemingly easier target of Shen Xinghe. Little did he know that his hand, suspended in midair, was but a mere circle away from her delicate throat, yet could not bridge the gap. It was then that he recognized the disparity in their strengths. His eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. "You are a psychic ability user. A level 3 psychic ability user at that," he stammered, disbelief laced with terror in his voice. The earrings atop his ears glimmered under the yellow light. In an instant, a fork-like object materialized in his hand, a weapon capable of knocking down armor with a single strike, one that belonged to the little girl. Shen Xinghe was aware of the weapon's potency, yet she found herself with no avenue for retreat. She brandished her shield and summoned her psychic energy to defend herself. As the trendy man unleashed his attack, Shen Xinghe was forcefully propelled backward, crashing heavily against the wall. The power of the trident was formidable enough to send even a level 3 psychic user reeling. The trendy man's initial fright faded, and he praised the weapon he wielded. "Do you feel your body weakening now? I have 3 more rounds. Can you withstand them?" He taunted, caressing the trident as he aimed another strike at Shen Xinghe. This time, however, she drew forth the weapon she had taken from the Mediterranean, leaping high and twisting midair, directing her weapon toward the trendy man. The two weapons clashed with tremendous force, filling the room with a haze of smoke. Yet before the trendy man could fire again, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. With a gasp, a copious amount of blood erupted from his mouth, not a single drop touching Shen Xinghe. "What? How can this be? Why did my soft fruit have no effect on you?" he exclaimed, clutching his throat, a visage of disbelief and frustration etched across his face. Gradually, he collapsed to the ground, a crimson wound marring his neck. Shen Xinghe glanced at the sour fruit in the trendy man's hand. She then produced the sour fruit he had previously given her. Unlike the one he had offered before, this one contained additional elements. This, she surmised, must be what the trendy man referred to as the soft fruit. Why did it not work on her? The only sustenance she had ever consumed was the spirit fruit. No longer preoccupied with other thoughts, she directly seized the items from the hands of the fashionable man. Disdainfully, she removed the earrings from his ears, having observed him closely. He bore no necklace or watch, perhaps possessing a concealed bracelet akin to his earrings. Indeed, upon removing the earrings, she discovered they contained a plethora of items: 10 vials of nutrient solution, a bottle of chemical reagent, and 5 cans of sour fruit. The remainder consisted of various garments. Such a bounty was quite impressive. The act of thievery revealed the psyche of a criminal, effortlessly acquiring numerous possessions. Shen Xinghe shook her head, admonishing herself not to indulge in such thoughts. She then retrieved the room card from the fashionable man's pocket and, upon unlocking the door, intended to proceed into his chamber. However, upon exiting, she encountered a short-haired girl from Building 1. The girl, with dimples adorning her cheeks, sweetly called out, "Sister." Hand over the star fragment and the star coin. Chapter 34. A double betrayal. Shen Xinghe's eyes glinted with an icy light. This was her first encounter with robbery within this trial space. Surprised to find herself accosted by a girl with dimples, she reflected that the girl might even be a middle-aged man in disguise. Yet, she was perplexed by how the short-haired girl had discerned that she had completed her task. Shen Xinghe's gaze remained cold, as if she were regarding a being devoid of warmth. "Oh dear, sister, must you look at me with such a gaze?" the girl said, crossing her arms, feigning fear. Yet, there was no hint of trepidation in her words. "Hand it over obediently. Don't be as clueless as the handsome lad," she continued, her eyes brimming with mockery. A ring materialized in her hands as she cheerfully proposed, "Or perhaps, sister, is there something you desire? I could trade with you. I noticed you lack a storage device. Surely you yearn for one? This is a storage ring." Shen Xinghe seized upon her words. Pondering, did the short-haired girl not know of the existence of invisible storage devices? Or was it that she lacked the power and wealth to be aware of such things? The girl's dimples reappeared, rendering her innocent and charming, as if she were eager to barter with Shen Xinghe. However, the moment she finished speaking, Her body reacted with remarkable honesty. She darted forward with lightning speed, closing the distance to Shen Xinghe, an initial stage level 3 psychic ability user. The short-haired girl had evidently leveled up her powers during this trial. No wonder she possessed the audacity to attempt to rob her. As the girl's hands approached, Shen Xinghe evaded her outstretched grasp with a swift movement. Although Shen Xinghe's speed was not particularly swift, it still astonished the short-haired girl. She recognized Shen Xinghe as an initial stage level 3 psychic ability user. Beneath the same rank, although the psychic ability users can capture the speed of the aura ability users. The latter can certainly strike when the former is unprepared, ensuring their escape is impossible. The intentions displayed were merely exchanges, devoid of malice. So why could this girl evade? The short-haired girl gazed at Shen Xinghe with a bewildered expression. Shen Xinghe was equally astonished. She had slightly increased her speed, albeit minutely, but she had indeed sensed it. Though she had practiced martial arts since childhood and, bolstered by her psychic power, could evade those of the same level, her speed could not surpass what it was now. The short-haired girl attacked Shen Xinghe once more. Yet again, Shen Xinghe deftly evaded. This shouldn't be. The short-haired girl pondered in disbelief. She had previously battled against psychic ability users of the same rank. How could they not possess such speed? A pair of eyes fixated on the two combatants at the entrance. Upon witnessing the short-haired girl falter against Shen Xinghe, her pupils constricted. But when her gaze returned to Shen Xinghe, there was a glint of greed. Despite the narrow confines of the corridor, the movements of both combatants were not overly pronounced. Realizing she could not harm Shen Xinghe, the short-haired girl promptly drew a thunder gun. However, Shen Xinghe also produced her shield and brandished a thunder gun in her right hand. The two guns faced off, and the short-haired girl collapsed to the ground. While Shen Xinghe remained unscathed, standing tall, the short-haired girl treated the floor as a bed, gently rolling over to face upwards, her expression devoid of fear, even breaking into a soft smile. She waved her hands in the air, as if signaling. At that moment, a wooden door swung open. A girl emerged from behind it, an academic girl. Upon realizing she was a student, Shen Xinghe understood everything. The student girl was aware of Shen Xinghe's prowess. Though apprehensive of her strength, she was also tempted by the psychic fruit in her possession, prompting her to ally with the short-haired girl. Unexpectedly, what appeared to be an alliance turned into a swift partnership with others. Shen Xinghe felt no sorrow regarding the student girl's actions. The short-haired girl, having recognized her strength, could surmise that Shen Xinghe had completed her task. However, she found it curious that the student girl did not disclose her possession of a storage device to the short-haired girl, especially since the latter was aware of the Mediterranean man's device. After a moment's thought, she realized that the student girl likely harbored suspicions of the short-haired girl as well. Surrender the psychic fruit, the student girl demanded as she emerged, her eyes gleaming with desire. Hand over what we seek, and we shall allow you to leave. After all, we prefer not to suffer mutual destruction and benefit others. The short-haired girl stood, sweetly declaring this. Shen Xinghe had no intention of indulging their idle chatter. She immediately took action. With her trident gun, she fired 2 shots at both girls. Neither of the two individuals anticipated that Shen Xinghe wielded such a formidable weapon. The student was struck down and rendered incapable of rising again, while the short-haired girl, although also sent sprawling, managed to gradually regain her footing. They were taken aback by Shen Xinghe's apparent extravagance in discharging 2 bullets from the trident gun in a single shot. Before either could retaliate, Shen Xinghe's mental energy coalesced into a blade, swiftly targeting their throats. At that moment, the short-haired girl fell to the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief. She sensed an imminent danger approaching her neck. However, still reeling from the gunshot, her reflexes were dulled, leaving her unable to evade the attack. Ding! Congratulations! You have earned 100 star points. Ding! Your ranking has improved. You are currently unranked. With the demise of the short-haired girl, 2 mechanical voices echoed in Shen Xinghe's mind. The prior 2 individuals she had dispatched had not yielded any notification of points, and she had forgotten that eliminating others could indeed grant her points. It was unfortunate that those 2 bore no points. The student, though spared from a fatal strike, was incapacitated but still possessed some mental energy. As Shen Xinghe's mental force materialized, the student sensed its presence. Despite her survival, her mental energy was severely depleted. She exerted all her strength to resist Shen Xinghe's assault. Regret washed over her as her fingers twitched, pleading for mercy. Yet, Shen Xinghe unleashed her mental prowess once more, rendering the student utterly motionless. Disregarding the stillness of the other two doors, Shen Xinghe collected the belongings from the fallen and proceeded towards the studentess room. Chapter 35. Task completion around 2 or 3 in the morning. A knock echoed on Shen Xinghe's door. Ever vigilant, she immediately opened her eyes and glanced at the screen, revealing the disheveled figure of the woman with voluminous waves. The woman appeared utterly disheartened. Her tattered clothing and tousled dark waves a testament to her plight. Shen Xinghe refrained from opening the door, instead inquiring from within, "What is it?" "Help! The long-haired individual has been captured by the creature. It is highly likely that this pertains to the remaining half of the task." The woman gasped, her voice laden with exhaustion. Shen Xinghe found it surprising that they had ventured out at night in search of a task only to encounter a creature. However, she remained indifferent to the woman's plea, intrigued instead by the mention of the task. The very fact that this woman knew of her presence in the student's room indicated that she had witnessed the confrontation between Shen Xinghe, the student, and the short-haired girl, which left Shen Xinghe with a diminished regard for her. Not hearing any further response from inside, the woman hastily added, "The long-haired one's storage device. I can even offer you 100 star points. These are her means of survival." Shen Xinghe directed her gaze to the screen, where the woman held up a ring high in the air. "And me, I possess no star points, but I do have an advanced laser sword, which I shall give you." The woman's tone was urgent as she reiterated, "We have already exchanged our star points for weapons, all contained within the ring." The attitude of the woman with flowing waves left Shen Xinghe perplexed. Now that the woman with the flowing waves had departed from the entity, why was she still presenting items to prompt Shen to rescue the long-haired woman? She could easily take the long-haired woman's possessions and flee. Her gaze fell to the ground, contemplating the possibility of a different trap, perhaps a grand scheme devised by the two of them, especially since she possessed the star fragment, along with the storage devices of the student girl and the short-haired girl. 91304 is the location of the entity. "Please, you must save her," the woman with flowing waves implored, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. This room number was indeed a source of her suspicion. Shen Xinghe was taken aback. At last, her door swung open. The woman with flowing waves joyfully handed a ring to Shen Xinghe, her voice trembling. "The advanced laser sword is inside as well. We need to hurry. She won't last much longer." The woman with flowing waves, still an early-stage level 2 spirit user, understood that Shen Xinghe was an early-stage level 3 psychic user. Upon receiving her consent, she carried Shen Xinghe toward 91304. Inside was an entity clad in a red garment. However, it did not immediately consume its prey, instead opting to ensconce the person within a multitude of clothes, which were impervious to blades and bullets, and immune to fire and water. Our weapons were ineffective against it. The woman with flowing waves, carrying Shen Xinghe, spoke calmly without gasping for breath. "Isn't it a girl? Why is it merely a garment?" Shen Xinghe pondered while nestled against the back of the woman with flowing waves. As they approached 91304, the woman gently set Shen Xinghe down. "Stand close to the door, and she will open it for you." "Who is it? What do you want?" A girl's voice emanated from within room 91304. "I thought the old lady brought me to see her daughter," Shen Xinghe replied. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a room draped in red gauze, with several pairs of red high heels displayed on a shoe rack. Amidst the gauze sat a woman in a red outfit, wearing a hat and facing away from her. The woman's vibrant red hair cascaded softly over her shoulders. In the slanting rear of the woman stood an object, human-sized, shrouded in numerous garments. "Ha! Thank you so much for delivering goods to me again," the woman remarked with a gentle smile, one laced with an unsettling and sinister quality. This statement sent chills down Shen Xinghe's spine. "Delivering goods? I am the goods. Are you not her daughter?" Shen Xinghe inquired. The woman slowly turned, revealing a large expanse of black symbols adorning her garment's front. This symbol was the same as the one she had seen at the old lady's home. Shen Xinghe would not believe there was no connection between the two. The hat obscured the woman's entire face, and her hands remained concealed. As Shen Xinghe's gaze drifted downward, she noticed that there were no feet within the red high heels. Could the woman be disabled? It is not incorrect to say, "I am her daughter." The woman's voice emerged from beneath the hat. She raised her hand to remove the hat. No, there were no hands within her long sleeves. The woman who unveiled herself was merely a headless entity, fixated on a wig. She had no head. Upon entering, Shen Xinghe discovered a stark contrast to what the woman of the waves had described, feeling a surge of astonishment. Before her lay a garment, a creation born from the woman's incessant thoughts. Yet, she felt no gratitude. The woman had merely transformed her into a monstrous being endowed with intellect and consciousness. A creature that craved destruction. The voice, devoid of a mouth, emanated naturally from above the collar of the clothing. A being of thought and intelligence. Shen Xinghe was taken aback internally, though her expression remained composed. The entity before her was the culmination of the elder's relentless yearning, implying that neither the elder nor the man in the painting had a daughter. To sustain my consciousness, she had even rented a room for me, facilitating the acquisition of garments infused with my father's bloodline. The woman, seemingly unfazed by Shen Xinghe's calm demeanor, continued her tale. Her madness was born from an idealized love, conjuring me into existence. While her so-called father suffered a tragic fate, his honor tarnished posthumously. She was the seamstress, having devised unique symbols with her youthful lover to safeguard her designs from theft. The daughter of the elderly woman resided above in room 32302, prompting Shen Xinghe to recall the elder's prior words. The woman's final statement corroborated Shen Xinghe's earlier suspicions. The elder and the man in the photograph had no daughter. These garments held latent power, and with a gust of wind, they gracefully drifted into my chamber. The fabric of the woman's skirt billowed, as if she had lifted her leg. One must acknowledge my mother. Her intentions were not entirely benevolent. The lives I consumed allowed her to acquire their belongings, storage devices, star coins, and fragments, enough to last a lifetime. She was cunning, having bribed her neighbors to direct any strangers to me, and at times, the conflicting narratives from two individuals piqued curiosity, leading others to investigate further. My feelings toward my mother were steeped in hatred. It was through her that I managed to survive. Shen Xinghe gazed at the woman before her, memories of the elder's pristine furnishings flashing through her mind, intertwined with the conversations exchanged between the elder and the woman. Everything fell into place. It became clear that both had lured her to room 91304. Chapter 36. The serum that saves the woman appeared, pleased with Shen Xinghe's attentive listening, breaking into a soft laughter. It had been ages since anyone had listened to her innermost thoughts. She invited a challenge. Rising gracefully, she extended her courtesy. Shen Xinghe, undeterred, understood that weapons were futile against the entity before her, thus refraining from drawing her own. Instead, her mental energy transformed into a pair of scissors aimed directly at the being. The woman's voice resonated. It seems I've finally encountered an opponent. Excitement laced her words. After several exchanges, a sheen of perspiration appeared on Shen Xinghe's forehead, while the woman too was not without her struggles, her garment sustaining several tears. Under Shen Xinghe's final surge of mental force, the woman's voice quivered with a mix of trepidation and relief. I do not wish to die, nor do I wish to continue living this way, trapped in a daily conflict. I have caused the demise of many. Thank you. As the final words of the woman echoed, a mechanical voice followed suit. Ding! Congratulations to the trial participant for completing the task. This trial has come to an end. We welcome everyone to register for the next challenge. Ding! Congratulations to the trial participant for completing the task. You have received 250 star points and 500,000 star coins. After a brief moment of astonishment, Shen Xinghe turned her attention to the star points marketplace before her. She first glanced at her star points, 750 star points. The entire page displayed 6 items. Advanced Laser Sword, 500 star points. Advanced Laser Sword Energy Pool, 100 star points. Personal Aircraft, 1,000 star points. Low-level Spirit Energy Fruit, 50,000 star points. Trident, 2,000 star points. Trident Shells, 300 star points. Among these items, the more expensive ones were beyond her reach, while the less costly ones were of no use to her. She recalled that the advanced laser sword given by the woman in the wave was valued at 300 star points, which brought her a sense of joy. Upon seeing the spirit energy fruit, she suddenly remembered the mental energy fruit she had consumed, and a pang of regret struck her. She had not anticipated that such a small fruit would hold such high value. However, this also reminded her of the effects she experienced after consuming the mental energy fruit. Her speed had increased, although she was unsure if it was solely due to the fruit, and it was clear that the mental energy fruit had other effects as well. No wonder it commanded such a high price in star points. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. How had the short man acquired such a substantial amount of star points? This must be his second round of trials. Yet how did he possess enough star points to purchase the mental energy fruit? And what about the trendy man's trident and trident shells? She pondered whether they had also purchased random items, thus acquiring their wealth. Unfortunately, there were no random items available this time. Otherwise, she would have bought another to see what it might yield. Moreover, the energy pool for the laser sword confirmed her earlier conjecture that the laser sword could not be used indefinitely. Before her lay Yang Fanfan, whose body had been pierced by the claws of the zombie Wang Ping. In her hand, Shen Xinghe now held the trident. She aimed at the zombie's head and fired. The head exploded instantaneously. With the advanced laser sword in hand, she unleashed a flurry of strikes at the surrounding zombies. Moments later, silence enveloped the world. Yet the room was stained with blood, entrails, and shredded flesh. Yang Fanfan lay quietly on the ground. Weakly, he opened his eyes. He was not dead yet, but his wounds were grave, and he likely would not survive for long. However, he could not comprehend why, in the moment he had closed his eyes. All the zombies had perished. Shen Xinghe quickly retrieved her sole vial of armor reagent and bent down, opening his mouth. Yang Fanfan, she said, without hesitation. He opened his mouth. The liquid flowed into him. It bore no taste. Was it mineral water? Yang Fanfan swallowed a few times, thinking how generous the hero was. Even after his demise, he could still drink his fill. The itch on his back, where the claws had pierced him, was unbearable, yet he found himself unable to scratch it. Shen Xinghe, filled with apprehension, gazed intently at Yang Fanfan. She too was uncertain whether this reagent would prove effective against the zombies of the apocalypse. All she knew was that Wang Ping's zombie bore a resemblance to the monstrous figure of a long-haired man. Has he regained his strength? Yang Fanfan instinctively scratched his back. Observing the unblemished wound, Shen Xinghe finally allowed a smile to grace her lips. A stroke of fortune. She uttered these 3 words, withholding any further commentary. Yang Fanfan's eyes widened in realization. It must have been the water he had just consumed. Suddenly, thoughts of Wang Ping's fate flooded his mind. If Wang Ping had also drank from this miraculous vial, would she have been spared the curse of becoming a zombie? He fell silent, contemplating the immense value of this water, aware that the esteemed figure would not part with it lightly. This could very well be the only bottle of its kind possessed by that individual. He felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness, one that he feared he could never repay. Shen Xinghe surveyed the supplies within the room, pondering for a brief moment before arriving at a decision. She retrieved the alien necklace adorned with green skin. I have just discovered that the alien possesses a storage device. The water you consumed was also sourced from the server, she explained, embracing a desperate hope as she offered it to him. Yang Fanfan, still processing the miraculous effects of the water, was taken aback by Shen Xinghe's revelation. What? Did he just hear correctly? A storage device. Was it akin to the storage spaces found in novels? He asked, brimming with excitement. Shen Xinghe nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the alien's belongings were remarkably advanced. What else is inside? Yang Fanfan inquired, his gaze fixated on the necklace in Shen Xinghe's hands. No, esteemed one. That is not my place to ask, he realized, belatedly acknowledging that his enthusiasm had crossed a line. There's also a ring storage device, a sword, a gun, and some clothing, Shen Xinghe replied nonchalantly. After speaking, she produced a ring and handed the necklace to Yang Fanfan. Yang Fanfan's expression turned to one of alarm as he hastily waved his hands. Such a precious item, I cannot accept it. He had done nothing to earn it. Both aliens had been vanquished by Shen Xinghe. How could he dare to claim such a valuable possession? Take it. You'll find many opportunities to use it later. You can also store the supplies you gather here within it, Shen Xinghe insisted. The resources from your company have indeed been taken by the aliens. I have seen them in the storage device. However, the items remain with me. With this justification, she deftly concealed her earlier statements. It was not that she lacked trust in Yang Fanfan. Rather, she had little faith in human nature, which she deemed utterly unworthy of trust. Chapter 37. The rescue team under Shen Xinghe's unwavering insistence. Yang Fanfan finally accepted the necklace storage device. He gingerly took hold of the necklace, as if it were an invaluable treasure. Inside, he found only a few pieces of clothing and a sword. Lifting his gaze, a smile illuminated his features. Is this the sword renowned for its prowess against zombies? It appears to be made of plastic, he mused, examining the sword from various angles. Shen Xinghe instructed him on its use, and his eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. This is indeed the most formidable weapon for close encounters with zombies. Once the laser is unleashed, the zombies are instantly cleaved in two. Such a powerful tool. After witnessing the necklace's storage capabilities, he has been incessantly touching it, his hand never leaving its grasp. The two then sought a clean room, hoping that no calamity would befall them this time, as Yang Fanfan silently pondered. Outside, the snow had entirely ceased, and the winds no longer howled, yet the temperature remained frigid, the thick layer of snow seemingly pressing down upon one, rendering one cold and heavy. Throughout these 3 days, the two have remained in the room, with Shen Xinghe diligently teaching Yang Fanfan some basic techniques. We shall depart tomorrow, Shen Xinghe remarked, gazing out at the scenery. Boss, I want to accompany you. I am orphaned, with no relatives or friends. You have taught me how to survive in this apocalypse. In truth, you are the only person I care about in this world, Yang Fanfan replied, also looking out the window with unwavering determination. Although he could now survive independently of Shen Xinghe, having spent several days together, he had come to regard her as family. Despite her icy demeanor, her actions radiated an undeniable warmth, and he cherished her company, devoid of any romantic entanglements. Moreover, he had acquired the ability to slay zombies, thus no longer a burden to Shen Xinghe. Yet she countered, I have enemies to confront, family to locate. The path ahead is uncertain. Are you truly certain you wish to accompany me? While she currently harbored distrust for anyone, having Yang Fanfan's support would undoubtedly enhance the efficiency of her search. Yang Fanfan promptly affirmed his stance. I am unafraid. Besides, in this apocalypse, who can predict what lies ahead? Shen Xinghe fell silent and shouldered her backpack. Yang Fanfan picked up the bag from the floor, aware that it was meant to keep them inconspicuous. They descended the stairs, with Shen Xinghe leading the way. Upon reaching the first floor, they encountered several approaching zombies, allowing Yang Fanfan to hone his skills. This time, he performed admirably, wielding the long-handled axe with newfound purpose. Occasionally, a few ambushing zombies were dispatched by Shen Xinghe. The sound of a vehicle grew louder, approaching from a distance. Shen Xinghe extended her psychic powers and discerned a large truck, atop which were several young individuals clad in heavy clothing, along with some provisions. Someone is coming, Shen Xinghe remarked calmly. Yang Fanfan immediately became alert. In the early days of the apocalypse, there were many people, but as time passed, their numbers dwindled. And after this heavy snowfall, encounters with others would likely be rare. The truck rolled in slowly. Hey there, shouted the young man at the forefront as he jumped down from the truck, leaving only the driver and the passenger in their seats. Hello, handsome and beautiful, he called, approaching Shen Xinghe and Yang Fanfan with a friendly smile to convey his harmless intent. Do you need water? The man with disheveled hair inquired, holding 2 bottles of mineral water in his hands. After both parties maintained a safe distance, he finally halted his steps. Yang Fanfan glanced at Shen Xinghe, who shook her head in refusal. Not only was she not in need of water at the moment, But even if she were, she would not accept water from a stranger before the very last moment. He cast a glance at the zombie on the ground and continued, having said so much. I am not here to flatter. I merely wish to invite you to join our camp. Shen Xinghe felt she could not enter the camp just yet. How could she find solace in a sanctuary when her brother remained missing? Please, do not rush to decline. Allow me to finish my words. The man with disheveled hair seemed to sense her hesitation and hurriedly added, Our camp currently houses over 100 people, including more than 20 supernatural beings, as well as doctors, nurses, teachers, and electricians. Moreover, our camp is established in the suburbs, within a villa community that belonged to the affluent before the apocalypse. It is, at present, quite safe and secure. The arrival of the apocalypse should be a time for humanity to unite. Shen Xinghe had indeed heard of such camps, formed to ensure human survival and foster unity against the zombies. They sought to gather personnel and supplies. If she had family nearby, she would certainly consider joining such a camp. Yang Fanfan quickly interjected, Wherever the big shot goes, I shall follow. The man with disheveled hair was taken aback by this statement, realizing that the girl before him was the one truly in charge. He had initially assumed the two were a couple, with the man merely following the girl's lead, but this new insight altered his perception. I'm sorry, but I still need to find my family, Shen Xinghe replied. Upon hearing this, the man's expression did not betray disappointment. He continued, Searching for family? What are their names? Although I do not remember all the names of those in the camp, perhaps someone you seek may be among us. Even if you do not intend to join our camp, you could come over to learn more. Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe provided a name, her tone imbued with deep emotion. The man pondered for a moment and then inquired of those behind him, but none had heard that name. It was possible that he simply preferred not to disclose his true name, or perhaps he was too low-key for them to have encountered him. How about this? Come to the camp and take a look. You can describe him, and we have an artist in the camp who can create a portrait. I can then post it within the camp for others to notice while they are out. Shen Xinghe remained silent for a moment. The man's words held merit. Furthermore, this camp aimed to unify humanity, and if her brother was in this city, he was likely to have sought refuge there. Chapter 38. The gated community, a large truck slowly passed by, its occupants holding a white cloth that read, Apocalypse Rescue Team. Do not shout for help. Everyone in the vehicle gazed towards the residential building, ensuring they would not miss any signals of distress. Yang Fanfan gazed at the white cloth raised by Gao Qijia for a while, then began to survey his surroundings. Since the apocalypse, he had only been able to glimpse a fragment of the world beyond through the company's windows. Such close proximity to the desolation was quite unsettling for him. His spirits began to wane, heavily influenced by the various apocalyptic scenes unfolding on the streets. The months of July and August coincided with typhoon season, and a few of the towering trees had been uprooted by the winds, littering the ground with debris. They were driving along a planned road, devoid of abandoned vehicles or zombies. Any stray zombies they encountered were soon left behind. Shen Xinghe reclined in the vehicle, gazing up at the cerulean sky, unblemished by clouds, before her eyes drifted to the skyscrapers flanking them. It was then that she sensed an object hurtling towards her direction. Instantly, her mental energy expanded, forming a protective barrier. Indeed, through her research, she had discovered another function of her psychic ability. It was versatile, capable of both offense and defense, a truly remarkable power. A small stone descended from the heights, as if intercepted by an invisible shield, and then rebounded. She directed her psychic energy towards the stone's trajectory, but alas, her ability was still in its infancy, limiting her vision of the source from which the stone had been thrown. She could only estimate its location to be around the 15th or 16th floor of the adjacent building. However, when she looked towards that spot with her naked eye, there was nothing to be seen. At the moment the stone was deflected, a figure clad in red crouched beneath the balcony. He then settled down, a smile of triumph occasionally gracing his face. He had not anticipated that tossing a mere stone at the earthlings below would yield such unexpected delight. The others remained oblivious to the stone's arrival and subsequent rebound, their minds preoccupied with the surrounding residential buildings. Shen Xinghe narrowed her eyes slightly. feeling a weight in her heart. From such a height, the ability to throw stones indicated a considerable level of power. Suddenly, a flurry of shredded paper drifted down from the sky, capturing everyone's attention. A woman, gaunt and weary, stood on the fourth floor. As she noticed the gazes upon her, a faint smile crossed her haggard face as she waved her hand with effort. There are individuals in need of rescue ahead. Our team must enter the building. Would you two like to join us? Gao Qijia addressed Shen Xinghe and Yang Fanfan. Yang Fanfan leaned closer to Shen Xinghe, lowering his voice. Boss, I wish to go. I know that woman. She is the wife of a colleague who has always looked out for me. She is 7 months pregnant now. Shen Xinghe regarded Yang Fanfan with surprise, not expecting him to muster the courage to save someone. Let us go, she uttered softly. In Yang Fanfan's eyes, gratitude shone brightly. He resolutely vowed to diligently practice combating the zombies, determined to prolong his life in order to assist the elder in locating his family. The large truck drove towards the towering building ahead, while a woman, tears glistening in her eyes, tenderly caressed her prominent belly. Upon disembarking, they were immediately encircled by a dozen zombies. Their speed was alarmingly swift, closing in on the newcomers almost instantaneously. Damn it! Is it possible that it's not just us humans who possess special abilities, but the zombies as well? Why are they getting faster? Gao Qijia exclaimed, his anxiety regarding the zombies' speed intensifying. If the undead were indeed endowed with powers, survival for humanity would become exceedingly precarious. Brother Jia, perhaps the zombies have truly received favor and acquired abilities, one of the team members echoed. Shen Xinghe glanced at the squad that had dispatched over 10 zombies in merely 2 minutes and nodded. Their conjecture was not entirely implausible. Including Shen Xinghe and Yang Fanfan, the team now consisted of 8 members. Aside from Shen Xinghe, there were 2 other ability users, both of whom wielded formidable powers. One was a young man with a prominent scar on his forehead, and the other was, of course, Gao Qijia. Brother Jia, the entrance to the community is locked. A team member who had ventured ahead quickly reported. Not to worry. ISNT, there a locksmith among us? This is actually a blessing, as it prevents the zombies outside from entering the community. Gao Qijia replied confidently, striding forward. Lock Zai, it's your turn. The young locksmith, dubbed Lock Zai, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Brother, am I not still your dear brother? I've told you not to call me that in front of others. They were both from the north, and he understood the implications of the nickname in the local dialect. Although he was adept at opening various locks, and his elder brother relished in the title, it was a source of amusement for the locals. Yang Fanfan observed the young locksmith, casually slinging a backpack over his shoulder alongside the grinning Gao Qijia. The two bore no resemblance to each other as siblings. Despite his complaints, Gao Qijia stepped forward. By the time he reached the entrance, the nearby zombies had already been dispatched by the team. He retrieved an array of tools from his bag, and before long, the door creaked open. Lock brother, your prowess is commendable, a team member praised. Gao Qijia was the first to enter the community, his smile still intact as he patted the shoulder of the one who had complimented him. All right, enough flattery. Let us hurry inside. The last team member automatically secured the lock again to prevent any additional zombies from breaching the community. The community's gardens were filled with vegetables, some just sprouting, while others bore signs of having been recently harvested. Shen Xinghe gazed curiously at the community. The locked entrance signified that no external zombies had infiltrated, suggesting that many survivors resided within. Coupled with the residential greenery, which allowed for vegetable cultivation, it appeared that the inhabitants could sustain themselves for 3 months. Those who had not been bitten by zombies would not perish from starvation. Yet, why was it that only a pregnant woman sought help? Chapter 39. The disappearance of people. The other team members were astonished upon witnessing the vibrant vegetables in the community, their faces alight with a mix of longing and shock. Yang Fanfan, glancing around, felt a sense of anxiety dissipate amidst the lush greenery. The sight uplifted his spirits, prompting him to take a few steps sideways. Was there a corner here? Observing the group frozen in place, he ventured further toward the turn. Look, everyone, a cabbage. Young Fanfan exclaimed in amazement, pointing to a distant sight. Shen Xinghe approached to see what had captured his attention. Indeed, there stood a cabbage, as wide and tall as a refrigerator. The group's attention was drawn to young Fanfan's outburst, though a few couldn't help but chuckle at his apparent naivety regarding cabbages. However, as they beheld the immense vegetable, they began to comprehend young Fanfan's astonishment. It was, without a doubt, an extraordinary cabbage. How could such a large cabbage exist? Has it somehow gained sentience? Murmured the team members, contemplating that this single cabbage could sustain a person for several days. Let us proceed. We must rescue the individuals in need. Gao Qijia, after a brief moment of silence, resumed directing the group. Shouldn't we gather some of these vegetables? Gao Qisu inquired, following in his footsteps, puzzled. Gao Qijia responded. This produce appears to have been cultivated by the residents. It seems there are still many survivors here. This may be their sole source of sustenance, and we must leave them a chance to survive. As they ventured deeper into the community, they discovered fewer zombies. Shen Xinghe, using her mental acuity, sensed that only a handful of zombies roamed nearby, yet, under her mental influence, not a single person was present. It was plausible that the residents had congregated in the taller buildings, which explained her inability to detect them at the moment. Fanfan, have you been here before? Gao Qijia, at the forefront, inquired. Young Fanfan felt a twinge of discomfort at being addressed by a stranger, replying, I have not visited this place. I have merely heard my colleagues mention it. The homeowners here manage their properties themselves, without needing a property management service. No wonder their green spaces are filled with vegetables. Gao Qisu remarked, realization dawning upon him. Gao Qijia nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the building where the distressed woman was located, Gao Qijia turned, his expression grave as he cautioned the group, prepare to enter the building and exercise utmost caution. Yes, the group responded in unison. The first floor harbored only 2 or 3 zombies, with most rooms opened by individuals prior. Not only on the first floor, but also on the second and third floors. They found no signs of life. Shen Xinghe's mental detection extended only to the third floor, and her curiosity about the area intensified. To conserve her mental strength, she only unleashed her abilities briefly upon entering the building. As they ascended the staircase, they passed several room entrances, their expressions turning serious upon glimpsing the lifeless zombies within a few open doorways. There had been other teams present, and notably, a formidable one marked by violence. The heads of the deceased zombies were brutally crushed, a grim sight repeated in the successive encounters. This team must harbor an intense hatred for the undead. Yang Fanfan whispered to Shen Xinghe. His voice, though soft, resonated loudly in the silence of the space. Yang Fanfan immediately looked up, confirming the truth of his words. Gao Qisu then broke into laughter. They finally reached the 4th floor, having encountered little danger along the way, which lightened everyone's steps. Suddenly, a team member at the back emerged from a room. Gao Qijia became instantly alert, raising his large machete. What is the matter? It's nothing serious, Brother Jia. The team member replied, patting his chest hurriedly. I just saw a corpse, and the scene was gruesome. The group then turned around, heading toward the room the team member mentioned. In this apocalyptic world, they had witnessed countless deaths, each with its own horrific visage. It would take more than a mere corpse to frighten them now. Thus, Gao Qijia quickened his pace, eager to see the nature of the death that could so shock this team member. Damn it, I'm going to be sick. This is revolting. Those who caught a glimpse immediately voiced their opinions and retreated from the room. The corpse lay on its side by the bed, facing away from the door, which is why the passers-by could not see it. It appeared to have succumbed to death before the heavy snowfall, as its body had not yet decomposed. Its limbs and head had been severed and rearranged. The left foot served as the head, with the positions arranged counterclockwise as follows: head, foot, hand, foot, hand. The mouth of the corpse was slightly agape and smeared with deep red lipstick, forming a grotesque smile. What kind of perversion is this? Yang Fanfan leaned against the wall, his legs trembling slightly. Could this possibly be the work of someone allied with those who slay zombies? A crouching team member slowly rose to his feet. The expressions of the group darkened, and after closing the door, they distanced themselves from the room. How is this possible? Gao Qisu shook his head in denial. Xiao Su, do not let emotions cloud your judgment, Gao Qijia said promptly. The group noticed that Gao Qijia had shifted the topic. directly knocking on the door of the women's room on the fourth floor. Are you afraid to open the door? Gao Qisu also knocked, stating, it was possible that the women had witnessed some violent act, rendering them too frightened to respond. After a while, the silence continued unabated. Shen Xinghe then released her mental energy. There is no one inside, she announced. Open the door, she urged. Upon hearing her words, everyone looked at Gao Qijia. Open it. As Gao Qijia uttered those two words, Gao Qisu picked up his lock-picking tools. Where is everyone? Where did they go? Gao Qisu, the first to enter the room, found it empty and immediately inquired. Yang Fanfan anxiously rushed into the room, scanning every corner. There was no one. He dashed to the balcony, where scattered bits of paper lay on the street below. This was indeed the room. There could be no mistake. Why had everyone vanished? He hurried back to Shen Xinghe's side, exclaiming, Big boss, why is there no one here? Shen Xinghe remained silent, her hand reaching towards the spot where the woman had stood, and a slip of paper suddenly appeared in her grasp. Scrawled upon it was a hasty numeral, indicating that its author had been in a state of urgency. The onlookers couldn't help but wonder how Shen Xinghe had discerned the presence of this note. 8. Gao Qijia stepped forward, eyeing the paper in Shen Xinghe's hand with curiosity. Could this note be a message left for us by the rescuer? He inquired, though perplexed outwardly. A vague sense of understanding began to form within him. Gao Qisu also approached, speculating, could this refer to Building 8? What? Could Xiao Ke have been kidnapped? Yang Fanfan exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the number inscribed on the paper. Panic surged within him as he recalled the gruesome corpse outside, his stomach churning at the thought of Xiao Ke possibly having her limbs and head severed. The group collectively pondered the possibility of Xiao Ke's abduction, especially given her condition as a pregnant woman on the brink of rescue. How could she possibly leave this room? With the image of the corpse haunting their minds, they all felt a wave of concern for Xiao Ke. Do not worry. We shall go and look for her now, Gao Qijia reassured them. Let's head to Building 8, he said, stepping outside, convinced that Xiao Ke was indeed there. Upon arriving at the foot of Building 8, they found no zombies in sight, and the ground was remarkably clean, devoid of any litter. Compared to other locations, the environment here was surprisingly pristine, almost incongruous with the apocalyptic backdrop. There isn't even a single zombie here, Gao Qisu remarked, stepping up a stair with astonishment. This place has far too many oddities. He cast a furtive glance at Gao Qijia, but the latter displayed no particular reaction. Ascending to the third floor, they still encountered no one. Let us proceed to the fourth floor, Shen Xinghe declared, unleashing her psychic energy. The doors on this level were all firmly shut, concealing the interiors from view, leaving the others puzzled as to why Shen Xinghe would ascend without first confirming the contents of the rooms. Only Yang Fanfan trailed closely behind her, while the rest hesitated, glancing at Gao Qijia. After all, Shen Xinghe was an outsider. Her casual remark was not taken seriously. Brother Jia, this girl seems rather mysterious. Should we follow her? A team member whispered close to Gao Qijia's ear. Gripping the large blade in his hand, Gao Qijia took strides towards Shen Xinghe. Let us go. At worst, we will merely humor them and can descend later, he replied. Upon reaching the fourth floor, they found the fifth and sixth floors equally deserted. Shen Xinghe continued her ascent. Yang Fanfan felt increasingly anxious, for Shen Xinghe's decision to climb higher suggested that his colleague's wife was not in this vicinity. A 7-month pregnant woman. Where could she possibly be? Why must we keep going up? Gao Qisu frowned, fixating on Shen Xinghe's retreating form. Gao Qijia's expression shifted dramatically, turning grave. 3 floors, 1 staircase. A psychic ability user. But how could that be? Can a psychic truly sense from such a distance? He now harbors suspicions that Shen Xinghe possesses psychic abilities. In their camp, there are 3 individuals with such powers, but they can only sense a distance of 1 floor. According to the psychics, their sensing capabilities vary in both height and length. Could Shen Xinghe truly be one of them? If she is indeed a psychic, how formidable must her strength be? He recalled Yang Fanfan's epithet for Shen Xinghe, Big Shot. This might not merely be a title, but rather a testament to her prowess. Realizing this, Gao Qijia felt a surge of excitement within him. If they could recruit such a formidable expert into their camp, their safety would be significantly enhanced. Enough chatter, just follow. Gao Qijia shot a glare at Gao Qisu and immediately pursued Shen Xinghe. Gao Qisu stood dumbfounded. Glancing at the team members, he muttered softly, "Does my brother fancy her looks?" The team members shrugged, their expressions suggesting they were equally perplexed. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Shen Xinghe finally halted. The building boasts 17 stories, and they had ascended more than halfway. Panting after the arduous climb, Gao Qisu remarked, "I must say, your stamina is impressive." Gao Qijia shot him a warning glance. Gao Qisu scratched his head, realizing that now was not the time for idle chatter. Each room on this floor was occupied by young people, both male and female, brimming with vitality. The same could be said for the 2 floors above. Within the rooms, some lounged, others read, and some engaged in flirtation. However, the kitchens in these rooms were uniformly devoid of cooking implements, with only bowls placed atop the tables. Notably absent was the presence of Yang Fanfan's colleague's wife. "There are people here, but your colleague's wife is not among them," Shen Xinghe informed Yang Fanfan. Yang Fanfan responded promptly, "Big shot, let us proceed upwards." Upon hearing this, Gao Qijia felt a thrill of joy. His earlier conjecture had indeed been correct. Shen Xinghe was a psychic. Moreover, she was a high-ranking one at that. "Xinghe, wait a moment. Allow me to assign some tasks first," Gao Qijia said without hesitation. He named 2 individuals to go from room to gather people. As they ascended further, the number of people accompanying Gao Qijia dwindled until only 4 remained. Upon reaching the 15th floor, Shen Xinghe finally spoke, "Be cautious." She sensed the emanation of psychic energy. There was indeed another psychic present here. Each room from the 9th to the 17th floor was occupied. It appeared that all the residents had been consolidated into this area. After the 15th floor, every room contained weapons. She also spotted Yang Fanfan's colleague's wife, confined alone in a small bedroom on the 17th floor. Yang Fanfan recognized the gravity of Shen Xinghe's warning, his axe resting protectively across his chest. Another individual took a combative stance, with Gao Qijia brandishing his large knife in readiness. Though Gao Qisu remained unfazed, he felt compelled to show respect, given his brother's demeanor. "People are on the 17th floor," Shen Xinghe stated before advancing ahead. As they arrived on the 17th floor and pushed open the door, they were met with the sight of over a dozen individuals awaiting their arrival. Chapter 41. Return to Hell. These individuals, nonchalant amidst the apocalypse, adorned themselves with an abundance of rings and earrings. Half of them brandished firearms. "Welcome to the Sinew camp," a man at the forefront, bearing a sardonic smile, addressed the 4 newcomers. His slanted eyes and a prominent black mole on his face added to his sinister appearance. Yang Fanfan immediately glanced at Shen Xinghe. "Sinew? Wasn't that the name of the travel agency located above their company? What connection could there be between the 2? However, Shen Xinghe's gaze drifted past the group, landing on a bound pregnant woman seated behind them, Xiao Ke. At that moment, she was obscured from the view of Gao Qijia and his companions, who lacked spiritual perception. "It seems you have come to our camp. Thus, you shall remain," the man with the black mole declared, his mole twitching as he spoke, his lecherous eyes roving over the 4. Gao Qijia appeared not to understand the man's words, smiling at the group instead. "We are not here to join your camp. We have come to rescue someone. We intend to save the people in the camp, where the supplies are sufficient and there are many ability users to ensure everyone's safety." Yang Fanfan felt a surge of anxiety. He was somewhat impressed by Gao Qijia's calm demeanor in soliciting help. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically, and they erupted into raucous laughter, pointing at Shen Xinghe and the others. The man with the black mole clapped, silencing the laughter. So you're trying to recruit others in public. How commendable. I admire your boldness. Come join our gang, and I shall offer you a prominent leadership position." "Absolutely not. I already have a camp," Gao Qijia replied, maintaining his composure in the face of their derision. "This is not a matter of seeking your consent. I trust you will understand this upon seeing what we have." With that, the man gestured, and the group parted, revealing a tearful woman bound to a chair, her mouth gagged with a rag. It was indeed Xiao Ke, the one they had been searching for. What do you intend to do? Young Fan demanded angrily. Release her at once. Gao Qijia, filled with righteous indignation, pointed at the group. You are inhumane. How can you treat a pregnant woman this way? The faces of the group twisted with mockery as they stretched their limbs. Ha ha! Are we not human? We have yet to do anything to her. If you witnessed our previous methods, would you not commend us as demons? The man with the black mole laughed maniacally, giving the impression of insanity. Delicious human flesh. Limbs and heads exchanged. Children thrown from balconies. Several individuals from the group stepped forward, their voices dripping with pride as they recounted their heinous acts. Shen Xinghe furrowed her brow, recognizing the true nature of these apocalyptic fiends. The faces of Gao Qijia and his companions turned to expressions of sorrow and fury. These were not mere mortals. They took pride in their atrocities. The man with the dark mole listened intently as his subordinates recounted events one by one. The expressions of the four individuals opposite him shifted dramatically, their faces reflecting a mix of fear and intrigue. He raised the gun in his hand, aiming it directly at Xiao Ke's head. So what will it be? Will you stay or go? He inquired once more. Bah, you're inhumane. Gao Qisu spat in indignation. The man with the dark mole remained unfazed. He leaned closer to Xiao Ke, the gun now firmly pointed at her temple. Gao Qisu, feeling the tension rise, dared not act rashly. Is your intention merely to keep us at the camp? He asked. Who would resort to such terrifying methods to recruit? What if they exact revenge once they join? Are they not afraid? Though they were indeed demons. Did that mean they were impervious to retaliation? The man with the dark mole smiled, his slanted eyes narrowing with mockery. Of course, it's not merely about keeping you. There must be value in it, such as your servitude to us, he chuckled. What? You are crossing a line. Gao Qisu's anger surged. But as he noticed the gun being loaded, he found himself powerless. Gao Qijiao placed a reassuring hand on Gao Qisu's shoulder, signaling him to restrain his fury. The man with the dark mole relished the sight of the four individuals before him seething with anger, yet unable to retaliate, though only one of them truly displayed such emotion. Shen Xinghe, calm and composed, regarded the throng of individuals before her with disdain, considering them less than the undead, utterly worthless. The man with the dark mole's eyes sparkled with amusement. The countdown began. 3. The gun pressed firmly against Xiao Ke's forehead, rendering her paralyzed with fear. Yang Fanfan's face was a mixture of anxiety and righteous anger, yet he understood his leader's prowess and refrained from acting impulsively. Meanwhile, Gao Qijia gripped his sword tightly with one hand while using the other to restrain the impulsive Gao Qisu. 1. Agree. Gao Qijia gritted his teeth, forcing the words out, his eyes ablaze with fury, yet he felt utterly helpless. To disagree would mean witnessing a pregnant woman perish before his very eyes, a fate he could not bear. Besides, they were armed. Even if he refused, they would still leave. He could only drag two strangers along with his band of brothers into this predicament, but as long as there was a chance for survival, he could endure. As a final count of 1 echoed, the grotesque head of the man with the dark mole fell to the ground. The group of 10 was momentarily stunned, their expressions still bearing traces of amusement, some even gesturing mockingly at the four. Only one among them, an individual with psychic abilities, sensed the shift, but by the time he registered what had occurred, he could only witness the severed head of the man with the dark mole tumble to the ground. Not responding, a cold voice cut through the air, snapping Gao Qijia and his companions back to reality as they brandished their weapons and advanced. The group of 10 finally reacted, scrambling to draw their firearms. However, they felt a sharp pain in their hands, causing their guns to clatter to the ground. The next moment, they were met with blades and axes, the air filled with anguished screams. Yang Fan, though reluctant to take a life, was consumed by fury, wielding his axe against the throng as if they were zombies. At this moment, Shen Xinghe approached Xiao Ke and untied the ropes binding her. Xiao Ke had never witnessed such a scene. Paralyzed by fear, she could not stand, and the blood splattered around her made her dizzy, ultimately causing her to faint. The large blade of the Gao family was already stained crimson. Although he was courteous to others, this time he showed no mercy, claiming one life with each strike. Chapter 42. Resources of the entire house among the four. Only Shen Xinghe remained unblemished by blood, for she had not engaged in the battle, choosing instead to guard Xiao Ke. What had just transpired? Gao Qisu gazed at the head of the dark-spotted man, trampled by the panicking crowd, and then turned to Shen Xinghe, questioning in confusion. How did a head suddenly fall? The events had unfolded rapidly. He had barely registered what had happened when he heard Shen Xinghe's calm voice. Wasn't this girl's reflexes astonishingly swift? No wonder Yang Fanfan referred to Shen Xinghe as a formidable figure. Her prowess was evidently unparalleled. Yang Fanfan understood that it was Shen Xinghe who had executed this feat. Only she possessed such capability. However, he was taken aback, not anticipating that her abilities had reached such terrifying heights. He touched his neck, realizing that had Shen Xinghe wished for his demise, he would have perished countless times over. The Gao family regarded Shen Xinghe with trepidation, among the four of them. Only she had reacted so swiftly. It was evident who had severed the head of the dark-spotted man. He had not anticipated Shen Xinghe's strength to be so formidable. She was no longer someone he could easily recruit, but rather a potential key figure in their camp. Don't you have eyes? Is it necessary to explain what happened? Gao Qijiao remarked, patting Gao Qisu on the shoulder. Gao Qisu shrank back. He hadn't said much. He had merely glanced at Shen Xinghe. Why was his elder brother rebuking him? He stole a glance at Shen Xinghe, then turned his gaze ahead, stating earnestly, "Sister your reflexes are quite impressive." He dared not call her sister again, fearing another reprimand from his brother. Complimenting Shen Xinghe now was surely acceptable, wasn't it? Shen Xinghe merely nodded, offering no further explanation. "Speak less," Gao Qijiao admonished, giving Gao Qisu a light tap on the head. He felt a wave of grievance. His elder brother truly forgot his brotherly duties in the presence of a woman. Now what should they do? Yang Fanfan observed the unscathed Xiao Ke, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Shen Xinghe suggested, "Let's first locate the resources here." There were indeed considerable supplies, all concentrated on the 17th floor, while those on the 15th and 16th floors had either fled or hidden, failing to come up. This time, Gao Qisu had learned his lesson. He refrained from further comments, promptly securing his knife and retrieving his lock-picking tools. Indeed, his elder brother finally appeared satisfied, no longer patting him on the shoulder or head. Elated, he rushed to the entrance of a room. "Wow, brother, come quickly. We've struck gold," Gao Qisu exclaimed with excitement. Gao Qijiao, though exasperated, rushed over. The sight before them was indeed thrilling, revealing a room filled with neatly arranged supplies. There exists rice, flour, and dry corn kernels, all of which are staple foods. Indeed, fortune has smiled upon us, as Gao Qizue's lips curled into a subtle grin, with a glimmer of mirth concealed within his eyes. "I shall descend to summon them. You should first unlock all the doors here." After his words, he dashed towards the staircase. Yang Fanfan placed Xiao Ke aside and proceeded to search for any remaining supplies. However, Shen Xinghe made her way towards an unlocked room. This was a spacious single room, yet it was not a place for slumber. Rather, it resembled a conference room. Inside, there was a set of rosewood tables and chairs, adorned with tea utensils. Beside the rosewood furniture stood a rectangular conference table capable of accommodating 10 individuals, with one end featuring a large blackboard illustrating the city's topography, marking the locations they had already visited. Shen Xinghe picked up a thick notebook from the conference table, its cover inscribed with the words list of senior personnel: camp leader, camp supervisor, Heiji Gu camp trainer. Bo. The individuals listed within were indeed the camp's upper echelon. It turned out that the notorious Heiji was not the leader of this place. Rather, the one inscribed was. "What the hell? Oh my goodness!" Gao Qizue exclaimed thrice in astonishment. Soon after, Yang Fanfan's voice interjected, "Why are you making such a fuss? You nearly scare me to death." Apologies. I was simply too exhilarated," Gao Qizue said as he embraced Yang Fanfan tightly around the neck. "I can hardly breathe." "Calm yourself," she protested. Only then did he release her, repeatedly offering his apologies. Shen Xinghe emerged from the room, and Gao Chizue waved eagerly. Sister He, look what I have discovered. A room full of medicine. These people are incredible. To have an entire room of medicine. We are truly fortunate. Yang Fanfan's expression swiftly altered. She had not expected it to be medicine. A single box of medicine could be exchanged for an abundance of food, let alone an entire room's worth. Shen Xinghe responded with a calm acknowledgement. Gao Chizue's excitement was suddenly doused. Her demeanor was so composed that even Yang Fanfan gaped in astonishment. Was she indeed possessed of the legendary poker face? Sister He, are you not astonished? He inquired. Shen Xinghe nodded once more. She had long been aware of the contents of the room. How could she still be surprised? In truth, she could have claimed all these supplies for herself. But due to the unique nature of Gao Chizue's camp, she preferred not to hoard the resources alone. The arrival of extraterrestrials also instilled a sense of crisis within her. She was uncertain whether this apocalypse was caused by aliens, yet after 2 trials, she believed that 80% of it was indeed the result of their presence. Confronted with the unknown numbers of extraterrestrials, her solitary strength would prove insufficient. Thus, she required assistance and felt compelled to maintain a supportive force. Suddenly, a series of high-pitched screams pierced the air. It was Xiao Ke, who had awakened but was now terrified by the sight of the corpses strewn about. Xiao Ke, do not be afraid, it is I, a colleague of Jigua. Yang Fanfan immediately approached, his voice softened as he spoke. Xiao Ke suddenly clung tightly to Yang Fanfan. Her voice choked with emotion. Fanfan, Jigua, he has gone. Yang Fanfan stiffened momentarily in her embrace, then gently patted her shoulder. Gao Chi-su clenched his fists, feeling a deep loathing for the apocalypse every time he witnessed such scenes. Chapter 43. A decision to support once Xiao Tsue's emotion stabilized. She hesitantly withdrew from Yang Fanfan's embrace. I'm sorry, she said, her voice still trembling. I couldn't help it when I saw a familiar face. Tears clung to her lashes, rendering her utterly pitiable. Yang Fanfan quickly waved his hand. No, it's all right, sister-in-law. My elder brother has always looked after me. It brings me comfort to assist you now. After reminiscing, Gao Chi-su finished surveying the room filled with medicine. At that moment, Shen Xinghe beckoned Yang Fanfan aside. Gao Chi-su and Xiao Tsue could only see the two whispering to each other, unable to catch their words. Sister Xiao Tsue, are you hurt? Gao Chi-jia inquired, observing the somber expressions on their faces. Xiao Tsue was taken aback by being directly addressed as sister. She hastily wiped her tears. Hello, I'm uninjured. Thank you for your concern. And you are? Hello, she greeted again. Thank you for coming to rescue me. Otherwise, I shudder to think of my fate. Her eyes reddened as she avoided looking at the group. You are all good people, risking your lives to save others. Gao Chi-jia produced a tissue, saying, oh, no need for thanks. We are all survivors in this apocalypse, bound to help one another. Why did they suddenly take you away? He pressed. Xiao Tsue gratefully accepted the tissue and shook her head. Our community was taken here. I saw what they were doing through the peephole and hesitated to come out, hiding instead. They must have seen me scattering paper downstairs, which is why they came to take me. Gao Chi-jia offered her some comforting words before instructing everyone to move out the supplies. With such an abundance of resources, we'll need to leave a few people behind to guard them. It's quite troublesome. Who knows if those downstairs might come up, kill the guards, and seize the supplies. He pondered who should remain behind, aware that this might be their last moment together. At that moment, Yang Fanfan glanced at Shen Xinghe, who nodded in response. I possess an item that can store things, he said, tugging at the busy Gao Chi-jia. Gao Chi-jia smiled at Yang Fanfan, still unsure of what he meant, but maintaining his politeness. It's akin to a storage space, Yang Fanfan clarified. Gao Chi-jia, momentarily doubting his hearing, leaned closer and asked, I'm sorry, what did you say? I might not have caught that. Storage space, Yang Fanfan reiterated, his voice slightly louder this time. Shen Xinghe glanced at the two, their eyes meeting with Gao Chi-jia. Storage space, he exclaimed, though he suppressed his excitement, keeping his voice low but infused with joy. However, he was also perplexed. If such a storage space truly existed, how could Yang Fanfan retrieve it? Did he not fear being robbed? Just moments ago, Shen Xinghe had pulled him aside to discuss this very matter. Initially, He could not comprehend why such a precious item would be brought forth. But after Shen Xinghe's explanation, clarity dawned upon him. Seizing this opportunity to unveil the storage device would not only reveal the existence of extraterrestrials to everyone, but also facilitate the transportation of resources, a dual benefit. In that moment, Gao Qijia felt as if he were in a dream, questioning the reality of this world. How could even the storage spaces of novels materialize? Yang Fanfan extracted a trinket from beneath his collar. Indeed, as Gao Qijia observed the small resource vanish before his eyes, his belief solidified. Is that truly a treasure from a powerful figure? Gao Qijia inquired softly. He was not foolish. He understood the nature of Yang Fanfan. If this item belonged to him, he would certainly not reveal it for fear of attracting danger. Gao Qijia found himself admiring Yang Fanfan's intellect. It was clear why he was chosen to lead the group. Yes, it belongs to a powerful figure. She intends to support you all, Yang Fanfan stated candidly. Suppressing his excitement, Gao Qijia reflected on his extraordinary fortune in encountering such an influential person. If Shen Xinghe chose to take these resources, it would have been a simple task, yet she not only refrained from doing so, but also assisted them in transporting the supplies, an act akin to providing warmth in the midst of a snowstorm. His previous concerns about whom to keep behind were now entirely resolved. Everyone observed the conversation between Gao Qijia and Yang Fanfan, yet none dared to eavesdrop. For Gao Qijia's status commanded respect. Ah, thank you all, Gao Qijia exclaimed with hearty laughter. He gathered the group and revealed the matter of the storage device to them. Upon hearing this, disbelief washed over their faces as they exchanged incredulous glances, even pinching one another to affirm their reality. Shen Xinghe then spoke. Allow me to say a few words. Extraterrestrials have appeared on Earth. I wonder if any of you have encountered them? Initially, the crowd was taken aback by this revelation. Then they shook their heads in denial. Shen Xinghe continued. This storage device was acquired from the hands of the aliens. At that time, the two extraterrestrials harbored hostility toward us Earthlings, so I wholeheartedly support your campus actions. Humanity must unite. This item was obtained from the aliens. Gao Qijia wiped the virtual sweat from his brow, having grown accustomed to Shen Xinghe's formidable prowess. The term powerful figure undoubtedly suited her. Gao Kulu was now visibly unsettled, having absorbed two monumental pieces of information that made him feel as if he might soar. Brother, pinch me. Am I dreaming? With a firm pinch from Gao Qijia, Gao Kulu finally stirred. Ah, brother, this is real. Shen Xinghe proceeded to inform everyone about the characteristics, weaponry, and abilities of the aliens. Surely, the apocalypse has been brought upon us by these extraterrestrials. Curse those aliens. Humanity must unite to drive them away. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of voices, venting their pent-up frustration. Chapter 44. The manifestation of crystal cores as everyone witnessed the room's resources vanishing before their eyes. They were finally convinced of Shen Xinghe's words. At that moment, Xiao Ke curiously gazed at the storage device around Yang Fanfan's neck, pondering the astonishing fact that such a small object could conceal an entire space. What treasures lay within? Would it contain enough provisions for a lifetime? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Xiao Ke moved closer to Yang Fanfan, intending to subtly offer her assistance. Thank you for your help. You have resolved a significant dilemma for me. Gao Qi's family expressed their gratitude to Shen Xinghe and Yang Fanfan. They could not fathom what stroke of fortune had led them to encounter Shen Xinghe and Yang Fanfan. Let us first gather the supplies, Shen Xinghe instructed. The leader here is someone named He, and thereafter comes the man with the dark mark. Gao Qi's family instantly grasped the implication of Shen Xinghe's words. The conversation was initiated by the man with the dark mark, who was evidently not present at the camp, necessitating a swift departure from this location. What is this? Gao Qilu exclaimed as he emerged with a bag containing a notebook. Upon seeing the bag, Shen Xinghe's psychic energy surged, and her expression shifted as a wave of pain coursed through her chest. As Gao Qi's family opened the bag, he reached in and grasped 5 silver crystalline bodies along with the notebook. These are the cores of psychic ability users, Shen Xinghe remarked. her tone tinged with an inexplicable bitterness. Su Mo and Chun Yimyan. The agony of Su Mo's extraction of the crystal cores, concealing the hatred lurking in her eyes. She continued, such items can only be found within the bodies of ability users. Gao Qi's family was taken aback by Shen Xinghe's knowledge of these particular objects and promptly handed them over to her. Shen Xinghe opened the notebook. September 12, 2030. The first experiment failed. The crystal cores extracted from living subjects proved utterly useless. I broke my girlfriend's hand to ensure the doctor would exercise caution in future experiments. September 15, 2030. The second experiment also failed. Consuming the powdered cores yielded no results. I confined the doctor's girlfriend in a small dark room, granting him one final chance. There were only these two entries, while the subsequent pages had been torn out. Gao Qilu, standing on tiptoe beside her, scrutinized the notebook's contents and inquired, "Were these crystal cores extracted from living beings?" Shen Xinghe nodded. "These individuals are utterly deranged for conducting such experiments on human subjects," Gao Qilu exclaimed indignantly. "The diary suggests they extracted the cores from those who were still alive." He glanced at the crystal cores in Shen Xinghe's hand and added, "But did their final experiment succeed?" There is no mention of subsequent events. At this moment, Gao Qi's family interjected, "It seems they did not succeed. If they had, there'd be no crystal cores here, just the doctor and his girlfriend." Gao Qilu, having only heard part of the conversation, quickly pressed for more details. What happened next? Our camp was visited by a group of individuals on September 17th. Among them was a doctor who brought along his injured girlfriend. Though I cannot say if they're the same people, Gao Qi's family continued. Shen Xinghe's gaze darkened. These two individuals are Su Mo and Chun Yimyan. Knowing the experimental method of crystal nuclei, and given their romantic relationship, it is evident that these two individuals are indeed the ones in question. Her lips parted slightly as she described their appearances. Gao Qi gasped in surprise, realizing that such a conclusion was readily apparent. He soon recalled that Shen Xinghe might be acquainted with several individuals. Hastily, he affirmed, "Yes, it's precisely these two. Do you know them?" The doctor, resembling a mere intern fresh out of training, possessed limited skills. Yet, amidst the apocalypse, the mere title of doctor commanded a measure of respect, which is why Gao Qi remembered him. "Of course I know them," Shen Xinghe replied with a subtle smile, though the warmth did not reach her eyes. Those present understood that her smile was not one of goodwill, but rather an indication of animosity towards the two individuals. She had vowed to ensure their demise. The chilling words echoed in everyone's ears, and Gao Qi began to worry for the two, perplexed about how they had offended such a powerful figure. Yang Fan clenched his fists. His task had now expanded to locating these two individuals, as the enemies of this formidable personage were also his own. She returned the notebook and crystal nucleus to Gao Qi. He waved his hand, insisting, "You should keep it. I have no use for it." He was unaware of any further applications for the crystal nucleus, and given that these items were attributed to Shen Xinghe, he felt unworthy of holding such significant possessions. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shen Xinghe accepted the items, recognizing that their purpose was still unknown. Perhaps one day they would prove useful. Gao Qisu's gaze flitted between the two individuals, pondering who would ultimately hold the reins of the family's financial power. His elder brother was indeed remarkable, having subtly cultivated affection without a formal declaration. He resolved to learn from his brother's approach, envisioning its utility for his future romantic endeavors. Gao Qi called out to his younger brother, prompting Gao Qisu to respond, albeit confused about his brother's sudden summons. "Get to work," Gao Qi instructed, and with those words, Gao Qisu dashed away. "My brother is prone to whimsical fantasies," Gao Qi explained, concerned that his younger sibling's imaginative thoughts might lead to dire consequences at the hands of the formidable Shen Xinghe. It was imperative that he find an opportune moment to advise his brother. Shen Xinghe, however, paid no heed to these concerns, stating, "It's of no consequence." The group resumed their activities in each room, while Shen Xinghe remained seated on a stool, her fingers clasping 5 silver crystal nuclei. "Huh, a failure. It seems Chun Yimyan is unworthy of my crystal nuclei." Despite her increased speed, She wondered if it was a consequence of her earlier audacity. "Little sister, how is your relationship with Fan Fan?" Xiao Ke inquired as she approached Shen Xinghe, cradling her prominent belly. She had been quietly observing their interactions, which appeared more akin to a superior-subordinate dynamic. Shen Xinghe lifted her gaze to Xiao Ke, her icy demeanor causing Xiao Ke to step back, dissuaded from further questioning, and awkwardly depart. Shen Xinghe redirected her attention, walking toward a wall. Meanwhile, Yang Fanfan had been discreetly monitoring the troubled expression on Shen Xinghe's face. He naturally heard Xiao Tzue's words, and after she spoke, his heart raced with trepidation. He dared not associate with the big boss. "Is there an issue with this wall?" Yang Fanfan rushed over and whispered. "Yes, break it down," Shen Xinghe replied coolly. Such laborious tasks were best left to the power bearers, so Yang Fanfan promptly summoned Gao Qijia. Without hesitation, Gao Qijia began to demolish the wall. Chapter 45. The cabbage comes to life. A row of firearms came into view, diverse in variety. The expressions of the onlookers revealed their eagerness to seize them. Firearms were a coveted treasure in this apocalyptic era. Following the cataclysm, those with wits had already stationed themselves at places where guns could be acquired. Their camp possessed firearms, albeit in limited numbers. Each person should be armed with a gun, while the rest should be stored away, Gao Qijia stated. Except for Xiao Tsue, the remaining 8 each took a gun, although Shen Xinghe had firearms in her own space, including even more formidable alien weaponry. She still opted to take one. One could never have too many weapons. Once they had cleared the room on the 17th floor, Gao Qijia cautiously asked Shen Xinghe, "Are there any supplies below?" Aware that Gao Qijia had discerned her strength, Shen Xinghe did not conceal the truth and replied, "All supplies are concentrated on the 17th floor. According to the list, the 17th floor houses the core personnel of the camp, with all resources stored here, only distributed during meal times. The lower floors were reserved for developing members. The lower the floor, the lesser the status." A gentle breeze wafted through, prompting the recently emerged group to tighten their collars. Although the temperature was milder than during the recent heavy snowfall, it was still cold, and the wind pierced to the bone. "How peculiar are the vegetables in your community? How do they survive in this freezing weather?" Gao Qizu inquired, his head entirely ensconced in his hat, directing his question at Xiao Tsue. Outside, the snow had turned to ice, yet these vegetables remained unaffected by the frost. Gao Qizu continued, "There's 8 giant cabbage here. Are you aware of it?" He referred to a cabbage as large as a refrigerator. "A cabbage as big as a refrigerator? I've never seen such a thing," Xiao Tsue exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. How could there be a cabbage of such immense size? Gao Qizu shook his head in disappointment, hoping Xiao Tsue might know something, only to be met with a counter-question. How could he possibly know? While the two conversed, Shen Xinghe extended her mental energy outward, discerning no threats before retracting it. "We can gather all the vegetables here," she stated. "These greens can also be dried for preservation, ensuring they last a considerable time." The group gazed at the roadside vegetables, eager to partake. Fresh produce sizzling in a hot pan, paired with rice, promised deliciousness. The vegetables here could sustain their camp for 2 to 3 days. Initially, they had intended to leave the vegetables for the local residents, but that was now rendered unnecessary. These residents were allies of the demons, and it was wasteful to squander food. "I'll go pick the cabbage," Gao Qizu declared with exuberance. To personally harvest such a colossal cabbage would undoubtedly grant him bragging rights. As the pairs formed teams, Gao Qizu swiftly made his way towards the position of the cabbage. Shen Xinghe, too, was not idle. She had a fondness for fresh produce. Cui, with her prominent belly, found it cumbersome to bend down and work, so she could only watch from the sidelines, hesitant to speak with Shen Xinghe. Laughter and joy radiated from the surrounding individuals, their faces aglow with happiness. However, it wasn't long before a figure emerged from the cabbage area, terror etched across his face. "Gao Ge, something's happened." A teammate of Gao Qisu rushed over, panic-stricken. Shen Xinghe's mental acuity instantly heightened. Gao Qisu was nowhere to be found. She immediately dropped the vegetables in her hands. Suojie, he was swallowed by the cabbage. The revelation stunned everyone into silence. How could that be possible? Cabbages don't eat people. Gao Qisu's vegetables fell to the ground as he sprinted towards the cabbage, urgency in his steps. Go ye! The teammate shouted, don't get too close. It was too late. Gao Qisu had approached the cabbage and was devoured in an instant. His footsteps faltered, and he drew his weapon, firing several shots at the cabbage. Yet the bullets seemed to bounce off an invisible shield, rendering them utterly ineffective. How bizarre! The crowd hurried over, gasping at the sight before them. In this apocalyptic world, not only were there aliens, but now the cabbage had become sentient. Panic, fear, and concern painted his features. He could not allow his brother to come harm. They say that concern breeds chaos. At this moment, Gao Qisu was oblivious to Shen Xinghe's abilities. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the cabbage. No, Gao Ge, Gao Ge. Everyone knew the danger that lay ahead and called out to stop him. Yet Gao Qisu seemed deaf to their warnings, charging forward. Just as the crowd prepared to follow, the cabbage began to shed its leaves before their eyes, one by one, revealing a curled-up Gao Qisu within. Amidst this chaos, sweat beaded on Shen Xinghe's forehead. Yet no one noticed her distress, all eyes fixated on Gao Qisu. The cabbage was not formidable, but its defenses were exceptionally strong. It took Shen Xinghe considerable time to discern its weakness. Xiao Su, Gao Qisu dashed forward. Before him lay Gao Qisu, his clothes stripped away, his skin resembling that which had been corroded by acid, not a patch of healthy flesh to be seen. His face was utterly unrecognizable. A sharp pain pierced Gao Qisu's heart, as if the world had crumbled around him, tears streaming down his cheeks. Xiao Su, there was still a faint breath, but it seemed on the verge of extinguishment. Quick, get the medicine, he shouted to Yang Fanfan. At that moment, he could no longer contain his emotions. His usually composed demeanor completely shattered. Shen Xinghe retrieved a small jar from her backpack. It contained sour fruit. She was uncertain of its efficacy. Yet Gao Qisu had already danced with death, and no current medicine could revive him. All she could do was attempt a desperate remedy. Gao Qijia was overwhelmed with tears and snot, finally realizing the extraordinary capabilities of Shen Xinghe. Please, save my brother, he implored, gazing at Shen Xinghe with anguish. The sour fruit easily found its way into Gao Qisu's mouth. With severe injuries, Gao Qisu underwent a remarkable transformation as soon as the fruit entered his system. His skin instantly became smooth and delicate. Gao Qijia, regardless of the miraculous nature of the situation, could only hear the sound of his brother's breathing growing stronger. His sibling was alive. A coat appeared before him, brought forth by Yang Fanfan, who tenderly draped it over Gao Qisu. Chapter 46. Unable to repay, the team members were deeply concerned for Gao Qisu. Yet the space inside was too cramped to accommodate them all. They could only wait anxiously outside. Although it was merely a matter of minutes, it felt as though a century had passed. Gao Qisu's flesh gradually filled out, his face returning to its former vitality. He now resembled a youthful, radiant figure. Gao Qijia was astonished by the rapid recovery facilitated by Shen Xinghe's intervention. If anyone were to discover the nature of this miraculous remedy, it would lead to significant complications. Brother, what happened to you? Gao Qisu awoke, startled by the sight of his elder brother's tear-streaked face, worry etched across his features. Gao Qijia opened his arms and embraced Gao Qisu, his heart finally resuming its normal rhythm. Gao Qisu remained still, gently patting Gao Qijia's back. Who dare to bully you? I shall confront them. His tone turned icy. In his lifetime, the only time he had seen his brother in such distress was when their parents had passed away. His gaze shifted to Shen Xinghe. Could it be heartache? Had a confession gone awry? Gao Qijia ruffled Gao Qisu's hair, relieved that his efforts were not in vain. Brother, there are plenty of fish in the sea, Gao Qisu offered in consolation. Just then, Gao Qijia playfully slapped Gao Qisu's head, prompting him to rub it. You truly cannot take a compliment, Gao Qijia chided, standing up. Do you remember what transpired? He tossed a pair of trousers to Gao Qisu, who then recalled approaching the cabbage, which had unexpectedly opened its leaves. After that, he could not remember anything. Was I consumed by the cabbage? He wondered, uncertain. His mind clouded as he realized he was in a place filled with sourness, his entire body aching and his eyes stubbornly refusing to open. Gao Qijia nodded, acknowledging that Gao Qisu was aware of his predicament. Embracing his brother tightly, Gao Qisu realized that Gao Qijia had cried for him. Oh, how wonderful his brother was! Achoo! Gao Qisu sneezed, suddenly aware of his nakedness, clad only in a thick cotton coat. Shen Xinghe turned away, respecting his modesty as Gao Qisu hurriedly dressed. You narrowly escaped death, thanks to Xinghe. She will be your savior from now on, Gao Qijia remarked, giving Gao Qisu's shoulder a reassuring pat. He had been consumed by fear. Terrified that Gao Qisu might not survive, he understood that even with medicine, given the severity of Gao Qisu's injuries, survival was uncertain. Now, his younger brother stands alive before him, and all of this is thanks to Shen Xinghe. She is not merely his brother's benefactor, but also his own. Gao Qisu has just begun to comprehend the depths of his brother's anguish. He harbors no doubts regarding his brother's words. He quickly turns to Shen Xinghe and expresses his heartfelt gratitude, saying, Sister, thank you for saving my life. Although he remains unaware of the specifics of Shen Xinghe's miraculous intervention, it does not diminish his sense of gratitude. A debt of life cannot be repaid. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply. At this moment, the Gao family's hand finally leaves Gao Qisu's shoulder, as he fears his younger brother might still be muddled enough to utter something foolish about pledging himself in gratitude. Xinghe, I sincerely thank you. Without you, Zhuozi would surely have perished, Gao Qijia remarks earnestly. I shall not burden you with further words. Should you require anything of me, do not hesitate to command. The jar that Shen Xinghe produced possesses immeasurable value. To save lives, one must often sacrifice flesh and bone. It is likely that such precious items were procured from extraterrestrial sources. With such a rare commodity in her possession, the Gao family finds themselves with nothing of equal worth to offer in return. Only their lives remain as a means of gratitude. Shen Xinghe nods and bends to gather the cabbage leaves strewn on the ground. These seemingly ordinary cabbage leaves are devoid of anything special, yet in this mutated world, even plants have become perilous. Boss, do we still need this? Yang Fanfan inquires with trepidation. Place them in the storage device. We shall study them later. Shen Xinghe instructs as she hands several leaves to Yang Fanfan, who promptly accepts them, knowing that following the boss's orders is paramount. The team members outside breathe a collective sigh of relief upon seeing the few individuals emerge safely, their faces once again adorned with smiles. Upon witnessing Gao Qisu, they are taken aback. The transformation in front of them is astounding. Zhuoge, what has happened to you? You truly look like a tender young meat now. Just look at that fair skin. Any wealthy lady would want to pamper you. The team members tease Gao Qisu. Gao Qisu had just caught a glimpse of his own hands and feet, which indeed appeared fair and delicate, akin to a peeled egg. Yet, he had not fully grasped how strikingly handsome he had become. After his comrade's remarks, he felt an urge to gaze into a mirror. What does he look like now? Surely, his new charm must incite envy among his peers. Gao Qisu shot a glare at them, his lips curving into a smile. What nonsense are you spouting? I've always been like a jade tree in the wind, and there are plenty of women who admire me, all right? Laughter erupted among the group, dispelling the earlier sorrow and anger. Though none are privy to the changes that have taken place within Gao Qisu, they feel no need to pry into his privacy. Respecting the silence of the person involved, Shen Xinghe finds herself favorably inclined towards these individuals. Their ability to refrain from inquiring into others' affairs reflects commendable upbringing. A softer expression graces her face. At this moment, Xiao Chui tugs at Yang Fanfan's sleeve, gently asking, Fan, what transpired inside? From a distance, she had witnessed the damage inflicted upon Gao Qisu's body, suspecting that it was something Shen Xinghe had given him that led to his current state. In the midst of the apocalypse, she cherished her life dearly. Any semblance of existence was something she yearned to grasp, for it was indeed a matter of survival. Yang Fanfan, however, was not inclined to ponder deeply. He remarked, Gao Qisu was swallowed by a cabbage and then rescued. Yet, this was not the information Xiao Ke sought. With subtlety, she inquired, just now I saw Xinghe feeding something to Xiao Su, which is why he awakened. What was that miraculous substance? Yang Fanfan shook his head, indicating that he too was unaware of its nature. He merely surmised it must possess effects akin to those of the substances he had previously consumed, yet he could not specify what it was. Nevertheless, he was not foolish enough to divulge such knowledge. After all, such a thing could save a life. And one must always be wary of others. Chapter 47. Saving humanity. Xiao Ke, deprived of the answer she sought, sat alone in contemplation. She could not fathom why others were not curious about what Shen Xinghe had used to save a life. Following this incident, the group grew increasingly vigilant, diligently harvesting vegetables, their faces alight with the joy of bounty. As Yang Fanfan gathered crops, he flexed his fingers, exposed to the chill of the weather. Glancing skyward, he was nearly struck with panic. "Look up at the sky," he urged, pointing anxiously. "What else up there resembles a spaceship?" The object in the heavens drew closer, seemingly heading directly towards them. Shen Xinghe squinted at the sky, recognizing the craft she had encountered in the trial space. Instantly, 3 words sprang to her mind: extraterrestrial beings. "They are aliens. Everyone, be cautious." At her proclamation, the group immediately readied themselves for potential danger. "Let us retreat into the building," Gao Qi urged, brandishing a firearm and watching over the others as they entered the structure. Just as they settled inside, a flying object descended slowly from the sky. The community, filled with cultivated vegetables and devoid of towering trees, provided a clear view of the massive craft landing in the open area. From the vessel emerged an alien with blue skin, 2 others with red skin, and a solitary human. None of them bore any visible weapons. The peculiar appearance of these beings captivated the attention of the group. Indeed, these were aliens, not vastly different from humans, save for their significantly advanced technology. Remembering the storage devices, they scrutinized the aliens' necks, noting that only one of the extraterrestrials wore something around its neck. "Look, there's a human among them," Yang Fanfan whispered, his gaze fixated on the human mingling with the aliens. Shen Xinghe had warned that aliens harbored hostility towards humans. Yet the demeanor of these individuals towards the human seemed devoid of menace. She noted how the human was nodding and conversing amiably with the aliens. "Come forth, friends. We see you," the human said gently, a harmless smile gracing his features. After a while, seeing that no one had emerged, he continued, "We mean you no harm. The beings beside me are extraterrestrials. They have detected the apocalypse occurring here and have come to our Earth to save us." Upon hearing these words, a wave of elation surged within the crowd. They stifled their excitement and turned their gazes toward Gao Qijia and Shen Xinghe. These extraterrestrials had come to rescue humanity. Hope rekindled within them. With the advanced technology of these celestial beings, they believed that peace would soon be restored in the face of this calamity. "I understand that you may find it hard to believe my words. These alien friends have only recently arrived on our planet. Upon their arrival, they utilized their weaponry to eradicate a significant portion of the zombies in one city. Currently, the northern city camps are predominantly fortified with the assistance of these extraterrestrials, who have no fear of the undead. Should you miss this opportunity, you may live to regret it. We're only stopping here for 5 minutes." One of the earthlings accompanying the extraterrestrials nonchalantly combed his hair into a middle parting, exuding an air of calm. "Brother Jia, should we not go outside?" someone whispered, unable to contain their impatience. The extraterrestrial allies were here to assist them, and they should seize this chance. None wished to remain in a state of anxiety during the apocalypse. Let us not act impulsively. We do not yet grasp the full reality of the situation. We should observe for a while. Gao Qijia soothed the crowd's emotions. He was acutely aware of the immense temptation this presented. He would not desire to escape the peril of the apocalypse. It was entirely understandable that some felt an urgent need to reach a safe environment. However, due to his near-total trust, 99, in Shen Xinghe's words, he could not simply venture out. "Xinghe, what is your perspective on this matter?" he inquired, turning to Shen Xinghe. "What is there to consider?" Xiao Ke exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. She had encountered extraterrestrials, and these beings were here to save humanity. What were they thinking? If they missed this opportunity, the next might come at a cost to their very lives. Xiao Ke, growing increasingly frantic, declared, "Did you not hear? They are here to rescue us." What Xing has said is true, and it does not preclude us from believing this. After all, there are good and bad among extraterrestrials. What if the ones Xinghe encountered are the malevolent kind? This argument held merit, and all eyes turned to Shen Xinghe, eager to hear her response. Yet Shen Xinghe remained remarkably composed, her focus still on the extraterrestrials outside, offering no explanations to the crowd. She pondered whether the creatures and reagents she encountered in the trial space were somehow connected to this apocalyptic scenario. Could it be mere coincidence? Surely, the apocalypse they were experiencing could not be the same as the one faced by these extraterrestrials. Yang Fanfan attempted to grasp Xiao Ke before she dashed outside, but he was a moment too late. Guilt washed over him as he glanced at Shen Xinghe. "I'm sorry, leader. I failed to keep an eye on her." He had not anticipated Xiao Ke's impulsive decision to run out. What if the extraterrestrials were to harm her? He would have no means to intervene. Shen Xinghe shook her head and slowly walked out. Since Xiao Ke had already revealed their location, there was no longer any need for her to remain hidden here. The man with the center-parted hair was delighted to see the group emerge and immediately waved to the aid of them. "Welcome. Your choice is undoubtedly the right one. You shall be grateful for this decision throughout your lives," he exclaimed eagerly. Xiao Ke, having made up her mind from the man's words, resolved to leave with these extraterrestrials. She gently placed her hand on her belly and said, "Baby, we no longer need to worry about zombies every day. We have someone to protect us now." A joyful smile spread across her face as she added, "Thank you for your contributions to humanity." She reached out her hand to shake with the aliens, but they stepped back. Chapter 48. Alien language. The blue-skinned alien produced a small sphere from his ear. "There is no need for formality," he said. The alien language was then instantly translated into Mandarin, emanating from the sphere. Was this yet another marvel of alien technology? It could translate their language. The crowd was astounded. How could they have been on Earth for such a short time and already possess such advanced translation capabilities? Isn't it just that they are unaccustomed to our ways? The center-parted man remarked, turning to Shen Xinghe and the others. He smiled again and said, "Let us depart. Time waits for no one, and we must rescue more people. Rest assured, the base is entirely secure. No zombies can penetrate it, and there are unique alien provisions that will satisfy your hunger. All right, let's leave at once." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ke could no longer contain her excitement and immediately agreed, moving towards the alien spacecraft. "What are you doing?" A red-skinned alien abruptly grabbed Xiao Ke. She stumbled and nearly fell, quickly gripping the alien's hand for support. As he had not produced the sphere, Xiao Ke could not understand his words. She held her belly, gazing at the alien in confusion. Xiao Ke was bewildered by the alien's attitude. If they treated a pregnant woman this way, how could they be expected to treat others? The center-parted man quickly waved his hands in reassurance, explaining, "It's all right. It's just that you walked ahead of us before we could clarify, and our alien friend thought you were up to something." The group exchanged glances. If their brother did not leave, they certainly would not either. As for Shen Xinghe, she still needed to rescue the camp and could not depart. Yang Fanfan, needless to say, had resolved to follow Shen Xinghe for the rest of his life. Xiao Ke declared, "I will not go to the camp with you. I want to go with the aliens. Their base is much safer, and once we arrive, we won't have to worry about zombies." No one opposed Xiao Ke's desire. Everyone had their own choices, and it was good for her to find a safe place. While the Earthlings conversed, 3 aliens chatted among themselves in their interstellar language. "These Earthlings are truly tiresome. How did the Master arrive at this decision? Why must we come to rescue them? I have heard that the evolution of abilities among Earth dwellers occurs at an astonishing pace, and the head of the family is conducting research in this regard." Shen Xinghe's ears perked up as the words of these extraterrestrials reached her undisturbed. According to their discourse, they harbored a certain disdain for Earthlings, making it implausible that, as the man with the center part claimed, these aliens were aware of an impending apocalypse and had come to assist Earth. These humans are utterly foolish. One wonders why the heavens have granted them such rapid advancements in their abilities. It would be far better if that speed were bestowed upon us, the interstellar beings. Look at them, still hesitating whether to accompany us, They need not face the zombies, yet they appear so dim-witted. Foolish earthlings. These aliens, secure in their belief that no one comprehends their language, allowed their voices to grow increasingly louder. Arrogant interstellar beings. Suddenly, the chilling sound of interstellar language caused the three mocking aliens to widen their eyes in astonishment. Who spoke the interstellar language just now? The blue-skinned alien stood up, scanning the surroundings. Was it a female voice? Could it be someone from another family? Shen Xinghe was taken aback by her newfound ability to articulate in the alien tongue, having only been able to comprehend it previously. Gao Qi, standing beside her, caught wind of her peculiar utterance. Though he did not grasp its meaning, it bore a resemblance to the dialogue of the three aliens, particularly when Shen Xinghe spoke. The alien with the mottled skin stood up, looking around, causing Gao Qi's heart to constrict. At that moment, an absurd thought crossed his mind. Could Shen Xinghe indeed speak the language of extraterrestrials? He shuddered to imagine the implications. If she could converse in their tongue, what else might she be capable of? We shall not go. I implore you to escort this lady instead, Gao Qi interjected, halting the blue-skinned alien's inquisitive behavior. Who desires this foolish Earth woman? The blue-skinned alien retorted angrily. They had not squandered so much time merely for such a dim-witted being. He produced a spherical object and declared, "We shall not take anyone unless you all accompany me, or else she shall come with us," gesturing towards Shen Xinghe. Did you not claim to come for the purpose of saving people? Why now must you single someone out? Gao Qi queried. Shen Xinghe's gaze turned icy in an instant. This was indeed directed at her. The man with the center part hastily interjected, "Everyone, please remain calm and listen to what our alien friends have to say." He tugged at the blue-skinned alien's garment. "Allow me to clarify. We are a team tasked with gathering high-level talents." The veins on his forehead throbbed as he finally spoke. "Ah, I might have misunderstood earlier. I sincerely apologize," the man with the center part said, bowing and scraping. "I am not interested," Shen Xinghe replied, coolly, devoid of emotion. The alien's intentions became crystal clear, rendering any further explanations unnecessary. Ever since the inception of the trial space, she had regarded the extraterrestrials visiting Earth as adversaries. The man with the middle part was in a predicament. He was merely a translator. The aliens had brought him forth to better comprehend the language of Earthlings. Now, faced with individuals unwilling to accompany them to their base, he found himself at a loss for words on how to persuade them. "What should we do?" inquired a red-skinned alien. The crowd remained bewildered by the aliens' utterances, yet upon witnessing the sudden appearance of weapons in their hands, they brandished their arms. Chapter 49. The alien spaceship. Before they could approach Shen Xinghe, the aliens had their throats slit. It turned out they were merely primitive aliens, lacking even the most basic celestial distinction. Shen Xinghe was utterly disillusioned. He had anticipated that among the three aliens, at least one or two would possess some level of celestial status, yet none did. The onlookers were perplexed as to how the aliens had met their demise, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. However, upon seeing the dismemberment of the cabbage and understanding their captain's attitude toward Shen Xinghe, they instinctively turned their gazes toward her. The brothers Gao Qi and Gao Qi Su, having witnessed the scene before, immediately glanced at Shen Xinghe. Gao Qi, aware of Shen Xinghe's prowess, was not particularly surprised. Conversely, Gao Qi Su wore a countenance of disbelief. This, Shen Xinghe, she did this. Even someone as dim-witted as he could connect the dots and recognize Shen Xinghe's extraordinary abilities. He exchanged a knowing look with Gao Qi, who nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, just as you suspect, this person beside us is a formidable individual." The certainty in Gao Qi's gaze transformed Gao Qi Su's expression multiple times. He shrank back, hoping he hadn't uttered anything amiss, for he had no desire to provoke someone capable of such lethal finesse. The man with the middle part was instantly overwhelmed with fear. He collapsed onto the ground, trembling in terror. "Please don't kill me," he pleaded. How could someone possess such terrifying power, capable of slaying three individuals so effortlessly? What was the true objective of the aliens? Shen Xinghe's gaze hardened as she inquired. The middle-parted man shook his head vigorously. "I don't know. I only understand that they intend to take Earthlings to their base. What they plan to do there remains unclear. I am merely a translator. Please do not kill me. Though he recognized that the aliens were not genuinely aiding humanity, he had never taken a life. His role was simply to articulate the aliens' words in a more palatable manner. It was not his fault. Are you certain you are not a lackey? Gaoi Suskov. The man with the middle part could only weakly protest. I am not. I'm not. Yet Gao Qi, brandishing his knife, swiftly advanced and ended the man's life with a single stroke. Since Shen Xinghe had dispatched these aliens, it was evident they were not virtuous beings, and he would not allow any potential threat to remain. Ah, you are demons. Xiao Ke shrieked, slowly retreating away from the group. Why did you kill them? What makes you any different from those in Building 8? You are all indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. They were clearly here to assist us, yet you have slain them. She pointed at the members of the Gao family, tears streaming down her face as she spoke with deep sorrow and indignation. She felt utterly devastated, having finally discovered a way to escape the apocalypse. Why would these individuals seek to destroy it? They could easily relocate to a safer place, and perhaps these extraterrestrials would even transport them to another planet. Xiao Ke, please calm down. Yang Fanfan watched as Xiao Ke wept inconsolably, his own heart heavy with her despair. He understood the desperation to flee the end of the world. No sane person would wish to remain amidst such ruin. However, Shen Xinghe paid no attention to Xiao Ke, directly approaching the blue-skinned alien and retrieving the necklace it wore. Inside the necklace were only clothing, nutrient fluids, and a small box. No weapons to be found. Disappointment washed over her as she stood up. How can I remain calm? How can you expect me to be calm? Xiao Ke clutched her swollen belly, her face a mask of anguish. Yang Fanfan rushed to console her. Knowing that Shen Xinghe must have her reasons for her actions, she would not resort to violence without cause. Sister He, what do the aliens truly think of us Earthlings? Gao Chisu inquired, now aware of Shen Xinghe's formidable abilities, and having been saved by her, he wished to prevent any misunderstandings about her intentions. The aliens intend to take me for research, Shen Xinghe replied. Their so-called assistance is not what it appears. They aim to capture Earthlings for study, possibly to investigate why our unique powers have evolved so rapidly. Her revelation left everyone speechless. Not to help us, but to capture us for experimentation. I knew the apocalypse had something to do with aliens. Those wretched extraterrestrials want to experiment on us. We were almost deceived. The group was filled with righteous anger. Xiao Ke sniffled, rubbing her eyes. Though she found it hard to believe Shen Xinghe's words, she refrained from voicing her dissent. Alone and isolated, opposing Shen Xinghe's assertion could very well lead to her expulsion from the group. Shen Xinghe headed towards the spacecraft, while the Gao family retrieved items from the aliens' ears. These two might prove useful when encountering extraterrestrials later. The spacecraft appeared to be a rudimentary model, unlocked and accessible as they approached the hatch, which opened effortlessly. Inside, it was surprisingly spacious, capable of accommodating 20 individuals. Curiosity piqued, the group gathered around, eagerly touching this unfamiliar object. Is this a spaceship? It doesn't seem particularly extraordinary. How does it even fly? The materials resemble plastic from our planet. They engaged in animated discussions. Come aboard. Shen Xinghe urged. Gao Qijiao promptly directed everyone to board the craft. They had been eagerly awaiting this moment, and without further prompting, they swiftly entered the spacecraft. Xiao Ke hesitated not at all, slowly stepping inside with Yang Fanfan support. Shen Xinghe explored the cockpit of the spacecraft, confirming its advanced technology, complete with an instruction manual. She inadvertently pressed a button, and a virtual screen emerged before her, displaying alien characters that primarily outlined the operational instructions for the spacecraft. Gao Qijiao instinctively took his place in the co-pilot's seat, observing Shen Xinghe as she intently scrutinized the peculiar symbols on the virtual screen. How is it going? He inquired. All set. We can depart, Shen Xinghe replied. She had perused the essential information and felt confident about piloting the craft. Gao Qijiao had grown numb to the remarkable abilities Shen Xinghe exhibited, if he weren't aware that alien skin differed from that of humans. He might have suspected she was an extraterrestrial herself. Chapter 50. Rescue camp. Seated within the spacecraft were Shen Xinghe and her 4 companions. Gao Qijia took 2 individuals with him, and since they needed to rendezvous with their driving teammates, they decided to split into 2 groups en route to the rescue camp. The spacecraft ascended gently into the sky, and the group watched in excitement as the ground receded below them. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the barrier before them transformed into transparent glass, granting them a clear view of the outside world. Clouds surrounded them, and birds soared beneath. Shen Xinghe gradually mastered the art of piloting the vessel, which was equipped with a map of Earth, allowing for swift destination searches and navigation. Unfortunately, it lacked indicators for the location of the alien base. Already? It's only been a few minutes, Gao Qijia remarked, astonished as the spacecraft began its slow descent after such a brief flight. The alien technology is impressive. It's just the humans that falter, he muttered. They landed on an open patch of land, not far from the rescue camp, which could be reached on foot in just over 10 minutes. Shen Xinghe produced a small box, the storage container for the spacecraft. To their amazement, the craft began to spin upwards, gradually shrinking until it vanished into the box. This astonishing feat left everyone in awe. Such a large object could be contained within that tiny box. They quickly deduced that it operated on principles akin to a storage device. Excitedly, they made their way toward the camp, finding even the occasional zombie to be endearingly quaint. Gao Qijia pointed toward a nearby apartment complex, declaring, "The rescue camp is just ahead." This secluded area lay hidden behind a small hill, and they navigated several turns before finally catching sight of it. "Sister He, Chang'e will surely do everything in his power to keep you by offering you all sorts of advantages," Gao Qijia said with delight. Given Lin Jiqing's character, he would undoubtedly leverage various benefits to entice Shen Xinghe into joining the camp upon learning of her abilities. "Chang'e is the captain of our camp and the one in charge. He is a wonderful person and possesses formidable abilities. Though he is only a beginner-level 2-tiered ability user, having just leveled up not long ago," Gao Qijia whispered to Shen Xinghe. She was surprised. It was her first encounter with a human who had upgraded their abilities. As they approached the rescue camp, Shen Xinghe released her mental energy. The camp comprised 3 layers. The first layer featured a large iron gate guarded by 2 sentinels, while the second and third layers had railings, each monitored by a single guard. One of the guardians at the first level is a psychic who can slightly sense Shen Xinghe's psychic abilities. However, he merely scratches his neck, lacking any sense of security. Observing the arrangement, one can discern the camp's strict defenses. "Your camp has a psychic?" Shen Xinghe inquired. Gao Qijia scratched his head, his gaze revealing admiration. "Truly, the esteemed figure is remarkable. He can discern such things, while their own abilities only allow them to see a distance of 10 to 20 meters, with no other utility." Shen Xinghe nodded, realizing there was no upgrade. At that moment, she suddenly recalled what Su Mo had said when he extracted the crystal core from her. Psychics can also retrieve objects from afar. Furthermore, there was mention of aliens remarking on how swiftly humans upgrade their powers. Could it be that the psychics from the north had already ascended to the initial 2nd level? Or even higher? By the time Gao Qijia and the others reached the entrance, the gate had already been opened. "Locke, brother, I can barely recognize you," the guardian exclaimed upon seeing the fair-skinned Gao Qijia, astonished. "What has happened?" Gao Qijia replied, "Don't mention it. I nearly perished. This fair skin is merely the result of shedding a layer of skin." He promised to elaborate on the process later. The guardian nodded, glancing around. Noticing a lack of supplies and the absence of some personnel, he asked, "Brother Jia?" His expression grew serious. "Has something occurred? Have you encountered aliens?" The guardian's eyes lit up. "Also, aliens have come to the camp?" Gao Qijia inquired. The guardian, on duty for the day, was not permitted to leave his post. He recalled it was this brother on duty that morning. The only possibility for him to have seen aliens was if the aliens had indeed arrived at the camp. "Indeed, it was my first encounter with aliens. They were quite amiable. When I opened the door for them, they even gave me 2 bottles of nutrient liquid, claiming it was food from their planet," the guardian said with enthusiasm. At that moment, Xiao Ke tightly grasped Yang Fanfan's hand, her heart racing. What had she heard? The aliens were indeed benevolent, yet they had killed the aliens, completely offending them. They would have no chance to visit the alien base now. I told you so. I said the aliens were good, that they came to help us. You all didn't believe me. Silence. Shen Xinghe's icy words abruptly interrupted Xiao Ke's lament. Yang Fanfan quickly pulled Xiao Ke aside, fearing that her outburst might provoke the esteemed figure's ire and lead to her expulsion from the camp. Meanwhile, those who chose to believe the Gao family and trust Shen Xinghe turned pale. This is terrible. Gao Qisu's heart sank. The aliens are not benevolent. What else has happened at the camp? He asked urgently. At this, the guardian looked perplexed. No way. Locke brother, you must be mistaken. Nothing bad has occurred at the camp, he said, bewildered by the group's expressions. Has someone followed the aliens? Shen Xinghe interjected. The gatekeeper had never seen Gao Qisu so solemn before. He immediately straightened up and said, yes, indeed, a few individuals followed them. It is said that the aliens have come to seek out the extraordinary talents of Earth, intending to transport them to their base for training. He turned to Shen Xinghe and added, Sister we must inform Brother Qing of the situation. Shen Xinghe promptly replied, let us go. You all take Xiao Ke and Fan Fan to our villa. Gao Qisu instructed. Yang Fan Fan glanced at Shen Xinghe, reluctant to part ways in this unfamiliar place. You all go ahead. I will inquire about some information, Shen Xinghe stated. Chapter 51. Just departed a moga. I believe I just saw Xinghe. Chen Mianmian whispered as she linked her arm with Sumo's. She wore a light yellow leisure outfit, topped with a hat. Close by. 5 others accompanied Su Mo and Chen Mianmian, all part of a team searching for supplies. Su Mo gently broke free, causing Chen Mianmian's hand to slip from his arm. How could Shen Xinghe be here when her body had already begun to decay? He felt a growing aversion towards Chen Mianmian, who persistently claimed to have seen Shen Xinghe, likely driven mad by the torment inflicted upon her at the Sinew camp. The memories of the camp's ordeal flickered in his eyes, revealing a fleeting disdain, swiftly concealed beneath a veneer of composure. He diverted his gaze towards a girl in the distance. But that person looked so much like her. And she's with Captain 5 from the camp, Chen Mianmian insisted, biting her lip. Su Mo chose not to respond this time. Captain 5? What nonsense! Even if it were truly Shen Xinghe, how could a person without abilities associate with someone of Captain 5's caliber? She touched the scar on her face, her eyes darkening with malice. Su Mo had developed a distaste for her and seemed to have found interest in another girl, her fingers digging into her palm. Mutated, a girl in pink called sweetly, rushing towards Su Mo. His face broke into a smile. Xiaomi Li. Chen Mianmian clenched her teeth secretly, her face hidden beneath her hat, dark and brooding. The office door was knocked upon vigorously. Brother Qing, Gao Qisu exclaimed loudly. Come in. A magnetic voice responded from within the room. You, how come you're always so reckless? Lin Jiqing chuckled. Today, having learned of extraterrestrial beings visiting their world to assist humanity through the apocalypse, he felt quite elated. Brother Qing, those aliens are conducting experiments on Earth people. Gao Qisu rushed to inform him. With a resounding clap, Lin Jiqing stood up, his earlier jovial demeanor vanishing in an instant, replaced by shock. He did not question how Gao Qisu had come by this information. Their long-standing brotherhood meant he understood Gao Qisu's character well. They have taken 10 of our brothers. His voice, usually so magnetic, now trembled with panic and anger. He had initially thought everything was for their benefit, only to discover it had brought them harm. Were those taken all extraordinary individuals? Shen Xinghe inquired. The chilling voice caused Lin Jiqing to halt in his tracks. No, ordinary people also exist, but their professions prior to the apocalypse varied. There were teachers, soldiers, and merchants. Although he was unaware of the identity of the individual before him, it was evident that they must be a friend of the Gao Qi brothers, having associated with them outside. Upon hearing these words, the group fell into silence. Why were they seeking these individuals? Wasn't the objective to study the abilities of extraordinary beings? The inclusion of ordinary people was perplexing. Shen Xinghe, still uncertain about the necessity of ordinary individuals, remarked, I have only heard that extraterrestrials intend to conduct research on Earth's extraordinary beings. I am unsure of their purpose for ordinary people. She refrained from fabricating any negative portrayal of the aliens, instead recounting what she had gathered. I have encountered extraterrestrials twice, and they exhibited little fondness for Earthlings, constantly referring to us as foolish. She continued, after I handle these two, I shall visit the alien base. My urgency to see Chen Xinghe and Su Mo is beyond measure. Lin Jiqing promptly stated, I will take people with me. They still need 10 days here. We can make it in time. According to their accounts, they remained in each city for 10 days to locate individuals, meaning there were likely other exceptional talents at the camp that could be sent to them. Thinking about the remarkable talents I might discover to offer them, they revealed their current location to me, which is not far from our camp, Lin Jiqing explained. There is no need to rush. They're safe for now. The extraterrestrials are not as easily dealt with as you imagine. They possess advanced weaponry, Shen Xinghe cautioned. As she spoke, a laser sword materialized in her hand, and she directed a beam towards a chair, splitting it in two. The group stared in shock, incredulous at the sight of the plastic sword wielded by Shen Xinghe. What is this? Such formidable power. Is it an alien weapon? Gao Qisu inquired. He had not previously witnessed Shen Xinghe produce any extraordinary weapon, indicating that she, too, possessed a storage device. However, it made sense. She was a prominent figure in Yang Fanfan's circle, after all. Indeed, I do not underestimate you, but for your safety, it would be prudent to wait until I conclude my affairs before seeking the extraterrestrials, she advised. Aware that venturing out could lead to a perilous fate, she resolved to establish a rescue camp and would not send them to their demise. Naturally, she would not insist on compliance from those unwilling to heed her warnings. Lin Jiqing exchanged a glance with Gao Qisu. Gao Qisu immediately responded, Brother Qing, this is my sister, my savior, Shen Xinghe. We uncovered a wealth of supplies. Thanks to her, he carefully produced a necklace containing the supplies. Having previously seen a storage device around the neck of a blue-skinned individual, Shen Xinghe had bestowed her storage device upon the rescue camp. Look, Lin Jiqing said, curiosity piqued as he took the necklace. Following Shen Xinghe's guidance, he glimpsed the treasures within, medicines, weapons, and food. The contents were undeniably enticing. Truly, there existed a storage space in this world. Or was it a creation of the extraterrestrials? Qinggu, Jia's words resonate with me. I cast my vote. The advanced technology of extraterrestrials is abundant, exemplified by this storage device. We cannot recklessly sacrifice ourselves, Gao Qisu remarked. Lin Jiqing concealed his anger and anxiety, responding, Thank you. Whom do you need to deal with? The two individuals who just arrived at your camp, a doctor and her girlfriend, Shen Xinghe stated, her eyes betraying no emotion. To her, those two were already as good as dead. Gao Qisu immediately inquired, Are they the same two who fled from Sinyu camp? Shen Xinghe nodded. Lin Jiqing refrained from probing into Shen Xinghe's grievances with them, and said to Gao Qisu, Xiao Su, since you are aware, please bring those two here. Chapter 52. A conversation worth having that evening at the rescue camp. Su Mo donned a suit, adjusting his bow tie as he spoke, Mian. Tonight presents a significant opportunity. We have received an invitation. We must seize this chance to cultivate relationships with the captains of the camp. Xiao Mili is the cousin of the second team leader. You must befriend her. To secure a better life, one must establish a position here. Chen Mian applied ointment to her hand, which had been injured and occasionally throbbed with pain. Hearing Su Mo's words ignited resentment within her. While gathering supplies, she had overheard Su Mo's conversation with Xiao Mili, where Su Mo confessed that his love for her had long since faded, driven only by a sense of responsibility. The memory of Su Mo once expressing similar sentiments to her felt mocking. At the banquet, attendees sat on benches arranged on either side. Tonight's gathering is to introduce someone. Our Camp S6 team leader, Shen Xinghe, Lin Jiqing announced. Earlier that afternoon, he had feigned a trip to the aliens' temporary site to deliver supplies. The aliens had shown no hostility towards his team, even exhibiting courtesy. Were it not for the revelations of their true nature, he might not have suspected their malevolent intentions towards humanity. A remote killer with telepathic abilities, and a human fluent in interstellar languages, this individual was essential to ally with. Thus, Upon learning that his 10 captured brothers were unharmed, he resolved to host a banquet. He had promised numerous benefits to Shen Xinghe, who had only agreed to be associated with the camp under the condition that she would intervene in significant matters. A cool and composed young woman entered the sight of the crowd, prompting whispers among the attendees. Such a youthful girl was the 6th team leader? Surely, she must be a relative of some captain. Today, we are here to familiarize ourselves with the 6th team leader, and, subsequently, I shall discuss recent developments within the camp. Lin Jiqing continued, not allowing the murmurs to persist. Imogu. Xiao Ke approached hurriedly from the entrance of the banquet. Why are you so late? The banquet is already halfway through, she exclaimed. Apologies, Su Imo replied. I encountered a child who had fallen and took him to the infirmary for treatment. A radiant smile illuminated Xiao Ke's face, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Ah, Imogu, you are truly kind. Faced with a dashing and compassionate man who once saved her, which girl could possibly resist? Beneath her hat, Chun Mian smirked. They had not encountered any children wrestling, and this was merely a pretext devised by Su Imo to gain little Millie's favor. She pondered the past. Was it her design that kept Su Imo near Shen Xinghe to acquire resources, or had he already formulated plans for himself? Let us hurry inside, Millie suggested eagerly. At last, the time for conversation concluded, and it was time for games to earn gifts, drawing everyone to the center of the banquet. The banquet hall offered no lavish feast, merely cups of herbal tea and stacks of pastries in the middle. Naturally, Chun Mian and Su Imo refrained from participating in any games. Their aim was to meet the camp leader, so they remained seated beside Millie. Shen Xinghe, Chun Mian murmured. Impossible, how could this be? Surely it was just her imagination. Taking a deep breath, she refrained from glancing in Shen Xinghe's direction. Su Imo looked up, and there she was. The ethereal woman appeared in his sight, causing him to blink in disbelief. Once he confirmed that the person before him was indeed Shen Xinghe, he felt no panic. Without her abilities, he could easily overpower her with a mere finger. Excuse me, I've encountered an acquaintance. I must greet her. Sono politely informed me. Millie nodded shyly, unable to resist the depth of his gaze, which captivated her. She felt compelled to find an opportunity to speak with Chun Mian and insist that she release Imogu. Shen Xinghe, I thought you were dead, Su Imo stated. How could Shen Xinghe possibly still be alive? Such a notion was absurd. Shen Xinghe chuckled softly. Su Imo was taken aback. He seldom witnessed her smile, and this expression only accentuated her beauty. Chun Mian dared not lift her head, wishing to conceal her unsightly scar from Shen Xinghe's view. If you all have survived, how could I perish? Shen Xinghe replied, her smile fading as she spoke with a calm demeanor, as though discussing something entirely mundane. That same aloof expression again. Somofronet, visibly displaced. What he disliked most about Shen Xinghe was her perpetual coldness in most situations. Despite their prolonged romance, they had never once shared a kiss. For whenever he approached her, she would turn cold, and over time, he abandoned the notion altogether. Xinghe, it's such a relief you're alive. During the zombie outbreak, your breathing was faint, and we had no choice but to leave. Chun Mian spoke softly, her voice choked with emotion. Imogu could only take one person, and he chose to take me. In your crystal core, it's all Imogu's fault. How did he do this? Shen Xinghe settled onto a nearby bench, quietly observing Chun Mian's performance. Mian, please stop, Su Imo interjected, feeling increasingly irritable. Previously, he found her incessant chatter to be endearing, but now it only served to vex him. Observing their past affections, he continually restrained his emotions. However, with regard to Shen Xinghe, he felt no inclination to suppress his feelings and stated bluntly, Shen Xinghe, given your circumstances at the time, extracting your crystal core was indeed the wisest decision. I hope you refrain from spreading rumors around the camp. Su Imo subtly glanced in the direction of Xiaomili, only to find her absent from her previous position, which relieved him. He had no desire for her to discover what he had done concerning Shen Xinghe. Moreover, as I currently possess a voice within this camp, out of respect for our shared history, I shall not expel you now. However, should you speak indiscreetly henceforth, expulsion will be your fate. Su Mo threatened with a fierce demeanor. Shen Xinghe regarded Su Mo with curious interest. Oh? Since when were you granted a voice in this camp? Chapter 53. Unmasking Deception Undeterred. Su Mo maintained his composure and confidently replied, "You are new here, naturally unaware. Do you see? I just came from beside the cousin of the second team leader. I advise you to be prudent." At that moment, Su Mo's demeanor was devoid of grace. Resembling a petty tyrant, Chen Xinghe slowly entwined her arm with Su Mo's, her head bowed, her body pressed against his to assert her claim. "I apologize, Xinghe, for Su Mo's bluntness. As his girlfriend, I extend my apologies," she said softly. "Moj," Xiao approached slowly. Upon hearing her voice, Su Mo's expression immediately softened. He quickly withdrew his hand from Chen Xinghe's grasp, distancing himself. Chen Xinghe's face turned pale, a glint of malice flickering in her eyes. "Xiao, what brings you here?" "My uncle happens to be free. I thought to introduce you," Xiao replied, her gaze directed at Shen Xinghe, seated on a bench. "Who is this beautiful girl?" Xiao had been waiting outside for Su Mo and was unaware of Lin Jiqing's announcement that Shen Xinghe was appointed as the sixth team leader. Su Mo felt elated at the prospect of meeting the second team leader. His eyes swept over Shen Xinghe with pride. "Do you see? This is the cousin of the second team leader. Thank you, Xiao. Do allow me to treat you to my culinary skills another day. For now, I must pay my respects to the second team leader," Su Mo said affectionately, casting a lingering glance at Xiao. As the trio turned to leave, a cold voice pierced the air. "Who permitted your departure?" "Ah." Chen Xinghe immediately knelt, the impact causing her knees to ache, and she could not suppress a cry of pain. Su Mo fared little better, finding himself face down on the ground. "Moha." Xiao quickly crouched down to assist Su Mo. The gathering crowd was drawn to the commotion, their gazes converging. Yang Fanfan hurried over. "Boss?" Shen Xinghe rose and delivered a swift kick to Su Mo. Just as he had regained his balance, he was once again sprawled on the ground. "Bring me the knife," Shen Xinghe stated flatly. Yang Fanfan promptly produced a dagger. "What do you intend to do?" Xiao interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Su Mo. "Step aside." Shen Xinghe's gaze was icy. "Oh dear." Observing the demeanor of the captains, including the first, second, and fifth, it became evident that the sixth captain had firmly established their position within the camp, promising a plethora of future advantages. Misfortune was destined for those who opposed them. "Are you blind, Xiao? That is the second captain's cousin. Perhaps the newly appointed sixth captain will soon face a downfall," the crowd murmured. These words reached the ears of Chen Xinghe and Su Mo, leaving them momentarily stunned. The pain and anger they felt transformed into sheer astonishment. What sixth captain? Could they have misheard? Shen Xinghe was the sixth captain? How could that be? At that moment, the Gaoqi brothers and Lin Jiqing approached. "Great uncle, little uncle, this person is bullying others," Xiao exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Shen Xinghe. With a swift motion, Gao Chisu struck down Xiao finger. "Whom are you pointing at?" "This is the sixth captain." Xiao froze, her eyes reddening from the public humiliation of being struck. "Are you all right, sister he?" Gao Chisu inquired, bypassing Xiao to express his concern for Shen Xinghe. Su Mo and Chen Xinghe exchanged glances, puzzled by the camaraderie between Gao Chisu, the fifth captain, and Shen Xinghe. "It's nothing, just dealing with a couple of nuisances," Shen Xinghe replied. Su Mo rose, fury igniting in his eyes. "Shen Xinghe, are you the one behind this?" Chen Xinghe also stood, her face a mask of grievance. "Xinghe, are you still blaming me? Xinghe, are these the two you were looking for?" Gao Qi inquired as they approached. Shen Xinghe nodded, accepting the dagger that was offered to her. Sumo's pupils dilated in shock. This was the second captain. If that were the case, then Shen Xinghe must indeed be acquainted with him. Was it true? Shen Xinghe was the sixth captain? How could that be? What grounds did she have to be the sixth captain? And how could she possibly know the second captain? In a fit of rage, Su Mo was flung aside, and Shen Xinghe placed her foot upon his chest, speaking slowly. "It is time for my crystal core to be returned." As soon as she finished, the dagger plunged into Su Mo's body, blood gushing forth. He yearned to struggle, to scream, but found himself powerless. Pain, agony. He could distinctly feel the torment within him. Moments later, a crystal core appeared in Shen Xinghe's hand. The attendees of the banquet were rendered speechless by this gruesome spectacle, perceiving the newly appointed sixth captain as excessively violent. Chen Mianmian was utterly terrified. She turned to flee. However, a man blocked her path. During her struggle, her hat fell away, revealing her unsightly visage. Shen Xinghe approached Chen Mianmian, the bloodied crystal core still dripping from her grasp. Chen Mianmian's hands were gripped tightly by Yang Fanfan as she shouted, "It's not my fault. Blam sumo. He extracted your crystal core and betrayed you. I never liked him. It was all his delusion, and he was the one who seduced me." The crowd gasped, having initially perceived the two as victims, only to discover such a scandalous twist. Xiaomili, blocked from advancing, widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at the man lying on the ground. How could this be? Mo Ge cannot be that kind of man. Chen Mianmian must be lying. Su Mo lay on the ground, his face contorted with anger as he glared at Chen Mianmian. Chen Mianmian, you are the one who seduced me, you wretched woman. Before being exposed in public, despite his weakening breath, he still spoke with anger. No, it wasn't me. Chen Mianmian covered her face, a look of anguish etched upon it. I was wrong. Xinghe, I should not have believed Suemo, enraged, spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh, wasn't this all your design? Shen Xinghe gazed at Chen Mianmian, her eyes devoid of warmth. Ha ha, I didn't expect you to hear that. Yes, this entire scheme was orchestrated by me. Your encounter with Mo, his shifting affections, and even the extraction of your core, everything was premeditated. She laughed heartily. But how can you blame me? Isn't it's Mo's fault? I merely gave a gentle push, and this scoundrel acted. She pointed at Mo, her eyes devoid of any affection. She had seen through Mo's hypocrisy. Xiaomili crumpled to the ground, deeply affected by these words. How could Mo Ge be such a man? Chapter 54. Turning against each other, ha ha ha. Xiaomili, you fancy Mo, don't you? You still don't realize? Mo is a hypocrite. Everything he told you is a lie. Just as he deceived the original Shen Xinghe. Because you hold some value to him now, he will discard you without hesitation once you are no longer useful. Chen Mianmian appeared almost mad. Xiaomili's eyes brimmed with tears. She was forced to confront this harsh reality. Yet, when Chen Mianmian suddenly called her out, she lowered her head. How could she admit to liking someone who was already taken, especially such a cruel man? What would others think of her? Sumo, summoning his strength, raised his head and noticed Xiaomili's bowed demeanor, filling him with additional resentment towards Chen Mianmian. Why in the end? Did she have to tarnish his reputation? You wretched woman. Shen Xinghe, why haven't you killed this harlot? Everything is her design. Why haven't you ended her? Sumo's voice was weak. Suddenly, fueled by an unknown strength, Chen Mianmian pushed aside Yang Fanfan and lunged at Mo. She drew a knife from her waist and stabbed him repeatedly. Blood soaked the floor. Mo widened his eyes in disbelief at this former lover, never imagining that Chen Mianmian would stab him. You don't love me anymore? He asked in his final moments. Not all. Never have. Chen Mianmian's laughter echoed. What I, Chen Mianmian, cannot possess, I shall destroy. Mo, since you no longer love me, I cannot let you live. After her maniacal laughter, she plunged the knife into her own heart. This farce concluded, Lin Jiqing ordered the scene to be cleaned. As Shen Xinghe watched the bodies being taken away, the hatred within her began to dissipate. Xiaomili, inadaze, approached Shen Xinghe. Are you satisfied? Upon uttering this, she fled. Now, everyone knew she had once harbored feelings for Mo, a disgrace for her. Yang Fanfan hurried over, concern evident in his eyes. Boss, are you all right? He was unaware that even the most formidable of individuals had been wounded. Shen Xinghe's cold eyes twinkled with starlight. I'm fine. The onlookers cast sympathetic glances at Shen Xinghe, astonished that such a girl had encountered two individuals of such character. Fortunately, that pair of despicable individuals met their demise. At that moment, Gao Qijia approached, leading Shen Xinghe aside. Only then did the crowd's gaze shift, resuming their games. Xinghe, I cannot fathom the tribulations you have endured, betrayed by a lover and a best friend, experiencing the agony of having your core ripped away. Such burdens are beyond the capacity of any young woman to bear. Yet, he pondered, if Shen Xinghe's core had indeed been extracted, how could she still possess her abilities? Despite their brief acquaintance, he had gleaned enough about Gao Qijia's character to know he was an astute individual, unlikely to present her with anything ordinary. Shen Xinghe accepted the storage device, which contained a considerable assortment of items: several garments, nutritional fluids, translation tools, 2 laser swords, and a small box. Within the box lay a pill, white and translucent. "Thank you," Shen Xinghe softly uttered. Gao Qijia waved his hand dismissively, replying, "There's no need for such formality. We have taken so much from you." His intention in presenting her with these items was to divert her attention, to prevent her from dwelling on sorrowful thoughts. What might the North hold? Was it truly a realm of extraterrestrials? Leaning against the wall, with the gentle breeze tousling his hair, he recalled his encounter with aliens earlier that day, during which he had overheard their derogatory remarks about Earthlings through a translation device in his ear. This had prompted him to ambush the green-skinned alien. From their curses, he discerned that their nation's northern region was home to numerous powerful ability users, some so formidable that even the aliens cannot capture them. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, all networks had ceased functioning, hampering communication and the acquisition of information. Shen Xinghe pulled a chair closer, leaning her entire frame against it. "I too am uncertain about the situation there. My understanding of their language and script arose from a fortuitous encounter." Gao Qijia refrained from inquiring about the nature of her fortune, as he traditionally respected matters of privacy. "May we succeed in saving the Earth," he murmured, his tone laden with uncertainty. "Alas, with the ongoing plant mutations, humanity is in peril." He sighed heavily. "Xiaomi the Upbruaka." Her eyes still red, her voice hoarse. She bowed respectfully towards Gao Qijia, saying, "Elder cousin, I apologize." As Shen Xinghe stood, preparing to depart, Gao Qijia interjected, "Xinghe, wait a moment. Xiaomi Li, you are no longer a child. Your apology is owed not to me, but to Xinghe." Xiaomi Li's expression stiffened. Typically, her apologies would earn Gao Qijia's forgiveness, yet now he demanded she apologize to an outsider. Clenching her teeth, she remained silent. Had she truly erred in any way? She had done nothing wrong. Why should she apologize to Shen Xinghe? Gao Qijia remarked coolly, "If you harbor no intention of apologizing, what brings you to my presence?" Relatives living just a few streets apart had hardly been in touch before the apocalypse, but after the end of the world, they began to reconnect. Usually, the mere fact that little Millie was a girl made them more inclined to accommodate her. However, the attitude of the Gao family made Millie's heart sink. Her lips parted slightly as she reluctantly murmured, "I'm sorry." Despite her apology, there was no trace of willingness on Millie's face. She hadn't come to apologize. Why should she be the one to apologize? It was simply witnessing her distant uncle's closeness with Shen Xinghe that ignited an inexplicable surge of jealousy within her, prompting her to come here. At that moment, she felt miserable, yet the discussions around her revolved solely around Shen Xinghe, with no one paying her any heed. The Gao family, on the other hand, wore disapproving expressions. He remarked, "If you don't want to apologize, then don't. I'm not forcing you to." "I'm sorry, Sister Xinghe." Millie gritted her teeth and shouted. Tears streamed down her face as she quickly covered it and fled. Gao Jia shook his head, choosing not to offer further explanations regarding Millie. Chapter 55. Repairing the crystal core that night, Xiao Ke resided in the villa, finally releasing the fatigue of the day. She had not attended the banquet due to feeling unwell, and naturally, no one insisted she must go. She lay in her room and gradually succumbed to sleep. In her hazy state, she heard a noise at the door and opened it. A small figure darted out. "Meow." Xiao Ke was startled and cursed the little creature quietly before shutting the door again. At that moment, she recalled her Star Points Mall and decided to take a look. The items had refreshed, yet nothing was suitable for her current exchange. However, a product identical to the bead in her possession appeared. Repair bead, 100,000 star points. Seeing this star points requirement, she became quite agitated. This tiny object held such immense value. Its name suggested a restorative function, but she was unsure of its application. Accumulating 100,000 star points seemed an insurmountable task. After all her hard work, her points had yet to reach 1,000. She attempted to project her mental energy onto the repair bead, but nothing changed. Ultimately, she could not deduce how to utilize the repair bead and reluctantly set it aside. Lying back on the bed, as she stored it away, she noticed several lines of alien script at the bottom of the box. Usage of the repair bead can directly ingest to repair a cracked crystal core. A surge of joy filled Shen Xinghe's heart. This item was intended to repair crystal cores. Yet, she wondered if it would be effective for her previously extracted core. After much contemplation, she resolved to consume the bead. Upon ingestion, a warm current surged towards her chest, followed by a wave of pain that struck her, causing her to sweat profusely. Shen Xinghe bit her lip tightly, stifling any cries of agony. After a moment, she felt utterly weak and collapsed onto the bed. Time passed. She could not tell how long, but suddenly, Shen Xinghe jolted awake, her gaze landing on the white ceiling. She sensed a fullness within her chest. The melodious chirping of birds and the bustle of the outside world reached her ears. Elated, she drew back the curtains. The sunlight bathed her face in a warm embrace, compelling her to squint in delight. Outside, the camp's inhabitants busied themselves with their tasks. They were cultivating vegetables around the villa, now beginning to till the earth, each plump seed being nestled into the soil by their darkened hands. Knock, knock, knock. A sound of knocking interrupted the serenity. Shen Xinghe opened the door. Yang Fanfan was taken aback. He had assumed the esteemed one had arisen late due to sorrow. But as the daylight grew brighter, his concern prompted him to check. Yet, upon seeing Shen Xinghe's gentle visage, he sensed no trace of sadness, rather a semblance of joy. Esteemed one, how did your lips become chapped? Yang Fanfan inquired with concern. Shen Xinghe brushed her lips with her fingers, pain immediately flaring. She had bitten them in distress the previous night. It's nothing, just a careless bite, she replied. Yang Fanfan refrained from probing further. Shen Xinghe was a vault of secrets. Esteemed one, it's time for breakfast, Yang Fanfan announced. Is there something special today? Naturally, he did not pursue the matter further. Seeing Shen Xinghe in high spirits lifted his own mood. Downstairs, Xiao Ke was setting the table with chopsticks. Despite others urging her not to work, she insisted on contributing. I can't just eat for free. I must prove my worth through labor, lest I be looked down upon, Xiao Ke said with a cheerful smile. Last night, aside from being startled by a cat, she had slept remarkably well, free from the terrifying sounds of zombies and unexpected knocks at the door. It had been a long time since she had enjoyed such a peaceful slumber. Xinghe, Shen Xinghe, Gao Qi and Gao Qisu greeted her as she descended the stairs. Did you sleep well last night? Gao Qisu asked. Shen Xinghe smiled slightly. Quite well, in fact. It was the deepest sleep I've had since the apocalypse began. Meow. A snow-white cat approached and rubbed against Shen Xinghe's leg. This is Xiao, my pet, Gao Qisu said, cradling the cat in his arms. Its pristine fur was a rarity in these post-apocalyptic times. Evidently, Gao Qisu held a fondness for this feline. Though Shen Xinghe's gaze upon Xiao was brief, she caught a glimpse of admiration in her eyes, which brightened her spirits. Hee, Xiao is very well behaved. Would you like to hold her? Gao Qisu offered, lifting Xiao higher. Shen Xinghe merely patted the cat's head. Xiao meowed a few times, nuzzling against Shen Xinghe's hand. Yang Fanfan noticed Xiao Ke arranging the bowls and rushed over. Let me help. Xiao Ke's presence in the villa was largely due to his influence, and he was eager to witness this morning's scene. Contrasting with the previous day's turmoil, Xiao Ke expressed her gratitude, gently patting her belly before apologizing. I truly apologize for yesterday. Perhaps I was clouded in judgment. The mere thought of reaching a safe place made me impatient. Xinghe, I'm sincerely sorry, she said, her tone imbued with genuine regret. In a good mood today? Shen Xinghe nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Fanfan promptly served her food. Esteemed one, truly, you are magnanimous. It is said that a pregnant woman's emotions can be quite volatile. Xiao Ke, try not to overthink it. Strive to control your feelings, Yang Fanfan advised. As the group settled in, an unexpected tremor shook the ground. The chandelier above swayed precariously, ultimately succumbing to its own weight and plummeting towards them. Just when they thought the chandelier would crash down upon them, it astonishingly halted mid-air. "Run!" came a crisp command. The group swiftly vacated their seats. As Shen Xinghe stood up, she dashed upstairs to attend to some matters, instructing them not to follow. She felt a surge of heat within her mind, reminiscent of her last enhancement of her abilities, while the others fled in trepidation. Shen Xinghe alone ventured deeper into the room. Upon entering, she was drenched in sweat, despite the cool temperature outside. She appeared as though she had just endured a sweltering summer. "I have reached the initial 4th tier of my abilities." Shen Xinghe rejoiced inwardly, astonished that her recently utilized mental powers had indeed ascended. Ding! The trial period has concluded. Do you wish to enter the trial space? Chapter 56. What lies within? Ding! Please identify what exists within the biological garden. Successful completion of this task will reward the trial participant with 10,000 star points and 10 million star coins. It was only after the task's announcement that Shen Xinghe's consciousness was drawn into the trial space. "Xiaoyang, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and welcome the newcomers to the garden." A male voice reached Shen Xinghe's ears. She glanced over, catching only a glimpse of the man's back and his mushroom-shaped haircut as he sprinted ahead, the rushing wind indicating his speed. Although she was still trying to grasp the situation, Shen Xinghe followed in his wake, her chest heavy and cumbersome as she ran. She supported her slender waist, a figure of remarkable beauty. The path before her was strewn with pebbles, flanked by towering plants. Ahead of Shen Xinghe, several rapid-moving aliens clad in matching attire hurriedly made their way in one direction, grumbling about the time constraints that endangered them. 2 minutes later, Shen Xinghe arrived at the entrance alongside the others. Glancing back, the bold letters spelling biological garden came into view. The recently assigned task asked, "What exists within the biological garden?" While the location was now known, the task proved far more challenging than previous ones, leaving her utterly perplexed. What could possibly be found within the biological garden? Although the reward was enticing, Shen Xinghe understood that greater rewards often came with heightened dangers. This time, the identity of the trial participants was shrouded in mystery. She only knew that there were 10 participants, as indicated by the virtual panel displaying 10 symbols, only one of which was illuminated, bearing the name Xiaoyang. This trial also seemed to have assigned her a role, suggesting she was an employee here, yet other details remained undisclosed. A towering spacecraft descended in the distance, and soon a vibrant array of small extraterrestrials emerged from its cabin. Behind these diminutive beings stood their teachers, all clad in identical uniforms, welcoming the young visitors. With a call from a man sporting a mushroom-shaped head, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Among them was Shen Xinghe, who, naturally, joined the chorus, stealing glances at the radiant smiles adorning each alien face. "Teacher, what wonders await us in the biological garden?" inquired a little girl beside Shen Xinghe, addressing her instructor. The teacher, with a mysterious smile, replied, "You must embark on your own exploration." A mischievous boy nearby made a face and chimed in, "There are man-eating monsters." As the last teacher entered, the smile on the mushroom-headed man faded. He proclaimed, "We have completed our first task as the welcoming committee. Now, it is time to move on to our next mission, serving the children. You should now follow the routes assigned to you and remember to smile when you see the children." "Xiaoyang, where are you going?" "You are in my group," the mushroom-headed man called out as he noticed Shen Xinghe attempting to leave. Following his admonition, he added, "Haven't you been paying attention? Just yesterday, we assigned you to a team, and now you seem to have forgotten." Turning around, Shen Xinghe replied, "I need to use the restroom." She had assumed that among so many people, no one would notice her wandering off. But it appeared the mushroom-headed leader was intent on his duties and was now in her group. What a predicament. "The restroom, you say?" The mushroom-headed man stroked his chin, smiling. "It's this way." He pointed in a direction. "You must still be unfamiliar with the layout. Allow me to guide you." "Xiaoyang, some opportunities must be seized. You are currently in your internship. Achieving official status is not an easy feat," he said meaningfully, standing beside Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe had already sensed the man's intentions. His lecherous gaze often lingered on her. It was hard not to notice. When he turned his face towards her, she offered him a cryptic smile. "You are correct. She agreed, refraining from disputing his words. Being new and unaware of the circumstances, she deemed it unnecessary to act impulsively. The girls' restroom featured a large mirror. As Shen Xinghe approached, a vision of allure appeared before her, delicate features framed by a graceful figure. While one's physique and appearance should not serve as justifications for the misdeeds of others, they could certainly awaken the basest instincts within. The mushroom-headed man had clearly set his sights on her. Her charmingly innocent face exuded an aura of harmlessness, a favorite among devils. The restroom was clean and adorned with colorful flowers. Shen Xinghe had no genuine intention of using the facilities. It was merely a pretext. Nonetheless, she casually entered a stall. Channeling her mental energy, she discovered it was futile. Indeed, a barrier was in place to prevent psychic intrusions. She retrieved an object from her pocket, resembling a camera, uncertain of its purpose. Upon opening it, her current visage was revealed. Seemingly sensing something amiss, she crouched down. A pair of eyes appeared in the crevice between the door and the ground. The owner of those eyes, caught off guard, shrank his pupils and stood up abruptly. Before he could escape, the door swung open. It was the mushroom-headed man. Did you not have parents to teach you how to use a restroom when you were young? Hence the need to observe others? Shen Xinghe remarked coldly. The mushroom-headed man, caught red-handed, initially wore an expression of embarrassment, but as he gazed upon Shen Xinghe's face, his demeanor gradually returned to normal. Upon hearing Shen Xinghe's words, he became agitated. Are you insulting me? Shen Xinghe smirked disdainfully. I didn't realize your mind was so muddled that you could still comprehend others' words. No matter, the more offensive your insults, the more I relish them. I've been keeping an eye on you for quite some time. He grinned, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling together. Shen Xinghe, unwavering, charged forward and kicked the mushroom-headed man. I have recorded this. I wonder how this video will unfold. A laser sword materialized in Shen Xinghe's hand, suppressing the man's body. The mushroom-headed man found himself unable to move, his expression a tumult of pain and fury. Don't you wish for an easier time at work? He queried, his face contorting with malice. I may not act against you now, but at work, you wouldn't want to feel uncomfortable, would you? Shen Xinghe tapped the mushroom-headed man's face with her laser sword. Mind your own affairs, she declared before striding out. I wonder if committing murder would attract the attention of the Star Police? Chapter 57. Teacher Xia children must not play here. The little boy lifted his watery, big eyes. Teacher Xia, I am not playing. A little fish is hurt. It's so pitiful. Please save it. The man in the blue teacher's outfit smiled gently. The water is their home. They shouldn't be taken from the surface. Let the little fish go. It can heal itself in the water. The boy, bewildered, nodded. Blood had already seeped from the fish in his small hands. He blew gently on its wound and tenderly placed it back in the water. As soon as the fish hit the water, it leaped up, floundering for a moment before vanishing amidst the dense aquatic vegetation. Standing quietly behind them, Shen Xinghe observed their interaction without uttering a word. After exiting the restroom, she had made her way towards the lake, which was vast, with a water surface thickly covered in aquatic plants. Behind the vegetation swam unknown creatures. Shen Xinghe took the child's damp hand. Don't worry, leave it to me. Sister Xia, will the little fish truly not die? The child with wide, round eyes asked expectantly. Indeed, Shen Xinghe replied. Upon delivering the child to Class 1, she found it peculiar that there was no teacher present. Shen Xinghe had learned that each class was supposed to have 2 teachers, one of whom was the little teacher she had just encountered. One of the 2 teachers must always be with the children. She directly took the boy's hand. Could you help me find her? Shen Xinghe felt a small hand clasped within her own as the little girl blinked her long, delicate lashes, exuding an enchanting charm. Where did she go? Shen Xinghe inquired. The girl shook her head, uncertain, stating that she was merely instructed to wait here. Our teacher is quite beautiful. With golden hair elegantly secured by a large pink butterfly clip, the little girl remarked, displaying her keen observation. Do not wander off. I will assist you in your search. Shen Xinghe assured her. Surrounding the pebbled path were vibrant blossoms, their fragrances wafting through the air, accompanied by towering trees that stood majestically nearby. Butterflies danced gracefully amidst the flowers. Suddenly, a youthful voice piped up, "Teacher, I wet my pants. Please help me change." "Go away. Do it yourself." The sound of a boy's sob soon followed. "How annoying. Did I tell you to stay? Do you want me to harm you?" A harsh voice echoed. Shen Xinghe concealed herself behind a tall tree. On the path ahead, two figures emerged, an adult and a child. The adult wore a standard teacher's uniform, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, the pink butterfly clip adding a touch of charm. "Is that the teacher from class 1? Shen Xinghe pondered, the description aligning almost perfectly, though she questioned the teacher's harsh demeanor. Unfazed, the boy sprawled on the ground, rolling and crying louder. "Help me change. If you don't, I'll tell my mother and have her complain about you." It was only when the teacher's hand gripped the boy's neck that his cries ceased entirely. "Teacher?" Shen Xinghe approached from behind the trees. The teacher instantly shifted from a grip to an embrace. Turning, the teacher smiled. "What seems to be the matter?" Shen Xinghe noticed the teacher's name badge had fallen to the ground and picked it up. Xiao, what has happened to this child?" "Are you the teacher, class 1? She inquired, handing the badge to her. "Oh dear, the child has wet himself. That's why he is crying." Xiao replied with a slight smile. The boy stood frozen, evidently terrified. Yet, as Shen Xinghe took a step forward, he seemed to clutch at her like a lifeline. "Help! Help! She is going to kill me," he wailed. At that moment, Xiao acted swiftly, tossing the boy aside, her slender hand transforming into a steel claw. Shen Xinghe instinctively retreated a significant distance. "A novice level 1 soul manipulator?" Xiao sneered. "You can only blame your bad luck." With that, she lunged toward Shen Xinghe with extraordinary speed, far beyond the ability of an ordinary person to perceive. Remaining composed, Shen Xinghe directed her psychic energy towards Xiao. The teacher's body contorted, and she exclaimed in shock, "No, you're a novice level 4 psychic. Why do I sense the energy of a novice level 1 soul manipulator from you?" Shen Xinghe lowered her gaze, recognizing the remarkable resilience of Xiao's physique, which allowed her to evade Shen Xinghe's psychic abilities. Xiao raised her claw, demanding, "Speak quickly, and I may spare your life." She was genuinely curious as to why a single individual could possess two distinct forms of extraordinary abilities. Shen Xinghe, dismissing her idle chatter, had already ascertained that the person before her was indeed a trial participant. Her eyes glimmered with frost as a premium laser sword materialized before her. "How could a mere employee of a biological park wield such a weapon?" inquired Teacher Xia. The response came in the form of successive laser strikes. Suddenly, a layer of steel armor enveloped Teacher Xia, encasing her entirely. Yet, this helmet did not impede her agility. Rather, it shielded her with utmost security. Shen Xinghe extended her mental prowess, probing the aura surrounding Teacher Xia. "No, you're the trial participant," Teacher Xia affirmed decisively. "If this continues, won't it merely benefit others? We have no grievances between us. Why not part ways amicably?" she suggested, swiftly retreating. Shen Xinghe's gaze shifted. She refrained from pursuing Teacher Xia further. Indeed, Teacher Xia was correct. Their strengths were evenly matched, and securing victory would demand a significant toll. Encountering other trial participants later could very well cost them their lives. Teacher Xia smiled slightly, cradling a young boy as she dashed toward her class. It was then that Shen Xinghe noticed a diagram had been unveiled. Teacher Xia. Chapter 58. The reunion of master and disciple as Teacher Xia's figure receded into the distance. Ultimately vanishing from Shen Xinghe's sight, she finally took a step forward. The forest was alive with rustling sounds. Shen Xinghe projected her mental energy outward, but sensed no presence. Abruptly, a figure collided with her, causing her to fall to the ground, her head cushioned by something soft and furry, preventing any harm. She felt a weight upon her. Someone was atop her. "Master, I have finally found you," came an exuberant voice. Shen Xinghe squinted, "Yuckle." Before her stood a boy with thick brows and large, bright eyes, exuding innocence and charm. With a swift motion, Shen Xinghe switched their positions. She had not anticipated encountering Yuckle in such a manner. His presence in this trial space indicated that his ability level matched her own. Yukul, what do you possess? Shen Xinghe inquired, intrigued. Given that they were both of the same caliber, she wondered what he might be carrying. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yukul felt a rush of elation. This was truly his master. Master, you are really my master, he exclaimed joyfully. Having arrived before teacher Xia, he had hidden when his instruments detected another presence. Witnessing Shen Xinghe's remarkable technique had led him to suspect she was indeed his master. Yukul's eyes sparkled as he grinned. Master, you are as formidable as ever. Today, I brought all my valuables with me. I am well prepared for self-defense, he declared proudly. Shen Xinghe rose, casting him a sidelong glance, pondering whether this lad was genuinely naive or merely feigning ignorance. He spoke so brazenly, seemingly unafraid of her coveting his possessions. Yukul slowly rose to his feet, gently brushing his wrist, whereupon a storage bracelet appeared in his hand. He extended the bracelet towards Shen Xinghe, saying, Master, take a look, lifting his head slightly. This was the latest model of storage bracelet, equipped with cloaking capabilities, of which only 5 existed throughout the entire galaxy. It was procured by my grandfather with considerable effort. The familiar design struck her. Wasn't this the very cloaked storage bracelet she had discovered among random items? Shen Xinghe mused quietly to herself. Did this imply that her bracelet was one of the 5? She hadn't anticipated such extraordinary fortune, stumbling upon a limited edition item. As she accepted the bracelet, she marveled at the multitude of items within, various weapons, and an array of vibrant garments. Why did her master show no hint of excitement? Did her possessions hold no value in her master's eyes? That seemed implausible, for the items were highly coveted across the galaxy. Master, do you find nothing of interest inside? Yukul inquired. Shen Xinghe's expression remained impassive. She certainly found the contents appealing, but she was uncertain of the weapon's purposes. They were dazzlingly diverse, leaving her somewhat bewildered. It's acceptable, but having come from a humble background, I am unfamiliar with their functions, she replied. Yukul, recalling Shen Xinghe's background, quickly masked his disappointment with a cheerful demeanor. Master, it's not wise to reveal these items here. Let us find a secure location, and I will explain everything in detail. Master, how did your abilities enhance so swiftly? Yukul asked as they walked. During their first encounter, his master had only been at the initial stage of psychic abilities, yet now she had ascended to the 4th level. Her rate of advancement was astonishing. Were it not for his knowledge of her modest means, he might have suspected her of relying on enhancement fruits to elevate her powers. Moreover, how did she possess the capabilities of an adept? Truly, his master was enigmatic. Shen Xinghe chuckled lightly. Encountering Yukul brightened her mood, as she had stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity. What opportunity? He asked curiously, his large eyes blinking with wonder as he halted in his tracks, leaning closer to her. I obtained a batch of enhancement fruits, Shen Xinghe teased, whispering near his ear. Yukul's eyes widened, incredulous. A batch of enhancement fruits. Could it be that the missing batch from the Galactic Alliance has found its way to you? Shen Xinghe replied, I'm not sure. I stumbled upon them during my travels. How could a fabricated excuse coincide with such significant events? The Galactic Alliance had indeed lost a batch of enhancement fruits. The thought of their value made her inwardly gasp. Had she acquired them, her abilities would surely have soared. Alas, she was not in the galaxy. Had she been, she would certainly have sought them out. Yukul's eyes were now as wide as saucers. Master, you must be a child of fortune to stumble upon such treasures. You have no idea how the entire galaxy has gone mad searching for that batch. Who would have guessed it was you who found them? No wonder your abilities have progressed so rapidly. But, Master, are you certain you're not deceiving me? After I went out, I searched for you in the north of the Star Realm, but I could not find you. Ukraine's eyes expressed a hint of reproach. You have no idea the great cost I incurred in my quest to find you. I promised my grandfather many conditions. Shen Xinghe remarked, it is all about fate. When the time is not right, one cannot find me. Look, now fate has brought us together. Ukraine nodded, firmly believing in this notion. Otherwise, he would not have encountered his master at this moment. Shen Xinghe touched the tip of her nose, realizing how naive Ukraine was in her presence. He believed every fabricated reason she concocted, and she felt a twinge of embarrassment. "How is your practice with the techniques coming along?" Shen Xinghe inquired. Ukraine immediately halted his steps, performing several moves in place. "Not bad," Shen Xinghe acknowledged, recognizing the diligence in his training as his movements were quite standard. Ukraine resembled a puppy that had just been fed a bone, bouncing with excitement. He eagerly asked, "So, does this mean I qualified?" With Shen Xinghe's affirmative nod, Ukraine's smile broadened, and he grasped her hand, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, I am finally the disciple of my master." Shen Xinghe's eyes glimmered slightly. Taking on a disciple was not only a means to gather more information about extraterrestrial matters. After all, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. But she also genuinely believed that Ukraine was a promising young man. "What about Xiao Ke?" Shen Xinghe questioned. "What is the highest level of psychic ability in the Star Realm?" Chapter 59. Indirect Expressions. Just as Shen Xinghe posed this question, an individual approached, causing their discussion to momentarily pause. In a lounge within the biological garden, Ukraine promptly revealed his weapon. "This time I brought my mech," he stated. To his surprise, the woman he had just fought also brought her mech. However, hers was not as impressive as his. Before them stood a mech towering over 2 meters, complete with a cockpit. Listening to Ukraine, Shen Xinghe nodded, realizing that the equipment the woman wore earlier could also be considered a mech. Curious, Shen Xinghe reached out to touch it, unable to discern the material from which the mech was constructed. Noticing her interest, Ukraine opened his mouth to elaborate. "Unfortunately, space is limited. My mech stands over 10 meters tall. Only when we go outside will I truly showcase its magnificence." "What do you have on you?" "I cannot sense anything with my psychic energy," Shen Xinghe asked, reclining on sofa. The more she witnessed, the more she felt her current psychic abilities were inadequate. She had once thought her recent upgrades were impressive, but in the face of extraterrestrial technology, she realized she still fell short. Had Ukraine intended to harm her today, she would have met her demise already. Ukraine presented an invisible storage wristband. Pressing a specific spot on the wristband, a deep blue stone materialized, embedded within it. "This is a high-level concealment array." Ukraine pointed to the stone on his wrist, explaining that it was crafted by a mid-level psychic ability user, capable of evading the scrutiny of those below mid-level. "My grandfather spent a significant portion of his star points to exchange for this. Additionally, I possess these time wheels. Mid-level spirit ability users cannot catch up with me. As long as I do not provoke the abilities of the entities within this trial space, my life will remain unthreatened." Uckley grinned widely, resembling a child in his delight. Shen Xinghe's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She was unaware of the worth of these items in the realm of the extraterrestrial. Yet their mere mention suggested considerable value. She recalled the inquiry made earlier regarding abilities and asked, "What is the highest rank of abilities among interstellar beings?" "Such a low level?" Uckley replied. "If no one has attained higher abilities, why then is there a classification for advanced powers?" "Master, this must be common knowledge among interstellar folk, correct?" Uckley rested his chin on his hand, his large eyes glimmering as they focused on Shen Xinghe. Unfazed, Shen Xinghe adopted an instructive tone. "Common knowledge, you say? Do you comprehend the vastness of the cosmos and the number of gifted individuals who reside in seclusion? I have never descended from the mountains, possessing no means of communication. Is it so strange that I remain unaware of the interstellar happenings?" Uckley bowed his head, a look of shame crossing his face. He realized that his master was imparting wisdom he had neglected to consider. Shen Xinghe nodded, pleased with his attitude. "How did the rank of advanced abilities come to be?" "Initially, our powers were merely at the novice level. As time progressed, individuals' abilities evolved. And in order to propel humanity beyond the intermediate stage, this classification was established." "You have an impressive understanding," Shen Xinghe commended. Uckley scratched his head, feeling bashful under her praise. He could only speak a bit more in front of Shen Xinghe, who had experienced so little. In his circle, everyone was well-versed in such fundamentals. Having engaged in conversation for so long, it is time for some exercise. I shall teach you a set of boxing techniques. Observe closely. With that, Shen Xinghe commenced her practice. Uckley's eyes shone with excitement. The knowledge he had garnered from her had proven invaluable and even earned him compliments from his grandfather. By the time the boxing session concluded, it was already noon. Lee produced 2 bottles of nutrient solution. Master, this is a new flavor developed by my family. Please give it a try. Shen Xinghe accepted the bottle, drinking cautiously. She typically refrained from consuming anything offered by strangers out of caution, but Lee seemed harmless. After all, if he intended her harm, she would be powerless to resist. A surge of energy coursed through her body, surpassing the quality of the nutrient solutions she had previously consumed. Lee appeared delighted as he too drank heartily. Shen Xinghe gazed out the window, observing a serene lake where several creatures frolicked playfully. Tell me, do other planets exist beyond our interstellar realm? Shen Xinghe inquired casually, as though engaged in idle conversation. Lee reclined on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the azure ceiling. Indeed, there are, but you must keep this to yourself. I overheard my grandfather speaking with a friend, mentioning that the Simon family has detected life forms on other planets. In that instant, Shen Xinghe's heart raced. She comprehended fully that Lee's identity was anything but ordinary. Have they sought them out? She asked. Lee rolled his eyes and remarked directly, Master, do you treat the universe as your home? The universe is fraught with peril. With our current technology, reaching that unknown planet would require a year, and we cannot even ascertain if we can make it. Not a single family has embarked on such a journey as of yet. Shen Xinghe's gaze deepened. She was certain that the extraterrestrials on Earth originated from the star system where Lee hailed. Lee was unaware of this knowledge, which led to 2 possibilities. Either he lacked the clearance to be informed about this expedition, or the aliens on Earth arrived covertly. They will eventually set off. Shen Xinghe stated. Lee replied, plans are indeed underway, but the dangers are numerous, and we are still researching certain items. Will the star system invade other planets? Shen Xinghe inquired. Lee shook his head. That should not be the case. Our star system values peace, and the interstellar alliance is not to be trifled with. Shen Xinghe ceased her conversation, turning her gaze once more to the window. She had contemplated having Lee advocate for Earthlings within the star system, yet she ultimately refrained from disclosing her identity, as revealing it was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. At this moment, Lee was aware that she was from another planet, likely curious and sympathetic towards her plight. However, if the extraterrestrials visiting Earth included members of Lee's family, when confronted with choices that transcended personal interests, all emotions could be cast aside in favor of the greater good. She noticed the pattern had flipped, revealing the words, Xiao Ke, what is your identity? Shen Xinghe asked. Lee raised his hand nonchalantly. I am merely an ordinary tourist. Chapter 60. The two's mission. Shen Xinghe stood up. Outside, fish leapt frantically from the water's surface, and soon, the surface was dotted with lifeless fish. At that moment, their resting chamber began to sway, as if some force was colliding with it. Shen Xinghe extended her mental prowess to sense her surroundings, but could discern nothing except for the fleeing schools of fish beneath the surface. Their resting chamber floated above the lake like a small boat. Usually, it would drift towards the center of the lake when individuals entered. However, she could not detect the nature of the disturbance. Shen Xinghe grasped the handrails within the chamber. Lee pressed the screen in the chamber, but the swaying intensified. He shook his head. This isn't good. The chamber has lost control. It cannot move, nor can the door be opened. His sensors also failed to identify the entity causing the impact. What lay beneath the water? Master, water, water. Lee exclaimed in terror, pointing to a small fountain erupting from a floor. Water is leaking in. Shen Xinghe furrowed her brow. It was that unknown entity that had breached their resting chamber. Subsequently, several more small fountains emerged. If this continued, the chamber would soon be inundated and sink beneath the lake's surface. The windows of the chamber were far too small for them to escape through. Shen Xinghe withdrew a laser sword and directed several beams towards the wall of the lounge. With a swift kick, a small opening appeared. Just as she peered through, a green creature leaped out of the water. What could it be? She turned towards the window, hoping to glimpse the creature's identity. The barred window offered some protection, preventing her from being bitten off just by sticking her head out. Master, what is happening? Asked as he noticed Shen Xinghe retreating, although he was unaware of the events unfolding. He dared not approach the opening and took a few steps back to look outside. Something lurked beneath the water, and before Shen Xinghe could articulate her thoughts, the lounge was completely overturned. Ucker, positioned directly in front of the opening, was thrown out. Shen Xinghe's heart sank as she witnessed Ucker being engulfed by the monstrous creature. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed towards the opening, only to be engulfed by darkness. As her mental energy surged forth, she sensed a presence. However, what her mental prowess revealed was a plump, pulsating pink entity, while Ucker, masked by a concealment array, remained undetectable to her senses. Ucker? Shen Xinghe called out, her brow furrowed in concern. What if something dire had befallen him? Yet, recalling the multitude of weapons Ucker possessed, she reassured herself that even if she were in peril, he might still be safe. A faint voice emanated from above, save. The utterance consisted of merely 3 words before silence enveloped the air. Ucker? Shen Xinghe shouted, her anxiety mounting. Meanwhile, Ucker found himself in an unknown position, his body compressed, unable to draw breath. His eyelids were tightly shut, devoid of strength, rendering him incapable of even opening his eyes, let alone retrieving items from his storage ring. His consciousness began to fade. Shen Xinghe unleashed several laser beams from her sword towards the ground, yet nothing transpired. She then brandished a trident, but to no avail. Time was of the essence. Uncertain of Ucker's fate, she summoned all her mental energy. In an instant, she was propelled into a new realm, surrounded by an unseen force pressing against her. Her strength began to wane. Alarmed, Shen Xinghe acted swiftly, directing her mental energy to attack the surroundings. Ucker felt a sharp pain in his backside, his fading awareness gradually coalescing. Shen Xinghe heard gasping sounds around her and ceased her assault. Ucker, is that you? Uncertain of his location, she feared inadvertently causing harm to him. Master, it hurts, Ucker shouted. Despite the pain, his strength was returning, and he quickly retrieved a weapon from his storage device. Shen Xinghe discerned Ucker's presence to her left and immediately asked, "Are you all right?" The response she received was a flash of light, followed by water surging into her nostrils. Ding! Congratulations to the trialist for completing the task, earning 100 star points and 10,000,000 star coins. Ding! Congratulations to the trialist for completing the task, earning 200 star points and 20,000,000 star coins. A mechanical voice resonated in her mind, compared to her previous star points. This time, she had acquired a substantial fortune. After a moment of joy, Shen Xinghe focused on survival. She made a determined slide and surfaced above the water. Beside her was a bubble-encased Yukiel, who appeared to be in decent spirits, with no visible wounds, suggesting he had not sustained serious injuries. Upon closer inspection, however, Yukiel's backside was bare, marred by a few bloodstains, yet his body seemed unscathed. Yukiel pulled Shen Xinghe towards him, and she immediately felt fresh air rushing into her nostrils. Before long, they reached the shore, and once they ascended, the bubbles surrounding Yukiel vanished. A gust of wind swept by, prompting Yukiel to hastily cover his behind. When had his trousers torn, a wave of embarrassment washed over him, causing him to turn his face away. He retrieved a pair of trousers from his storage device. They were low-grade, level 5 armor. After donning the trousers, the flush on Yukiel's face had yet to fade. This armor was remarkably powerful. He had nearly perished there. Shen Xinghe nodded, recognizing that their adversaries were of a higher level, making them more formidable. Had Yukiel not possessed advanced weaponry, they might have needed to devise additional strategies to escape. Did you acquire 2,000 star points? Shen Xinghe inquired, recalling the 2 mechanical voices in her mind. One was hers, while the other undoubtedly belonged to Yukiel. She had not anticipated that this task could be completed collaboratively. Yukiel beamed, nodding. It was his first time earning such a considerable amount of star points through his own efforts. Chapter 61. The Apprentice soars. Ding, trialist deceased. Ding, trialist deceased. Shen Xinghe and Yukiel exchanged glances. 2 trialists had perished. Master, how could 2 individuals die simultaneously? Could it be that, like us, they encountered danger while together? Yukiel's clear eyes sparkled with confusion. Have you never experienced such a thing? Shen Xinghe countered. having encountered a similar situation during her second trial. She was no longer curious about it. Yukio blinked his big eyes and shook his head. Shen Xinghe recounted the scenario from her second trial. Wow, Master. You've undergone 3 trials, one more than I have, Yukio remarked. As they walked along the path, they triggered a task, and there were still 2 more to pursue. To avoid attracting unnecessary trouble, Shen Xinghe changed out of her work attire, donning casual clothes and a sun hat. Just as they entered a tranquil grove, a red ribbon floated towards them. Help! Help! A panicked female voice cried out. Shen Xinghe used her mental power to sense what lay ahead. Before them was a half-naked woman being pursued by a bald man. Shen Xinghe said. As Ukulele's gaze darkened, he implored, Master, let us go and rescue her. Shen Xinghe nodded, immediately sprinting forth. The woman, in a state of panic, seemed to flee deeper into the dense woods. The man pursuing her moved with a leisurely gait, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, relishing in her terrified screams with a satisfied grin. As they chased on, the 2 figures vanished from view. Shen Xinghe abruptly halted. Ukulele, eyes wide with confusion, queried, Master, where have they gone? Are we not going to save her? That woman is being wronged. Despite not comprehending how Shen Xinghe knew the woman had escaped, he followed her as she made her way outward. Help! Help! The woman's desperate cries echoed once more. Shen Xinghe caught sight of the man caressing the woman's thigh. Ukulele paused. Master, she hasn't escaped. Shen Xinghe's mental energy surged forth again, revealing the woman pinned to the ground by the man. Let's go, Shen Xinghe declared, grasping Ukulele's hand and dashing away. On their retreat, a figure approached swiftly, a voluptuous matron. Have you seen my sister? She asked urgently. We came here to enjoy the gardens, but I did not expect to get separated. She bore a red ribbon in her hair. Shen Xinghe regarded the woman with a bemused smile. She's just inside, Ukulele promptly responded. She is being harmed. The matron's expression shifted to one of fury as she exclaimed, Why aren't you helping her? Hurry, take me there. Her face was etched with concern. Ukulele found himself in a quandary. His hand still held firmly by Shen Xinghe. He was perplexed as to why she did not wish to intervene. However, as her disciple, he felt compelled to obey. After all, it was a rare opportunity to be with his master. He could not risk being cast out for disobedience. What are you waiting for? A life is at stake. Take me there at once. The matron roared. At that moment, Shen Xinghe moved, releasing Ukulele's hand and lunging towards the matron. Taken aback by the sudden aggression, the matron felt a sharp pain as her left arm was severed. Ukulele gasped, bewildered by his master's attack on the woman before him. My hand! The matron cried out. You two do not be fooled. Hurry and come out. As the woman and the man emerged, Ukulele quickly grasped the scheme. This was all part of their plan. It was evident that the ground had concealed some trap, and the trio intended to lure them in. The 2 advanced, entangling with Shen Xinghe, while the matron seized the opportunity to retrieve her severed hand. She smeared something upon it, and miraculously, it reattached itself to her body. Ukulele promptly summoned his mech. Upon its arrival, the trio attempted to flee, but as they leapt away, the mech pursued relentlessly, ultimately vanquishing them all. Ding! Trial participant deceased. Ding! Trial participant deceased. Ding! Trial participant deceased. Ukulele disembarked from the mech, head held high in triumph. Master, what do you think? Isn't my mech impressive? Indeed, it is formidable. Shen Xinghe raised an eyebrow. Truly impressive. All 3 were challengers, and 8 out of 10 emblems had already illuminated. With a foundational strength at the 4th level, the mecha swiftly dispatched opponents. However, her gaze darkened. If the extraterrestrials arriving on Earth were equipped with similar mechs, would she not be utterly defenseless? Ukray stowed the mecha away and leapt to Shen Xinghe's side, inquiring, Master, you are quite formidable. How did you discern the trio's tactics? Shen Xinghe lifted her gaze and approached the lifeless forms on the ground. One was a psychic, the other a force wielder, yet neither had employed their abilities in combat. Wasn't that suspicious? As her hand reached for the neck of one woman, she noticed an elegant necklace adorning it. Within her belongings were garments, nutritional fluids, 3 laser swords, and, astonishingly, 2 trident guns. The trident's ammunition totaled 10 rounds. alongside 2 vials of armor reagents. What a windfall! Shen Xinghe felt a surge of joy. There was also a small orb, the nature of which was unknown, resting in a box. Accusations nodded upon hearing her excitement. Indeed, Master, your intellect shines. He mimicked Shen Xinghe's actions and extracted the storage device from the man. The beautiful woman, however, possessed nothing at all, which was rather peculiar. How could one lack a storage device? Shen Xinghe continued her search, uncovering no concealed storage either. Master, this is for you. Accusations promptly handed Shen Xinghe a pouch from the man. She examined its contents, which were rather plentiful. 5 laser swords for vials of armor reagents, neatly folded blue garments, and an object resembling a toilet plunger. Alas, I expected something of value. Instead, it is mere refuse, Accusations remarked, dismissing it with a wave. Shen Xinghe felt a pang of disappointment. What was she to do with a wealthy disciple? Have your star points increased? She inquired. Accusations nodded, a hint of bashfulness as he scratched his head, realizing that the additional 170 star points he acquired meant his master had missed out. He had overlooked that his master needed those star points and star coins more, and he should have left the final step for her to execute. 170 star points. Accusations declared. Next time we encounter such a situation, I will capture the person, and you can handle them, Master. He mimicked a throat-slitting gesture. Shen Xinghe found Accusations endearing and could not suppress a smile. Her inquiry about star points was merely to ascertain whether he had indeed gained them, without ulterior motives. The pair found no further valuables and continued onward. What purpose does that garment serve? Shen Xinghe asked, observing that it did not appear to be an ordinary piece of clothing, and the trident gun, with its formidable power, could deliver a fatal blow to an unsuspecting ability wielder, Accusations explained, recalling the items from the man's storage. As for the laser swords, you're already familiar with those, Master, and the armor reagents, you must certainly be aware of their significance. Although Accusations asserted this, he continued to say that after being scratched or bitten by the creature, it was imperative to drink the remedy. Otherwise, there was a significant risk of transforming into one of those beings. The current antidote had been infused with healing herbs, ensuring that not only could it fend off the virus, but it could also heal any wounds inflicted by bites or scratches. Moreover, the device known as the marmaze could absorb objects weighing up to 500 pounds within a 10-meter radius. Shen Xinghe nodded, momentarily reflecting on how wonderful it would be to have Accusations by her side at all times. See if there's anything here you can use, she said, handing the woman's necklace to Accusations. I find the other items useless. It's the information orb that piques my curiosity, Accusations replied. It dawned on Shen Xinghe that the small orb was indeed the information disk. Accusations' interest was instantly ignited as he exclaimed, Master, let us go. We must explore this further. The two found a resting room on land. Accusations retrieved a large screen from his storage ring and placed the orb into the device. His fingers glided across the screen, yet Shen Xinghe could not discern what was displayed. Master, what do you think this is? Accusations asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Upon noticing Shen Xinghe's puzzled expression, he slapped his forehead. I had activated the anti-peeping mode. Let me disable it. After a few more swipes on the screen, Shen Xinghe finally caught sight of the contents. Introductory mental energy array of the First Stellar Academy. Accusations exclaimed in delight. The First Stellar Academy was shrouded in mystery. Its information network, not accessible to the interstellar community, rumored to possess technology far more advanced than that found outside. To her surprise, the woman had possessed such a remarkable item. Could she be a student of the First Stellar Academy? Observing Shen Xinghe's calm demeanor, Accusations felt a twinge of disappointment and remarked, Master, are you unaware of the renowned status of the First Stellar Academy? Allow me to put it this way. What lies before me is valued at 500,000 star credits. Finally, Accusations detected a hint of astonishment on Shen Xinghe's face, prompting him to beam with joy. Did you not expect this? And this is merely the introductory level. The others would be exponentially more valuable. At last, he was not the only one taken aback. And Accusations' smile broadened. Master, you've truly struck gold, he declared. Shen Xinghe replied, these items rightfully belong to you. It was you who vanquished the foes. I cannot claim the spoils. Shen Xinghe was puzzled, wondering if these items could not be replicated. Let me give it a try here. If I succeed, you can take it, she stated, carefully reading each word. She soon realized that it merely instructed how to utilize mental energy to inscribe arrays. Ukraine reclined on the sofa, allowing Shen Xinghe to concentrate without interruption. There was something he refrained from saying. Mastering the introductory mental energy array typically required ordinary individuals 3 to 5 years, and even prodigies would need at least 2 years to grasp the basics. Yet, witnessing Shen Xinghe's earnestness, he ultimately chose to remain silent. Before long, Ukraine observed Shen Xinghe withdraw a pitch-black object. Could it be that his master intended to use this as a vessel? This entity does not exhibit any fluctuation of energy. Does her master lack common sense? Master, have you finished reading? She inquired. Have you utilized another medium? Ucker expressed concern that Shen Xinghe might misuse an object. Shen Xinghe nodded, stating, I merely wish to practice. Ucker responded, energy is required to carry the imprint of spiritual power. Shen Xinghe nodded once more, replying, I understand. This is merely an exercise in the imprint of spiritual power, not in the formation of arrays. Subsequently, she ceased her chatter and focused intently on the extraterrestrial script before her. What Shen Xinghe produced was a pot from Earth, one she had utilized on numerous occasions. The bottom was black, entirely suitable for this practice. Soon after, Ucker beheld several lines appearing on the dark surface, his eyes wide with astonishment. How long had it been? Had the master already accomplished the first step of inscription? He rubbed his eyes, still in disbelief. Boom! A loud explosion resonated. The pot shattered into fragments. Ucker had anticipated this failure, the explosion eliciting no surprise from him. It would have been astonishing had it succeeded. Master, I possess a few low-tier energy cards. Would you like a try? Ucker asked softly. Shen Xinghe opened her eyes, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. We could give it a try, she replied, having realized that a medium of energy was necessary for success. The small card appeared ordinary under the light. As Shen Xinghe projected her spiritual energy, she sensed the flowing energy within the card. She concentrated her spiritual power and began to traverse the card's surface, adhering to the records in the information disk. Half an hour passed. Sweat drenched her surroundings, and upon inspection, her entire body was soaked. Ucker fixated intently on the card in Shen Xinghe's hand. The lines within the card twisted and turned, their significance indiscernible. With the final stroke of her inscription, Ucker erupted with excitement, exclaiming, Master, you have succeeded. Chapter 63. The Disciple Protects the Master. Shen Xinghe held the card in her hand, a sense of accomplishment swelling within her. Ucker could scarcely believe his eyes. He took the card, which depicted a simple speed array equivalent to the velocity of a beginner-level spirit energy wielder. Master, have you practiced before? Ucker inquired. That's impossible. No one in the entire star system possesses such speed. She could sense Ucker's astonishment. She could not allow herself to appear overly extraordinary. It was not a matter of distrust towards Ucker, but rather a disbelief that one could maintain a secret. 2 to 5 years, Ucker mused. Shen Xinghe nodded, stating, I have practiced similar formations before, but that was in my youth. Overall, it took about 3 years. Her master's enigmatic nature compelled Ucker to concoct an elaborate narrative of her mysterious life. Could she belong to some secretive lineage? He had read many novels about the descendants of unparalleled masters. Shen Xinghe firmly asserted, No, I merely wish to avoid embarrassment. Ucker was taken aback. Did the master also fear disgrace? He had assumed her to be a person of pure heart and desires, unaware that she too cared for her reputation. You may take the information disk, Shen Xinghe said. Ucker dazedly accepted the items and placed everything into the storage bracelet. The sky outside had grown dim, and the two planned to spend the night in the lounge. As night fell, a few star police arrived at their door. A series of knocks echoed through the lounge. Ucker was engrossed in a game taught by Shen Xinghe, and his expression soured at the interruption. The star police are here. We have inquiries regarding some missing tourists. A stern woman in star police attire stated. She produced a large screen, which instantly displayed several photographs. Do you recognize these individuals? Accusations and Shen Xinghe both leaned forward to examine the images, two children and an adult. They shook their heads in unison. They had not encountered these three during their time in the trial space. The female officer concluded her remarks and departed with her team. I wondered why the Star Police would seek us out. We haven't harmed anyone from the trial space, Accusations remarked, patting his chest. His words implied that the Star Police would not concern themselves with the fate of trial participants. Shen Xinghe looked up at Accusations. Surely not, Master. Are you truly an interstellar being? How would you not know this? Accusations sighed in resignation. Shen Xinghe shot him a glare, prompting Accusations to lower his head obediently. I was merely startled by your lack of common knowledge, he murmured. Trial participants are merely virtual entities. They do not exist in this world. Thus, upon their demise, their forms within the trial space dissipate. Shen Xinghe nodded and made her way to the sofa in the lounge. A sleepless night passed, and by morning, the biodome was bustling with activity. Children began to play games, their joyful songs broadcasted through the air, following the accompanying instructions with corresponding actions. Good morning, Master. Accusations stretched lazily. Good morning, Shen Xinghe replied. Accusations, in high spirits, declared, it's yet another invigorating day. They stepped outside. Master, let us head to the animal zone today, Accusations suggested, pointing in a direction. Shen Xinghe nodded in agreement. Xiao Ke, a familiar voice called from behind them. They turned simultaneously to see four figures. Three robust men with red skin and a mushroom-headed man, the leader of this faction, who had previously been bested by Shen Xinghe. You wretched woman, at last I found you. Watch how I deal with you. The mushroom-headed man growled. He had gathered a few henchmen at dawn. Come with me, or you'll regret it. He continued, fixing his gaze on Shen Xinghe. Accusations scoffed. Who are you? Just emerged from the restroom? Why the foul language? Oh, so you found a man? The mushroom-headed man shifted his attention to Accusations, pointing at him. Soft and delicate, very nice. No wonder you were nowhere to be found in the staff dormitory. It seems you have connections with this man. Unable to contain himself any longer, Accusations mimicked Shen Xinghe's technique, charging forward and sending the mushroom-headed man flying. You dare strike me? Do you even know who I am? The man with a mushroom hairstyle lay face down on the ground, yet he spoke fiercely. Accusations stepped directly onto the back of the mushroom-haired man and declared, no matter who you are, daring to insult my master is unacceptable. Even the King of Heaven would not deter me. With that, he unleashed a few punches towards a man's head. That hurts. You little rascal, you really dare to strike. The mushroom-headed man retorted angrily, bellowing, what are you three standing there for? Did I hire you to watch me get beaten? Hurry up and deal with these two. The three burly men remained unmoved, responding, Boss, you mentioned dealing with one person. Now there are two. You must increase the payment. Fine, just get on with it. The mushroom-headed man exclaimed, covering his head. Finally, the three strong men sprang into action. Accusations winked at Shen Xinghe, saying, Master, I can handle this alone. Let me show you my combat skills. 3 minutes later, four men lay sprawled on the ground. Accusations dashed to Shen Xinghe's side, eagerly awaiting her evaluation. As his master, her approval held great significance for him. Shen Xinghe smiled gently, gazing at Accusations' face, brimming with confidence and pride. Accusations, your performance was exceptional. The techniques you employed were impressive. Hearing her praise, Accusations' smile radiated even brighter. Thank you for your kind words, Master. I will continue to strive and not disappoint your expectations. Shen Xinghe nodded, her satisfaction evident as she observed him. Your abilities have far surpassed what I initially taught you. She had witnessed the recent battle, finding it remarkable, especially with Accusations' inventive moves. Accusations felt an immense sense of honor, knowing his master genuinely recognized his efforts. Master, am I impressive? But this is all thanks to your excellent teaching. Who would dare bully my master? They won't even recognize themselves after I'm done. A warmth flickered in Shen Xinghe's eyes as she gazed deeply at Accusations. Accusations, you have become my proud disciple. Upon hearing this, Accusations' heart swelled with motivation and determination. He aspired to become a distinguished student. Chapter 64. The fiancé master looked quickly. The little white rabbit is nibbling on a carrot. How adorable. Accusations immediately waved at Shen Xinghe. Upon hearing the familiar mention of animals and plants, she found herself irresistibly drawn towards Ukraine. The rabbits here were not like those on Earth. The interstellar rabbit stood as tall as an adult, with red fur. Inside the glass enclosure, a large red rabbit was vigorously gnawing on a gigantic red carrot. Shen Xinghe struggled to comprehend what was so cute about it. The big red rabbit, with its round, bulging eyes, stared at the two outside, its large white teeth swiftly devouring the carrot with a fierce demeanor. "Little Yin, where are you going? Don't follow me," a youthful voice shouted. Shen Xinghe looked over to find the teacher named Xiao Jing. Noticing their gaze, teacher Xiao Jing quickly smiled to mask the awkwardness of the moment. "Little Yin, your behavior is inappropriate. You must not wander off alone. You should be with your teacher," teacher Xiao Jing gently admonished. His large hand gently grasped the small hand of his female classmate. "You are so annoying," came an angry voice. Teacher Xiao Jing was pushed aside, and the girl, having freed herself from her constraints, swiftly ran in a particular direction. A level 4 beginner spirit abilities user? Shen Xinghe narrowed her eyes. She was eager to investigate any peculiarities, for her task lay in discovering amidst chaos. It was then that teacher Xiao Jing recalled the identity of the girl before him and nodded in gratitude. "You have truly been a great help." Shen Xinghe donned her time wheel and addressed Ucker. "Will you wait for me here, or shall we go together?" Ucker's forward movement indicated his decision. "Certainly a trial taker," he remarked, following closely behind Shen Xinghe. To possess such abilities at such a young age, it is undeniable that she is a trial taker. After a while, the two finally spotted their classmate, Xiao Yun. "Xiao Yun, we have arrived." Ucker chuckled mischievously. "Planning to rob me?" Xiao Yun, petite in stature, crossed her arms and cast a sidelong glance at Shen Xinghe and Ucker. "Not exactly, but it wouldn't be out of the question," Ucker mused, stroking his chin. It seemed his master had an affinity for the items within other storage devices. "Master, what do you think of a little heist?" Ucker inquired of Shen Xinghe. With an expression of exasperation, Shen Xinghe reflected on how, upon first meeting Ucker, he had been a pure and innocent child, yet now he was contemplating robbery. "My master seems reluctant to engage in such activities. I will handle it myself." With that, Ucker gradually approached Xiao Yun, devoid of any guilt over intimidating a younger child. "You are going too far. I shall not spare you," Xiao Yun declared, and a mech appeared upon the grass. "Let me show you the might of Yuri," she proclaimed as she made her way into the cockpit. "Wait." The familiar name of the mech filled Ucker with a sense of foreboding. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed the mech he recognized. "Badasi!" Ucker shouted as the mech's arm swung down. The mech halted, and Xiao Yun emerged from it, her short legs dashing towards Ucker. "Woo, Delazy, I have finally found you," Xiao Yun cried, wrapping her arms around Ucker's waist, sobbing softly. Ucker, speechless at the sight of the weeping child, eventually patted her small shoulder. "Badasi, what are you doing with a spaceship? How did you enter the trial space?" "I came to undergo the trial alongside you," Vadasi replied, wiping her tears. "Who would have known that upon entering, I would transform into a child? My first trial was quite bothersome. The teacher's wouldn't let me move." Finally noticing Shen Xinghe standing beside Ucker, Vadasi asked, "Who is this?" "This is my master. Did I not mention that I have a master in the trial space?" Ucker replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "My master is incredibly powerful," he added, scratching his head. Vadasi obediently called out to Shen Xinghe, "Master." She had heard that Ucker had agreed to many of his grandfather's conditions in his quest to find his master, indicating the significant position this master held in Ucker's heart. "Hey, when did he become your master?" "My master is my master," Ucker retorted, hands on his hips. Shen Xinghe shook her head in resignation. One Ucker was already noisy enough, and now a child had come along, ensuring her ears would have no respite. "Isn't your master my master as well?" Vedashur once again embraced Ucker. Do you think my master takes on disciples so easily?" "In the beginning, I know. My master saw my exceptional talent and tested me with numerous challenges before consenting to accept me as his disciple." Ucker looked disdainfully at Vedashur. "With your qualifications? Impossible." After saying that, he raised his hand and shook it dismissively. Vedashur playfully kicked Ucker lightly and retorted, "Who says I want to be a disciple? I am to be your future wife, So would I just call your master as well? She proclaimed fiercely. Ucker stepped back, shaking his head vigorously at Shen Xinghe. No, master, she's not my future wife. Vedashur, her petite frame bouncing up, challenged, Big Thunder, do you want to be hit by me? Ucker quickly amended, all right. She can be considered my future wife. Shen Xinghe quietly observed their playful bickering. One Ucker was already enough to fill her ears with noise. And now with Vedashur added to the mix, her ears were in constant turmoil. Master, it's a pleasure to meet you. But I didn't bring any gifts to show my respect, Vedashur stated. Shen Xinghe's eyelid twitched slightly at the term elder. This is my treasured gift, especially for you, master, Vedashur declared, retrieving a box from her storage device. Ucker dismissed the item with a scoff. Does he think this junk would appeal to his master? Vedashur explained. This is a skin color-changing cream. Once applied, it allows you to alter your skin tone to your preference. She winked playfully. Shen Xinghe accepted it, replying, thank you. I also have a gift for you, something to adorn your hair. After saying this, she produced a box full of hair clips. Ucker's eyes widened in disbelief. Why would his master accept such trivial items? Was it true that all women enjoyed changing their appearance? Vedashur, however, was overjoyed that Shen Xinghe accepted her gift, spinning around with the box in her arms. I absolutely adore the designs inside. Thank you, master, she exclaimed. Ucker felt a twinge of annoyance. He had yet to receive any gift from his master. Chapter 65. Vanishing without a trace as night fell, the scenery of the biological garden became more enchanting, with trees, flowers, and animals radiating their own light. The garden transformed into a dreamlike realm under the starlit sky, twinkling with luminescence. Vedashur touched the softly glowing petals by the roadside, inhaling deeply to savor the flower's glow, feeling as though she were immersed in a fairy tale. Gurgle, gurgle. The trio immediately halted, turning toward the source of the sound. They discovered a small pond, its water gently flowing and producing the delightful noise. It's just the sound of flowing water, Vedashur remarked. Fool, I already knew that. Ucker retorted, ruffling Vedashi's hair. Shen Xinghe, feeling somewhat like a large light bulb, refrained from looking at the two. The pond featured a bridge, beneath which lay a small opening. Look at that bridge hole. There's a faint glow on the water's surface, Vedashur pointed out. How beautiful. Let us go take a look. Vedasi marveled, and then proceeded towards the archway of the bridge. The trio strolled along the edge of the pool and soon encountered a peculiar sight. Beneath the bridge lay a large stone, slightly elevated above the water surface, adorned with luminous creatures emanating a faint and enigmatic glow. Further beneath the bridge, a lower stone also reached across to the opposite side, rising slightly above the water, yet lower than the grand stone. Were these creatures? Vedasi inquired with curiosity. Shen Xinghe observed closely and noted that they resembled small insects, akin to fireflies upon closer inspection. What a breathtaking scene, Vedasi exclaimed, continuing to meander along the stream, rarely venturing outdoors, let alone spending the night outside. She felt immense joy at witnessing such beauty alongside her beloved, prompting her to hum tune. Master, let's walk along these lower stones, Vedasi suggested sweetly. She had realized that Ucker was quite attentive to Shen Xinghe's words. It was better to communicate her desires directly to Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe glanced into the distance, where the bioluminescence beckoned one to explore. Noticing the eager expression on the young girl's face, she ultimately nodded in agreement. Consequently, Vedasi cheerfully led the way, while Shen Xinghe chose to trail behind to avoid interrupting the couple's interaction. Vedasi's foot gently pressed upon the glowing large stone. Vedasi! Ucker shouted. Hearing Ucker's call, Shen Xinghe appeared ahead, but still could not discern Vedasi's figure, hidden behind Ucker. Realizing the situation might be dire, she quickly focused her mental energy. Vedasi had vanished from Ucker's sight. She attempted to scan the underwater surroundings in search of Vedasi's location. However, to her dismay, she found nothing. Ucker's own equipment failed to detect any nearby presence as well. Turning to Shen Xinghe, he noticed her expression growing increasingly anxious, which only heightened his own concern. Master, what shall we do? Ucker asked urgently, feeling overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, yet knowing he could not surrender. Vidasi awaited his rescue. Shen Xinghe took a deep breath, suppressing her anxiety. Xiao Ke, we must remain calm and seek any clues. Ucker nodded, determination etched upon his face. Yes, master. We shall certainly find her. As Shen Xinghe circled around Ucker, she discovered that the luminous large stone had vanished. Her foot landed where the stone had been, but nothing unusual occurred. Do you have the small card? Shen Xinghe inquired. Ucker immediately understood her meaning and retrieved the item. Aimlessly searching for people was not a rational approach. Shen Xinghe concentrated her mental energy on the small card. Within 5 minutes, she had inscribed a formation. Ucker, having waited patiently, promptly asked, Master, what is this? A measurement array, Shen Xinghe replied, activating the inscribed card with her mental energy. What she beheld was a diminutive formation, rather unremarkable, merely capable of sensing the fluctuations of various energies. Come here, she exclaimed, promptly leaping in a specified direction. Her mental force surged forth, launching an assault towards a particular spot. Instantly, a vortex emerged upon the water's surface. Observing Shen Xinghe diving into the whirlpool, Ucker promptly closed his eyes and followed suit. A tumult of sensations engulfed him as Shen Xinghe opened her eyes to discover a cavern. Ucker scrambled to his feet. Vedasure, he called out loudly. Shen Xinghe surveyed her surroundings, noting the cavern walls etched with peculiar runes and designs. These symbols radiated a faint luminescence, seemingly conveying some form of message to her. She endeavored to decipher their meaning, but found herself unable to extract any significant content. What are these? Ucker approached. They appear to be ancient interstellar script. He meticulously traced the runes with his fingers, declaring, This is indeed the ancient writing of the stars. To what place have we arrived? Suddenly, the air within the cavern grew unnaturally heavy. A potent energy began to coalesce around Shen Xinghe and Ucker. Both felt ensnared by an invisible force, rendering them immobile. As the energy amassed, the space within the cavern began to warp and shift, forming a colossal vortex. In a state of terror, Ucker realized he was being drawn into the whirlpool, as if entering an entirely different dimension. Within this bizarre realm, he sensed his existence becoming almost imperceptible, akin to a mere speck of dust. He glanced around, discovering himself enveloped by an infinite void with no visible exit. Ucker understood he had fallen into an unpredictable predicament. He needed to find a means to extricate himself from this peculiar cavern and dimension. His gaze began to scan the surroundings for clues or any signs that could aid in restoring his freedom. Meanwhile, upon initially feeling the constraining force, Shen Xinghe employed her mental power to resist the sudden, mysterious energy. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed Ucker still with his eyes tightly shut. His complexion was pale, and his body swayed slightly. Shen Xinghe dared not disturb Ucker, realizing he had likely entered some form of illusion. Her mental energy slowly navigated around him, and she sensed the force lingering within Ucker's mind. Noticing his pallor intensifying, Shen Xinghe gritted her teeth and directed her mental power to attack that energy. Ucker witnessed the space before him warping, and in the next moment, the fabric of reality shattered. He abruptly opened his eyes to find Shen Xinghe's face devoid of color. Chapter 66. A Pleasant Cooperation Master. Ucker gasped at the sight of Shen Xinghe in such a state, taken aback. Shen Xinghe finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. She had exhausted her mental energy, leaving her utterly drained. Since the apocalypse, she had not experienced the repercussions of depleting her mental power, and this time was an unexpected lesson. Upon emerging from the illusion, Ucker felt the color return to his face. He hurriedly ran to Shen Xinghe, who lay on the ground, and retrieved a small transparent vial from his storage wristband. The vial was adorned with a delicate light blue stone, and upon opening it, a subtle fragrance wafted forth, evoking a sense of tranquility and freshness. Sensing the power emanating from the liquid, Shen Xinghe promptly drank it. As the potion coursed through her, her once dull eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, and her pallid complexion gradually regained its color. She felt her depleted mental strength replenish, invigorating her body. What is contained within this vial? Shen Xinghe inquired. Eye replied earnestly, "This is a newly developed potion, specifically designed for those with abilities who have overexerted themselves. However, it is rumored that excessive consumption may lead to side effects, notably a slowdown in the enhancement of one's powers." Suddenly, a faint sound echoed in the air. Shen Xinghe's instincts sharpened. She had previously scanned the cave with her mental energy, sensing nothing amiss. Now, focusing intently, she closed her eyes, took several deep breaths, and projected her consciousness into the cave. As her mental energy expanded, she began to perceive a strong surge of energy. This energy seemed to emanate from within the cave, and as she released her mental power, the source of the commotion became increasingly discernible. She could faintly discern two figures locked in combat. Although the details were obscured, she sensed the intensity of their struggle, hearing the clash of blades and feeling the palpable energy in the air. Eye, equipped with his instruments, also detected two creatures directly ahead of him. However, apart from the indistinct sounds, he could not visually identify the beings before him. Shen Xinghe began to analyze the situation. One combatant exuded a familiar aura, while the other radiated a menacing energy reminiscent of dark forces. "Xiao Ke, do you possess any potions that can instantaneously elevate my level?" Shen Xinghe asked. Eye smacked his forehead and produced a yellow vial. "Master, this potion does have side effects. It will temporarily diminish one's mental probing ability for a day. An excessive consumption will hinder further advancement in one's abilities." With concern etched on his face, he handed the vial to Shen Xinghe. Nodding, Shen Xinghe took the potion and consumed it in one gulp. Suddenly, she spotted a pink butterfly hairpin and golden hair. It was Teacher Xia. Not far from the two combatants lay Vidasi, eyes closed and resting on a bed of hay. "Vidasi is inside. It appears he is unharmed," Shen Xinghe remarked. Eye immediately readied his mech. "I must rescue Vidasi." However, the mech could not penetrate the barrier, as if an unseen force obstructed passage. A sense of despair washed over Eye's face. Despite Vidasi being so close, he was helpless to save him. Shen Xinghe realized that she must take action. Although she could not directly intervene in the battle, she could utilize her mental prowess to assist one side. She began to concentrate her mental energy, preparing to launch a powerful disruptive attack to weaken the creature's strength. As her mental force was unleashed, the dynamics of the combat within the cavern began to shift. The creature gradually diminished in power, while Teacher Xia seized the opportunity to mount a fierce counterattack. Shen Xinghe's disruptive assault played a pivotal role, granting Teacher Xia a precious moment to strike. Although Shen Xinghe could not partake directly in the conflict, she could now sense the outcome of the battle. Her interference successfully altered the tide of the encounter, leading Teacher Xia to ultimate victory. The cacophony within the cave gradually subsided, and the atmosphere of combat began to dissipate. With the demise of the creature, the isolating barrier within the cavern vanished. Ding! Congratulations to the trial taker for completing the task. Ding! Congratulations to the trial taker for earning 2,000 star points. Ding! Congratulations to the trial taker for obtaining 1,000 star points. This time, it was Shen Xinghe who garnered the 2,000 star points. Ding! Ranking has risen. The current position is 999. The mechanical voice resonated once more in Shen Xinghe's mind. Aside from hearing the announcement of her elevated rank, she felt no tangible benefits from it. Teacher Xia stepped back a few paces, her brow slightly furrowed, her gaze sharp and alert. "It's you," she exclaimed. During her confrontation with the creature, she had sensed assistance, though she had not known from whom. She did not expect it to be the woman with whom she had previously clashed. Immediately rushed towards Vidasi, embracing him as they approached Shen Xinghe. "Are you all right?" Shen Xinghe inquired. Nodding, she glanced at the wary Teacher Xia and said, "Pleasure in collaboration." Her spirits were buoyed. She had safely located her companion and acquired a substantial number of star points. Teacher Xia grimaced. She had lost a considerable portion of her star points, which pained her. Yet indeed, it had been a pleasurable collaboration. Without Shen Xinghe's involvement, she would have undoubtedly faltered against the creature. Pleasurable collaboration, Teacher Xia echoed. Shen Xinghe, however, was puzzled as to how teacher Xia had arrived there. They had initially been by the pond, and she was uncertain how to exit. "How did you get here?" Shen Xinghe asked. "I have my own methods," teacher Xia replied cryptically, "but you can follow me out. However, it will require some time." Ukray, still holding Vidasi, inquired curiously. "What time? Must we wait to exit?" Shen Xinghe was baffled, but now all she could do was wait. The strange inscriptions on the cave walls continued to emanate energy, though it was no longer as potent as before. Images of 9 figures had begun to materialize in Shen Xinghe's mind, yet the identity of the final trial taker remained unknown. The group could only sit patiently, awaiting the time teacher Xia had mentioned. The potion began to exhibit side effects. Shen Xinghe's mental energy had lost its scanning capability, leaving her feeling quite unaccustomed. Fortunately, the duration was merely a day. Chapter 67. The Essence Crystal Core Vidasi opened his eyes and was immediately greeted by a familiar scent. The comforting aroma prompted her to turn around, nestling contentedly in Ucker's embrace. "Delazy, how do we end up here?" Vedashur inquired, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings. Shen Xinghe asked, "You are awake? Are you feeling any unusual sensations?" "Master, I am perfectly fine," Vedashur replied softly. "You were taken by a spatial creature. A level 6 entity," Ucker explained, recalling its name only through a hint from teacher Xia. "This creature, capable of traversing time and space, feasts on human consciousness. It was Master who expended all of their abilities to locate you." "Thankfully, we have Master," Vedashur said sweetly, her gratitude evident. She had heard of such entities. Those who encountered them typically had only a 50% survival rate. Rising to her feet, Vedashur noticed a blonde woman crouching in a corner of the cave. "Teacher Xia, a challenger, is awaiting the moment to exit," Ucker clarified. Vidashi's gaze shifted from teacher Xia to a series of ancient inscriptions adorning the cave wall. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished to realize that these were the very characters she had previously studied. This revelation ignited her excitement and curiosity, prompting her to meticulously read the inscriptions in an attempt to decipher their meanings. "Vedashur, do you recognize these characters?" Ucker approached her side, puzzled. Vedashur lifted her small face, pride gleaming in her eyes. I'm a girl well-versed in both celestial and terrestrial knowledge. I find these characters quite familiar," she asserted. Both Shen Xinghe and teacher Xia were drawn to Vidashi's words, eager to discover the content of the wall. Ucker smiled gently. Indeed. Look more closely. What is inscribed there?" Vedashur redirected her focus to the cave wall. As she scrutinized the text, she gradually realized that it represented an ancient language, possibly from a long-lost civilization. By integrating her prior learning, Vedashur began to comprehend the meanings behind the characters. She discovered that these inscriptions detailed an ancient myth, narrating a mysterious legend concerning a creature. "Creature?" Vedashur exclaimed in surprise. "This is an ancient myth regarding the relationship between creatures and those with extraordinary abilities." She continued with excitement. The three gathered closer, all ears attuned to her words. Shen Xinghe was particularly invested in this matter, given the intricate ties between the current zombie state on Earth and the interstellar creatures. The legend spoke of 3 friends, Po, Jing, and Jia. Po and Jing were the first to form a bond, while Jia, who later joined, struggled to integrate into the camaraderie shared by the other 2. Shen Xinghe furrowed her brow, considering the implications of Po, the power wielder, Jing, the mental energy user, and Jia, the creature. Aware that one of them would inevitably feel isolated, Jia devised a means to create a virus that would drive either Po or Jing into madness without resulting in death. In this manner, Jia could monopolize their friendship. Unexpectedly, the viral concoction he created was consumed by both friends. Moreover, the 2 individuals not only found themselves unscathed, but also endowed with extraordinary abilities. Filled with envy, Jia gazed at his friends who had acquired these remarkable powers. In a fit of desperation, he recreated the virus from earlier and consumed it, only to unwittingly transform into a monstrous being. As Vidasi concluded her tale, she surveyed the 3 companions surrounding her. Is this truly the end? Surely, it cannot be the work of a mundane individual penning a dull narrative. Ukriai, scratching his ear, scoffed at what he deemed a wretched myth, utterly offensive to his sensibilities. But why do those who come after, whether human or beast, also transform into Jia's kind? Ukriai pressed on. Meanwhile, Shen Xinghe felt the pulsating energy within the words, but chose to remain silent. Come here and take a look, Teacher Xia urged. There are inscriptions on the ground. Vidasi followed Teacher Xia to a corner of the cave. The earth within the cavern had been cleared, revealing strange characters anew. After a prolonged moment, Vidasi carefully articulated, it speaks of one of Jia's lovers, consumed by madness and vengeance, unleashing numerous viruses, causing some of the world's creatures to mutate into monsters. These abominations would then turn on one another, and those bitten would likewise become monstrous. The essence and spirit united to study how to bestow their powers upon humans in order to vanquish these fiends. Shen Xinghe's gaze darkened slightly. The same holds true for the zombies on Earth. Ukriai stroked his chin, beginning to find credibility in this narrative. Could it truly be that the extraordinary beings and Jia's kind originated in such a manner? Once Vidasi finished her account, she produced a sharp tool and began to dig into the ground. What are you excavating? Ukriai inquired. After a few vigorous attempts, Vidasi halted her efforts. It is the crystal core of the essence and spirit, she revealed. And what purpose does it serve to unearth it? The crystal core is useless, Ukriai retorted. Vidasi shot him an exasperated glance. I'm simply curious. Do these two individuals truly exist? Master, could you use your mental energy to attack? The text mentions that the essence sealed these two entities with mental power. Vidasi implored Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe unleashed her mental energy, encountering a formidable barrier that proved exceedingly difficult to breach. Master, the essence is our ancestor. Its mental prowess must be formidable. We ought not to deplete our mental energy further, Ukriai urged anxiously. His master had just exhausted her mental reserves and now sought to employ it again on these seemingly futile entities. What if danger arose while her energy was spent? Wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, Shen Xinghe reassured him, Fear not, I am aware of my limits. As she concentrated her mental assault, time ebbed away. Suddenly, a surge of power surged toward the four, propelling them backward. They all scrambled to their feet, their eyes fixed on the cave's entrance. Vidasi was the first to dash to the mouth of the cave, where she discovered two crystal cores enveloped in a peculiar layer of paper. This material, unknown in origin, was incredibly soft, yet impervious to tearing. Master, look. Vidasi presented the two crystal cores to Shen Xinghe. Upon receiving them, Shen Xinghe felt their icy touch, sensing the potent energies contained within. Ding! Congratulations, trial taker. You have completed the task. Ding! Congratulations, trial taker. You have earned 4,000 star points. Chapter 68. The meteor's descent. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the task was accomplished. Shen Xinghe gazed at her star points, realizing that they were not her own. The only plausible explanation was the unseen challenger. She glanced at the Starpoint marketplace, but found nothing of use and promptly exited. It was unexpected that the task had been completed so abruptly. Let us not disclose this just yet. We should find Master first, Ukiliai promptly suggested. Shen Xinghe opened her eyes to find herself in her room, the cacophony of noise echoing from outside. To her astonishment, she discovered a crystalline core had manifested in both her mind and near her heart. She recalled the essence and spirit cores that Vidasi had shown her. How had these two items ended up within her? Suddenly, Shen Xinghe felt the room begin to tremble as she anxiously stood up, searching for something stable to hold on to. The walls appeared to teeter, and the furniture swayed violently, emitting creaking sounds. Windows rattled, and shards of glass scattered in all directions. Earthquakes were a rarity in this city, and even if one were to occur, it would not be so severe. Maintaining her composure, Shen Xinghe recognized that this was no ordinary quake. She quickly contemplated an escape, but the incessant shaking made it difficult to find her footing. Bracing herself against the wall, she dashed towards the window. Her room was on the second floor, and she leapt toward the window with urgency. Upon jumping, Shen Xinghe found herself unscathed as she sprinted toward an open area. Suddenly, a deafening roar filled the air, prompting her to look up. A dark shadow loomed above, plummeting with astonishing speed towards her city. Her heart nearly ceased its rhythm. What was that in the sky? Around her, chaos erupted as people screamed in terror. The buildings in the vicinity began to collapse, dust and smoke enveloping the atmosphere. Abruptly, Shen Xinghe felt herself propelled forward by tremendous force. She fell to the ground, buffeted by a storm-like onslaught. Time became an enigma as she gradually opened her eyes, her heart sinking at the sight before her. Everything around her was unrecognizable. The remnants of fallen buildings lay strewn about, transforming the area into a wasteland. Cracks and potholes marred the streets, rendering movement an arduous endeavor. The air was thick with dust, and the acrid scent of scorched earth assailed her senses. People meandered helplessly amidst the ruins, their faces etched with anguish and despair. Some had lost loved ones, desperately searching through the debris for any sign of life. Others wept for the homes and possessions they had painstakingly built, their expressions revealing a profound fear and uncertainty about the future. The cries for help and wails of sorrow echoed through the ruins, deepening the heartbreak of the scene. Individuals leaned on one another, striving to rescue those trapped beneath the rubble. They toiled with all their might, digging relentlessly in hopes of finding survivors. Yet, at times, they could only stand helplessly, confronting the unbearable reality, their hearts heavy with endless sorrow and despair. Shen Xinghe gazed sorrowfully at the devastation before her. Channeling her mental energy, she discovered that her ability to probe was still intact. As her consciousness swept across the scene, it revealed a landscape rife with destruction. Her companions were nowhere to be found. After 10 minutes, the remnants of the ruins began to unveil their tragic secrets. Deep within the debris, Shen Xinghe stumbled upon an infant, cradled tightly in the arms of a woman. Alas, the woman had ceased to breathe, sacrificing her life to protect the child. The infant lay unconscious, pallid and frail, evoking a profound sense of heaviness in Shen Xinghe's heart. With great care, she extracted the baby from the woman's embrace, exerting effort to free the child from the woman's firm grasp. Focusing her mental energy, Shen Xinghe felt it flow gently over the infant's fragile form. As time passed, she perceived the positive effects of her mental energy. The child's complexion gradually regained some color, and his breathing became steadier. They joined the ranks of those searching for survivors. "Boss, we finally found you." Yang Fan rushed over from a distance, his face covered in dirt, eyes red and swollen, as if he had been weeping. He didn't inquire about Shen Xinghe's well-being, for she was busy soothing the crying infant. Although some zombies had been subdued, a few still roamed, and the team leader was engaged in eliminating them to secure a safe environment for the rescuers. Yang Fan explained, "When we awoke, we couldn't locate you. Thankfully, you are unharmed." The infant in Shen Xinghe's arms, under the influence of her mental power, had stabilized, drifting back into a deep slumber. "We must first take this little one to safety," Shen Xinghe stated. The earthquake had initially provided people with an opportunity to escape, yet its ferocity had caught many off guard. Most had merely fled their rooms without reaching a secure location. Yang Fan gently took the baby, cradling him with utmost care. Xiao Ke gave birth prematurely due to this earthquake and is currently in a makeshift medical facility. "I'll take the child for a checkup," he choked out. This catastrophe was nothing short of a calamity. Had they encountered weather like the previous days, most would not have survived. Shen Xinghe recalled the shadow she had seen before losing consciousness, an enigma of terrifying power. She observed those laboring at the rubble and decided to cast aside her musings. Joining the rescue efforts, with Shen Xinghe's participation, the team was able to rescue individuals with remarkable precision. "Captain, thank you," a man exclaimed, holding a little girl in his arms, filled with gratitude. "You saved my daughter's life. I, Lu Lao-san, shall repay you." Shen Xinghe waved her hand, urging him to take the child to the medical facility. As time progressed, an increasing number of individuals were unearthed from the debris, their gratitude towards Shen Xinghe palpable. Sensing an unfamiliar presence, she lifted her gaze to the sky, spotting a small object gradually descending towards the camp. It was a spaceship. Chapter 69. The beginning of doubt, a colossal spacecraft descended from the heavens, landing upon the Earth. Its appearance was extraordinary, a fusion of metallic texture and enigmatic technological elements. The surface of the spacecraft shimmered with a mysterious radiance, emanating an aura of arcane energy. It was this very energy that first caught Shen Xinghe's attention. As the vessel descended, the onlookers below were irresistibly drawn to it, their hearts brimming with curiosity and anticipation, yearning for extraterrestrial beings to deliver them from their plight. The prior visit of aliens to the camp had already stirred considerable excitement, and everyone was aware that these beings had come to assist the inhabitants of Earth. As the hatch of the spacecraft slowly opened, a vibrant array of individuals, alongside one human, emerged. Clad in uniform attire, their garments radiated an unknown energy fluctuation. At that moment, Shen Xinghe was in the midst of rescuing someone, her gaze narrowing as she observed the intricate formations etched onto the alien's clothing. To her astonishment, she realized that her mental acuity had expanded significantly. The surrounding zombies had been largely dealt with, and the camp's leaders approached the newcomers, prompting Shen Xinghe to stride towards the aliens as well. "We sincerely apologize for the circumstances you face. Our base leaders have sent us here to assist the people of Earth," stated a middle-aged alien man with blue skin. "This is nutritional fluid, which will ensure your sustenance. And this is healing water, capable of mending your wounds. No injury is too grave to be healed." He produced several crates of potions, speaking with measured cadence. The crowd erupted in excited chatter. "This is fantastic. These aliens are exactly what we need." Some wept tears of joy, marveling at the unexpected kindness of these extraterrestrial visitors. Lin Jiqing's face glowed with gratitude. He stepped forward, recognizing the immense value of the healing water to their current plight. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, burdened as he was with the responsibility of safeguarding the lives of all in the camp. With so many injured, although they had access to some medications, countless individuals required surgical intervention, overwhelming the available manpower. He had long been troubled by the situation, never anticipating that the aliens would provide a solution. "Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you." At that moment, doubt crept into his heart. Were Shen Xinghe's words genuine, or was there some misunderstanding? He noticed his 10 team members standing unharmed nearby, their spirits evidently high. The aliens wasted no time. After a brief exchange, they joined the rescue efforts. With their involvement, the eyes of the camp's inhabitants began to sparkle with hope. Contemplating the possibility of being taken to the aliens' base for safety was a luxury no longer afforded to their camp. The Gao brothers exhibited varying expressions. Gao Qijia, having experienced an encounter with aliens on the road, remained cautiously vigilant despite the aliens' enthusiastic assistance. Meanwhile, Gao Qisao occasionally glanced at Shen Xinghe, his thoughts a mystery. Shen Xinghe, however, sensed an aura emanating from the crates of potions that bore a striking resemblance to the spatial anomalies she had encountered in the trial space. Her brow furrowed in concern. "What troubles you, Xinghe?" Gao Qijia inquired, having been drawn aside by Shen Xinghe, his expression laced with curiosity. She proceeded to share her insights with him. Her suggestion was to capture these extraterrestrials and interrogate them. Gao Qijia promptly sought out Lin Jiqing, who was preparing to distribute medicines and nutritional fluids. "What? How can we treat our extraterrestrial friends in such a manner?" Lin Jiqing responded with immediate rejection upon hearing this. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he remarked, "Xinghe is simply too sensitive. Our medical personnel are insufficient, and the injured are in dire need of these supplies. If we do not utilize them, who knows if they will survive the night?" The efficacy of these potions was apparent. A man with a severed leg found his limb gradually regaining mobility and alleviating pain after consumption. Such signs compelled Lin Jiqing to believe that the extraterrestrials before them were indeed benevolent. Alas, in every family, there are good and bad individuals. Surely the same applies to extraterrestrials. Look at these beings. They assist us with no hint of reluctance, and their faces are adorned with smiles, Lin Jiqing pointed out, gesturing towards the nearby extraterrestrials who were busy transporting supplies. Gao Qijia fell silent, for at present, these extraterrestrials had not exhibited any disdain, only enthusiasm and courtesy. Furthermore, Lin Jiqing was correct. They indeed required these medicinal supplies. Shen Xinghe observed the ongoing distribution of medicines and nutritional fluids, realizing that her counsel had been disregarded by Lin Jiqing. Instead of expressing anger or attempting to intervene, she recognized the limitations of her solitary influence. The benefits were evident. And who would heed her words? Shen Xinghe approached Yang Fanfan, who was attending to Xiao Ke, advising him against consuming the nutritional fluids and healing waters. Then, she retrieved her own supply of nutritional fluid from her storage device. If you wish to try something new, drink this. Yang Fanfan eagerly accepted it, exclaiming, "Boss, I will certainly keep my distance from these extraterrestrials. I shall not accept anything they offer." Throughout their journey, he had witnessed the malice of the extraterrestrials and was incensed that the captain of their camp did not trust the boss's warnings. With the extraterrestrials' assistance, they had set up a makeshift camp by dawn, albeit a cramped one, where everyone was within arm's reach of one another. One cannot deny the quality of the medicines brought by the extraterrestrials. Those severely injured regained their vitality after drinking the potions. Thanks to Captain Liu and the extraterrestrials, the area surrounding the extraterrestrials was crowded with people, and it was not until late into the night that everyone finally departed to rest. A blue-skinned extraterrestrial exited a large metal structure alongside a purple-skinned woman. Shen Xinghe kept a watchful eye on them, discreetly following in their footsteps. According to the team leader, the meteorite's descent today was triggered by the arrival of the Simon family on Earth. While traversing the cosmos, they inadvertently intersected with the original trajectory of the meteorite. The purple-skinned woman spoke softly. The blue-skinned man replied, "I did not anticipate the Simon family to be so swift. However, as we are of the same star system, they likely wish to understand the reasons behind the rapid enhancement of Earthlings' abilities. For now, their arrival poses no significant threat to us. The medicines and nutritional fluids provided to Earthlings today contain a trace of the Jiao virus. We shall ascertain the results by tomorrow." The woman with violet skin flicked her hair and disdainfully remarked, "Today, being surrounded by these Earthlings makes me want to take action against them." The middle-aged alien with azure skin chuckled lightly. "Fortunately, you managed to restrain yourself. Otherwise, our experiment would not proceed smoothly." Both share a mocking laugh, ridiculing the naivety of the Earthlings. Chapter 70. Utter distrust. Suddenly, an immense force surged toward them. The two aliens promptly rolled to the ground. Both were Tier 3 aliens, clad in garments that shimmered with a faint luminescence, indicating that their protective formation had failed. Having narrowly escaped, fear crept onto their faces. "Who are you? How can your abilities be so formidable?" inquired the blue-skinned man, realizing that the woman before him was an Earthling and likely did not comprehend their interstellar language. He contemplated retrieving his translation orb. How much of their conversation had she overheard? Exchanging glances, the two aliens recognized that they were outmatched by this woman and decided against confrontation. They began to shout, "Help! Help!" The camp's inhabitants, restless in their slumber, awakened at the commotion. Upon seeing the pair fleeing, they breathed a sigh of relief and quickly approached Lin Jiqing, exclaiming, "This lady intends to harm us." The expressions of those around changed dramatically. Although Shen Xinghe had rescued many today, their survival ultimately depended on the healing waters provided by their extraterrestrial allies. He realized that Shen Xinghe harbored animosity towards the aliens, but he had not anticipated that the hatred had escalated to such a degree. Gao Qijia immediately interjected, "Qingge, there must be some misunderstanding here. Xinghe, please clarify." Gao Qisu, visibly worried, added, "Hijia, if there is something amiss, do speak up and let everyone know." Shen Xinghe recounted the events of the previous night. The crowd gasped in astonishment and turned their attention to the aliens, eager to hear their side of the story. Surely, the words of their extraterrestrial allies held truth. Had it not been for their arrival, many among them would have perished, and thus trust in the aliens blossomed. The camp's inhabitants were overwhelmed with excitement, their minds racing at the prospect of an alien base. Rumors suggested it was a place devoid of concern for sustenance, free from the threat of zombies. However, Captain Liu's words could not be dismissed lightly. Why would she defame the aliens? Some began to voice differing opinions. Xiao Ke stepped forward, accusingly stating, What Captain Liu? She only holds her position due to the favor of my little cousin she saved. She pointed at the aliens, asserting our extraterrestrial friends are not to be slandered at will. Having felt slighted by Shen Xinghe for causing her embarrassment at the camp the previous night, Xiao Ke seized this opportunity to undermine her. Indeed, I cannot fathom why you would defame our alien allies, but in my presence, I shall not allow such injustice, declared Captain San. He had long harbored disdain for Shen Xinghe, questioning why she, upon her arrival, was elevated to the position of Captain Liu, especially since the prior leaders had vigorously defended her, preventing any opposition. Exactly. Most of the people around agreed. The middle-aged man with blue skin wore a face full of helplessness and grievance. He immediately spoke, "Thank you, miss, and everyone for speaking on our behalf. Alas, we do not know what we did to provoke Captain Liu, who has unjustly slandered us." The alien's eyes glistened with moisture, revealing profound pain and confusion. Yang Fanfan resolutely stood by Shen Xinghe's side, boldly retorting, "My boss is not that kind of person. If she says she heard it, she surely did. Whether you believe it is your own concern." Xiao Ke scoffed, "Huh? You're just a dog raised by her, aren't you? So of course you defend your master." Suddenly, Xiao Ke was slapped to the ground. Shen Xinghe stood tall, her shoulders slightly raised, her eyes seemingly filled with frost, devoid of warmth. "Xiao Ke, this does not concern you. Step aside," Gao Qijia said. He understood that Shen Xinghe's slap was out of consideration for him. Otherwise, Xiao Ke would have suffered far worse. Covering her face, Xiao Ke retreated behind the crowd, knowing she had to heed her elder cousin's words, as it was he who allowed her to roam freely within this camp. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to panic. Were the aliens leaving? Would they take them along? The middle-aged, blue-skinned man appeared magnanimous, stating, "We may have unintentionally caused a misunderstanding due to our language barrier." He shifted his tone, adding, however, "Today's incident is not my fault. If she continues to slander us, I demand an apology." Lin Jiqing, noticing that no one mentioned leaving anymore, smiled. Naturally. He turned to Shen Xinghe and said, "Xinghe, apologize to our alien friends." The violet-skinned woman raised her lips slightly, speaking in interstellar language, "Fearful earthlings. Are you not afraid we will not take you to the base? What a pity. They do not even trust their own companions. Captain Liu is quite powerful. We will take her away tomorrow." Several aliens spoke openly, unafraid that Shen Xinghe might overhear. Shen Xinghe remained silent, her mental force activating once more, directed at the blue-skinned man. This time, the man found himself sprawled on the ground. In a flash, Shen Xinghe seized his neck. She no longer cared about the lives of those in the camp, but she understood that if all the Earthlings were slaughtered by the aliens, her solitary strength would be insufficient to confront them. "Ah, what are you doing?" the violet-skinned woman screamed, her voice laced with fury. The alien's pupils widened in surprise. Not anticipating Shen Xinghe's swiftness, was she truly a beginner-level spirit ability user? How could this be? Was she not a mental ability user? Chapter 71. A bargain for safety. Xinghe quickly let him go. Lin Jiqing was terrified. How could she have captured an alien? Now, they had startled the snake in the grass. Shen Xinghe's grip tightened, causing tears to well up in the eyes of the blue-skinned man. His hands were rendered immobile, evidently under the control of Shen Xinghe's mental force. "Pray tell, what is your purpose?" inquired Shen Xinghe. Although Lin Jiqing suggested that Shen Xinghe should release her grip, he remained inert, equally eager to uncover the truth. Initially, he had hoped to keep the extraterrestrial beings until the morrow, at which point the veracity of their claims would be revealed. Should Shen Xinghe's assertions prove accurate, he could compel the aliens to surrender the antidote. If not, they could follow the aliens to their base. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of Shen Xinghe, capable of capturing an extraterrestrial. What purpose could we possibly have? We merely seek to save the inhabitants of Earth. Release him at once, exclaimed the woman with violet skin. The face of the middle-aged man with azure skin had begun to take on a purplish hue, yet he remained silent. The violet-skinned woman, unable to contain her frustration, berated Shen Xinghe in interstellar tongue. "You wretched woman, no one will believe your words. Release him, lest I take your life." The blue-skinned man murmured in the same language. "I shall not divulge anything. Even if you were to slay me, I would remain steadfast. After all, no one would trust your claims. Your killing of me would only serve to lend credence to my words. Unlike you earthlings, I am not afraid of death. My sacrifice could accomplish this mission, and that would be worthwhile." The leaders of the third and fourth rescue teams, witnessing the imminent demise of the blue-skinned man, exchanged glances, and their weapons abruptly turned toward Shen Xinghe. Meanwhile, Gao Qijia, discreetly equipped with a translator, was taken aback by the alien's words, realizing their dubious nature. Just as he was about to speak, he looked up to see two bullets hurtling toward Shen Xinghe. "Xinghe, dodge!" he shouted. Shen Xinghe did not flinch. As the bullets approached within a fist's distance, they fell harmlessly to the ground. The leaders of the third and fourth teams, seeing their attempt thwarted, swiftly seized Yang Fanfan. "Shen Xinghe, you must release him, or else," at that moment, Shen Xinghe's attention was diverted. The blue-skinned man seized the opportunity to produce a weapon, causing Shen Xinghe to wince, her grip loosening just enough for him to escape. "You fools, third and fourth," Gao Qijie yelled. "Who doesn't know you have a connection with this girl?" The leader of the third team retorted. Upon his words, a spacecraft materialized before them. "Do not leave. We shall punish Shen Xinghe now," the fourth team leader bellowed. Only the violet-skinned woman restrained the middle-aged man from boarding the ship. "No, we cannot depart just yet. This woman is far too perilous. It would be wiser to use these earthlings to eliminate her," she suggested softly, her words laced with malice. However, spoken in interstellar language and accompanied by a seemingly benign expression, none could decipher her true intent. The blue-skinned man finally halted, stating, "In light of your earnestness, should you punish Shen Xinghe, I shall escort all the camp's inhabitants away." The eyes of the crowd gleamed with hostility as they turned their gaze toward Shen Xinghe. Sacrificing one individual for the safety of many is indeed a noble act. "Captain Liu, considering I have a young son, I implore you to take this upon yourself as punishment. I am eager to visit their base," remarked a woman from the camp. "Nonsense," Liu Laosan interjected vehemently, pointing at the woman. "Have you forgotten who saved your child? Now you speak such words? You ungrateful wretch. Why not sacrifice yourself to save your benefactor? There's no need for such quarrels. Captain Liu is not being asked to give his life, merely to impose a punishment," someone suggested. The woman with purple skin smiled gently and replied, "Indeed, we do not seek her life. We will take her to the base. However, she must allow us to seal her psychic abilities. Once we reach the base and she has shown remorse, we will release her. Is that so?" The aliens are so benevolent, merely sealing the captain's psychic powers temporarily, the woman holding the child chimed in. "Just a temporary sealing of powers? What sort of punishment is that? The aliens are far too kind. Captain Liu, for our sake, allow our extraterrestrial friends to seal her psychic abilities, will you?" The camp's inhabitants urged Shen Xinghe, gradually drawing closer to her. Shen Xinghe regarded them with cold detachment. Raising her voice, she declared, "Do not be deceived by these extraterrestrials. What I say is true. I just were a translator and clearly heard their conversation." Captain San and Si pointed angrily at Gao Qijia, demanding, "Return the hostage to us. Do not let your personal feelings hinder our escape to safety." "Sensei, what is wrong? Do you still not trust my words? Am I truly that sort of person in your eyes?" Gao Qijia lamented. Gao Qisu immediately stood by his side, proclaiming, "I believe Sister He, and even more so, I believe my elder brother. You truly are as foolish as the aliens say, choosing not to trust your companion for your own selfish interests. But how can you be certain that reaching the aliens' base guarantees safety? You may face even greater torment." At this moment, Lin Jiqing interjected, "I trust Jia's words. We should heed Captain Liu's guidance." The majority of the camp's people were already distraught, gazing at the ruins around them. Their hearts, already heavy with despair, could not accept the notion that the aliens were malevolent. If the aliens were indeed wicked, where would they turn? The water supply was destroyed, and the buildings lay in ruins. In time, the zombies would invade, and these flimsy shelters would offer no resistance. No, the aliens cannot possibly be evil. The emotions of the majority were rising, and they advanced towards Shen Xinghe, completely disregarding Lin Jiqing's authoritative words. Chapter 72. Capability. Shen Xinghe stood motionless. Some noted her unusual demeanor, mistaking her stillness for shock, and hurried towards her with increased urgency. Just then, she broke through the crowd. She had just upgraded her extraordinary abilities and was now at the initial second tier. The middle-aged man with blue skin was taken aback and swiftly dashed towards the spaceship. However, as he ran, an unseen force tugged at him. He struggled desperately, yet found himself unable to break free. Shen Xinghe intercepted him effortlessly with her mental prowess. You all need to restrain her quickly. I will escort you to the spaceship, the blue-skinned man exclaimed in panic. A surge of profound unease washed over him. His thoughts became chaotic, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The people in the camp were initially stunned by Shen Xinghe's speed, but once they regained their composure, they rushed towards her en masse. Aren't you supposed to be rescuing the camp's inhabitants? How can you disregard the captain's orders? Gao Chisu shouted furiously. Board the spaceship. Board the spaceship. Capture Captain Liu. These individuals had lost their senses, and Yang Fanfan could hardly believe her eyes. Bang! The sound of a gunshot reverberated. The blue-skinned man collapsed to the ground, a dark hole now present on his head. While firearms on Earth were ineffective against extraterrestrial beings, the bullets infused with her mental energy left the aliens with no means of evasion. Initially, she refrained from killing the alien to ascertain their destination. However, with the majority of the camp's inhabitants descending into madness, she had no choice but to set an example. Indeed, after that gunshot, no one dared to approach her again. Shen Xinghe aimed her weapon at everyone surrounding her. Do you wish to capture me? You'd better ensure you have the means to do so. She spoke in a chilling tone, devoid of any emotion. You killed him. You killed the savior of our camp. Despite her fear, the purple-skinned woman shouted. Without us guiding you to the base, you would merely live under the threat of zombies. Why aren't you all hurrying to capture her? The purple-skinned woman brandished a trident and fired at Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe leaped aside to evade the attack. Upon hearing this, those who had previously hesitated immediately turned their gaze back to her. The opportunity to leave Earth for the alien planet was now within reach. Such a chance might never arise again. The thought of escaping Earth to a safe interstellar realm ignited their fervor. Listen to me, everyone. Let's charge together. Even if she has a gun, what of it? Could she truly face us all alone? The third captain proclaimed loudly. Indeed, that's right. Let us all rush in. The fourth captain echoed enthusiastically. The purple-skinned woman cast a deep glance at Shen Xinghe, realizing that she must have previously slain their comrades to possess their weapons. She gestured for her companions to follow her as they stealthily advanced towards the spaceship. Another series of gunshots rang out. It turned out that Yang Fanfan and the others had opened fire. Those who approached Shen Xinghe began to fall, and the remaining individuals hurriedly fled in disarray. Shen Xinghe swiftly darted towards the spaceship. Just as the hatch was about to close, she made a running leap and entered the cabin. The aliens inside were thrown into chaos. Quickly report this matter to headquarters. The woman with purple skin shouted loudly. However, just as their hands touched the screen, the next moment, their heads fell to the ground. Who are you? You cannot be from Earth. The purple-skinned woman asked in terror. Impossible. How could there be such power among Earthlings? This individual also spoke their interstellar language. Perhaps they hailed from a certain family. She inquired, which interstellar family do you belong to? A faint smile curled at the corners of Shen Xinghe's lips. The Simon family. Impossible. Members of the Simon family have just arrived. The purple-skinned woman said, filled with suspicion. And if you are indeed from the Simon family, why would you kill us? We are all interstellar beings. There are many Earthlings. You could capture Earthlings for research. Why must you kill us? Shen Xinghe's eyes darkened as she coldly regarded the purple-skinned woman. Where is the antidote for the alpha virus? Ha ha ha. You are not an interstellar being. Interstellar beings wouldn't ask such questions. Because there is no antidote for the alpha virus, the purple-skinned woman laughed heartily. Oh, what about the alpha reagent? Shen Xinghe inquired. The smile on the purple-skinned woman's face instantly vanished. She hadn't managed to deceive this woman. Are you truly from the Simon family? Have you already arrived on Earth? If the woman before her was an Earthling, how could she speak the interstellar language? How could she know about the Alpha reagent? Shen Xinghe remained silent, her gaze fixed on the woman, as if she were staring at a corpse. Behind the woman stood 5 aliens, all brandishing weapons, waiting for her command. Do not attempt to resist. It will only lead to a more painful demise. Shen Xinghe stated coldly. The purple-skinned woman merely scoffed, grasping a railing and advancing aggressively toward Shen Xinghe. I will hold them off. You go report to headquarters. The purple-skinned woman said fiercely. Even if we perish, we cannot allow her to escape safely. However, as the others approached the screen, they all fell in unison. The purple-skinned woman's attack was trivial in comparison to Shen Xinghe. Finally, Shen Xinghe completely subdued the purple-skinned woman. How many of you aliens have come to Earth? Shen Xinghe asked. The purple-skinned woman said nothing. When Shen Xinghe looked again, the woman's face was already rigid. Probing closer, she found no sign of life. Chapter 73. Journey to Elsewhere. Shen Xinghe found a trident and 20 alpha reagents in the woman's storage device. She glanced outside, where corpses lay strewn about. As the spaceship ascended slowly and then descended, the people in the camp were filled with anxiety. However, within the camp, those who had succumbed to madness had been dealt with. The remaining individuals were either timid or grateful to Shen Xinghe. The spaceship finally landed, and everyone raised their weapons, aimed at the cabin door. It's Captain 6, the boss. Xinghe, Sister He. When the cabin opened, the first thing the camp's inhabitants noticed was the yellow skin of an Earthling. Looking further up, they saw Shen Xinghe, the formidable ability user, stepping forward. Shen Xinghe spoke, and under her cold gaze, some hesitated, uncertain of the meaning behind her words. Gao Qijiao was the first to step forward, followed by others gradually joining him. Shen Xinghe nodded, instructing them to remove the alien corpses inside. Had Shen Xinghe slain all the aliens? The crowd trembled at the thought. There were more than a dozen extraterrestrials. The ability users, in particular, could directly sense the terrifying power of Shen Xinghe, as they were aware that all the aliens possessed abilities. To have killed so many with powers of their own, what level of strength did Shen Xinghe truly possess? The timid shrank back further, secretly relieved they had not rushed forward like the others. Shen Xinghe moved aside, with the entrance of the cabin before them. Once the interior was cleared, they would enter the cabin and head to another city. The meteorite's arrival had primarily devastated their city, while those farther away remained unscathed. Though they were puzzled about how Shen Xinghe had acquired this knowledge, no one dared to ask. Instead, they exchanged glances filled with hope. The devastation around them was overwhelming, and they wondered how long it would take to rebuild. Although they were not heading to a safe alien base, the prospect of reaching a city untouched by earthquakes, where they could find water, was enough for them to feel content. The ability users who had previously held back now stood up in an instant. Shen Xinghe counted, finding 7 ability users among them. In total, they numbered 27, 22 adults and 5 children, making the presence of 7 ability users quite commendable. Looking down at the corpses at her feet, Shen Xinghe remained silent. Gao Qisu was gently covering one of the bodies with a white cloth. Upon closer inspection, it was Xiao Ke. Her fate was of her own making, Gao Qisu said softly. Although he had never been fond of Xiao Ke, her death evoked a sense of melancholy, given their kinship. Shen Xinghe replied indifferently. Gao Qisu added, Captain San and Captain C have also perished. He felt no pity for their deaths. They had gone too far. Boss. Yang Fanfan approached, cradling an infant and accompanied by Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui tenderly held the child, a girl who was remarkably calm. Xinghe, thank you for the serum you provided, she expressed sincerely. The serum seemed to contain immense energy, allowing her to give birth effortlessly. I will raise this child as my own, Xiao Chui said, gazing at the sleeping infant. Shen Xinghe's expression softened slightly as she nodded. This child possesses abilities. Treat her well, and she will be able to protect you when she grows up, Shen Xinghe advised. Xiao Chui was astonished. She had not anticipated that such a young child would already possess powers. Suddenly, a sense of joy washed over me. I did not expect him to protect me. It would suffice if he could safeguard my sister. Once everything was tidied up, with a command from Shen Xinghe, everyone boarded the cabin of the ship. Reclining in the comfortable seats, smiles finally graced the faces of the crowd. These are the reagents for the first stage abilities. Those who have previously consumed the alien nutrient solution and healing water, please raise your hands, and I will distribute them to you. Of course, there are those who may opt out, but they might end up becoming zombies. Upon hearing Shen Xinghe's statement, two men hesitantly raised their hands, exchanging awkward glances. We did not know that the aliens were malevolent, which is why we consumed the healing water, stammered the bald man, scratching his head sheepishly. Shen Xinghe nodded, choosing not to comment further. Xiao Fan, come here. I will teach you how to operate the spaceship, Shen Xinghe instructed, pointing to a woman in her 40s dressed in green. And you, the lady in green, please join us. Me? Is it really me? Jian Yi stammered, astonished. As she rose unsteadily, Shen Xinghe affirmed, stating, "You are a first-level psychic ability user. It is perfect for you to learn. There are 3 first-level psychic ability users, and the other 2 are younger than this woman." Choosing her was not particularly significant. It was merely that Shen Xinghe remembered her having spoken kindly to her before. "What is your name?" Shen Xinghe inquired. "Pretty good. Come over here," she replied, before heading towards the cockpit. Jian Yi followed Shen Xinghe, her legs trembling. As a psychic ability user, she was acutely aware of the strength of Shen Xinghe's powers. After demonstrating a few times, Shen Xinghe designated Jian Yi as the primary pilot, with the other 2 assisting. Observing the cheerful Yang Fan and Gao Chi Su, she further explained, Jian Yi is a psychic ability user, and she can navigate with greater precision. You can practice before taking turns as the main pilot. Jian Yi felt overwhelmed. She was to be the main pilot. Although she had driven a car, she had never piloted an aircraft, let alone a spaceship. However, under Shen Xinghe's gaze, she dared not voice her doubts and steeled herself for the challenge. To her astonishment, Shen Xinghe's instructions were etched in her mind, and as she took control, it felt as if she were a seasoned spaceship veteran. Gradually, Jian Yi relaxed, gazing at the sky displayed on the screen, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of her mouth. This was incredible. Once a housewife before the apocalypse, she never imagined she would pilot a spaceship after the end of the world. Her anxiety and fear faded away, replaced by a radiant smile. The spaceship soared through the expansive sky, over mountains and cities. The passengers aboard the ship couldn't help but rejoice in their choice. Chapter 74. Something feels off. The daylight broke, and the sun ascended slowly. The spaceship descended gently, bringing them to a location over 1,000 kilometers away. It landed atop a flat mountain peak, surrounded by debris, which likely had once been a tourist area prior to the apocalypse. Continuing forward, they ventured into a dense forest, filled with various trees, some towering oaks and pines, while others were low shrubs and wildflowers. Shen Xinghe released her mental energy and found no immediate danger. Only some animals were stirring about, and a mountain stream flowed gently, alleviating any concerns about water. "Daddy, there are fruits here," the little girl exclaimed, pointing joyfully at a nearby large tree. Lu Laosan plucked a fruit and handed it to the girl, saying, "Go ahead, this fruit is safe to eat." The others gazed at the fruits hanging from the tree, swallowing in anticipation, for it had been quite some time since they had tasted fresh fruit. They began to pick the fruits and share them. Lin Jiqing swiftly climbed the tree after speaking. The air in the forest was invigorating, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. In this serene environment, they could hear the melodies of birds and the calls of other wildlife, instilling a profound sense of connection to nature. The air here is marvelous. If it weren't for the apocalypse, this would be quite a delightful getaway, Gao Qijia remarked, savoring the freshly picked fruit. Gao Qisu nodded in agreement, looking content. The scenery is splendid, and there's plenty of meat. There are still small animals in the mountains. We need not worry about meat. Suddenly, Gao Qisu stepped on something solid. Kicking at it, the object slowly revealed itself. "Look, there's a sign here, Valley Resort and Holiday Inn," he exclaimed with delight. "The resort must be down there. Let us go take a look," Lin Jiqing suggested. The group felt invigorated, having found a potential refuge. After 3 months of neglect, the path was overgrown with wild grasses, nearly obscuring the entire way. Only faint traces remained on the concrete surface, which had also been infiltrated by the roots of the grasses, causing cracks to form in some areas. It seems few people come here. There are no zombies in sight, Gao Chisu observed. Shen Xinghe had already scanned the area with her mental energy and confirmed the absence of zombies. Although we don't see any zombies now, we must remain vigilant. Shen Xinghe cautioned the group, who nodded in agreement. In this desolate setting, the only sound was the gentle rustle of the grass as the breeze passed and the footsteps of the group. After a while, someone in the team shouted, "I see it." The group turned their gaze, and through the dense foliage, a resort appeared, partially obscured. Some could no longer contain their excitement and dashed to the side, eager to glimpse the entire resort. However, the towering trees obstructed their view. "Let us move further down," Lin Jiqing said cheerfully. The group glanced at Shen Xinghe. "It's too far to detect any danger. Let us proceed with caution," she advised. Lin Jiqing shook his head in resignation. It seemed that Shen Xinghe had fully assumed the role of leader. Nonetheless, he harbored no objections. In this apocalypse, it made sense to follow the strongest. He even felt relieved to have someone formidable in their midst, as it offered a degree of assurance in times of peril. After half an hour of travel, they finally beheld the full visage of the resort. The buildings were constructed from wood and earth, exhibiting natural hues, with roofs adorned with thatch or wooden tiles. These structures were scattered along the mountainside, harmoniously blending with the surrounding wilderness. Perhaps no one had been here for a while, as weeds had run rampant, and various grasses adorned the rooftop. The surroundings were also cluttered with heaps of wild vegetation. "Hurry, hurry! We're almost there!" Gao Chisu exclaimed excitedly, anticipating the prospect of a new home. At first glance, this place appeared devoid of zombies, making it a suitable locale for settlement. As Gao Chisu's exuberant voice rang out, smiles blossomed on the faces of the group. However, as they ventured closer, they discovered the area was in a state of disrepair. The previously noted heaps of weeds were remnants of collapsed mud houses, overrun by wild grasses. Despite the desolation, the group remained optimistic, for the absence of inhabitants meant they could avoid conflict. The dilapidation could be remedied, rendering the place habitable. Gao Chisu dashed ahead, eagerly pushing open a rickety wooden fence. Shen Xinghe furrowed her brow in disbelief. "It's impossible. How could there be no one, not even a zombie? This is clearly a tourist resort. There must be someone or something here." Alarm bells rang in her mind, and suddenly, her mental acuity sensed an unsettling presence. "Be careful," Shen Xinghe shouted, rushing forward to kick Gao Chisu out of the way. A foul odor wafted into the nostrils of the group, prompting an immediate retreat. A thunderous crash echoed, and the ground began to tremble. The group struggled to maintain their balance, eyes fixated on the source of the commotion. It was a massive tiger. How could such a creature exist? Panic ensued among them. Shen Xinghe frowned. The tiger had just leaped down from above the resort. Looking up, she noted the slope from which it descended. This tiger was 10 times larger than an ordinary one, its gaze fierce and bloodthirsty, its enormous jaws ajar, emitting a nauseating stench. With a terrifying roar, the creature opened its mouth wide, revealing remnants of human clothing lodged between its teeth. Fear and panic filled the eyes of the onlookers. Their hearts raced, breaths quickened, and muscles tensed. Terror enveloped them, causing their hands and feet to tremble. It felt as if their legs had lost all strength. Knees buckled under the weight of their bodies, leaving some dizzy and disoriented, unable to cope with the overwhelming stress and anxiety. "This tiger is of a higher rank than us," Shen Xinghe thought in shock. She had failed to sense the presence of this colossal beast earlier, indicating it surpassed her by several levels. The tiger's face contorted as it began to advance toward the group. "Run!" Shen Xinghe shouted urgently, though she urged them to flee. A trident spear materialized in her hands as she prepared to confront the beast. "Everyone, stay calm. Xinghe is buying us time in the front. Those with abilities, protect the ordinary folks. Let us work together and leave this place." Lin Jiqing, despite feeling frantic, pinched himself to regain composure. The practitioners of special abilities swiftly shielded the ordinary individuals as they made their escape. Chapter 75. The Battle with the Tiger. The trident spear proved utterly ineffective against the mighty creature. Once Shen Xinghe sensed that everyone had safely distanced themselves, she felt a weight lift from her shoulders. The formidable tiger lunged fiercely at Shen Xinghe, displaying a terrifying combination of power and speed, its assault laden with menace. Shen Xinghe's gaze remained icy. She could flee, yet in doing so, the others in her group would fall prey to the tiger's pursuit. The great beast swiped at her with its massive claws, sharp talons slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Shen Xinghe was forced to dodge swiftly, evading the tiger's strikes with agility, though she was unable to escape entirely. The tiger's claws found their mark on her body, inflicting deep wounds. Pain surged through her, yet she pressed on, aware that she must endure. Those scaling the hillside watched in horror as Shen Xinghe was injured, their faces etched with concern. Some feared for her life, while others trembled at the thought of the tiger turning on them should she fall. Indeed, how can we, a band of men, hide behind a girl? Lu Laosan remarked. Gao Chisu exclaimed, I have a plan. The tiger did not relent. It continued its relentless assault on Shen Xinghe, crashing into her with tremendous force, sending her sprawling. She hit the ground, her bones trembling with the impact. Struggling to her feet despite her severe injuries, she showed no sign of retreat. In the face of such overwhelming strength, Shen Xinghe's psychic abilities had little effect on the beast. She resorted to her interstellar weaponry, yet the tiger appeared impervious, as if encased in armor. Sensing the scent of blood, the tiger's eyes gleamed with ferocity as it charged once more at Shen Xinghe. She dodged and defended repeatedly, her body battered and on the verge of collapse. Each attack bore down on her with immense pressure, yet she rose again. Her body, marred with scars and bruises, bore testament to her exhaustion. Nevertheless, she refused to surrender, resolute in her quest to find an opportunity to counterattack. Observing the tiger's movements and methods, she sought a weakness. After all, no creature is without vulnerabilities, regardless of its might. However, the tiger would not await her discovery. With its head held high, its immense form barreled toward her. Suddenly, the sharp whoosh of arrows sliced through the air, several shafts wrapped in dry grass and ablaze. In that moment, Shen Xinghe unleashed her psychic force. It spread invisibly, disrupting the tiger's thoughts and actions. For a brief instant, the beast faltered, seemingly affected by her interference. This moment of reprieve was the chance she had been seeking. She swiftly counterattacked, leveraging her speed and agility to target the tiger's vital points. Brandishing a premium laser sword, Shen Xinghe struck fiercely at the tiger's critical area, finally inflicting a wound. Witnessing this, the onlookers erupted with newfound hope. Yang Fanfan raised her bow once more, aiming to unleash another arrow upon the great tiger. Under the collaboration of two formidable forces, the great tiger finally collapsed to the ground. Shen Xinghe had already consumed the serum, her energy restored. Yet her mental powers had yet to fully recuperate. She cast a deep glance at the crowd, surprised that these individuals could still assist her. In that moment, she felt the solidarity of not fighting alone. Boss, how are you? Yang Fanfan looked at Shen Xinghe, who appeared bloodied and battered, her eyes filled with concern. Shen Xinghe waved her hand, rising from the ground as her wounds healed at an astonishing rate. The onlookers, having previously witnessed the healing properties of the water, were not taken aback by the rapid recovery of Shen Xinghe's injuries. Xinghe, why is this tiger so enormous? Lin Jiqing inquired, having never encountered such a colossal beast in his lifetime. Gao Qi Jia frowned, echoing the question, is it similar to that giant cabbage? Has it mutated as well? Shen Xinghe nodded, confirming the mutation. Humans had transformed into zombies, while animals and plants had evolved into such monstrous forms. A sense of dread enveloped the group. Lu Laosan, wearing a pessimistic expression, lamented, in the city, there are mutated zombies, and in the forest, mutated animals. We might even confront mutated plants. Where exactly can we go? Silence fell among the crowd, who had initially believed they found a safe haven, only to discover that this place bore dangers akin to those in the city. They realized that this tiger posed an even greater threat. Unlike the zombies, which they, as ordinary people, could defeat, they felt utterly helpless against such mutated flora and fauna. Lin Jiqing raised his voice, urging, "Let's not dwell on our fears. How many mutated plants and animals have we encountered along our journey?" The group exchanged glances, acknowledging his point, yet the reality remained that each encounter was fraught with peril. Had it not been for Shen Xinghe, their efforts would have been in vain. Indeed, we also saw water on our way down. At the very least, we won't starve here, the crowd murmured, but they struggled to reach a consensus. Their gazes turning once more to Shen Xinghe. She waved her hand, stating, "I will not compel you to stay here. I have a spaceship. For those wishing to leave, I can provide one. Of course, I will also teach you how to pilot it." "Captain Liu, do you wish to remain here?" Lu Laosan asked cautiously. Shen Xinghe nodded, asserting, "This place is quite good. Where can we go that is devoid of danger? There are animals and plants in the city too. Will they not mutate? Wherever the captain is, I shall be," Lu Laosan declared promptly. Through this experience, he understood that their captain would not abandon her comrades easily. Shen Xinghe was immensely powerful. During the confrontation with the great tiger, she could have easily fled but chose instead to stand before them. Chapter 76. Rebuilding our homeland. The group stood before the desolate manor, their gazes resolute, filled with aspirations for the future, resolved to establish their home on this land. Here, at least, they had a formidable protector in Shen Xinghe. Since danger lurked everywhere, they decided to choose this place. Lin Jiqing beamed with a smile as he declared, "From now on, this place will be governed by Xinghe, and I shall merely assist. This is a villa, and we shall rename it. Sister, he will be our master." Gao Qisu joyfully remarked, then turned to Shen Xinghe, asking, "What shall we call it?" "Verdant Villa," she suggested, symbolizing vitality and hope. "Let it be as the master wishes. Henceforth, it shall be known as Verdant Villa," Lin Jiqing promptly affirmed. Shen Xinghe continued, "However, I cannot remain here indefinitely. I must seek out my family. Captain, you should assume the role of master." Lin Jiqing understood that Shen Xinghe was searching for her brother, and he had previously scoured the camp's roster for any mention of Shan Xingmiao, to no avail. A heavy silence enveloped the group, followed by profound unease. Was someone of Shen Xinghe's caliber truly leaving? How could they ensure their safety without her presence? They had hoped her presence would provide a sense of security, and now, before they had even settled in, their pillar of support was preparing to depart. What were they to do? "Rest assured, I shall survey the entire mountain and eliminate any lurking dangers," Shen Xinghe reassured them, observing the anxiety etched on their faces. Lin Jiqing smiled slightly, urging, "All right, everyone, let us tidy up and create our home." Joy radiated from their faces as they swiftly organized themselves, working in harmony like a well-tuned orchestra, each fulfilling their role. Some took up shovels and sickles to uproot weeds and shrubs, restoring the landscape surrounding the villa, pulling out stubborn weeds with determination. Others ventured into the dilapidated houses, confronting crumbling walls and shattered windows, skillfully using carpentry tools and salvaged metal to meticulously repair the structures, akin to artisans crafting their masterpieces. Some mended the roofs, covering them with new sheets of metal to protect their home from the elements. Others refreshed the walls with fresh paint, making them bloom anew like flowers. And still others restored doors and windows, inviting light into the rooms, welcoming the warmth of dawn. Lu Laosan wielded a spade, loosening a pile of earth with a swift motion. He glanced at Shen Xinghe and his daughter, who was diligently pulling weeds, and ventured, "Master, when will you depart? How about taking my daughter with you?" His reasoning was simple. He believed his daughter would be safer in Shen Xinghe's company than by his side. Shen Xinghe looked up, observing the child earnestly working beside her, and shook her head. "This journey is fraught with danger. I cannot guarantee my own safety, let alone that of others. It is far safer for children to remain with their parents. At least, in times of peril, you will prioritize their safety, while I may not." Her words extinguished the hopes of those considering entrusting their children to her care. "Daddy, I want to stay with you," Lu Laosan's daughter implored, her lovely eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lu Laosan sighed softly, ruffling his daughter's hair, ultimately choosing not to respond further. Xiao Ke looked at the two children in the crib and silently shook her head. Shen Xinghe was right. A parent's love for their own child is irreplaceable. The entire estate is permeated with the spirit of labor, where everyone is busily engaged and filled with fervor, their sweat merging into a new vitality for the manor. They not only repair the houses, but also clear away the clutter and refuse within, akin to unearthing treasures from layers of dust, revealing the estate's potential and beauty. They sweep the floors and polish the furniture, rejuvenating every corner. "I'll go fetch some flowers and plants," Jian Dan said, observing the unruly flora by the roadside as she spoke to Shen Xinghe. On her descent, she had spotted some lovely blossoms, and since they would be residing here long-term, it was essential to beautify the place, ensuring it would uplift the spirits of those who beheld it. Shen Xinghe replied, "We cannot act alone. We must bring someone along." Seizing this opportunity, she added, "Everyone must work together. No one should act in isolation." Laughter erupted among the crowd, understanding that Shen Xinghe genuinely cared for them, and they all agreed enthusiastically. The sun blazed fiercely. As time passed, the estate became increasingly habitable. People planted flowers, adorning the manor in a picturesque manner, with blossoms bursting forth in vibrant hues, resembling the smiling face of the estate. "I am utterly exhausted," Gao Qilu exclaimed, fanning himself with his shirt, large beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. His mouth formed a broad smile, revealing his neat teeth. "We've finally tidied up. We have a home again." Upon hearing these words, everyone turned their gaze towards him. "Captain Wu is absolutely right. We have a home once more. From now on, we shall live here. Let us assist one another. We are now one big family." The crowd chimed in, their eyes filled with hope. Gao Qilu, observing the joyful expressions of those around him, couldn't help but smile. "Look, can't we turn this area into a vegetable garden? We can cultivate vegetables right here." The spot he indicated was where the soil had been piled up, indeed suitable for planting. He continued, "Not only can we grow vegetables here, but this mountain is vast. Wherever there is soil, we can make an attempt." The crowd was elated, realizing that the issue of sustenance was nearly resolved, with a place to live and food to eat, filling their hearts with joy. Without hesitation, they set to work again. By evening, the estate was aglow, illuminated by extraterrestrial lights. The roads of the estate were progressively repaired, connecting every corner, resembling lifelines. Trees were planted along the pathways, providing cool shade for passers-by, their branches like the arms of guardians gently embracing each traveler. A small square was also constructed, evolving into a space for communication and leisure, filled with laughter, akin to a cheerful melody. "We can hold meetings here in the future," Lin Jiqing proclaimed. Chapter 77. The Monster in the Deep Pool in the Early Morning. The sound of chirping birds filled the air as everyone gathered in the square. Lin Jiqing stood before the crowd, flanked by Shen Xinghe. "Currently, we are sharing a communal meal. Based on the resources available here, we have enough provisions to sustain us for a year," Lin Jiqing spoke slowly. "However, we must continue to thrive and cannot afford to deplete our resources idly. Thus, today everyone has tasks to accomplish." Today, the group was divided into 3 teams. Lin Jiqing announced that one team would embark on a spacecraft to gather supplies, another would remain at the villa to address areas that required attention, while the last team would patrol the mountains. There were no objections to Lin Jiqing's directive. After their meal, Shen Xinghe instructed Gao Qisu and several young individuals on the intricacies of piloting the spacecraft before leading a few members into the mountains for their patrol. As they followed the mountain stream, Shen Xinghe soon encountered a deep pool. Having experienced the incident with the pool in the trial space, she now harbored a shadow of fear regarding such waters. Quickly, she released her mental energy, noticing the depth of the pool with a frown. How could there be no life within it? For safety's sake, she signaled her team a halt. "Regardless of what transpires, you must act with your own safety as the priority. Life is paramount," Shen Xinghe asserted. Among her team was a novice-level psychic ability user who felt fortunate to be part of Shen Xinghe's group. However, hearing her words now felt somewhat unsettling. Xinghe, another team member, also released her mental energy, but sensed no creatures in the water. Shen Xinghe shook her head, uncertain about the absence of life in the pool, which felt quite peculiar. Her current mission was to resolve any anomalies, so she could not simply retreat from the situation. Step back a little, Shen Xinghe instructed. The hearts of her team raced as they waited anxiously for the outcome. The sounds gradually faded, and the water returned to tranquility, yet there were no signs indicating danger. Suddenly, Shen Xinghe's mental energy surged outward, and a massive tentacle shot up rapidly from the depths of the pool. "Quick retreat!" she shouted. The team immediately fled, but the tentacle moved with astonishing speed. Shen Xinghe, using her mental power, donned the waterproof suit she had acquired in the trial space. She directed her mental energy to attack the enormous tentacle. However, when it was severed, it regenerated almost instantly. In a swift leap, she plunged into the pool, drawing her weapon to sever the tentacle once more. The tension among the team was palpable, with Jian only able to perceive the movements of the tentacle through her mental energy, unable to discern anything further. Just as Shen Xinghe was about to emerge from the water, two newly grown tentacles lunged toward her, dragging her toward the depths of the pool. As the water grew deeper, Shen Xinghe remained unperturbed, for she did not sense immediate danger, and gradually she began to perceive the presence of something lurking within. The monstrous shrimp emerged from the depths, grotesque and colossal, armed with sharp claws and vicious teeth, edging closer to Shen Xinghe while emitting a low growl. Suddenly, a surge of immense energy radiated from the creature. Why had she not sensed this power earlier? Could the shrimp also lure its enemies? Shen Xinghe released her mental energy, but the giant shrimp swung its claws, rendering her mental attack ineffective. The creature was capable of detecting her mental presence. At that moment, a wave of psychic energy surged toward Shen Xinghe, startling her. She swiftly evaded to the side. To her astonishment, the colossal shrimp possessed a remarkable mental force. Its two enormous antennae glided above the water surface, and as Shen Xinghe ascended towards the sky, the antennae swiftly coiled around her. Realizing she was in peril, she understood the urgency of finding an escape. She surveyed her surroundings and noticed some rocks and aquatic plants within the pond, yet no apparent exit. With a heavy heart, she donned her time wheel, which functioned seamlessly despite being submerged. Empowered by the time wheel, her speed increased. In the depths of the pond, she spotted a sharp rock and harnessed her mental energy to hurl it at the creature's eye. The rock struck true, eliciting a pained roar from the monstrous shrimp, momentarily halting its advance. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Xinghe broke the surface of the water, but the shrimp quickly regained its composure and pursued her. She swam with all her might, simultaneously searching for other tools or chances to escape. The shrimp's antennae lashed out, and in response, she drew her premium laser sword, infusing it with her mental energy, and successfully severed the two antennae. Suddenly, she noticed a gnarled branch extending towards the water's edge. Swiftly, she swam towards it and grasped it tightly. As she pulled, the branch bent under her weight, appearing sturdy enough to support her. Steadying herself, Shen Xinghe leaped with determination and managed to ascend onto the branch. The shrimp below roared in frustration, unable to climb after her. With a sigh of relief, she had temporarily evaded the creature's pursuit. Climbing along the branch, she reached the shore and stood safely on solid ground. The spectators on the bank held their breath, anxious about what might unfold next. As Shen Xinghe prepared to depart, a sudden heaviness gripped her foot. Chapter 78. Core Energy Master. The onlookers were struck with shock at the scene before them, instinctively moving forward to grasp Shen Xinghe. Though her legs were ensnared, she remained vigilant, observing their actions. She shouted urgently, "Step back. Move to safety." The nature of the substance clinging to her foot was unknown, and she struggled to contend with it, especially against these first-tier abilities. The crowd, compelled by her command, retreated hastily. The shrimp's claws waved eagerly, awaiting her descent onto its territory. Shen Xinghe directed her mental energy towards the green adhesive substance, which coiled into a tighter mass, multiplying into more green entities. She wielded her weapons, yet they proved ineffective against it. Her legs were firmly immobilized, and as she drew nearer to the shrimp, a sense of dread welled within her. The substance continued to creep upward, rendering her motionless in areas it had touched. It was now at her knees, and given more time, it would surely reach her waist. Even if she evaded the shrimp's wrath, she would suffocate from being ensnared. This sensation was reminiscent of the time she had been extracting the core. It was the feeling of impending death. She could not perish. She had yet to find her brother. Shen Xinghe sensed the shadow of death drawing ever closer. Her heart raced wildly, and her breath became shallow and labored. Yet, in that very instant, a powerful instinct for survival surged within her, imbuing her body with newfound strength. Her gaze sharpened and grew resolute, revealing an undeniable yearning for life. Her brow furrowed, beads of sweat mingling with the water around her. She concentrated on the deep-seated desire within her, a fierce drive propelling her to conquer the dire straits before her. A superior laser sword materialized in her hand, infused with her mental energy, and she swung it towards the giant shrimp, severing its two newly regrown antennae. However, it expelled a few bubbles that nullified her strike. She realized she could not directly wield her mental power against its body. The giant shrimp lunged at Shen Xinghe, and, hampered by her immobile legs, she barely evaded the attack. Undeterred by her initial failure, the shrimp renewed its assault, intent on ensnaring her in the depths of the pool. Death loomed ever closer. She gritted her teeth, stifling any sound. Drawing in a deep breath, she felt the air suffused with life's energy. She understood that she could not perish. Her mission remained unfulfilled, and she had yet to locate her brother. This fervent will to survive surged within her, blazing like an unquenchable flame. Her muscles tensed, every nerve pulsing with vigor. She sensed her body becoming agile and sharp, her thoughts crystallizing into clarity and decisiveness. At that moment, she felt two formidable forces erupting within her, followed by the sudden appearance of a golden and a silver crystal core before her. The two cores radiated intense light and power. A tremendous energy suddenly erupted in the water, forming a colossal column of water that shot upwards with great noise and force. The water splashed dramatically, creating a misty white spray. These droplets arched beautifully through the air, resembling a garden of water. Sunlight filtered through the fine particles, casting vibrant rainbows. The energy waves emanating from the water column spread throughout the surrounding waters, causing the surface to ripple violently. Onlookers, witnessing this astonishing spectacle from a distance, expressed profound concern. What had befallen the master? What transpired beneath the surface? The strength of this energy was overwhelming. The ability users lamented their insufficient power levels, wishing they could assist Shen Xinghe. As this energy dissipated, the bindings on her feet began to loosen, and the giant shrimp was swept aside. Shen Xinghe squinted. These were the crystal cores of her essence and spirit. She had never anticipated such immense energy from them. What she had believed to be mere legend in the trial space now revealed itself as a tangible truth. Observing the still-dazed giant shrimp, she struck without hesitation. Her movements swift and precise. Each punch and kick she delivered was infused with unwavering strength, every attack brimming with ferocity. With a decisive strike, Shen Xinghe finally succeeded, toppling the giant shrimp. However, it quickly retaliated. Shen Xinghe sensed a notable weakening in the shrimp's attacks. After enduring a series of battles, pain radiated from various parts of her body, yet she showed no sign of retreat. Her goal was clear and unwavering. She must survive and find her brother. This aspiration fueled her with boundless energy, allowing her to transcend the agony and exhaustion. A resolute light flickered in her eyes as she envisioned the moment of reuniting with her brother, imagining the scene of their embrace. These thoughts awakened an indomitable strength within her, rendering her fearless. She persistently pushed her limits, both her body and well-being relentlessly honed. Her will to survive unleashed an unstoppable force, propelling her beyond her boundaries into an undeniable presence. In the final moment, a surge of energy coursed through her, and Shen Xinghe delivered a profound blow to the shrimp, causing its entire body to shatter instantaneously. She gasped for breath, her psychic ability having just ascended to the 5th level of the initial stage. At that moment, she realized that combat could expedite the enhancement of her powers. She swam to the shore. This time, due to the elevation of her psychic ability, she sensed an unusual green mass at the water's edge. She retrieved a net and aimed for the green entity, which swiftly evaded her grasp. Harnessing the energy of both her essence and spirit, along with her psychic prowess, she ultimately vanquished the mass. To her astonishment, it appeared to be a mutated plant. She had not anticipated encountering 2 types of mutations in a single location. "Your eyes are red. Are you all right, master?" A companion supported her, observing the wounds adorning Shen Xinghe's body. "It's nothing serious. It's all resolved," she replied slowly after consuming a vial of antidote. The others hurried over, their admiration for her deepening upon learning of her triumph over 2 monsters. "Now, everyone, let's join forces and eradicate the remaining creatures," Shen Xinghe instructed. Since discovering that combat could enhance her powers, she resolved to unleash her capabilities. Though fear lingered, the sight of Shen Xinghe's battered and weary form compelled them to comply. Chapter 79. News received after a day of traversing the mountain. Shen Xinghe and her companions encountered several mutated flora and fauna, all of which they managed to overcome. Despite the day's perilousness, there were no life-threatening incidents, and the group grew increasingly adept at dispatching these anomalies. "Shen Xinghe, what brings you here?" She heard a familiar voice just as she exited the restroom. Raising her gaze, she saw her neighbor, Wang Wani, who had always been strikingly beautiful. Even amidst the apocalypse, she maintained an air of cleanliness. Wang Wani possessed a mane of sleek, glossy black hair with a fair and delicate complexion, clad in a black jumpsuit that accentuated her long, slender legs. "Why shouldn't I be here?" Shen Xinghe arched an eyebrow. Wang Wani swept her hair back, casting a scornful glance at Shen Xinghe, her brows slightly arched and the corners of her lips curling into a disdainful smile. "Aren't you the most beautiful girl in our neighborhood? Why do you seem so careless about your appearance now?" Her voice dripped with mockery, laced with an undercurrent of derision. Shen Xinghe glanced at herself. After battling with a giant shrimp and traversing the mountains, her appearance was rather disheveled, lacking any semblance of refinement. Wang Wani had always been at odds with her, relishing every opportunity to highlight Shen's misfortunes. A beauty need not adorn herself with artifice. With a flick of her wrist to shake off the droplets of water, Shen Xinghe strode past Wang Wani. You. Infuriating. Wang Wani glared at Shen's retreating figure, her thoughts simmering with annoyance. Once again, she had been outshone. Though Shen appeared unkempt, there was an undeniable charm about her. Her demeanor as crisp and cool as a snow-capped peak, evoking a sense of pity. "I have news about your family." Shen Xinghe abruptly turned around. Initially, she hesitated to inquire about Wang Wani's family, convinced that this person would certainly withhold information and perhaps even take pleasure in mocking her further. "Where?" Shen Xinghe demanded. Wang Wani, reveling in her triumph, surveyed Shen from top to bottom before responding. "Why should I tell you?" Shen, already anticipating this retort, turned on her heel and headed toward her room. She knew better than to engage with someone like Wang Wani. The more one interacted, the worse it became. "Hey, where are you going?" Wang Wani hastily pursued her. "They've gone to your stepmother's hometown. I heard it's safe there." Shen Xinghe halted in her tracks. Wang Wani's heart leaped with joy as she continued. "You agree to one request of mine, and I will tell you why they went there." "Speak, what is your request?" Shen Xinghe replied coolly. A smile broke across Wang Wani's face, her eyes sparkling with delight. "You must admit that I am the most beautiful girl in our neighborhood." Shen Xinghe frowned, unable to comprehend Wang Wani's reasoning. Such a simple demand? She cast a complicated glance at the beauty before her, pondering whether all these years of antagonism stemmed from this singular desire. "You, Wang Wani, are indeed the most beautiful girl in our neighborhood," Shen Xinghe conceded. Wang Wani twirled in delight, raising her chin and regarding Shen with an air of superiority. "Now do you see that I am more beautiful than you?" Shen Xinghe suppressed the urge to retaliate. Wang Wani, feeling a sense of emptiness, couldn't fathom why Shen Xinghe didn't appear disheartened upon acknowledging her beauty. I will head to the province tomorrow morning after tonight. Shen Xinghe stated, feeling the need to wash away the discomfort weighing on her. Wang Wani, stunned, had not expected to hear a word of thanks from Shen. Sister E, what are you doing here? A soft voice chimed from behind Wang Wani. Brother Su said we should wait at the small square. The master will meet us shortly. Wang Wani frowned, her expression marred by disdain and disgust. She pinched her nose and turned away, stepping back a few paces. I understood then. She preferred distance, her body exuding a distinct aroma of tea. Oh, really? Thank you for the compliment, sister. The fragrance of tea is so delightful, exclaimed the girl with the two braids, her excitement palpable. Wang Wani held her head high, referring to her as little green tea. After her remark, she made her way towards the small square. Lu Zhengtan, however, did not appear displeased by the comment. On the contrary, she wore a joyful expression. Sister E, what kind of girls do you think the master likes? I've heard he possesses great strength. As a delicate girl like me, I feel so secure under his protection, she chattered, following closely behind Wang Wani. Wang Wani, irritated, snapped, "Get lost, little green tea." Her disdain for Lu Zhengtian stemmed not only from their similar appearances, but also from her overly pretentious demeanor. Lu Zhengtian felt a wave of injustice wash over her, her eyes brimming with tears as she halted in her tracks. Once Wang Wani had walked far enough away, her expression shifted. She had just learned that the Master's room was nearby. Her purpose for coming was not merely to summon Wang Wani to the small square, but rather to seek the master. Child, do you know where the Master's room is? Wang Wani asked the little girl she encountered. Lu Xiao gazed at the beautiful young lady before her and shook her head. My father said I must not reveal any information about the master. What a useless child. Lu Zhengtian murmured softly. At that moment, Lu Laosan, carrying a bundle of firewood, quickly called out to his daughter. Eldest brother, is this your daughter? No wonder she is so beautiful. She takes after her father, he said with a smile, admiring Lu Zhengtian's radiant features. Lu Laosan chuckled, wiping the sweat from his brow while exchanging polite words. Chapter 80. To meet the master, Lu Laosan eyed the alluring beauty before him warily, pulling his daughter away. What's going on? Lu Zhengtian stood stunned. She sought out several others, but received no acknowledgement, leading her to question her own charm. Shen Xinghe emerged from her room, her hair still damp, yet it did nothing to detract from her beauty. Shen Xinghe, upon raising her head, her long, wet hair clung to her cheeks, exuding a subtle fragrance. Water droplets cascaded down the strands, landing upon her shoulders and garments. Though her hair had yet to dry completely, it did not diminish her allure. Her features were graceful and refined, her complexion fair and smooth, radiating health. Her eyebrows were long and strong, slightly arched, framing her bright, expressive eyes, two sparkling gems that emitted a cool radiance. A flicker of jealousy ignited in Lu Zhengtian's eyes, yet her innocent face broke into a smile. What a coincidence to see you here. Shen Xinghe responded with a gentle smile, her lips full and rosy, the upward curve enhancing her entire visage with liveliness and charm. Her chin was elegantly shaped, making her utterly captivating. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence, she replied softly. Lu Zhengtian shifted her gaze, her surprise evident. I didn't expect you to remember me. I haven't seen my cousin since the apocalypse. Is she here? Drenched strands of hair cascaded from Shen Xinghe's shoulders as she wore a knowing smile, her eyes glinting with an unfriendly spark. With delicate fingers, she gently combed through her wet locks and remarked, She is not here, but I am aware of her whereabouts. Lu Zhengtong immediately inquired, Where did she go? To hell. The chilling response sent a shiver down Lu Zhengtong's spine. Shen Xinghe observed the girl before her with a smile that was neither warm nor inviting. This was Chun Yinyan's cousin, a girl she had encountered on 2 occasions. Cousin, did she die? Lu Zhengtong suddenly burst into tears. I never imagined she would perish like this. I am now an ability user, a 3rd-tier spirit ability user. I could have protected her. Why did she have to die? Lu Zhengtong wept. Sister He, could you tell me how she died? I must seek vengeance for her. Perhaps it was because of me? Shen Xinghe felt no warmth towards Chun Yinyan's relatives, her words devoid of compassion. Was it because of Sister He? Lu Jingtong took a large step back, tears glistening on her eyelashes, her demeanor appearing frail and pitiable. In disbelief, Lu Zhengtong exclaimed, "Was it to save Sister He? Why was my Tyson second? She sacrificed herself to save you." Shen Xinghe's lips curled into a slight smirk. "No, you misunderstand. It was I who killed her." "What?" Lu Jingtong's face contorted in shock, her expression bordering on absurdity. Shen Xinghe nodded emphatically, deliberately raising her voice. "You heard correctly. It was indeed I who took her life." "You murderer." Lu Jingtong's expression shifted dramatically, anger flaring as she pointed an accusing finger at Shen Xinghe. "My cousin was so good to you when no one would play with you. She went out of her way to befriend you and even introduced you to her boyfriend. Is this how you repay her? I will avenge my cousin today." With that declaration, Lu Zhengtong charged toward Shen Xinghe. Her attack was merciless, a long blade materializing in her hand as she swiftly aimed for Shen Xinghe's face. Yet, Shen Xinghe remained unmoved. Suddenly, Lu Zhengtong collapsed to the ground, violently coughing up blood. "Xinghe, everyone is waiting for you." Gao Qijia rushed over in haste. Lu Zhengtong's mind was a blur. She could not comprehend what had just transpired or why she had suddenly fallen. Spotting the newcomer, she pleaded pitifully, "This person is a murderer. Help me apprehend her." However, Gao Qijia did not budge. "Miss, you may be mistaken about the apocalypse," he said gently. Lu Zhengtong looked at him, her clear eyes filled with confusion. "Isn't killing a common occurrence in the apocalypse?" He continued. "Shen Yanyan's cousin." Shen Xinghe remarked casually before turning to leave. Gao Qijia instantly grasped the situation, his gaze towards Lu Zhengtong turning unfavorable. "Is it permissible to kill at will in the apocalypse?" "We cannot remain in a camp like yours," Lu Zhengtong shouted. "I will seek an explanation from your leader. What kind of camp is this? How can such words be spoken? My cousin, such a kind soul, was murdered by that woman. Why is she not punished? Take me to your master now." A glimmer of mockery flashed in Gao Qijia's eyes. "Very well, if you insist on meeting our master, I shall escort you there at once." With that, Gao Qijia strode towards the small square. "Master, someone insists on seeing you," he announced loudly. At that moment, Shen Xinghe had not yet reached the forefront of the square when she heard his words and turned around. "Yes, I wish to see the master. Shen Xinghe from your camp is a murderer. Why do you not punish her?" Lu Zhongting shouted, her voice deliberately raised for all to hear. "Oh, why would I punish myself?" came a cold voice. Lu Zhongting could hardly believe her eyes. "Shen Xinghe, you are the master?" Her heart raced, and a torrent of questions flooded her mind. How could Shen Xinghe possibly be the master? "This young lady is indeed our master, Shen Xinghe. Allow me to clarify your misunderstanding regarding our master," Gao Qijia proclaimed, elucidating the misdeeds of Su Mo and Chen Yanyan, as well as their eventual fate. After listening, Lu Zhongting felt her head spinning. Yet, she quickly recollected the earlier scene where she had been on the ground. "I apologize, Sister He. I did not expect Chen Yanyan to be such a person. I misunderstood you." Lu Zhongting bowed deeply. "Please forgive my folly." Shen Xinghe turned and walked toward the front of the crowd, while Lu Zhongting stood there, embarrassed. Another who failed to comprehend the situation was Wang Wani, who gazed at Shen Xinghe above, utterly astonished that she was the master. Chapter 81. The farewell commotion early in the morning. Shen Xinghe rose with the decision to leave Liashan Villa. Upon stepping outside, she was met with a throng of people, each holding various offerings, their eyes brimming with reverence and gratitude. "Master, this is the spicy and sour sauce I made yesterday." "Master, here is the rabbit I caught yesterday." "Master," the inhabitants of the camp presented a myriad of foods. Shen Xinghe's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before her. She had never been afforded such a grand farewell, nor had she ever encountered so many preparing gifts for her. Her emotions became a whirlwind of gratitude, astonishment, and a hint of confusion. She had not anticipated having so many friends and supporters, nor that they would go to such lengths to prepare gifts for her. Her thoughts swirled amidst the offerings and the blessings of the crowd. "Xinghe, accept them all. This is everyone's heartfelt intention," Lin Jiqing said with a smile. Gao Qijia quickly chimed in, "Indeed. Master, the team members rushed over early this morning. These are their carefully prepared gifts, meant for you to enjoy along your journey. Ultimately, Shen Xinghe resolved to graciously accept these gifts. She approached each individual, receiving their offerings with sincerity and expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Wang Wani curled her lip, not expecting that Shen Xinghe would be so beloved by the crowd. They escorted Shen Xinghe to the summit of the mountain. At that moment, a spacecraft gracefully descended. The atmosphere grew tense. How could extraterrestrials be present here? As the cabin opened and people emerged, it became clear that they were merely a group of young men and women from Earth, impeccably clean and seemingly untouched by the apocalypse. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. At least they were not aliens. "Hey, you all have arrived." A voice filled with surprise resonated from the Greenery Villa team, followed by a girl stepping out from the throng. It was Lu Jinting. Gao Chisu inquired, "Didn't you have nowhere to go? How come you have a leader now?" "Brother Su," Lu Jinting cooed sweetly, "do you really believe me just because I say so?" "What do you mean by that?" A sudden wave of unease washed over Gao Chisu. "My dear, we've been apart for such a brief time, and you've already found someone new?" A tanned, muscular man abruptly embraced Lu Jinting. "But this is just a fleeting moment of flirtation. For I won't allow him to linger for long." The Greenery Villa members immediately expressed their dissatisfaction, shouting loudly, "Hey, who are you to speak so arrogantly?" "Yeah, who do you think you're to talk about, our brother Su?" Gao Chisu glared at the muscular man's hand resting on Lu Jinting's waist, his displeasure evident. Lu Jinting had always sweetly called him brother Su, and her beauty had indeed captured his admiration. He never anticipated Lu Jinting would behave in such a manner. Clenching his fists, his expression grew increasingly furious, feeling as though he had been played for a fool. The muscular man smirked with an air of arrogance, casually stating, "Who am I? I am the king of hell, capable of determining your fates." He then pointed at Shen Xinghe, whistling appreciatively. "How dare you?" Gao Chisu erupted in anger, brandishing a stick and charging at the muscular man. However, when the stick was mere inches from the man's face, it halted mid-air. The muscular man looked at Gao Chisu with derision. "Just a low-level, second-tier ability user dares to speak in my presence?" As he spoke, he waved his hands dismissively. Interesting, there's another beauty here." The muscular man's attack was thwarted, yet he remained unperturbed. Wang Wani felt beads of sweat forming on her forehead, having successfully blocked the muscular man's mental assault. "He is a low-level, fourth-tier mental ability user," she remarked, subtly warning the members of Greenery Villa. Now, at the pinnacle of her own third-tier mental abilities, she found it quite taxing to withstand the blow from a fourth-tier user. Was this the reality of surpassing a level? The members of Greenery Villa were taken aback. Could the leader truly withstand him? All eyes turned to Shen Xinghe. She merely cast a calm glance at the muscular man, her eyes betraying no emotion. "I've heard this beauty is the leader? Is her position merely a result of her looks?" The muscular man scrutinized Shen Xinghe once more. Shen Xinghe lightly raised her hand, retorting, "Has your brain grown into your muscles?" The muscular man felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, and in an instant, he found himself sprawled on the ground. "Head!" Lu Jinting rushed forward. "I forgot to mention, this individual is also a psychic, likely at your level." The muscular man wiped the corner of his mouth and promptly stood up. With a smile, he remarked, "No matter, I underestimated you." He then launched another attack. However, Shen Xinghe remained utterly still. The muscular man coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. "Head!" his teammate exclaimed instantly. "Hurry! The master has defeated the black muscle," Gao Qijia declared. He swiftly drew his weapon and charged towards a group of over a dozen individuals, plunging the scene into chaos. Shen Xinghe yawned in boredom. Having had a restless night, Wang Wani looked at Shen Xinghe in shock, realizing her formidable strength surpassed his own. No, she was even stronger than the muscular man. How could this be? She muttered to herself. Minutes later, a multitude of corpses lay strewn across the ground. My abilities have upgraded. So have mine. Fortunately, the master hasn't gone far. Otherwise, we would have been doomed today. The excited voices trailed off into silence. Shen Xinghe was about to depart. I cannot protect you all for a lifetime. You must strive to enhance your abilities. Yes, we will work hard to strengthen ourselves, and one day, we shall become as formidable as the master. Lin Jiqing encouraged the disheartened crowd. Safe travels, master. We will surely protect ourselves. Gao Qijia shouted. Rest assured, master. We will not be a burden. Gao Qi proclaimed. The group was invigorated, watching Shen Xinghe leave with great enthusiasm. Chapter 82. Friends after half a day. Shen Xinghe and Yang Fanfan arrived at the province aboard their spacecraft. They landed on a playground. Upon disembarking, Shen Xinghe, sensing the presence of numerous aliens, remarked, "Is this an alien base? Be cautious. It is swarming with extraterrestrials." Suddenly, several laser beams shot towards them, and soon, over 20 aliens charged at the two. Earthlings! How did these two Earthlings acquire a spacecraft? One alien pondered. Perhaps they are collaborating with the Zhu family? Regardless, with only two Earthlings, we need not fear. Damn the Zhu family for arriving on Earth ahead of us. If it weren't for our ample strength, we would have been caught off guard as soon as we disembarked. How dare they treat members of the Simon family this way? The aliens gestured towards Shen Xinghe and her companion. Yang Fanfan edged closer to Shen Xinghe and inquired, "Boss, what are these aliens saying?" "They're discussing us." Shen Xinghe replied, glancing at the aliens. "The Simon family? So these aliens belong to the Simon family? From what they imply, it seems the Zhu family were the first to arrive on Earth. Now, there is discord between the two factions of Earthlings. Where did you obtain your spacecraft?" The leading alien adorned with a spherical ornament on its ear waved a crimson staff, directing a beam of red light towards Shen Xinghe's eyes. "How long have you been on Earth? Have you ever heard the saying?" Yet Shen Xinghe remained unperturbed, calmly responding, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." The alien leader, perplexed, inquired about the Zhu family, asking when did they arrive. "How much do you know about Earth? What is their purpose for coming?" Shen Xinghe merely smiled softly, though the mirth did not reach her eyes. She refrained from disclosing when the Zhu family had arrived, despite her suspicions that the impending doom was linked to the aliens. She was unaware of the precise moment this calamity had begun. A few months prior, she had encountered a video featuring a sighting of an alien spacecraft. Thus, she could only obfuscate the timing of the aliens' arrival to bewilder them. "How do you know we possess advanced technology?" The alien leader gasped internally. The other aliens present were compelled to believe Shen Xinghe's words. Yang Fanfan, listening intently, was equally puzzled. How could their leader possess such formidable knowledge of the aliens' interstellar affairs? The alien leader gestured for his companions to lower their weapons and made a welcoming motion. "You are correct. The enemy of my enemy is indeed a friend. Let us discuss this further inside." Shen Xinghe straightened her posture and followed the alien into the dwelling. Moments later, she found herself within the confines of the Simon family's residence, where several Earthlings were bound and confined in a room. "I am Simon Xue. May I ask your name, miss?" the alien leader queried. "Miss Shen Xinghe," she replied. "You have witnessed my sincerity. Upon my arrival, I seized this territory, and these Earthlings attacked me, forcing my hand to capture them." Simon Xue seated himself upon a stool, then signaled his subordinates to release the captives. Shen Xinghe seized a chair as she observed this. "We Earthlings are uncertain whether your kind consists of benevolent beings or malevolent ones. For the Zhu family has abducted our people for experiments, subjecting them to unspeakable torment." Her words were fabrications, yet they were not far from the truth based on her encounters with various aliens. At this remark, Simon Xue furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Shen Xinghe. "So, what distinguishes you Earthlings?" With a smile, she countered, "Why don't you first enlighten me about what is unique about your kind?" Yang Fanfan, drenched in cold sweat, marveled at his leader's extraordinary composure. "What's special about us?" Simon Xue inquired, his gaze unwavering on Shen Xinghe. "Perhaps all of us interstellar beings possess extraordinary abilities?" After a prolonged silence, he added, "I have heard that Earthlings' abilities develop at an accelerated rate, yet from my observations, those from the southern regions seem to progress more slowly." Simon Xue pondered this revelation. The surrounding Earthlings, holding their breath, were left to wonder what significant secret they had just unearthed. After a brief moment of silence, Simon finally laughed, exclaiming, "Ah, I see. No wonder the Zhu family was so confident in this interstellar research competition." He clapped his thigh, the creases on his face deepening. His gaze turned toward Miss Shen Xinghe, now imbued with a newfound interest. Miss Shen Xinghe, you are indeed very courageous. Of course, our numbers on Earth are limited, so we cannot confront the Zhu family head-on. However, once the Star Alliance arrives on Earth, I believe they will advocate for you, rescue your companions, and provide you with resources to help eliminate these monsters. The surrounding Earthlings felt a surge of hope. They had not anticipated that extraterrestrials could be benevolent. Could it be that their apocalypse was nearing an end? Smiles broke out on their faces as they grew less hostile toward the aliens. Yet, Shen Xinghe remained skeptical about a swift resolution, awaiting Simon's continuation. However, I am curious as to why the Northern Earthlings' abilities are advancing so rapidly, Simon stated, prompting a collective gasp from the Earthlings. Did this mean that the Simon family intended to experiment on them? Shen Xinghe regarded Simon with calm composure. With a slight lift of his attractive chin, Simon leisurely replied, "Would you Earthlings consider coming to our Simon base for work? We genuinely wish to investigate the reasons behind your accelerated ability enhancement. Rest assured, we will not conduct inhumane experiments like the Zhu family." A subtle smile graced Simon's lips, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. "Oh, what is the reason behind the abilities of interstellar beings?" Shen Xinghe adjusted her posture comfortably. The Earthlings widened their eyes in astonishment. If all extraterrestrials were malevolent, how could they possibly contend with them? Moreover, with only 2 families of aliens having arrived, their world was already in such disarray. They dare not contemplate further. Eagerly, they leaned in, desperate to comprehend the origins of their potential powers. "Miss Shen Xinghe, you are truly astute," Simon remarked, shaking his head. "Yet you have not accepted my proposition and have already posed a pivotal question. But isn't this somewhat impolite?" His slender fingers tapped rhythmically against the edge of the chair. The Earthlings felt a wave of disappointment. They had hoped for insight into becoming capable individuals, yet it seemed this alien was not easily swayed. "Earth is not under my dominion. I cannot speak on behalf of the Earthlings. If you genuinely wish to engage, you may post a notice and clarify your relationship with the Zhu family," Shen Xinghe replied coolly. "I believe many Earthlings would be willing to work. Having endured the apocalypse and faced zombies daily, the prospect of a safe haven to work for sustenance was enticing to many." Upon hearing her words, the Earth's inhabitants brightened. They were amenable to this employment opportunity. "Then why should I divulge to you the reason we interstellar beings possess abilities?" Simon countered, rising to his feet. The atmosphere momentarily froze. Shen Xinghe remarked, "It is not merely a message for me, but for all of us Earthlings regarding the despicable conduct of the Zhu family. Do you truly believe that Earth's inhabitants will still have faith in extraterrestrials? Yet, if you disclose this method, Earth people may indeed acquire extraordinary abilities. Would they not believe your words then?" Simon Xue pondered deeply, taking a considerable moment before he replied slowly, "It is not that I cannot share this with you, but rather that it would be of little use." He shook his head and continued, "In our interstellar realm, we possess a genetic vaccine that is administered to newborns immediately after birth. The Earthlings, devoid of extraordinary powers, hung their heads low, for their inability to become extraordinary beings rendered their futures uncertain." Shen Xinghe fell into contemplation. "Miss Shen Xinghe, you have seen my sincerity, so might you assist me in drafting a notice?" Simon Xue inquired. Shen Xinghe nodded, finding it a trivial task. A smile graced Simon Xue's face as he said, "This is not our headquarters on Earth, merely a small base. We now extend an invitation for Miss Shen Xinghe to join us at our headquarters." However, Shen Xinghe shook her head. "I must seek my family. I cannot accept your invitation." "What a pity. What are the names of your family members? What do they look like?" "I can have my family members keep an eye out for them," Simon Xue offered. After a moment of thought, Shen Xinghe described her brother's appearance and name to Simon Xue. Immediately, Simon Xue commanded his subordinates to create a portrait. Before long, a screen appeared in his hands. "Miss Shen Xinghe, take a look at this. Is this your brother?" Shen Xinghe gazed at the screen, where a handsome young man appeared. The technology of the extraterrestrials was indeed advanced. Shen Xinghe nodded, for the likeness was quite similar to that of her brother. As dusk approached, Simon Xue inquired, Might Miss Shen Xinghe be inclined to stay at our small base for the night? Shen Xinghe looked outside. The evening glow had already embraced the horizon. I appreciate your hospitality. Simon Chue smiled, rising before the Earthlings, and stated, I sincerely apologize for having restrained you. It was a necessary measure in light of your initial aggression upon arrival. I hope for your understanding. You have overheard my conversation with Miss Shen Xinghe. Those who wish to join the Simon family in employment may remain, while those who do not are free to depart. Most of the individuals with extraordinary abilities opted to stay, while the remainder chose to leave. However, 2 individuals without powers remained behind, a man and a woman, both possessing striking appearances. Simon Chue, puzzled, asked, Why do you 2 linger here? Do you wish to work for us? Regrettably, you are not extraordinary beings. The man replied slowly, This lady is my wife. Do you not think you require a local Earthling to serve as a guide? Our cultures differ greatly, and should any conflicts arise, you will undoubtedly need someone to mediate and translate. The woman added, I'm a translator. Our Earth hosts diverse populations. Although we are both without extraordinary abilities, our skills are not to be underestimated. I believe you will find us quite useful. Shen Xinghe lifted her gaze towards the 2 individuals before her. Their demeanor was distinctly refined, suggesting they were unlikely to utter falsehoods. Her attention was drawn to the woman's flat abdomen, from which emanated a faint yet palpable energy. She spoke, Mr. Simon Chue, their assertions hold merit. The Zhu family has indeed captured numerous Earthlings, coercing or enticing them into various actions. Presently, these 2 are willing to remain here, believing they can assist you significantly. Simon Chue regarded Shen Xinghe's graceful profile and nodded in agreement. Having you 2 here does not impose any burden. Since Miss Shen has spoken so, I shall not deny her request. You may stay. He admired such a woman as Shen Xinghe and felt no hesitation in forging a friendship with her. The 2 exchanged glances, their hands clasped tightly together, then turned their grateful eyes towards Shen Xinghe. Thank you so much. I am Li Xiwana, and this is my husband, Jian Ran. Li Xiwana expressed sincerely. Shen Xinghe replied, There is no need for gratitude. It was merely a small gesture. No, we are truly grateful. My wife is pregnant, and it is my fault, Jian Ran said, his expression laden with guilt as he looked at Li Xiwana. Shen Xinghe nodded, confirming her earlier perception. The energy she sensed indeed originated from child. Chapter 84. The Mysterious Shadow. That night, the aliens had prepared 2 adjacent rooms for Shen Xinghe and Yang Fanfan. Bored, Shen Xinghe reclined on the large bed. She accessed the star-divide mall and discovered that the items had been refreshed. To her astonishment, among the new offerings was a genetic vaccine, priced at 1,000 star points. She suppressed her excitement and clicked to redeem it. As the item materialized, her gaze shifted towards Yang Fanfan, an ordinary person upon whom she could conduct a test. Shen Xinghe rose from the bed and opened the door. As she stepped outside, a gentle breeze brushed against her cheek, bringing a refreshing chill. It must be said, the aliens' advanced technology was remarkably efficient. The corridor was impeccably clean, devoid of any traces of blood. The lights along the corridor illuminated in response to her movements, and she surveyed her surroundings with keen vigilance. Not only was her room equipped with mechanisms to shield against psychic probing, but the corridor was also fortified. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a shadow lurking around the corner, exuding an almost imperceptible energy. Had she not been on high alert moments prior, she might have overlooked it entirely. She scanned the area, realizing that this was not merely a shadow cast by an object. Alarm bells rang within her mind, and Shen Xinghe halted abruptly, storing the genetic vaccine in her spatial device. Her eyes remained fixed on the shadow as she softened her footsteps. The shadow emitted no sound, yet it moved slowly, stirring an unsettling ripple within Shen Xinghe's heart. She inhaled deeply, then cautiously approached the shadow's direction, each step measured and deliberate, mindful of any misstep. The corner where the shadow lingered was unervingly silent, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. The shadow concealed itself, seemingly attempting to evade detection. This behavior intensified Shen Xinghe's suspicion regarding its intentions, for under normal circumstances, individuals would not choose to linger or conceal themselves in such a location. Her heart raced as she sensed an impending danger approaching. The surrounding environment grew eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Shen Xinghe noted the unusual nature of this silence. Typically, when someone or something draws near, there are subtle sounds or movements. However, this time, everything was shrouded in a deathly hush, further heightening her alertness. Taking a deep breath, she affirmed her intuition, recognizing that the shadow could pose a potential threat. Suddenly, the shadow darted swiftly downstairs. Shen Xinghe immediately followed suit, carefully tracking the shadow with nimble and light steps, striving to remain silent so as not to startle it. Her heartbeat quickened, oblivious to the dangers that awaited her ahead. The shadow sped towards the front door. With a leap, Shen Xinghe ascended to the door and then jumped down from it. The shadow dashed through a narrow alley, and Shen Xinghe pursued it, maintaining a safe distance, fortunate that no zombies approached along the way. Her previous training endowed her with exceptional observational skills and reflexes. She remained vigilant, striving to discern the shadow's destination. The shadow suddenly quickened its pace, and Shen Xinghe sensed the urgency of the situation amplifying. She decided to hasten her speed, resolutely pursuing it. Ultimately, the shadow halted before a dilapidated building. Shen Xinghe stealthily concealed herself in a corner, observing the shadow's every move. She noticed the shadow enter the building, the door gently closing behind it. Shen Xinghe's wariness reached its zenith as she exerted her mental strength, only to discover that this area was shielded from her psychic probing. There were people here. Initially, she suspected the shadow to be some kind of creature, but it now appeared to be a human-made entity. Cautiously, she circled the building in search of alternative entrances. At last, she discovered a window, the glass shattered, presenting an opportunity for entry. Shen Xinghe swiftly climbed through the window, entering the dark recesses of the building. Her eyes adjusted to the darkness, allowing her to discern some indistinct shapes. She moved cautiously, endeavoring to locate the shadow's whereabouts. Approaching the direction of the sounds, she drew ever closer to the shadow's position. She could hear hushed conversations and some peculiar noises. Anxiety gripped Shen Xinghe. It was alien speech. Indeed, there were individuals here, and it appeared they were extraterrestrial beings. Remarkably, the newly developed shadow proved to be quite effective. A voice belonging to a man in his 30s or 40s resonated. Master of the Hall, the shadow operates undetected. Look, we placed it in the Simon family small base, and no one noticed the enchantment. Following was a woman's voice. As for the strange sounds, Shen Xinghe was yet unaware of their source. She carefully peered into the room, her ears perked up. Ha ha! INFILTRATION, the Simon family destined to perish on Earth this time? Although the Simon family has sent fewer individuals this time, they are nonetheless comprised of numerous elites. If we eliminate all those dispatched, the Simon family will lack significant strength in the interstellar realm. It would then be a simple task to usurp their position as the foremost family in the stars. The man laughed heartily, his interstellar language flowing swiftly. The woman responded with a flattering smile, her voice becoming sweet and alluring. The Grand Master is indeed formidable. This is a sagacious decision. When the Grand Master ascends to the position of Supreme Master, do not forget about the little ones. The Simon family cannot escape this time. Ha ha, of course. I will not forget you. The man boomed. Tonight, we await the arrival of reinforcement from the base. Soon, the effects of the mesmerizing array will be fully realized. I have heard that Simon Xinghe is here. I intend to capture him alive and witness his usual swagger. He is hardly as impressive as the Grandmaster. The woman chimed playfully. Ha ha ha, you are quite the charmer. We shall see tonight. But for now, let us attend to other matters. Listening to the voices emanating from within, Shen Xinghe quietly withdrew. She was unaware of the abilities of those inside and dared not intrude recklessly. The two individuals within were likely from the Zhu family, and having chosen to ally with the Simon family, she could not ignore this matter. The true extent of the mesmerizing array's power remained unknown to her. Upon returning to the Simon family, Shen Xinghe discovered the first floor aglow, bustling with both aliens and humans gathered together. Boss, where have you been? Everyone has been searching for you. Yang Fan rushed over, speaking urgently. Simon Xinghe approached and said, Miss Shen Xinghe, our surveillance footage has captured you leaving through the back door. Shen Xinghe nodded to the two. I sensed something amiss. Did you observe it on the surveillance footage? She inquired. Simon Xinghe replied, No, our personnel did not detect any anomalies, only that you stealthily exited through the main entrance. A gentle breeze wafted in, enveloping the surroundings in silence. What shadow? Simon Xinghe asked with a note of curiosity. Shen Xinghe took a seat. Something newly developed by the Zhu family. Simon Xinghe's brows knitted tightly together, forming deep creases. What is this? He queried, and then realized, so, you were pursuing the shadow? Indeed, I do not know what it is, but this shadow can traverse your base freely and has set up a mesmerizing array. Shen Xinghe's words elicited murmurs from the aliens present. What is this thing? How can it evade our patrols? The mesmerizing array. We must locate it swiftly. The Zhu family is utterly despicable. Simon Xinghe raised his hand, and the crowd immediately fell silent. Our foremost priority is to uncover the mesmerizing array. Miss Shen Xinghe, I apologize for previously misjudging you. We believed you to be a spy. Now I can finally relax. Simon Xinghe addressed Shen Xinghe, adding, and thank you for your assistance. It is nothing. Tonight, the Zhu family will send individuals to eliminate you. Shen Xinghe replied. Indeed, Miss Shen Xinghe, you may take your leave. We shall handle the remaining matters. He stated. Shen Xinghe nodded and beckoned Yang Fanfan. Come to my room for a moment. With a heart full of trepidation, Yang Fanfan entered Shen Xinghe's chamber. What is it, boss? He inquired cautiously. This is the gene vaccine I acquired. Would you care to try it? Shen Xinghe revealed a syringe. Yang Fanfan gazed at the sharp needle, feeling a ripple of unease within him. A gene vaccine? He comprehended the magnitude of its implications. The birth of superhumans. Such a precious vaccine was being offered to him. He had overheard the conversation between the extraterrestrial beings and Shen Xinghe and understood the rarity of this vaccine. Even the esteemed Simon family of interstellar beings lacked access to it, underscoring its value on Earth. No. Yang Fanfan fervently shook his head. Shen Xinghe, her gaze fixed on the needle, queried, What is the matter? Are you afraid? Fear is a natural reaction. Even she could not guarantee what transformations might occur post-injection, nor did she know if the vaccine she exchanged in the Star Division Mall would be effective for Earthlings. A flicker of panic crossed Yang Fanfan's eyes as he hastily explained, It's not that. It's just that the gene vaccine is too precious. Boss, it should be reserved for those in dire need. I am content with having learned to shoot. Upon understanding Yang Fanfan's reasons for refusal, Shen Xinghe spoke plainly. I'm uncertain about the effects of this gene vaccine. Thus, do you wish to try it? Yang Fanfan widened his eyes, perceiving this as a choice offered to him. Excitement coursed through him. He had already taken a significant step forward, witnessing the ease with which superhumans dispatch zombies. Naturally, he desired to become one himself. I want to try, he affirmed with certainty. Moreover, this was an extraordinary opportunity. Why would he decline? He could also assist others in deriving experimental results, providing him even more reason to proceed. The sharp needle gently grazed Yang Fanfan's skin, and he instantly felt a sting radiating from the tip. As the needle penetrated deeper, the pain intensified rapidly, akin to a searing blade piercing his flesh. Yang Fanfan clenched his teeth tightly, striving to control his breathing, suppressing any groans of agony. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, and the veins on his forehead stood out, exemplifying his torment. The vaccine's liquid slowly coursed into his body, each drop bringing with it a wave of tearing pain. He sensed the agony spreading from the injection site to his limbs, as if a torrent of heat surged through his veins, igniting his nerve endings. Shen Xinghe scrutinized Yang Fanfan's expression, noticing the blood had drained from his lips due to the pain, causing her brow to furrow. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, each second akin to an eternity. Yang Fanfan felt his body tremble under the weight of suffering. Yet he resolutely endured, knowing this was for the sake of acquiring superhuman abilities. Superhuman abilities. He needed to become a superhuman. A steadfast resolve erupted within his heart, and he clenched his jaw with unwavering determination. Ultimately, The needle withdrew slowly from his skin, the pain gradually subsiding, yet the lingering sting remained, refusing to dissipate. Yang Fanfan took a deep breath, relaxing his tense body, fully aware that this moment of agony was a precursor to unlocking his extraordinary abilities. "Are you feeling better now?" Shen Xinghe inquired as she set the syringe aside. Yang Fanfan could only perceive the lights before him as overly bright, while Shen Xinghe's figure flickered in and out of focus. "No, He was unsure of what he was uttering, as his vision gradually succumbed to darkness. He collapsed onto the bed. Shen Xinghe, anxious, felt his pulse, and confirmed his health remained intact. Suddenly, she sensed a surge of power within Yang Fanfan, growing ever stronger. A mental power enhancer. It worked. Shen Xinghe exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy. It seemed Simon had not deceived her. When Yang Fanfan regained consciousness, he needed no confirmation from Shen Xinghe to realize he had acquired mental powers. But what about the range? He pondered aloud. Shen Xinghe informed him that extraterrestrial beings possess devices capable of shielding against mental powers. Tonight, you should test your abilities and strive to elevate your power level, she advised. Yang Fanfan, eager to unleash his newfound mental prowess, yearned to vanquish the alien forces threatening Earth. Chapter 86. The Path to Prosperity in the Early Hours of Dawn. The school lay in eerie silence. Suddenly, a chilling roar erupted from outside the iron gates. A horde of zombies. Simon, observing the scene on the monitor, could not suppress a gasp of terror. They were unafraid of zombies, yet the sheer scale of this undead swarm instilled a sense of dread. Could the Zhu family have developed a weapon to command the zombies? An alien queried in fear. Impossible. Simon swiftly dismissed the notion. The Zhu family is approaching. We've detected significant energy fluctuations, someone reported urgently. On the rooftop, Shen Xinghe sensed the energy surrounding her and instinctively looked skyward. 7 or 8 spacecraft hovered ominously above. It appeared that the Zhu family had invested heavily in this endeavor, intent on obliterating Simon's small base. Prepare yourselves, Simon commanded, and the group immediately tensed, taking their positions. The spacecraft began to descend slowly. The members of the Simon family found themselves ensnared in an unprecedented peril, besieged by the Zhu family's invading ships and the encroaching horde of zombies. Standing on their territory, they gazed at the darkened sky, filled with worry and trepidation. The shadows cast by the ships enveloped their domain, creating a foreboding atmosphere. The Simon family felt the overwhelming strength and threat posed by the Zhu family, aware that a formidable battle lay ahead. As the ships landed, the external zombie horde grew increasingly frenzied, their bodies pressing against the gates, intent on breaking through. Should we flee now? Several Earthlings whispered, clandestinely deliberating. Confronting the formidable Zhu family and the zombie horde was an insurmountable challenge. The undead, ravaged by virus-induced madness, had lost all semblance of reason and humanity, reduced to sheer savagery and a primal thirst for blood. Their chilling roars echoed from afar, sending shivers down the spine of all who heard. After the spaceship descended, rays of energy surrounded it, yet these beams proved utterly ineffective against the vessel. What further advancements had the Zhu family made? The spacecraft began to morph, and soon, several energy cannons fired upon the structures below. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the air. How formidable! The Zhu family's weaponry had been remarkably upgraded. The members of the Simon family realized they were faced with a critical decision, to fight to the bitter end or to retreat. However, retreating now proved exceedingly difficult. Simon Chue stood among them, his gaze resolute and burdened. He rallied their spirits. Deploy our weapons. Outside, colorful, prism-like objects surged towards a spaceship, which finally shifted from an offensive to a defensive posture. Shen Xinghe sheltered in a secure location, quietly observing the battle. The extraterrestrial weaponry was indeed terrifying. It was unsustainable. Our mental energy users were depleting their psychic reserves too rapidly, and facing so many ships left them with no options. The Simon family members shouted in despair. No one had anticipated that the Zhu family would muster such a formidable force. Even worse, they had identified a breach and were descending from the spaceship to assault their main building. As they gradually recognized their disadvantage, the Zhu family displayed superior strength and combat prowess. A sense of hopelessness enveloped the Simon family. They felt their power insufficient against such a formidable foe. Shen Xinghe aimed her weapon at an alien from the Zhu family. Simon Chui narrowly evaded a strike. Upon seeing Shen Xinghe, he nodded in acknowledgement, astonished that this Earth woman could save his life. Observing the chaotic battlefield, Shen Xinghe quickly took charge. Amid the ongoing skirmish between the Simon family and the Earthlings, a cold voice pierced through the clamor, momentarily stunning them all. However, they swiftly complied with the commands issued by that voice. Concentrate fire on the deep blue spaceship, Shen Xinghe declared, dispatching a Zhu family alien as she spoke. Earth's psychic energy users, lend your assistance. From her observations, these ships were encircling the deep blue vessel, absorbing a significant portion of the incoming attacks, leading Shen Xinghe to conclude that the Zhu family's commander was aboard that ship. As their firepower intensified, the enemy's vessels finally descended into chaos. The morale of the crowd surged. With their remaining strength, they unleashed their abilities. The resolute psychic energy user, Shen Xinghe, maintained her calm command. She identified the vulnerabilities of the Zhu family ships and directed her allies to exploit the pattern she had discerned. After a considerable time, the Zhu family was met with a counterattack. Their vessels were left in tatters. Simon Chui looked at Shen Xinghe with admiration and gratitude. They are retreating, he shouted. Everyone, increase the firepower. Shen Xinghe approached the control panel, deftly manipulating the various buttons. She had observed how to operate it moments before. Just as the spaceship was about to ascend, it descended once more. However, the onslaught from the spacecraft no longer targeted the Simon family. Instead, they advanced towards the main gate. This is dire. They intend to usher the horde of zombies inside, Simon Chui exclaimed. In an instant, the gate crumbled, and the zombies surged into the school. Shen Xinghe maintained her composure, directing her attacks towards the Zhu family members. Simon Chui was taken aback. What power is this? He gazed in disbelief at the calm woman beside him. Shen Xinghe realized that her psychic abilities, when combined with the extraterrestrial weaponry, could penetrate the spacecraft's defenses, albeit slowly. Look, their spacecraft's energy is diminishing. A member from the Simon family exclaimed in astonishment. Boom! Attendre explosion ressonated. The onlookers beheld as a spacecraft belonging to the Zhu family erupted in flames, its deep blue hue unmistakable. Indeed, the deep blue spacecraft was their command vessel. Chaos ensued among the other ships as they scrambled to provide cover, granting those within the blue vessel a moment to seek refuge. Yet, Shen Xinghe seized this opportunity. Her psychic force swiftly advanced, shattering the final layer of protection, and those inside were instantaneously vanquished by her powers. Ding! Ranking increased, current position, 990. Ding! As the battle intensified, the mechanical voice in Shen Xinghe's mind grew increasingly frequent. Ultimately, her ranking settled at 901. She glanced at her star points, which had surged by a staggering 100,000. Chapter 87. It is time to strike. Shen Xinghe was overjoyed by the outcome, having amassed a substantial sum of star points. 100,000 star points. This was no trifling amount. It was an unexpected windfall. The members of the Simon family took the chance to eliminate the remaining zombies. Miss Shen Xinghe, we are truly grateful for your assistance this time, Simon Chui expressed with heartfelt appreciation. From now on, we shall be friends. Shen Xinghe nodded, remarking, shouldn't we have been friends all along? Simon Chui smiled, his admiration for Shen Xinghe growing ever deeper. Let us proceed to gather our spoils. With that, he made his way downstairs. Various weapons caught Shen Xinghe's eye, stirring her excitement. Simon Chui promptly stated, these spoils shall be divided 3 ways for the Simon family, and Miss Shen Xinghe, you shall receive 7 portions. A smile graced Shen Xinghe's face. Excellent. Seizing the opportunity while the aliens were occupied with the aftermath, Yang Fanfan hurried over. Boss, did you see that? The combination of psychic force and our firearms rivals the extraterrestrial weaponry. Indeed, thus it is imperative to enhance our abilities. She gazed at the fallen bodies of the Zhu family, continuing, I believe that soon you shall become a formidable ability user. Hee hee. Yang Fanfan scratched his head in embarrassment. All thanks to the boss's teachings. Having gathered the spoils, Simon Chui promptly presented them to Shen Xinghe. She observed the weapons in the storage device. Though her expression remained serene, her heart was already brimming with joy. A month later, roar. Outside a prison, zombies clung to the towering walls. Shen Xinghe surveyed the prison through binoculars. Inside, around 100 Earth inhabitants formed a circle, encircled by 10 green-skinned extraterrestrials. Boss, should we approach? Yang Fanfan aimed her sniper rifle at the cackling extraterrestrial. Look, she said. The telescope in Shen Xinghe's hands moved back and forth over the prisoners. Suddenly, her hand froze as a familiar face appeared in the lens. I need to step out for a moment, she said urgently. You watch my signals. Yang Fanfan nodded. Shen Xinghe moved with remarkable speed, leaping down from the high building. In just over 20 seconds, she reached the ground from the 25th floor. As the surrounding zombies began to approach, they barely lifted a foot before Shen Xinghe vanished from their sight. She paused outside the high wall, aware that there were higher-tier psychics within. Cautiously, she scaled the wall and found a concealed spot. 10 aliens came into her view. You foolish earthlings should be contributing to us interstellar beings, not causing us trouble. A man with curly hair shouted. The encircled earthlings clenched their fists, faces etched with anger. Upon closer inspection, Shen Xinghe noticed that the earthlings bore blue bands on their hands and feet. What? Still unconvinced? The curly-haired man kicked one of the earthlings. The air was filled with a cacophony of screams. The earthling trembled, letting out cries of agony. The curly-haired man reveled in their suffering. Did you not hear what I said? Are you convinced now? He scanned each earthling with a piercing gaze. Convinced, they replied loudly, despite the pain etched upon their faces. Suddenly, the curly-haired man approached a woman among them. He seized her by the arm. The woman, terrified, clutched her belly and begged, Please, forgive me. Forgive you? For what? He set her down beside him, producing a dagger in an instant. The woman screamed, I'm sorry. She was unaware of her transgression, but knew she had to plead for her life. The nearby earthlings struggled to suppress their emotions. The curly-haired man chuckled softly. You haven't committed an error. I'm simply displeased. Why is it that at this moment, your belly is so large? The woman, sensing malice, looked up in terror. It's my child. A child? Let me see if there really is a child in there. The man grinned wickedly, directing the dagger toward her belly. The woman shielded her abdomen desperately, but the dagger pierced her arm instead. At that moment, a man charged forward. Beast, I will fight you. Soon, one after another, earthlings rushed out. Charge, my people. Even if we die, we cannot stand idly by while our comrades are treated this way. We cannot remain passive. If today I watch with indifference, tomorrow calamity may befall me, and no one will rally to my aid. Yet in the next instant, they collapsed to the ground, bodies writhing in agony. Shen Xinghe frowned and signaled to the distance. Blood sprayed forth, drenching the nearby earthlings, their eyes wide with terror and despair. Taking advantage of the aliens' momentary confusion, Shen Xinghe swiftly approached their ranks, reaping the lives of several extraterrestrials with remarkable efficiency. At that moment, the woolly-haired alien realized that their fallen comrade had just perished. With a venomous glare, he fixed his eyes on the advancing figure. The earthlings gradually grasped that assistance had arrived, their hearts racing as they retreated to afford the newcomer some space. In no time, with the collaboration of Shen Xinghe and Yang Fanfan, all members of the woolly-haired aliens team met their demise. A mechanical voice echoed in her mind, announcing her rising rank. Ding. Rank increased. Current position 899. Ding. Rank increased. Current position 880. Ultimately, her rank stabilized at 806, and upon glancing at her star points, Shen Xinghe realized she had accrued an additional 20,000. The star points possessed by these aliens were indeed abundant. A primary level 5 psychic ability user and a primary level 2 spirit ability user. The woolly-haired alien exclaimed in astonishment. I never imagined there were 2 types of ability users in this world. It truly broadens my horizons. Nodding in acknowledgement, the woolly-haired alien regarded Shen Xinghe with a frenzied gaze. Yet, she deprived him of any further opportunity to speak as she launched an attack. The woolly-haired alien, not to be underestimated, conjured a weapon in an instant. Their battle was fierce, prompting the Earthlings to maintain a safe distance. "What do you possess?" the woolly-haired alien murmured. "I'm a primary level 7 psychic ability user. How can you possibly contend with me?" His disbelief was palpable as he unleashed a sweeping strike towards Shen Xinghe, which she deftly evaded. Chapter 88. The Rainbow Warrior within Shen Xinghe. 2 crystal cores were operating at an unprecedented pace, enabling her to effortlessly capture the essence of the woolly-haired alien's abilities. The power within her surged to an unprecedented fullness. With young Fanfan's interference and her own agility, the woolly-haired alien gradually found himself at a disadvantage. As she delivered a strike infused with speed and strength, the alien fell to the ground, utterly defeated. Regrettably, the woolly-haired alien bore no star points. Suddenly, she felt a surge of formidable energy erupting from her body. These familiar forces signified her impending upgrade. She swiftly retreated to a small chamber. Ding! Trial time is over. Would you like to enter the trial space? She selected no, for she had encountered familiar faces and could not bear to enter the trial space at that moment. However, despite her choice, darkness enveloped her vision. Feeling a gentle breeze caress her cheek, Shen Xinghe opened her eyes to find herself in a vast grassland, surrounded by a vibrant and colorful landscape. A mechanical voice resonated in her mind once more. Ding! Please complete the task. We are warriors. Completing the task will reward the trial participant with 200,000 star points. Although she had chosen no, she still found herself within the trial space, a tinge of annoyance creeping into her heart. Yet, the prospect of such a reward brought her joy. She had not anticipated such a high yield of star points this time, and notably, this reward comprised entirely of star points, devoid of any star coins. Reflecting on the star coins she had previously obtained, she realized she was still on Earth and pondered their significance. Nonetheless, this reward left her quite satisfied. Soon, her gaze was captivated by a group of individuals adorned in vibrant garments, scattered across the meadow as if engaged in some extraordinary form of training. Shen Xinghe rose to her feet, feeling her body both buoyant and powerful. Upon glancing down, she noticed she was clad in a similar multicolored outfit, which made her feel at one with this peculiar realm. The source of her lightness and strength stemmed from a formation inscribed upon the fabric. Though she did not comprehend its nature, she sensed the positive energy it harbored. She ran her fingers over the material, which was remarkably soft against her skin. Suddenly, a resounding voice pierced the tranquil atmosphere of the meadow. The individuals around her immediately responded with synchronized movements. Shen Xinghe reacted swiftly, standing tall with her feet together and arms naturally hanging at her sides. Indeed, no one faltered. The woman's voice echoed once more. Following this, a figure in even more vividly colored attire straightened her back, entering the collective's view. Once more, Shen Xinghe's gaze remained fixed ahead, poised to embrace the forthcoming directive. As the voice guided them, the entire scene seemed to illuminate like a vibrant painting. Shen Xinghe's eyes scanned her surroundings. Each person exhibited remarkable discipline and concentration. Their movements flowed seamlessly, as if refined through countless hours of training and practice. It was not until she heard the words disband that Shen Xinghe began to observe her environment, eager to uncover clues related to her task. Turning around, she discovered a magnificent structure standing at the meadow's edge. It was an immense training center, constructed from 5 distinct hues of stone, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding landscape. The building emanated a profound energy. Shen Xinghe gazed intently at the edifice. 10 minutes later, the woman's voice rang out again. Gather. The surrounding individuals promptly assembled. Shen Xinghe swiftly melded into the throng. As the woman's words faded, the group advanced in orderly fashion, their destination appearing to be the colorful building. As Shen Xinghe approached, a woman clad in vibrant clothing welcomed her. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom, exuding youthfulness and resolve. Next, I shall be your trainer, Nolan. Welcome to the Rainbow Training Center. The woman greeted with a smile. Her gaze was gentle yet unwavering as she continued. This is a unique training facility, and we are known as Rainbow Warriors. Our mission is to safeguard peace and hope. You have been chosen for your inner resilience and courage. Each of you harbors the potential to become a Rainbow Warrior. Upon passing your assessments, you will be assigned to one of the 5-star academies. So, prepare yourselves, aspiring Rainbow Warriors. You must strive earnestly. Shen Xinghe listened intently to Na Lin's words. This was a training ground, and they were Rainbow Warriors, thus the mission. We are warriors, resonated deeply within her. She observed the young woman at the forefront, who appeared approachable. Na Lin extended her hand, gently clasping that of the foremost warrior. Her voice brimmed with trust and encouragement. I believe you can accomplish this task. Your training is about to commence. In this vibrant world of rainbows, you shall encounter various challenges and trials that will hone both your body and spirit, transforming you into a true guardian. Are you prepared? Excellent. Now, I shall assign your assistant trainer. Those whose names are called, please step forward. Na Lin announced. Early on, Shen Xinghe noticed a tag on the corner of her garment. Sure enough, it was not long before she heard her name. Leah, present. Shen Xinghe responded loudly. There were 10 individuals in Shen Xinghe's group, each radiating vitality and enthusiasm. She followed the others as they sprinted in a singular direction. This shall be the dormitory for the 10 of you. Upon seeing the peeling paint on the door and the dilapidated walls surrounding it, the expressions of the group turned sour. The assistant trainer, noticing their discontent, approached the foremost individual and gently patted his shoulder. The conditions of this dormitory may not be ideal, but our focus lies upon training and growth. Here, you shall discover more about your own strength and potential, she encouraged. You have all exerted yourselves today. Rest now. And remember, adequate sleep is the key to maximizing your efforts, she said softly, a smile lingering in her eyes. I wish you all the best as you enter the 5 major military academies. With that, she departed. Someone pushed open the dormitory door. The atmosphere within was decidedly eerie. The wallpaper had peeled away, revealing faded bricks beneath. The floor was covered in an old carpet, marred by wrinkles and stains. The furniture appeared equally worn, with cracks marring the wooden tables and chairs, and the bed linens had lost their vibrancy. Chapter 89. Complaints about the dormitory. The lighting in the room was dim, with only a small window allowing a feeble ray of sunlight to filter in. This meager light cast peculiar shadows upon the walls. Shen Xinghe felt an oppressive aura enveloping the space, as though an indescribable energy permeated the air. Was this strange place? And are we truly expected to cohabitate like this, boys and girls together? The tall girl exclaimed in discontent. The group exchanged glances, and murmurs of dissatisfaction began to rise. The bald boy looked utterly defeated. The exterior had appeared shabby, but the interior was even more decrepit. How can we possibly endure in this wretched place? Shen Xinghe, however, swiftly selected a bed and settled down, observing those standing in the room. Complaining is of no use. It is better to secure a favorable position. Among the 10 of them, there was an equal ratio of 5 males and 5 females. There were also 2 bathrooms, from which an unpleasant odor wafted. Upon arriving at this training base, they had anticipated better accommodations and conditions, yet the sight of the dilapidated dormitory left them feeling disheartened. I can't take it anymore. I refuse to stay here. I want to withdraw from this selection, someone exclaimed, pinching their nose as they rushed outside. Following suit, 3 others hastily exited as well, leaving only 6 remaining. Among these 6 was the tall girl who had initially voiced her grievances. She scanned the room, refrained from further comments, and began tidying up her chosen bed. Shen Xinghe heard the tall girl quietly voicing her complaints, her face still displaying a look of dissatisfaction. Stealing a glance at the tall girl, Shen noted how she had instigated the grievances yet chose not to leave. A girl with a buzz cut cast a sidelong glance at the tall girl before addressing her roommates, stating, "Indeed, this dormitory appears to be in rather poor condition. However, we must not merely complain. We should strive to improve our surroundings. Let's first tidy up, clearing away the trash and clutter, and then explore ways to mend any damage." Those who were organizing their beds paused to listen to the buzz cut girl. "This is merely my suggestion. aimed at enhancing our future living environment. Of course, you are free to disregard my proposal, she added with a casual wave of her hand. A hush fell over the group, for the tall girl's words held a striking truth. Why should they be the ones to clean up first? We are here to undergo training. In the face of difficulties and discontent, we cannot simply grumble and retreat, but must take proactive steps. While this place may seem dilapidated, it still offers shelter from the elements and a space for rest. The voice belonged to their assistant trainer. Shen Xinghe remained composed in her bed. You must understand that true warriors endure conditions far worse than ours. If you cannot accept the current circumstances, what will you do in the future? Now, let us transform this dormitory into our home, a place where we can rest comfortably. The group watched as the assistant trainer stepped into the center of the dormitory, holding various cleaning tools. These 4 students may choose to leave, but we cannot enter or exit freely. They must decide for themselves. Shen sneakily glanced at her 9 roommates, noticing their grim expressions upon hearing those words. Did leaving entail some consequence? Shen pondered. Now, does anyone still wish to exit? It seems these 4 students have reconsidered. They do not wish to leave anymore, the assistant trainer said gently. Her gaze scanned the 10 individuals, and upon seeing no one else wanting to leave, she nodded in satisfaction. In that case, let us unite in cleaning up. Together, we shall tidy our dormitory. The assistant trainer placed the cleaning supplies on the ground and spoke softly. By the way, here are small night lights for you. Darkness is not absolute, and light may bring you hope. This enigmatic statement left the 10 bewildered, uncertain of its meaning. The assistant trainer placed 10 small night lights on a worn-out table. The night lights were unremarkable, clearly having been used for quite some time. The group dismissed the items, believing their own lighting tools to be superior. However, Shen Xinghe stepped forward, picked up a night light, and placed it on her bed. The others began to whisper amongst themselves about her actions. It was only after the assistant trainer had left for half an hour that the group finally began to move. Yet silence reigned, and the atmosphere in the dormitory felt exceedingly oppressive. The roommates commenced their cleaning endeavors, collectively tidying up the dormitory, disposing of refuse, and organizing their beds and personal belongings. The girl with a buzz cut proposed a division of labor, with some individuals tasked with cleaning while others focused on repairs. They procured basic tools and endeavored to mend the damaged areas. After considerable effort, the condition of the dormitory improved, though it still fell short of luxurious accommodations. It had at least become significantly tidier and more comfortable. The roommates felt a sense of satisfaction, which prompted them to engage in conversation. This space is not too shabby now, remarked the bald boy. You wouldn't believe it, but when we approached the trainer's office, we could hear commotion and sounds of a scuffle. Upon entering, we discovered only the trainers and a heap of ashes strewn across the floor. He clutched his chest, visibly frightened, and whispered, "It seems those students involved in the altercation have been silenced." After entering, we dared not act too brazenly. We merely voiced our grievances about the dorm environment, and the assistant trainer suggested that we could withdraw. Shen Xinghe listened intently, her expression inscrutable. The bald boy's words conveyed a wealth of information, suggesting that this place was far from ideal. The rumors indicate that this is no place for people. It's best not to provoke the trainers here, the buzz-cut girl interjected, making a slashing gesture across her throat. A hush fell over the group. The earlier impulsiveness of the 4 now replaced by a palpable tension. Shen Xinghe furrowed her brows. The current environment felt perilous. The identity of the challengers remained uncertain, and the tasks ahead were increasingly ambiguous. As levels escalated, so too did the challenges. Chapter 90. Nocturnal Dreams. As night descended, the inhabitants of the dormitory, having completed their evening rituals, succumbed to slumber. Shen Xinghe, fatigued from a day of training, felt her eyelids grow heavier. She lay upon her bed, gradually drifting into a deep sleep. However, as time passed, the atmosphere within the dormitory grew increasingly eerie. A faint sound emerged, akin to someone gently tapping on the window. Shen Xinghe's drowsiness was shattered. She opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, realizing that her roommates seemed oblivious to the noise. Driven by curiosity, Shen Xinghe resolved to investigate. She quietly vacated her bed and tiptoed toward the window. Peering through the glass, she beheld a shadowy figure standing beneath the dormitory, illuminated by the moonlight. A chill coursed through her, yet her curiosity compelled her to continue observing. The figure appeared to writhe continuously, resembling a slow and grotesque dancer. Her heart raced, an inexplicable fear gripping her. Suddenly, the figure lifted its head, two hollow eye sockets fixating directly on Shen Xinghe. A profound sense of dread enveloped her, as if the gaze of those eyes foretold impending misfortune. The atmosphere within the dormitory grew ever more sinister, a chilling aura pervading the room. Shen Xinghe felt ensnared in a nightmare from which she could not escape. At that moment, the door swung open abruptly, revealing a pallid face at the threshold, an expression of malevolent glee glimmering in its eyes. Shen Xinghe's heart nearly ceased to beat. A palpable sense of dread enveloped the entire dormitory as Shen Xinghe's helpless screams echoed, yet her voice seemed ensnared, unable to break free. A heavy feeling of impending crisis pulsated within her. Overcome by fear and despair, her heart raced, and her mind swirled with chaotic thoughts. She realized that she must swiftly discover a means of escape, lest she confront a perilous fate. Suddenly, an intense chill surged through her body, rendering her muscles immobile. A mysterious force seemed to envelop her, as if unseen hands were manipulating her every move. "Leah, give me back my life," a hoarse voice hissed, icy and spine-chilling. A pair of emaciated, obsidian hands reached towards her, and despite her efforts to evade them, she found herself ensnared. Soon, the pale figure before her tightened its grip around her neck. "Leo, D. In her despair, Shen Xinghe summoned every ounce of concentration, striving to unearth any clues that could aid her escape. "No, I'm Shen Xinghe, not Leah. Where has my ability gone?" Suddenly, she recalled the parting gift from her assistant trainer. "Do not fear the darkness. It is not real. Light may bring you hope." The night light, with all her strength, she broke free from the skeletal grasp. Her night light lay atop her bedside table. But where was it? She searched frantically, overturning everything in her path, yet it remained elusive. Fortunately, the gaunt figure had not entered her room. Sweat dripped from her forehead as she began to scour the dormitory. While rummaging beneath her bed, a low growl reverberated through the air, reminiscent of a roar from the depths of hell. She lifted her gaze to discover a swirling black smoke coalescing into a humanoid shape before her, exuding an aura of malevolence and harboring boundless malice in its eyes. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely turned away from the forming figure, realizing that the night light might be her sole beacon of hope. Continuing her search, she ultimately found her cherished item in the corner beneath her bed, the nightlight. Seizing it swiftly, she activated the light, and a brilliant glow erupted, infusing her with a mysterious energy. Her body felt buoyant, and her mind began to clear. The radiance illuminated the entire dormitory, causing the sinister apparition to gradually dissipate until it vanished entirely. Shen Xinghe exhaled in relief. Upon closing her eyes and reopening them, she noticed her surroundings had shifted. Her roommates, who had been motionless moments before, were now gasping for breath. She looked over to find several of them clutching their own necks tightly with their hands, their faces already turning a shade of blue. The girl with the buzz cut had opened her eyes wide, panting heavily, remnants of terror still lingering within her gaze. Their eyes met, and after a brief moment of surprise, she nodded in acknowledgement. The buzz-cut girl quickly leaped from her bed, retrieving the battered night light from the table and placing it upon the chest of a nearby boy. Shen Xinghe observed the two remaining night lights on the dilapidated table, yet made no move to take them. The girl with a buzz cut observed the boy's physical transformation, believing he would awaken immediately. However, her actions only rendered the boy, who was already struggling and had a bluish complexion, completely motionless. Terrified, she desperately shook his body, yet mere seconds passed, and his faint breath ceased. Initially intending to help, she inadvertently caused harm. The tall girl gradually awakened from her slumber, hearing the unsettling words. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she remarked, "No one can assist. The nightlight can only function within dreams." The buzz-cut girl collapsed to the ground, soft sobs escaping her lips. One by one, others began to awaken, while some would never awaken again. A heavy silence enveloped the dormitory, as everyone refrained from speaking, still seemingly trapped within that horrifying nightmare. Now you all see, the training here is truly a matter of life and death. We must escape. We must flee this place, the tall girl cried. Shen Xinghe lay with her back to the group, her attention drawn to the tall girl. It was this girl who took the lead again. The others who had awakened were no longer naive enough to believe this was merely a dream. How can we escape? Do you even know what lies beyond? Questioned the boy with a shaved head, his face devoid of color, despair evident in his eyes. Tears filled the tall girl's gaze as she looked up at him. Perhaps there's a way to escape? How will we know if we do not try? Must we remain here, enduring these horrors? Instantly, others joined the discussion, their voices rising within the dormitory. Only Shen Xinghe and the buzzcut girl, still beside the boy's lifeless body, remained silent. Chapter 91. Night Training. Gather, gather. A stern voice echoed through the broadcast. Panic surged among the frightened individuals. At that moment, the assistant trainer appeared at the dormitory entrance, casting a calm glance over the scene. 3 corpses lay exposed in her view. Not bad. 7 have survived, she said gently, yet her words ignited anger. Clearly, the assistant trainer was aware of what had transpired, yet she offered no warning. She allowed them to experience terror, even death. She continued, "Put on your rainbow uniforms." The command was imbued with authority, silencing those who were on the verge of questioning. The buzzcut girl struggled to accept that she had indirectly caused a death. Her fists remained tightly clenched, her gaze fixed on a corpse. Let me remind you once more, this is the Rainbow Training Center. It is not your home. Here, you must obey all orders. The assistant trainer stood tall, and upon finishing, blew into a horn at her chest. A resounding sound echoed forth. In 30 seconds, follow me outside. The group hurriedly donned their attire. Even the buzzcut girl, engulfed in sorrow, began to move. 30 seconds later, the assistant trainer began to move, her feet rushing downstairs, with the others trailing closely behind. As Shen Xinghe passed by a dormitory, she noticed a few piles of ash within, and her gaze darkened. A dense crowd gathered in the open space, their shadows engulfing the ground, as if a heavy shroud of darkness enveloped the area. The vibrant lights of a rainbow cascaded down from the towering edifices above, illuminating the faces of the gathered individuals, yet casting an eerie atmosphere. A sense of unease stirred within Shen Xinghe. She perceived a conspicuous reduction in the number of people present. But what unnerved her even more was the peculiar aura emanating from the trainers. Stealing a glance at their assistant trainer, she noted a similar demeanor. "Congratulations. You have passed tonight's trial, bringing you one step closer to becoming Rainbow Warriors," Nalin proclaimed from an elevated platform, surveying the crowd with a smile. "Tonight's gathering is designed to fortify your willpower. Your assistant trainers will now provide you with the illusion bands. Prepare to commence formal training," Nalin elaborated. The assistant trainers, previously resembling wooden mannequins, regained their human semblance, their eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. In their hands appeared several red bands. Shen Xinghe accepted one, inscribed with words, "Tie it around your head and be sure to secure it tightly." Whispers rippled through the crowd. They had already come to grasp the terrifying nature of the Rainbow Training Center that evening. Receiving the red band felt akin to accepting a death warrant. Like a death band. "This place is too frightening," they murmured. Nalin gently interjected, "Silence, please. To become a Rainbow Warrior, you must embody courage and strength. You have 1 minute to don the illusion bands, or dire consequences will ensue." The severity of these consequences remained unknown, and no one dared to speculate. Shen Xinghe fastened the illusion band around her head. In the next moment, she found herself standing by a pond, where a breathtaking scene unfolded before her. The water was crystal clear, and a gentle breeze caressed the surface, creating ripples. Several vibrant flowers floated at the center of the pond, resembling a meticulously crafted painting. Among them stood a magnificent blue flower, distinct from the ordinary blooms. Its petals mirrored the hues of the sky, serene and translucent. As the breeze danced, the blue flower swayed gently, as if engaged in a waltz with nature. Captivated by this beauty, Shen Xinghe felt the power and splendor of the natural world. This unexpected tableau filled her with delight. She had anticipated entering a training ground, yet instead encountered such exquisite scenery. Despite the alluring landscape devoid of any immediate threats, she remained cautious, aware of the potential presence of mutated plants. Suddenly, a loud croak echoed, causing her heart to race as she anxiously scanned her surroundings for the source of the sound. To her astonishment, she discovered that she was no longer bound by gravity. Her body floated in mid-air, seemingly buoyed by an enigmatic force. Concurrently, a colossal frog emerged from the pond, its massive and robust physique exuding an aura of terror. A colossal mouth gaped wide, revealing a long, sinuous tongue, while the frog's eyes appeared frozen in place, motionless, evoking an uncanny sensation. Shen Xinghe's body instantly filled with tension as she scrutinized her surroundings, feeling as though her entire being was ensnared by a great blue flower. She was acutely aware that should the frog's tongue ensnare her, the consequences would be dire. The formidable tongue of the frog extended towards her with remarkable swiftness and agility, resembling a viscous whip intent on capturing her. In a heartbeat, Shen Xinghe's instincts kicked in. She evaded like a nimble leopard, striving to dodge the onslaught of the frog's tongue. Her eyes fixated on every movement of the appendage, her body twisting, bending, and leaping with grace to maximize her avoidance of its reach. In that moment, she resembled a soaring mosquito, albeit one confined to a limited space. Each advance of the tongue sent a chill coursing through her body taut and her nerves heightened. Her thoughts sharpened into clarity as she continuously adapted her movements and posture, evading the frog's tongue within the narrowest confines. Her swift reflexes and coordination enabled her to execute precise decisions and maneuvers in a fleeting instant. Gradually, she discerned a vulnerability in the frog. Despite the astonishing speed of its tongue, its eyes remained fixed, as if anchored in place. She focused intently on the frog's gaze, observing its actions. She realized that the frog's line of sight seemed restricted to a singular direction, and the range of its tongue's attack was limited. Swiftly, she devised a plan for escape. Shen Xinghe awaited the opportune moment. As the frog's tongue surged forth once more, she deftly evaded to the side and rear. Utilizing the frog's blind spot, she artfully dodged the assault of the tongue. Her body glided through the air like a lithe leopard, agile and swift. In the intervals between the frog's tongue attacks, she summoned all her strength, leaping toward the rear of the frog, her fist aimed at its head, delivering a powerful blow. In an instant, the frog's head exploded. Chapter 92. Discovering the enemy, a cascade of colorful lights followed, compelling her to squint, the metallic scent of blood lingering in her nostrils. The abrupt shift between two environments strained her spirit, leaving her with a profound sense of fatigue. Shen Xinghe covertly observed the individuals in the training field. The people surrounding her exhibited a peculiar, dazed state, as if bound by some unseen force that stifled their thoughts and actions. Their gazes were vacant, their bodies rigid, resembling living statues. She understood that these individuals remained entrapped in an illusion, realizing that none beside her had awakened, prompting her own vigilance to heighten. Shen Xinghe cautiously remained in place, refraining from any errant movements. Her gaze intermittently swept across every corner of the training ground. She noted the thick layer of dust accumulated on the ground, forming a gray ocean. The areas where the dust had settled seemed to indicate where others had recently stood. Yet those individuals had vanished, as if they had melded into this somber expanse. Suddenly, a chill swept over, sending a shiver down Shen Xinghe's spine. Her gaze fell upon a pile of dust on the ground before her, where a member of the training camp had once stood. Now, that individual had vanished, leaving behind only a mound of ashes. Silently, and without a trace, they had transformed into mere remnants, as if what Shen Xinghe had witnessed was but a figment of her imagination. Her heart raced, and a wave of terror surged from the depths of her being. She understood that she was entrenched in peril. Without strength or caution, she too could easily become a heap of ashes. The trainers began their descent. Carrying a box that they placed atop the ashes, causing them to instantly disappear. Shen Xinghe dared not glance around carelessly, fearing that she might be discovered by the trainers at any moment. Time slipped by unnoticed until the others finally regained consciousness. Nalin's voice rang out once more. Congratulations on completing the training. We shall now distribute a reward. Please allow the assistant trainer to present it to you. Shen Xinghe surveyed her small team, noting that only 4 members had survived: the tall girl, the girl with a buzz cut, the bald boy, and herself. Although the prospect of a reward was announced, the group's enthusiasm was notably subdued, having just survived a harrowing ordeal, their eyes hardly resting on the assistant trainer. This is a reward for aspiring rainbow warriors. I trust you will find it enjoyable, Nalin said gently. Shen Xinghe received a small screen, tapping it to illuminate the display. How to advance from level 6 to level 10. At present, she was merely at level 6 of her abilities, and the prospect of reaching level 10 felt distant. Could it be that some of you believe your powers are insufficient, still far from level 10? Nalin spoke slowly. However, I must inform you that what you hold is a recent invention of ours. If you begin practicing around level 6, advancing to level 10 will be effortless. The group remained silent, yet their expressions revealed their excitement. Nalin beamed, exclaiming, "Excellent. You all recognize the value of this." She continued, "You are free to engage in activities for the remainder of your time. Training resumes tomorrow afternoon." As her words echoed, the assistant trainers gathered together, and Nalin led them away into the distance. Only when they were out of sight did the others collapse onto the ground. The bald boy clutched the screen, his face a mixture of terror and delight. Shen Xinghe could even hear his murmured exclamations. "This is amazing. Truly amazing." After thoroughly examining the content on the screen, Shen Xinghe realized it contained a training method. An hour later, individuals began to leave the training ground gradually. Shen Xinghe, utterly fatigued, felt the weight of exhaustion from the evening's mental strain and tension. Just as she was about to head towards the dormitory, she noticed the tall girl was not proceeding in the direction of the dorms, but rather heading toward a concealed location. Having already harbored doubts about the tall girl, Shen Xinghe's suspicions deepened upon witnessing her furtive behavior, solidifying her resolve not to follow her towards the dormitory. Despite feeling utterly exhausted, Shen Xinghe resolved to follow the tall girl. She cautiously maintained her distance, ever vigilant to avoid detection. The tall girl wielded a flashlight, casually flashing it towards the sky a few times, then nonchalantly performed a series of movements, seemingly indifferent to the throngs of people nearby who paid her no mind. Shortly thereafter, a boy appeared before the tall girl, causing Shen Xinghe's body to momentarily freeze. The tall girl and the boy ventured into a shadowy area, with Shen Xinghe stealthily trailing behind. She navigated the darkness with utmost care, striving to make no sound that might alert them. Although fatigue weighed heavily upon her, she persistently followed the tall girl and the boy. She observed as they halted before an unremarkable doorway, finding a concealed spot near a wall. She continued to scrutinize their every move. Finally, "I see you. I thought you were dead," the tall girl teased. The boy cast her a sideways glance, retorting, "That should be my line to you. Have you even considered your own abilities? Even if you were dead, I would still be here." The tall girl's expression soured at his words. She shot him a piercing look and remarked, "You still care about yourself. Unlike you, I've been seeking out a few martial masters during my time on Earth." Shen Xinghe's heart raced. She had just overheard the term Earth. These two were supernatural beings, and furthermore, extraterrestrial entities on Earth. The boy replied coolly, "Let us dispense with the trivialities. You sought me out for collaboration, didn't you? Collaboration? The difficulty of this trial space is insurmountable alone. One cannot emerge safely on their own," the tall girl asserted. "Indeed," the boy acknowledged. The tall girl, undeterred by his demeanor, continued, "Moreover, our advantages are quite apparent. The trial participants do not know each other. They cannot collaborate. And even if they discover we are trial participants, they will remain oblivious to our connection." "Agreed. May our partnership be fruitful," he replied. The two seemed disinclined to continue their discussion. Shen Xinghe watched as they departed from her hidden vantage point. Not long after their exit, she set off in a different direction, intent on discovering whether participants could engage in lethal confrontations. Chapter 93. Arrival on Earth. Shen Xinghe lay on her dormitory bed, having just learned that there were no prohibitions against lethal confrontations here. The past several days have been a hellish ordeal of training, granting only 8 hours of respite, with no pause at any other time. The number of individuals who had vanished was steadily increasing, among whom were trial participants. While the past few days had been torturous, Shen Xinghe had gleaned a wealth of knowledge during her training, mastering various military weapons of interstellar origin. On this day, the weary individuals once again gathered at the training ground. Nalin's voice was gentle yet inspiring. You are all exceptional. After enduring 7 days of training, I have witnessed courage, perseverance, and wisdom in each of you. You have all become qualified prospective rainbow warriors. Today marks the final training session. Should you all succeed, you shall become the rainbow warriors. A glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of the crowd as they prepared to bid farewell to this arduous training. No longer did they resent Nalin's gentle voice. An hour later, they found themselves in a dense forest. Today's mission: to survive. With that, Nalin departed alongside the assistant trainer, leaving the group exchanging glances in bewilderment. Before long, they dispersed, sensing the ominous presence surrounding them. Beasts, various formidable creatures of advanced rank. Shen Xinghe leapt atop a grand tree, observing the chaos of battle unfolding below, where both beasts and humans clashed. She caught sight of a tall girl and boy engaged in combat. A spark ignited in her eyes, seizing the opportunity while they contended with a level 7 beast. She directed her mental energy towards them. With the sound of 2 notifications from the system, both individuals fell. She garnered 250,000 star points, elevating her rank to 300. The star points they possessed surpassed the rewards of this trial. Shen Xinghe bit her lip, apprehensive that she might unwittingly tread the path of slaughtering extraterrestrial beings. Descending from the tree, she eliminated the beast before rummaging through the duo's storage devices. A smile crept across her face as she discovered an abundance of weapons, all of high caliber, indicating that these two held a significant standing among the aliens. Just then, a man's voice interrupted her thoughts. Shen Xinghe furrowed her brow. She had sensed another presence nearby, but she was taken aback to see someone familiar emerge from behind the tree. The man stood tall and composed, his steps steady. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating his profound gaze. A smile adorned his face, yet his eyes bore an unsettling aura. When he called her name, his voice carried a familiar, slightly husky timbre. Shen Xinghe's brow furrowed further, her eyes reflecting a hint of wariness. Xiao Ke. Xiao Ke. Her pupils dilated in surprise. She had not anticipated encountering him here. Had he not already reached level 6? Why had he not advanced since then? It seemed her own powers were indeed escalating rapidly. Xiao Ke was not surprised by Shen Xinghe's swift enhancement, for not long ago, Accusations had informed him of her progress. You possess a familiar power. His gaze was charged with intensity. What power? Shen Xinghe stepped back, noting that Xiao Ke no longer exhibited the shyness he had during their first encounter. Essence and soul. The mention of those words sent a jolt through her heart. From his words, it seemed Accusations had not disclosed the existence of the essence and soul crystals to him. Yet Xiao Ke was aware of their significance. How do you know these two? She inquired. They are enemies of our family. Had it not been for Shen Xinghe saving his life previously, he would have charged into battle without hesitation. In an instant, Shen Xinghe comprehended the source of the murderous intent emanating from Xiao Ke. She promptly remarked, the crystal core of essence and soul. I obtained it within the trial space. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ke's aura of hostility immediately diminished. However, Shen Xinghe continued, I cannot part with it. I have no interest in their possessions. I am no longer part of the Wu Ke family, Xiao Ke declared as she leaped onto a large tree, followed by Shen Xinghe. We are bound for another planet. His gaze flickered momentarily, casting a profound glance at Shen Xinghe. After I left, I sought you out, yet I could not find you. This may be our final meeting, as I have already boarded a spacecraft to another planet. Shen Xinghe remained composed, leaning against a branch. Earth? Xiao Ke frowned, surprised that Shen Xinghe was aware of this. Weren't you secluded in the deep mountains? How could you possibly know this? I overheard the two trial participants. Who are you accompanying? Those from the Star Alliance organization. Members of the prominent families, he replied succinctly, causing Shen Xinghe to narrow her eyes. What is your purpose there? I have heard there are abundant treasures, and humanity still exists on Earth. Their mental powers evolve rapidly. We intend to explore, perhaps to establish a new interstellar community. You may be unaware, but our planet can only sustain itself for another 500 years. This information has only recently been disclosed. We are not here to assist the Simon family in punishing the Zhu family. Shen Xinghe's heart sank at the implication that they intended to seize Earth. Externally calm, she nodded, while internally she was engulfed in turmoil. Suddenly, an unusual noise emanated from the forest, prompting both individuals to become alert as they turned towards the source of the sound. A monstrous creature emerged from the shadows of the trees, its massive form cloaked in heavy scales, eyes gleaming with a fierce red light. The beast emitted a deep, rumbling roar, as if proclaiming its authority and strength. An initial level 8 class creature. The two swiftly reacted, leaping down from the tree in search of cover. They immediately drew their weapons, and in the heat of battle, Xiao Ke distinctly sensed the power within Shen Xinghe, the fusion of essence and soul with her innate strength unleashing formidable energy. Although they had never fought together before, their cooperation was seamless. Despite sustaining severe injuries, they ultimately succeeded in slaying the creature. Ding! Congratulations, trial participant. Task completed. Ding! Congratulations, trial participant. You have earned 150,000 star points. The star point marketplace has been refreshed. Would you like to exchange for goods? Shen Xinghe furrowed her brow, realizing the aliens were approaching and intended to dominate Earth. Without hesitation, she exchanged her points for genetic vaccines and spent additional points to refresh the marketplace. Chapter 94. A reunion of siblings. A woman stepped forward in disbelief. Xinghe, you're alive. Shen Xinghe's gaze met that of the woman. Her hair was disheveled, streaked with gray. She is her stepmother, also the biological mother of Shen Xinghe. Although her stepmother is only in her 40s, she appears to be as old as a venerable elder. Their relationship is not particularly warm, yet it is not hostile either, primarily due to Shen Xinghe's presence. Upon catching sight of her stepmother from a distance, her heart raced with excitement, for it indicated that her brother was nearby. Where's Xinghe? Shen Xinghe hurriedly approached her stepmother. Shen's stepmother was filthy, her typically refined face now smudged with dirt, save for her eyes, which were filled with tears. Xinghe has been taken by aliens, she cried, as if she had found her anchor amidst chaos. Shen Xinghe's eyes seemed to be encased in frost, radiating a chilling light. Her gaze turned cold and sharp, as if it could crystallize the moisture in the air. The atmosphere around her shifted, the temperature plummeting dramatically, enveloped in a palpable chill that sent shivers through those nearby. Where are they taken? Her icy voice compelled one to instinctively retreat a few steps. Shen's stepmother wiped her tears and quickly replied, "They said the aliens are at the provincial headquarters." She elaborated on the specific location, desperate to extract any information regarding her son from the aliens. Shen Xinghe raised her hand, gesturing in the air. You and my companion should find a safe place first. I will go rescue Xinghe. Shen's stepmother was momentarily taken aback. She knew Shen Xinghe was formidable now, yet concern creased her brow. Shouldn't I help in some way? There's strength in numbers. No, just ensure your own safety, Shen Xinghe replied coolly. Feeling a wave of shame, Shen's stepmother lowered her head and said, I'm sorry. I previously disliked your aloof demeanor and failed to fulfill my duties as a stepmother. There is no need for apologies. You owe me nothing, and thus, kindness is not required, Shen Xinghe interjected. Yang Fanfan arrived swiftly, riding the time wheel. Boss, what are your orders? He curiously eyed the disheveled woman before him. Shen Xinghe motioned for Yang Fanfan to step aside, then handed him a storage device. This contains genetic vaccines. Administer them to the people in Greenery Villa. Yang Fanfan stared intently at the storage device, wondering where the boss had procured such items. It also contained peculiar weapons. Benefactor, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Benefactor, can you take us with you? The food here is scarce, and the aliens consume their own synthesized nutrients. We have been oppressed for too long and lack the strength to fight off the zombies outside. This was a young leader rallying against the aliens, and Shen Xinghe recognized him. Yang Fan nodded in agreement. 2 days later, Simon Chue followed closely behind Shen Xinghe. The reason for his presence was his knowledge of the Zhu family, which would aid them in navigating certain sites belonging to the Zhu clan. They found themselves outside a large shopping mall. Miss Shen Xinghe, there are sensors inside. We will be detected if we approach, Simon Chue cautioned. Shen Xinghe smiled faintly as she produced 2 cards, trophies from her recent conquest of a man and a woman within the trial space. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were entry permits belonging to the Zhu family. Simon was taken aback, exclaiming, "How did you acquire this?" A moment later, he recalled Shen Xinghe's formidable prowess, his eyes lighting up with admiration. She had indeed defeated the leader of the Zhu family. In a secluded corner, Shen Xinghe had also donned a different guise, a gift from Vidasi, which now proved quite advantageous. Cloaked in green, she and Simon nonchalantly entered the Zhu family's provincial headquarters. Inside, the aliens lounged idly, while the Earthlings toiled busily. These humans were more efficient than our robots, obediently following commands without question. Disobedience, however, was met with swift punishment, a sentiment that echoed in Shen Xinghe's ears. She surveyed her surroundings. Some Earthlings were sweeping, others polishing shoes, and a few were prostrated on the ground, being prodded by an alien. The expressions of these human laborers were vacant, their eyes devoid of life, shackled by blue straps. "Hold it together," Simon whispered, wary of Shen Xinghe's potential impulsiveness. She nodded and set her gaze toward a door marked laboratory. Upon turning a corner, she spotted a pale boy, stripped to the waist, with his hands bound. The other end of the rope was held by a blue-skinned girl with twin ponytails. A surge of rage coursed through Shen Xinghe. The boy was none other than her brother, Shen Xinghe. "Execute the plan," she murmured to Simon, who instinctively recoiled at the chill in her voice. He acquiesced and moved aside. "You owe your freedom to me, and now you shall serve," the girl commanded, pointing to her shoes on the ground. "Lace them up for me." The boy remained motionless. The girl, incensed, exclaimed, "Is this how you repay my kindness? Everyone else is grateful." She offered him one last chance. "Tie my shoelaces." Finally, unable to endure his indifference, the girl yanked the rope, sending the boy crashing to the ground. Blood spilling from his mouth, yet his expression remained stoic. "Huh, you refuse to listen to gentler words, so I must resort to this." Before she could finish her taunt, her head rolled from her shoulders. Shen Xingmeow's eyes widened in shock. A swift figure darted forward, enveloping him in an embrace. "Sister, sister," he exclaimed, his voice brimming with emotion as he recognized her. His sister was alive, yet confusion washed over him. Was this not an alien? How could its voice so closely resemble that of his sister? Chapter 95. "Oh no, it's me." Shen Xinghe softly spoke as she lifted Shen Xingmeow from the ground. Shen Xingmeow clutched her hand tightly. Indeed, it was his sister. She was alive. "Sister." His eyes brimmed with tears in an instant. Beep, 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 the sound echoed around them. Shen Xinghe recognized this as the chaos orchestrated by Simon, urging her to exit with him. Uncertain if the aliens outside were planning a united assault on humanity, she realized that utilizing the aliens' power to eliminate some of their own was a fleeting opportunity. The leisurely aliens within the mall were startled by the commotion. At that moment, the unmistakable sounds of weaponry clashing emerged from outside. An enemy attack. It was the Simon family. The Zhu family members screamed in terror. "Come here. I've captured someone, but I can't get out." Shen Xinghe heard Simon's voice in her ear. Focusing on the direction of the sound, she immediately scooped up Shen Xingmeow and dashed toward Simon's location. Shen Xingmeow felt a sudden weightlessness, and the next moment he found himself enveloped in his sister's embrace. His sister was an extraordinary being. Shen Xingmeow rejoiced. This meant she had not suffered during the apocalypse, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Outside her room stood a throng of anxious aliens. "Simon, how dare you take my son?" If he has even the slightest injury, I will not let you off lightly." An elegantly dressed alien woman shrieked, adorned with a lavish hat. Simon remained unfazed, casually wielding a small dagger toward the chubby boy. "Zhu Qiqing, why are you shouting? Is it permissible for you to send your people to attack us? Yet I cannot come to retrieve your son? Hand over half of your military weaponry, and I shall release him." The cold sensation of the dagger pierced the boy's mind. "Mom, help me! Save me!" The frightened boy yelled, terror-stricken. This alarmed Zhu Qiqing, who hastily instructed her subordinates to prepare. Observing the blood trickling from her son's head, Zhu Qiqing lost her composure. Her son was her life. "Do not harm him. I will prepare." Shen Xinghe concealed herself, and Shen Xinghe in the shadows, seeking an opportunity for a surprise attack. Before long, a ring adorned Simon's hand, his captivating eyes glinting with provocation. "Once I step outside, I will return your son." Zhu Qiqing's fury ignited. "Simon, you are not to be trusted. I have already delivered what you demanded, yet you still refuse to release my son." Blood continued to flow from the chubby boy's forehead, and Zhu Qiqing suppressed her rage. "Fine, I will let you go. Everyone step back." The moment Simon exited, Zhu Qiqing discreetly signaled her subordinates. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted, and the Zhu family members sprang into action. Zhu Qiqing fumed, who acted prematurely. "I merely instructed them to be prepared." Shen Xinghe harnessed her mental prowess to reap the lives of the Zhu family's members. She was not idle with her hands either, directing her weaponry towards them. Soon, the entrance transformed into a scene of chaos. Simon pulled the chubby boy in front of him as he sprinted towards the exit. What? It's not just Simon who has infiltrated the base. Other members of the Simon family are here too. Realizing this, Zhu Qiqing swiftly switched to another weapon. Shen Xinghe seized a firearm and aimed it at Zhu Qiqing, who was orchestrating the chaos among the aliens. This woman was exceedingly malevolent, conducting experiments on Earthlings. No body of the Earthlings had emerged unscathed from their laboratory, except for him. Bang! Zhu Qiqing collapsed to the ground. Shen Xinghe glanced at Shen Xinghe. Although he had acted, he had failed to strike a fatal blow to the wretched woman. He noticed a ghastly gash on her neck. "Sister, there are even more formidable foes here." Shen Xinghe nodded, drawing forth an alien weapon and surveying the remaining members of the Zhu family. Observing her sister's calm demeanor, Shen Xinghe felt his anxiety dissipate. At that moment, the members of the Simon family finally breached the premises, flooding in. Ding! Earned 100 star points. Ding! Earned 10,000 star points. Ding! As the notifications of star points echoed her mind, her ranking continued to ascend. Upon seeing the Simon family enter, Shen Xinghe did not relent. She would not allow the living members of the Zhu family to fall into their hands. Only the dead would be spared from battle. Shen Xinghe, consumed by rage, recalled how his acquaintances had been slaughtered by the aliens in ways too horrific to describe. He could not forgive the extraterrestrials. After a fierce battle, Shen Xinghe amassed a staggering 500,000 star points, placing her at rank 78. Simon Chui wiped the blood from his face and approached Shen Xinghe. Shen Xinghe aimed his weapon at Simon Chui's head, but Shen Xinghe intervened. Through her explanation, Shen Xinghe finally comprehended that not all aliens were united in their endeavors. "Miss Shen Xinghe, you are quite impressive," Simon Chui remarked. He had already discerned that Shen Xinghe possessed two distinct abilities. Shen Xinghe regarded him with an expressionless gaze. "Rest assured, I shall not divulge your secrets. By the universe's oath, I, Simon Chui, would never act in a manner that would harm Miss Shen Xinghe," he stated earnestly. He was not afraid of her. Rather, he admired her, believing such a woman should not suffer even a scratch. Shen Xinghe was slightly taken aback, not expecting such a declaration from Simon Chui. Shen Xinghe observed intently, feeling a sense of unease at the way the alien regarded his sister. Could it be that he was captivated by her beauty? "Sister, where is Su Mo?" he inquired deliberately. Shen Xinghe briefly recounted the recent events, omitting certain details that should remain unspoken. Trust, after all, was a fragile thing. Shen Xinghe clenched his fists, I'm sorry, sister. I failed to protect you." His guilt weighed heavily upon him, and tears fell one by one to the ground. His sister had never given up searching for him, while he had wallowed in despair, believing her to be dead. Why had he not trusted that she was alive and sought her out? He truly was not a good brother. Shen Xinghe gently patted his head. "It's all in the past. We must look towards the future." Simon Chui continued to frown, having not anticipated the extent of Shen Xinghe's suffering. Shen Xinghe stepped forward slightly, surreptitiously grasping the hem of Shen Xinghe's garment. Though this extraterrestrial possesses an appealing visage, one cannot ascertain whether he is akin to Summer, a man who should not be trusted lightly. Moreover, this individual hails from another world. Chapter 96. The true master Shen Xinghe declined, expressing a preference for exploring her surroundings. It was unfeasible for her to accompany Simon at this juncture. The alien army was imminent, and she needed to rally others and seek weaponry. Interstellar beings will always remain so. While the Simon family currently harbors no malice towards Earthlings, the future may tell a different tale. Shen Xinghe nodded earnestly, affirming that he must protect his sister. He smiled, reassuring her that she required no other guardians. A warmth spread through Shen Xinghe's heart as she affectionately ruffled Shen Xinghe's hair. "I appreciate your help, Earthlings," Shen Xinghe remarked. In comparison to the extraterrestrials, she lacked superior medical resources to aid the tormented Earth inhabitants. For the time being, entrusting their care to Simon was the more prudent choice. After parting ways with Simon, Shen Xinghe and Shen Xinghe ventured to the neighboring province. The weaponry of the aliens was truly enticing. The star points she possessed were to be exchanged for genetic vaccines, rendering the acquisition of equipment impossible in the short term. Hence, she endeavored to procure alien weaponry. 2 months elapsed, and Shen Xinghe amassed an increasing arsenal. Though her star points had dwindled entirely, spent on genetic vaccines, a novice level 4 energy ability. Quite impressive, she praised her brother, observing his remarkable progress. 2 months prior, he had been a novice level 3 energy wielder. Now, he had ascended to level 4, capable of engaging extraterrestrials in combat. Shen Xinghe scratched his head, feeling bashful under her praise. "Sister, I feel undeserving of your accolades. Your mental energy ability has reached novice level 7. Siste, yema truli dalicta." He felt content knowing his mother was in a safe location and that he was with his beloved sister. "Sure." Shen Xinghe signaled for silence. Instantly, Shen Xinghe grew tense. Aliens. 5 extraterrestrials emerged from around the corner, accompanied by 3 Earthlings, their hands bound. Shen Xinghe frowned, recognizing them as individuals from Greenery Manor, led by the Gauchi family. Without hesitation, Shen Xinghe retrieved a weapon from her storage device and aimed at one of the aliens. As it fell, she swiftly targeted the remaining 4. The Gauchi family, upon spotting Shen Xinghe, was visibly astonished. "Xinghe, how wonderful to see you here. What led to your capture?" "Master, you have rescued us once again," a man nearby expressed gratefully. "The aliens are hunting for Earthlings, and we are powerless against them." Without awaiting Shen Xinghe's command, the 3 individuals promptly confiscated the storage devices from the 5 aliens. The plan has changed. The alien army is approaching Earth, and humanity must bolster its strength. Shen Xinghe explained. In the past 2 months, she has rescued numerous inhabitants of Earth, organizing them into a group, most of whom have become extraordinary beings. However, their advancement is not swift enough, and their weaponry lacks potency. "Sister, should we venture north?" she inquired, apprehensive. "But the north is the main base of the extraterrestrials. Is it wise for us to proceed there now?" Shen Xinghe expressed her concerns. Regardless of any issues, a journey to the north is imperative. What secrets lie there that could accelerate the evolution of Earth's extraordinary beings? She must uncover the truth. Moreover, her destination is indeed the extraterrestrial stronghold, as it promises greater rewards. As they journeyed, a striking alien man obstructed their path. Shen Xinghe, confused, Shen Xinghe gazed at the extraterrestrial, as she had no recollection of him. His next words left her in shock. "I am Xiao Ke." Xiao Ke. She was aware that he would arrive on Earth. But why so soon? Furthermore, in his current guise, how could he recognize her? How do you know? Shen Xinghe asked, her guard up. Xiao Ke smiled gently. There is no need for alarm. I bear you no harm. The essence of your being has been recorded in the trial space, and the energy fluctuations around us are unmistakably yours. I could not locate you among the stars, only to discover you are earthborn. Have your kind already arrived on Earth? Shen Xinghe frowned. No, only I have come. They require another month. We encountered a catastrophic upheaval in the cosmos, from which I escaped and found my way to Earth. Shen Xinghe relaxed slightly, reassured by the time she had left to prepare. What brings you to Earth? She asked. A shadow flickered in his deep blue eyes. To seize resources. I need to restore my lineage and establish it as the most formidable family in the cosmos. Shen Xinghe's weapon was now ready at her side, and the atmosphere grew tense, with Shen Xinghe firmly gripping her own armament. Do not worry. I am not here to slay Earthlings, but rather to eliminate my fellow interstellar beings, Xiao Ke stated with a calm demeanor. What resources do you possess that I may commandeer? Naturally, the goal was to plunder their resources. Xiao Ke approached Shen Xinghe, unperturbed, revealing a ring in his hand. We can collaborate. This ring contains an array of weapons that I believe will be of use to you Earthlings. Shen Xinghe, without hesitation, took the ring. Indeed, it was filled with various armaments. They intended to establish a new interstellar domain on Earth, a prospect she could not allow. I shall not refuse these weapons. Yet I must caution you. While your family may ascend to prominence in the cosmos, it is unlikely to achieve such status on Earth. For we Earthlings are the true masters of this planet, Shen Xinghe remarked, a smile gracing her lips, though devoid of warmth. She sensed that Xiao Ke's abilities had also advanced, surpassing her own, yet she felt no fear. Xiao Ke displayed no sign of anger, responding, that is of no concern. I aim to establish the foremost family among the interstellar, not among Earthlings. Shen Xinghe held up her ring and slowly proclaimed, let us wish for a harmonious collaboration. Chapter 97. The grand finale. A month later, dozens of spacecraft descended gently from the sky. Shen Xinghe's mental energy swept across the scene, effortlessly capturing the trajectory of ships. Throughout this month, she had ostensibly collaborated with the Simon family to eradicate the Zhu family, while secretly allying with Xiao Ke to unite the Earthlings. Under Xiao Ke's guidance, she harnessed the core within her body, achieving remarkable breakthroughs in her abilities. Her mental prowess reached the intermediate third tier, while her ferocity ability ascended to the intermediate first tier. Shen Xinghe and Gao Chisu stood proudly at the forefront, wielding alien weaponry. As the extraterrestrial beings landed, they were immediately met with thousands of vibrant beams of light directed toward them. A wave of astonishment washed over them. When had Earth acquired such an arsenal of interstellar weaponry? Even if the Zhu and Simon families had arrived, they could not possibly possess such a multitude of arms. The Simon family, already accustomed to these spectacles, had initially been taken aback by the Earthlings' ability to produce such an array of weapons, but after several joint ventures, they had grown accustomed to it. Simon family, Zhu family, what are you up to? Must you turn against your own? A senior alien woman with orange-hued skin exclaimed. She was an intermediate second-tier mental ability wielder, her voice effortlessly resonating in everyone's ears. Shen Xinghe stepped forward gradually, and the highest-ranking leader of the Simon family emerged as well. Earthlings, the elderly alien woman exclaimed, astonished that Shen Xinghe dared to approach them. They had received word that the Earthlings were treated like mere automatons by their interstellar kin. How could this Earth woman have the audacity to confront them? Wan Fana was internally shocked, but maintained her composure. Even if you are aware, what of it? We have 10 intermediate ability users with us, while your Simon family possesses only one on Earth. We all know that there are no intermediate ability users among the Earthlings. Does your Simon family aspire to dominate the stars? Simons replied leisurely, whether or not you heed our counsel is your affair. The Simon family harbors no such ambition. At that moment, Xiao Ke stepped forward. It is I. Wan Fana could not suppress a derisive smile upon seeing the young figure. You a mere child? She scoffed, and immediately lunged toward Xiao Ke. Xiao Ke remained still, and Wan Fana, in terror, realized that someone had effortlessly intercepted her ability. "You! It is you, Earthling!" Wan Fana pointed at Shen Xinghe. Disbelief etched across her face. "How is this possible? Wasn't it said that Earth had no intermediate ability users? Why does one appear who surpasses my own tier?" Contemplating their strengths, she quickly regained her composure. "Humph. Even if you miraculously elevated your abilities to the intermediate tier, we possess an intermediate ability user." At that moment, 6 more Earthlings emerged, their faces adorned with confident smiles. They had all recently reached the intermediate tier under Shen Xinghe's guidance. Simmons shook his head and said, "Vanessa, give up. Why suffer a fatal outcome?" Angrily, Vanessa glared at him, exclaiming, "You traitor, do not speak such nonsense. We shall prevail. These individuals are merely mid-tier abilities, and we will be victorious. Forgive my oversight. But this young lady is the first on the trial rankings," Xiao Ke interjected, pointing at Shen Xinghe with a mocking tone. The extraterrestrials present widened their eyes, realizing that the top of the trial rankings had changed, now occupied by someone unknown to them, a mere Earthling. "Zhu Zian? You are from the Zhu family." Vanessa gasped in disbelief. The top-ranked individual was indeed Zhu Zian, who had soared to prominence and had been the object of their attention. However, the Zhu family had claimed that Zhu Zian had gone to Earth and was supposedly lacking in talent, leaving them perplexed as to how he had encountered such fortune. Yet, a sudden thought struck her. The Zhu family had subsequently relayed that Zhu Zian had vanished on Earth. "You are not Zhu Zian. You have taken his key," she quickly deduced, her voice laced with fear. "We must flee." An elderly extraterrestrial approached Vanessa, whispering urgently. "The top-ranked individual. Within just a few months, they have become the leader of the rankings. We stand no chance against them." Vanessa made a swift decision, declaring, "Interstellar life is preferable. We shall not contest resources with you Earthlings." With that, she hurried towards the spaceship. Shen Xinghe's eyes flashed, and Vanessa was suddenly thrown to the ground. "Do you think Earth is a place you can come and go as you please? You have 2 choices. Sign the agreement or face death," Shen Xinghe stated coldly. Such arrogance. The extraterrestrials watched in astonishment as their leader was easily overthrown, feeling furious yet too intimidated to resist. They had witnessed the power of the top-ranked individual firsthand. Vanessa swiftly acquiesced, for as a psychic ability user, she could sense Shen Xinghe's murderous intent and understood her lack of strength to resist. The Earthlings erupted in joyous shouts, exclaiming, "Our homeland is saved. Long live the Master! Long live the Master!" Their voices resonated with gratitude and excitement. Shen Xinghe had become their hero,